In a world ravaged by apocalyptic disasters such as zombie viruses, monstrous mutations, the mist of Cthulhu, ice ages, and torrential rains, Lin Xiao's sole aim is to ensure the survival of his wife and children. Little did he anticipate acquiring the Wanjie trading system, which allowed him to trade for the devouring starry sky technique with Lord Luo at the outset. However, the surprises did not end there. Congratulations on trading for the spatial storage ring and the Black Blade. Congratulations on trading for the Source of Fire. Congratulations on trading for the Ninefold Thunderblade and the Black God set. Congratulations on trading for the Night Cultivation method. Congratulations on trading for the Warhammer. Loyal Astartes. To safeguard his daughter and young son, Lin Xiao constructed a mechanical steel legion. Yet, as the misty apocalypse unfolded, the Cthulhu monsters emerged, and a formidable army capable of contending with global forces arose. When Cthulhu locked onto Lin Xiao's wife, his elementary school daughter astonishingly shattered the creature with a single slap. Chapter 1. Only half an hour until catastrophe. Wake me up if it becomes a hit. Let's use our brains first. Happy birthday, dear husband. Lin Xiao's wife, Lu Yi, presented a birthday cake, flanked by their two innocent children. The trio clapped their hands, singing a birthday song that filled their modest 90-square-meter apartment with warmth and tranquility. Lin Xiao stood transfixed, his face a canvas of surprise and confusion. Wife? Is today my birthday? What's wrong, dear? Isn't today your birthday? We wanted to surprise you. What is the date today? June 27th, 2024. It's your birthday. Have you been overworking yourself? Happy birthday, Daddy. May every day be as joyful as today. Dad, happy. The two children, a 10-and-a-half-year-old sister and a 3-year 6-month-old brother, rushed to Lin Xiao, enveloping him in a warm embrace. As he held them, he realized, for certain, that he had been reborn. Moreover, he had returned half an hour before the apocalypse erupted. In the early hours of June 28th, a black mist emanated from the Pacific Ocean, swiftly spreading across the globe. The apocalypse would silently erupt in just half an hour. 60% of humanity would transform into zombies. Furthermore, shortly after the outbreak, the zombies would begin to mutate as the mist continued to expand, leading to a cascade of natural and man-made calamities, culminating in humanity's imminent extinction. At that time, Lin Xiao City, Binhai, faced a widespread zombie assault. The military deployed weapons of mass destruction, engaging in fierce battles with the undead. Following the disaster, resources became scarce, and only by joining the military could one secure more supplies. To ensure his wife could enter the capital's safe zone, he resolutely enlisted. However, the military ultimately succumbed to the disaster, and even the capital's safe zone fell. His wife and children perished within that city. Upon learning this devastating news, he was left with only the final video message from his wife and children. That video remained etched in his memory. In it, his young son asked their mother if Daddy would return. Lu Yi reassured the children that their father would come to rescue them. Instead of Lin Xiao's arrival, however, they were consumed by the creatures lurking in the mist, leaving no trace behind. Lin Xiao helplessly witnessed the city being ravaged by the mist. Powerless to intervene, but he fought desperately to grow stronger, becoming one of the first soldiers to receive a genetic serum injection, achieving remarkable feats in the military and rising to the rank of lieutenant general. Subsequently, nations called for unity against the enemy, leading to the establishment of a global federation that selected elite forces from each country. Lin Xiao successfully joined the Global Federation, yet faced exclusion. During a mission, he tragically died at the age of 37. Just when he believed everything had come to an end, he found himself reborn. Gazing at his wife and children beside him, enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility outside, Lin Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears. However, even with this second chance at life, how could he alter the course of events? It would merely be a futile struggle, for he alone understood the cataclysmic disasters that awaited the world. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, Wanjie Trading System, binding successful. Matching trading partners. Trading partners successfully matched. Hurry to engage in trade. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, in this era, one could hardly claim to be a reborn individual without a system. In the next moment, he focused his thoughts and entered the trading space. Before him appeared a colossal holographic projection screen, and shortly thereafter, a figure emerged. A tall man with distinct facial features and sharp eyebrows seemed to await his arrival. Greetings, friend from a parallel world. Lin Xiao, noticing the friendly demeanor, responded, Hello, may I know your name? I am Luo Feng. Uncertain about how to utilize the trading system, Lin Xiao requested clarification. The Wanjia trading system, as the name suggests, allows you to trade items from your world with individuals from the other world, facilitating mutual exchange. Realizing this, Lin Xiao pondered what Luo Feng might desire. Mr. Luo, what do you need? I am eager to trade, as my apocalypse is set to occur in 2 hours. Luo Feng scrutinized him with keen interest. Oh, an apocalypse? A smile crept across his face, and then he suddenly recalled something, spreading his hands and saying, while I sympathize with your plight, I lack for nothing. Why should I trade with you? Lacking for nothing. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. This was problematic. If the other party declined the trade, this opportunity would be squandered. Mr. Luo, even though you have everything, I implore you to assist me. I have a wife and children. In my previous life, I failed to protect them, and they perished at the hands of those monsters. I am plagued by regret, and in this new life, I must seize this opportunity. Upon hearing these words, Luo Feng burst into laughter. What a fortunate coincidence. I too have a wife and children whom I love dearly. For the sake of protecting my family, I have strived to grow stronger. You resonate with me. Lin Xiao was taken aback. His accidental plea for help had unexpectedly found common ground with Luo Feng. Luo Feng continued, all right, I'm not joking with you anymore. I recognize that you, too, hail from Earth in a parallel world. I, Luo Feng, have roamed this vast universe for so long, and finally encountered a kindred spirit. Moreover, what you just shared deeply moved me. I miss my wife, Su Exine, dearly. Without further ado, please provide me with a box of instant noodles from Earth, for I find myself longing for that taste. In the past, when circumstances were dire at home, I relied on this sustenance daily. In return, I shall impart to you a cultivation method. As the conversation unfolded, a document appeared on the screen, titled Jin Yuaning Ziyuliangfa. Chapter 2. The Method of Devouring the Starry Sky and Jin Primordial Energy Cultivation after the transaction concluded. The article provided by Luo Feng entered Lin Xiao's mind in the form of a quantum chip. This instantaneous infusion of knowledge allowed him to comprehend the world of City Lord Luo and his narrative. Upon first encountering Luo Feng, Lin Xiao sensed that his visage was inscribed with tales. As he delved into Luo Feng's story, he concluded that Luo Feng was indeed a prodigy. Initially, he only aspired to change his family's residence, yet ultimately, the entire universe became his domain. Can you believe that? At this moment, Lin Xiao found himself in a state of utter disbelief, for he had yet to grasp the formidable power encapsulated within the method of devouring the starry sky. Jin Primordial Energy, as the name suggests, harnesses the energy of genes within the universe to optimize every muscle, bone, and cell throughout one's body, leading to continuous enhancement. This chip systematically and comprehensively penetrated Lin Xiao's being, enabling him to cultivate through muscle memory. This is what one might call professionalism. In today's world, one would feel embarrassed to call themselves a reborn individual without a golden finger. However, upon grasping the essence of the devouring the starry sky cultivation method, Lin Xiao's pupils dilated. In Luo Feng's world, the initiation into martial arts begins with novice students, progressing to intermediate and advanced levels. Subsequently, one enters the realm of martial artists, categorized into warrior, battle general, and battle god levels, with each tier further divided into novice, intermediate, and advanced. Beyond these lie existences that surpass even the battle gods. Upon realizing this, Lin Xiao swallowed hard. In fact, the earth where he resided was already deemed uninhabitable for novice students. Moving further along, for a warrior-level martial artist, a punch must exert a force of 900 grams. The speed test demands a velocity of 25 meters per second, while the nerve reaction speed must enable one to evade a barrage of metallic storms, requiring the ability to dodge bullets within 60 seconds. This is no mere martial artist. This is unequivocally a superhuman. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao revitalized his spirit. This was evidently a clear indication that to survive in this apocalypse, he must cultivate, and cultivate again. Whether facing a zombie apocalypse, mutated flora and fauna, or the monsters lurking within the mists, as long as he became strong enough, he could protect his family and shield his children from harm. He could ensure that his family would endure through this ruthless end of days. Unfortunately, the chip for the devouring the starry sky cultivation method could only be utilized by the individual who possesses it and could not be transmitted to others. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly impart this method to his wife and little Ryu. Husband, what are you pondering? Hurry, come blow out the candles. The children are waiting anxiously. Lin Xiao emerged from the restroom, greeted by the sight of a woman before him, Lu Yi, his wife. He vividly recalled their high school days, where Lu Yi, acknowledged as the school beauty, sat beside him as his deskmate for 3 years, earning the moniker of Lu Tianxian. Daily, he was privileged to sit alongside such a celestial being, witnessing her transformation from short hair to long, cascading locks that now reached her waist. Being seated with such a beauty had rendered him immune to the allure of other women. Fortuitously, they began their romantic journey right after high school, transitioning from wearing school uniforms to her donning a wedding gown as they stepped into the realm of matrimony. This Lu Tianxian, after giving birth, now devoted herself entirely to raising their children, managing their home with meticulous care. From a pure and enchanting school beauty to a devoted wife and mother, she fulfilled her responsibilities with grace. Lin Xiao felt that the most fortunate aspect of his life was marrying Lu Yi, with a son and a daughter, and a wife who cherished him dearly. He believed he should be the happiest man alive, if not for the impending apocalypse. Before him, Lin Xiao sat at the table, gazing at the cake Lu Yi had specially purchased from the bakery downstairs, along with the steaming bowl of noodles she had prepared. He glanced at the clock. It was 11:53 in the evening, with merely 7 minutes remaining before the end of the world. In the past, he had not even had a decent meal during the apocalypse. Setting aside those thoughts, Lin Xiao quickly finished the noodles, then pulled Lu Yi into his embrace. Since their marriage, their bond had not waned with the passage of time. In fact, it had strengthened, especially in the wake of the apocalypse. Let us enjoy the cake as well, and afterward, make sure to rest early. Leave the dishes for now. At midnight, the apocalypse erupted silently and unexpectedly. Lin Xiao paid no heed to the chaos outside. This night was solely for him and his children, a final moment of tranquility. After finishing the cake, he said, "Darling, be sure to take a nice bath tonight." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi instantly understood her husband's intention. Lin Xiao resided in a modest apartment in Zhengcheng, consisting of 3 rooms and a hall. Their bedroom featured a large bed. Their eldest daughter was named Lin Ruyu, while their younger son was Lin Xian. Little Ruyu had already begun her primary schooling and slept in her own room, while Lin Xian occasionally slept in the small bedroom or with his parents. Lin Xiao checked on the children, finding them both fast asleep, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Soon after, Lu Yi removed her shoes and joined him on the bed, where they embraced. "Husband, it seems the temperature has dropped. The weather warning has proven accurate for once. Let us sleep. Tomorrow will be a new day." In the dead of night, Lin Xiao heard noises from downstairs. It was evident that the mutations had begun. However, due to the sparse nighttime streets, the zombie virus had yet to spread widely. In a hazy state, Lin Xiao was stirred by Lu Yi's voice. "Husband, something is amiss. It seems there has been a murder downstairs." Lu Yi exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed outside. A group of individuals surrounded a motionless figure, the ground stained with blood. Numerous cars lay scattered, having collided, their horns blaring incessantly. The tragedy was not confined to the vicinity of Lin Xiao's apartment. The chaos extended to the streets. At least 20 to 30 zombies were sprinting down the road, exhibiting an insatiable hunger and an extraordinary speed. After toppling one, the others converged, ravenously feasting upon it. During the morning rush hour, many individuals were driving toward the zombies, colliding with them. Several zombies had their legs crushed by an SUV, but continued to crawl rapidly across the ground. The pandemonium left Lu Yi in shock. She had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. "I have seen scenes of humans devouring each other in movies," she muttered, recalling the zombie-themed Korean drama she had just finished watching. "You are absolutely correct, my dear. The zombie virus has indeed erupted. From 8 to 9 in the morning is the peak time for people heading to work. If a widespread infection occurs during this time frame, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire city will fall." Lu Yi hastily rushed to their daughter Lin Ruyu's room. Little Ruyu, awakened by her mother's call, groggily gazed out the window. "It's early. I see people eating each other outside. Mom, don't worry about me. I want to sleep a little longer." Chapter 3. A Global Catastrophe. Cultivation begins. Step by step to strength. What could possibly have caused the outbreak of the zombie virus? Lu Yi questioned, her gaze fixed on the horrifying scene outside. "It's the water supply." Having lived through this once, Lin Xiao knew all too well what sparked the zombie virus's emergence. The water supply was the conduit for the virus's transmission. Tap water from major reservoirs could be used for bathing, but was undrinkable. Thus, only bottled water was safe, implying that survival would be exceedingly difficult. Lin Xiao felt no urgency. Now equipped with the devouring the starry sky cultivation method, he simply needed to immerse himself in diligent practice. It will not be long before he can ensure his safety and begin to gather supplies. "Darling, keep an eye on the messages on your phone. I am about to commence my training," he said. "To survive, we must strengthen ourselves." Lin Xiao adopted the Wu Xian Xiang Tian posture, sitting cross-legged as he recalled the prompts embedded within his mind. He closed his eyes and began to sense the cosmic energy. Time passed gradually. At first, Lin Xiao believed his talent was lacking, unable to grasp the concepts swiftly. However, it was not long before he entered a state of light sleep, slowly becoming aware of an invisible energy flowing into his dantian, radiating through his limbs and bones. Upon sensing the cosmic energy, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. The sensation had arrived. The energy from the universe flowed into his body like water, dividing within each of his cells. This was the evolution of life. Lin Xiao began to anticipate what he would become upon reaching a higher stage of cultivation. By midday, Lin Xiao caught the enticing aroma of food wafting from the living room. Lu Yi untied her apron and knocked on Lin Xiao's door. "Honey, it's time to eat." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao realized he was indeed hungry. He had been so engrossed in his training that he had lost track of time. Approaching the table, he saw the potato chicken pieces and the tomato scrambled eggs that Lu Yi had prepared, and his stomach growled. Lin Ruyu, hearing the sound from her father's belly, giggled. "Daddy, you're hungry. You should eat first." Lin Ruyu placed a piece of chicken on Lin Xiao's bowl of white rice. One must admit, these two dishes were truly appetizing. However, the portions were significantly smaller than usual, and the steamed rice was pitifully scant. Lu Yi noticed Lin Xiao's confusion and shot him a playful yet exasperated glance. "It's the apocalypse. What do you expect? You still wish to indulge?" She continued. "I just counted our supplies, and we don't have much left." Lu Yi sat down, serving the children, while she herself took a mere bite of white rice. "If we eat 2 meals a day, it will only last us a week. Therefore, I have decided that our family of 4 will reduce our meals from 2 a day to 1. Lin Ruyu's expression turned shy upon hearing this. "Mommy, it's okay. Maybe the police will come to rescue us soon." Lin Xiao's precious daughter, Lin Ruyu, was naturally optimistic. Earlier that morning, Lu Yi had revealed the dreadful truth of the apocalypse to her, yet she showed no fear. Instead, she declared her intent to train alongside her father to protect her mother. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with determination. "Darling, we shall eat and drink as we please. To us, the apocalypse is merely a vacation." Lin Ryu clapped her hands joyfully upon hearing this. "Yes, Dad is right. No more school. How wonderful." Lu Yi sighed, knowing her children were blissfully unaware of the chaos outside. She pulled out her phone, showing Lin Xiao the reports from major media outlets. The Longhua has erupted in a rabies-like virus. The virus incites extreme aggression, compelling individuals to consume live beings. The source of the infection is suspected to be the water supply. Avoid drinking tap water, remain indoors, and do not venture outside. Stay indoors. The military has already taken action. Please do not worry, stay indoors, and await rescue. Such were the reports. However, the comment section was filled with despair. Perhaps due to the apocalypse, the network signal was unstable, rendering the comment section nearly inaccessible. It could also be that, in the wake of the apocalypse, everyone was seeking help online, causing a temporary network crash. Lu Yi's expression darkened. It states here that many places have become disaster zones. A report released at noon indicated that Zheng City, where we reside, is one of the hardest hit areas, particularly on the subway lines. The first and second lines saw massive crowds, and during the morning rush, everyone was trapped inside, now infected. Nearby, someone had posted a video depicting a subway car filled with a throng of zombies, chasing after the panicked crowd. Blood was gushing, limbs were severed, and cries of despair filled the air. The scene was too gruesome. Yet, the media's reviewers had vanished, allowing it to be posted. One could only assume that the person who filmed it had met a grim fate. Upon opening the forum, various posts were visible. "Brothers, I need help. My dad is outside banging on the door with all his might. What should I do? Should I go out and blow his brains out? Let us all just die. At this point, we might as well enjoy a few moments of comfort before gulping down tap water and joining the ranks of the undead. What if I become a zombie king? If I turn into a zombie, I must first bite my girlfriend. The apocalypse has arrived. Zombies are rampant. We're all set. Uncle Bao teaches you how to survive the zombie crisis. First, gather people and dig a mountain to create a secret base. Stockpile food and water, and you can survive for a lifetime." Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of these individuals. The last post, in particular, struck him as economically sound. He was well aware that it was not only the Longhua facing this crisis. Within less than half a month of the zombie virus outbreak, the Benzi country had already fallen. In the Eagle Sauce Nation, every household possessed firearms, leading to a real-life reenactment of Dawn of the Dead. As for the Longhua, due to its vast population, multiple zombie hordes would emerge following the viral outbreak. This constituted the most terrifying disaster of the early stages. Thus, we must economize. Each day we survive is a victory. During dinner, Lin Xiao noticed that Lu Yi had allowed Lin Ryu and himself to consume most of the food. Their youngest son, only 3 years old, ate little and still required formula. After the meal, Lin Xiao opted not to take a nap, but to continue his training. He felt his cells gradually gaining strength, filling him with vibrant energy. Lin Xiao tested his speed by throwing punches. At this moment, his fists carried a fierce gust of wind. He had reached the level of a novice, largely due to his past life as a trained soldier, with those combat memories etched in his mind. As night fell, Lin Xiao resolved to venture outside and test his newfound abilities. However, he was uncertain how many zombies lurked within the building and at the entrance. For safety's sake, Lin Xiao opened the homeowners group chat to see what messages had been shared. At this moment, the group was rife with lamentations. Those still speaking were either fortunate enough not to have ventured out today or had narrowly escaped and returned home. They discussed the terrifying nature of the zombies outside. Soon, Lin Xiao caught wind of a message from a supermarket owner in the group. My supplies are running low, but I'm too scared to go down. It would be disastrous to encounter a zombie. What a pity. There is still so much stock in my supermarket downstairs. What is the point of having stock? Who dares to go down now? Our community is swarming with zombies. Going down would be a death sentence. Let us just wait patiently for rescue. We'll assess the situation when we can't hold out any longer. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. He had nearly forgotten that there was a supermarket just below his apartment. He had already spent several minutes without training. He intends to hone his skills in real combat, engaging in friendly interaction with these zombies. Chapter 4. Have you ever witnessed a punch with a force of 800 kilograms before reaching the level of a qualified martial artist? Thus, Lin Xiao wandered around his home, contemplating the selection of a suitable weapon. On the kitchen countertop lay a gleaming kitchen knife, but it was too short and inadequate for his purpose. Ultimately, Lin Xiao's gaze settled upon the golf clubs he had previously used while playing with a few bosses. He casually retrieved one of the clubs and was about to step outside when Lu Yi, upon noticing his intention, immediately intercepted him. Darling, it's so dangerous out there. Seeing the concern etched on Lu Yi's face, Lin Xiao approached her, gently caressing her worried visage. Do not fret, my love. I shall be perfectly fine. With absolute confidence. Lin Xiao stepped outside. In his past life, as a soldier in the army, he had faced countless battles. Now, he had also mastered a cultivation technique. Upon opening the door, a cacophony of growls erupted as the security door attracted several zombies in the hallway. Below the 7th floor where Lin Xiao resided, 2 zombies were furiously banging on the security door, emitting beast-like howls. Upon hearing the commotion, they charged at Lin Xiao with grotesque expressions. It was the perfect opportunity to test the extent of his newfound strength. Lin Xiao approached calmly, swinging the golf club with a mighty arc. The tremendous force created a resounding whoosh in the air. In the next moment, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. Lin Xiao stepped back a few paces, swiftly executing another swing. The horrendous sound reverberated once more. The force was so overwhelming that even after the zombie's head burst, Lin Xiao's club continued its forward motion until it collided with the wall. The terrifying impact left a dent in the surface, with the club's tip lodged within the wall. This scene left Lin Xiao in awe. Was this the result of his cultivation of the swallowing starry sky technique? However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. According to his memory chip, Luo Feng, a mid-level student at the martial arts school, could unleash a force of 700 to 800 kilograms with a single punch. What does that signify? The reigning heavyweight champion, Mike Tyson, can only deliver a punch with a force of 200 kilograms. Lin Xiao had not yet perfectly controlled his strength, resulting in the zombie's head being obliterated in one strike. Having dealt with the 2 zombies in the hallway, the commotion was surely noticed by the residents of the floor. A young couple peered through their peephole, their eyes met with a hallway splattered in blood. What was that noise? It must be yet another victim of those creatures. Lin Xiao continued his descent. Whenever he encountered a zombie, he would deliver a precise strike to its forehead. This time, he carefully regulated his strength, ensuring the zombie was dispatched without blood splattering everywhere. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Lin Xiao observed that the supermarket's entrance remained tightly shut. Several zombies were frantically pounding on the supermarket door. Lin Xiao approached cautiously, dispatching the zombies before shattering the supermarket's glass. In this apocalyptic scenario, the foremost essentials remain water and food. Lin Xiao filled a sack with 2 containers of water. He then gathered millet, rice, yellow beans, green beans, black beans, and peanuts, followed by a barrel of oil. He also collected essential cooking seasonings such as salt, monosodium glutamate, sugar, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and yellow bean paste, and proceeded to the frozen section to gather various meats. chicken breasts, chicken thighs, pork, pig trotters, beef, lamb chops, and lamb rolls. Once he had filled his sack, Lin Xiao dashed to the snack aisle to procure some treats for his daughter, Lin Ruyu, and a few bags of formula for his young son, Lin Xian. Finally, he ventured into the living essentials section for toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, and shower gel, ensuring to add a few packs of sanitary pads for his wife, Lu Yi. By the end of his scavenging, the sack was bursting. For the next trade, he would need to approach Luo Cheng regarding spatial storage equipment. Having gathered everything, Lin Xiao turned to ascend the stairs. At that moment, he heard a noise emanating from beside the shelves. Instinctively thinking it was a zombie, he set the sack down and prepared his club to confront it. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a zombie, but rather a group of several survivors, frantically gathering supplies from the supermarket shelves. Quickly, the zombies will be here soon. Brother, isn't this too risky? There's no choice. Waiting for rescue is futile. It's better to rely on ourselves. These words resonated with Lin Xiao. He paid them no mind, shouldering the sack and gripping the golf club as he prepared to return. The survivors noticed Lin Xiao, but in that moment, none had the time to address one another. Just as Lin Xiao stepped outside, he spotted several security guards charging towards him. Upon closer inspection, he realized these guards, clad in their uniforms, had transformed into zombies. Lin Xiao turned back to glance at the survivors collecting supplies. Don't dawdle, zombies are approaching. He uttered this single warning before swiftly making his way upstairs. Whether these individuals would survive mattered little to him. Upon returning home, Lu Yi was taken aback to see Lin Xiao carrying a hefty sack of goods. Darling, were there many zombies downstairs? You came back so quickly. After placing the supplies down, Lin Xiao went to wash his hands. Quite a few, but fortunately, I was quick. Lu Yi remarked, is it really just a matter of running fast? Their daughter, Lin Ruyu, was thrilled to see her father with a large bag. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Did you bring my favorite snacks? Hearing this, Lin Xiao froze momentarily. Oh, I forgot them. Lin Ruyu pouted, mumbling, fine, I suppose. Lu Yi, with hands on her hips, scooped her daughter up and ushered her into the bedroom. Always thinking about snacks. It's the apocalypse, and you still need to do your homework. Lin Ruyu was astonished. Mommy, do I really have to do homework during the apocalypse? Why wouldn't you? Even in an apocalypse, one must continue to learn. Lu Yi earnestly explained to Lin Ruyu. You're still in elementary school. If you don't study, you won't even know how to read Chinese characters later. Lin Ruyu stood at the bedroom door with a sorrowful expression. Daddy, look at her. Bad mommy, insisting I study. I want to train with Daddy. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. Listen to your mother. I stand with her on this. Lin Ruyu, feeling wronged, sulked onto a chair, grumbling about bad parents while reluctantly opening her textbook. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao initiated a second transaction. To his astonishment, the next trading partner was not Luo Cheng. Chapter 5. The next trader, spatial storage ring and black blade. In the trading interface appeared a man, radiating an unparalleled aura akin to a celestial being. Greetings. May I ask your name? Lin Xiao initiated the conversation. I am Lin Xiaosu. The man in the interface responded warmly. Is it also the apocalypse where you are? Lin Xiao inquired, observing the desolate scenery behind Lin Xiaosu. The man smiled. Indeed, I am currently in the northwest. Northwest? Lin Xiao was somewhat perplexed, as the surroundings appeared to be a wasteland. Lin Xiao then proceeded to explain his own situation. The second trader, Lin Xiaosu, nodded and asked, what do you require? Lin Xiao spoke earnestly. I currently require a storage solution, as I need to stockpile resources to ensure the well-being of my wife and children. No problem. But I will need something from your side in exchange. Of course. Lin Xiao remained curious about what the other party sought for the exchange. Did you not just mention that you have children? The condition for my exchange is that you hand over your children's homework books to me. Lin Xiao was immediately taken aback. What could the other party possibly want with the homework books of his young ones, Lin Ruoyu and Lin Xian? After exiting the trading space, Lin Xiao made his way to Lin Ruoyu's bedroom. As he pushed the door open, he saw Lin Ruoyu quickly hide her phone. No need to conceal it. I caught you red-handed. Speak up, or I shall inform your mother. Lin Xiao approached her. Lin Ruoyu, with a serious expression, began to explain, this is my school card. A school card? Something feels off, Lin Xiao thought, quickly discerning the truth behind this so-called school card. It was, in fact, a phone concealed within a school card. If one did not scrutinize closely, it would be nearly impossible to detect. You, Lin Ruoyu, are secretly playing on your phone behind my and your mother's backs and resorting to such tricks. Lin Ruoyu turned to him, eyes pleading, Daddy, I know how good you are to me. You wouldn't betray me. Reporting someone is not a commendable act, as our physical education teacher has said. Moreover, I am not playing games. I was merely researching skin blemishes and keeping an eye on the external zombie situation. Oh, then enlighten me about the current state of affairs outside. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately perked up. In just a day, the zombie virus had ravaged the globe. Our country has now implemented comprehensive lockdown measures, isolating several cities. Our city, Zhengcheng, is a severely impacted area, with only a small safe zone guarded by local military forces. Additionally, neighboring cities, Sucheng and Luocheng, have also come under attack, and the military will arrive in 3 days to rescue survivors. We now must await rescue. In 3 days, we may very well be saved. Lin Xiao recounted nearly verbatim what had been released by the authorities in the media. Lin Xiao understood her words all too well. All right, your mother has instructed you to focus on your studies and complete your homework, so no more distractions. Also, hand over your homework to me. Lin Xiao was perplexed. Dad, do you even hear what you're saying? You want me to give you my homework while also insisting I complete it. Just give me one of your homework books. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao re-entered the trading space. Lin Xiao had been waiting there for quite some time. This is one of my daughter's homework books. Upon seeing it, Lin Xiao smiled and then handed Lin Xiao a ring. This is a space storage ring, and I shall also gift you something else. In Lin Xiao's hand, a mysterious force quietly manifested. The next moment, a black blade, imbued with an enigmatic aura, appeared in Lin Xiao's grasp. The knife emanated an icy chill, akin to the depths of night. Its sharp edge perpetually radiated a formidable killing intent. This black blade has accompanied me through many battles. It possesses a unique ability to sever all matter in this world. Lin Xiao gasped in astonishment. Sever all matter? Is that truly the case? Is this knife genuinely that powerful? Lin Xiao maintained a skeptical stance, uncertain of the realm the other party inhabited or their true identity. All right, I have accepted this homework book, which I intend to use for recording certain matters. Brother Lin, do you still engage in learning? Lin Xiao inquired. Of course. I am always learning. I have a profound passion for it. I have even been a teacher in the past. Brother Lin, you must remember, no matter the circumstances, ensure your children study diligently. Do not let the tragedies of the times become your own. With that philosophically poignant remark, Lin Xiao concluded the space transaction. Back in Lin Xiao's bedroom, he returned to reality from the trading space. Do not let the tragedies of the times become your own. Lin Xiao pondered this statement repeatedly. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he grasped the black blade that had materialized from the void. It felt as though the knife had been drawn from thin air. With the space storage ring and this black blade in his possession, Lin Xiao felt an urgent desire to test the knife against a few zombies. However, he did not forget to continue his cultivation. Gripping the black blade with one hand, he executed several hundred slashes through the air. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently, beginning to draw energy from the cosmos. Unbeknownst to him, his strength had already reached the level of a novice practitioner. Lu Yi called for Lin Xiao to come eat. That evening, she prepared a pot of rice porridge accompanied by several steamed buns and pickled vegetables. After a hearty meal, Lu Yi headed to their daughter's room to assist Lin Xiao with her studies. Time slipped by unnoticed, and eventually, Lu Yi returned to Lin Xiao's bedroom. Have the little fish and little Xian fallen asleep? They are already asleep. I will check on little Xian. Do not disturb him. It would be unfortunate if you wake him. Lying on the bed, Lin Xiao turned on his side, wrapping his arm around Lu Yi's slender waist, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, their youngest son, Lin Xian, suddenly began to cry. Lu Yi quickly got up to check. At that moment, the front door began to rattle ominously, accompanied by the sound of zombie growls. Zombies suffer from a form of night blindness, yet their hearing is exceptionally acute. Lin Xiao understood that the commotion caused by his son Lin Xian had attracted the zombies downstairs. Chapter 6. Water and Power Outages. Using mineral water for hygiene honey. There are more and more zombies at the door. Hearing the growls outside, Lu Yi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. However, it was inevitable for a 3-year-old child to cry at night. The couple quickly divided their tasks, one attending to little Lin Xian while the other opened the door. Lin Xiao had originally intended to test the Black Blade's power the following morning, but now, the zombies had come knocking, providing an early opportunity to try out the weapon. With that thought, Lin Xiao drew the Black Blade from the void and held it firmly in his hand. Before him, groups of zombies were making their way up to the 7th floor, and their numbers were increasing. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao swung the blade toward the heads of the approaching zombies. To his astonishment, the blade sliced through them as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Upon contact with the zombies' necks, their heads and bodies separated cleanly. Remarkably, the blade remained unsullied by blood. What a remarkably sharp blade! Lin Xiao could not help but exclaim. After dispatching the zombies outside, he realized that little Lin Xian had ceased crying. Aware that they could not linger in this place for long, Lin Xiao understood that in a month, the zombies would evolve. The virus within them would mutate, leading to the emergence of various grotesque forms of zombies with significantly increased attack power. The current security of the door and windows would be utterly inadequate against these evolved zombies. Furthermore, before the full-scale evolution of the zombies occurred, they needed to evacuate promptly. However, venturing outside now, with so many zombies present, posed a considerable risk of encountering a horde. The danger was too great. They needed to enhance their strength and stockpile more resources swiftly. Back inside the room, Lin Xiao had no desire to sleep. He resumed his seated meditation and cultivation until the break of dawn the following day. Although they were on the 7th floor, ordinary zombies could not breach their sanctuary. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao took measures to reinforce the doors and windows. At that moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated, startling Lu Yi and the two little ones awake. Lu Yi glanced out the window, perplexed. What was that? An unusual sound reached their ears. Lin Ryu pulled aside the curtains, exclaiming with excitement, "A helicopter! Dad, it's a helicopter! Could it be here to rescue us?" Lin Xiao looked outside and saw plumes of black smoke rising in the distance. Above the billowing smoke, 3 helicopters hovered ominously. Were they military helicopters? Lu Yi furrowed her brows. In times of calamity, ordinary people often place their hopes in the military and official authorities. It appeared to be a special police operation. Lu Yi rested her chin on her hand, pondering, with so many people in Zhengcheng, how could they possibly come to our aid? Xiaoyu, stop looking. Let's get ready to wash up and have breakfast, Lin Xiao said, glancing at his wife. Lu Yi was right. Even if there were rescue efforts, ordinary people would not be the first to be saved in such apocalyptic times. However, Lin Xiao maintained a calm demeanor. With the spatial storage ring, he could clear out the supermarket supplies today. The resources in the small supermarket below were more than sufficient for their family's sustenance. While washing up, Xiaoryu suddenly let out a startled cry from the bathroom. What's wrong? Lu Yi hurriedly inquired. Oh damn, the water's off, Xiaoryu exclaimed, her accent surprisingly learned from somewhere. Lu Yi rushed to the bathroom, turning on the faucet, but it dripped a few drops before falling silent. No worries, we still have bottled water. We'll wash up with that, Lin Xiao assured. Xiaoryu blinked her large, sparkling eyes, dubious. Dad, I think you might be a bit extravagant. What about flushing the toilet? Flushing the toilet is simple. I filled a few buckets with tap water a couple of days ago. Since using tap water for washing could lead to viral infections if ingested, we'll wash with bottled water and flush with tap water. It's a perfect solution. Do we really have to do that? Dad, I feel like our lives are better than before the apocalypse. What else would it be? Lin Xiao chuckled, ruffling Xiaoruyu's hair. Daily hygiene is essential, otherwise, you might become a smelly little treasure. Okay, I don't want to be a smelly treasure. Pouting, Xiaoryu took a bottle of mineral water from the supplies Lin Xiao had scavenged and began brushing her teeth and washing her face. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao planned to venture out and gather the supermarket supplies into his ring. Noticing her father preparing to leave, Xiaoryu quickly grabbed him. Dad, I heard you're going to deal with zombies. Can I come with you? Lin Xiao glanced back at Lu Yi, who was seated at the desk in their bedroom. Instantly understanding his daughter's intentions, she was reluctant to study and complete the assignments her mother had given her, seeking an excuse to accompany Lin Xiao. Xiaoyu, it's dangerous outside. You could become a zombie, you know? Become a zombie? Does that mean I wouldn't have to do homework anymore? Lu Yi, overhearing this, stormed out, exuding a tempestuous aura. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly opened the door and made a hasty exit, hearing Xiaoryu plead from inside, Dad, save me, Dad. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Xiao swiftly dispatched the zombies surrounding the first floor and made his way to the supermarket. At that moment, the supermarket remained eerily deserted. Lin Xiao activated his spatial ring and initiated a particle beam laser scan. Within a minute, the entire supermarket's shelves stood empty, their contents swept away. This supermarket had 10 large water jugs meant for water dispensers, along with 30 boxes of various brands of bottled water, an abundance of eggs, chicken legs, wings, and breast meat. Lin Xiao's spatial ring was a quantum space with a constant field. The items would not spoil, and the meat was fresh and perfect. As evening approached, and he prepared to return home for dinner, Lin Xiao received a message on his phone. It was a satellite message from Lu Yi. Honey, the power is out at home. Chapter 7. Scavenging the Villa District, Solar Generator. The entire city of Zhengcheng was experiencing water and electricity outages. Zhengcheng had become one of the most severely affected zones, densely populated and exceedingly difficult to rescue. With the power cut, many phones would run out of battery within a day. The authorities faced immense challenges in locating the survivors. as night fell and the entire community plunged into darkness. The moonlight was veiled by a thin mist. The environment surrounding Lin Xiao was pitch black, making visibility nearly impossible. The community was vast, comprising dozens of apartment buildings. Initially intending to return home for dinner, Lin Xiao's focus shifted to the generators. If he could acquire a generator and store it in his spatial ring, electricity would be restored. Thus, Lin Xiao resolved to scour the nearby floors. There was a villa district nearby, characterized by grand villas ranging from 2 to 500 square meters, a haven for the affluent. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, these sprawling homes had fallen victim to chaos. Stealthily, Lin Xiao navigated through the dark and arrived at the villa district, which bore the marks of a zombie attack. The walls surrounding the villas were not particularly high, allowing frenzied zombies to breach the courtyards. However, the villa district likely held many valuable items. Lin Xiao drew his black blade and struck the massive iron gate with force. With a resounding crash, the gate splintered open. Entering the house, he pushed the door aside and was met with the unsettling sound of a zombie gnawing on flesh. Swiftly, Lin Xiao directed his flashlight to the source of the noise, revealing a female zombie crouched on the ground, feasting on a corpse's entrails. Others might have gagged at such a sight, but Lin Xiao appeared unfazed. With a decisive swing of his blade, he dispatched the female zombie. Then, he illuminated other areas of the villa, discovering an abundance of premium bottled water, including brands like Evian, Fiji, and San Pellegrino. The refrigerator was stocked with a variety of ice creams. He had heard of flavors like Haagen-Dazs, Magnum, and Sophia, matcha, white chocolate, cappuccino, truffle chocolate, and toffee hazelnut. The Sophia ice cream even had rum raisin and tiramisu flavors. It was no wonder that, in a villa district, these ice creams were typically beyond Lin Xiao's reach, often deemed luxury treats. After gathering these treasures, he proceeded to the next villa. The owner of this villa had interesting tastes as well. The refrigerator was filled with enticing fruits, luscious grapes, nectarines, cherries, and chilled watermelons. A refreshing bite on a scorching summer day would be exhilarating. Lin Xiao excitedly packed the fruits. Searching for supplies in such a place was indeed thrilling. He also stumbled upon numerous luxury items, although they held little value in the apocalypse. The crucial find, however, was the solar generator. Finally, within one of the villas, Lin Xiao discovered the coveted solar power generator. Reviewing the information about the villa's owner revealed that they were a nightclub proprietor nearby, who had kept the solar generator as a backup against power outages. Clearly, the owner had long since departed this world. What a stroke of luck. It was no wonder. The apocalypse had erupted in the early hours of the morning. This just happens to be the nightclub owner, who will likely spend the night at his establishment. Has he chosen the wrong path? After discovering what he sought, Lin Xiao hastened his collection of supplies. Within one of the villas, he found an abundance of medications, including anti-inflammatory drugs such as amoxicillin, roxithromycin, and cefixime, as well as fever reducers, cough medicines, cold remedies, and health supplements. There was also a significant quantity of medical alcohol. The villa's owner had small children, as evidenced by the numerous children's cold medications stored in the cabinet. However, Lin Xiao was perplexed. Where were the children? As he pondered this, he felt a chill creeping up his back. The door behind him had been opened without his notice. Quickly, Lin Xiao turned off his flashlight. Holding his breath and remaining utterly still, he closed his eyes to listen, sensing someone crawling on the floor. Time seemed to stand still as the other party halted their movements. Lin Xiao tossed a bottle of medicine towards the corner of the room. Suddenly, he heard a shriek, and the unknown creature swiftly crawled toward the sound. Lin Xiao turned around and switched on his flashlight, and the scene before him caused his pupils to dilate. Crawling on the floor was an infant, approximately 2 years old, with a pallid complexion, devoid of eyeballs, and a mouth twisted in a grimace. Fresh blood still lingering on their lips. It was a zombie infant, presumably the child of the villa's owner, who had vanished, leaving behind an infected child. Lin Xiao shook his head and drew his black knife, delivering a swift end to the creature. After completing his collection, it was already 11 at night. A wave of hunger washed over him. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao found Lu Yi and the children waiting for him. As he entered, Lu Yi visibly relaxed, a beautiful smile gracing her face as she rushed to greet him. Once the door was shut, she embraced Lin Xiao tightly, wrapping her arms around his waist, finding an unprecedented sense of stability and relaxation in his presence. Hurry and clean up, dinner is getting cold. Having worried incessantly about Lin Xiao, she had not touched the prepared meal. Lin Xiao opened his arms and enveloped Lu Yi in a warm embrace, gently saying, "Wife, next time, please eat without waiting for me. It's late. You should get the children to bed." "No, I can't sleep if you're not back," she replied. Lin Xiao urged Lin Ryu to go to bed promptly. After Lu Yi lulled their youngest son to sleep, they finally sat down to eat. Just as they finished, Lin Xiao went to wash up, preparing for bed, only to find Lu Yi had already fallen asleep on the bed. She had been exhausted, taking care of 2 children throughout the day, constantly worried about Lin Xiao's safety. Upon seeing him return safely, she instantly drifted into slumber. Lying in bed, Lin Xiao gently kissed Lu Yi on the forehead, softly whispering, "This time, we will all be safe." Chapter 8. Cultivating to become a warrior soon. No desire for group affiliation. Early the next morning, the entire residence group was in an uproar. The reason? A survivor had risked their life to venture downstairs, only to discover that all the supplies in the supermarket had been entirely cleared out. What transpired? Who was responsible? How could everything in the supermarket be gone? Who acted so swiftly? Wasn't the area swarming with zombies? We organized a group today to gather supplies from the supermarket, only to find it stripped bare. It must have been taken away beforehand. How did they manage that? I suspect it is an organized group that must have planned it in advance. We arrived too late. The first thing Lin Xiao did upon waking was to check his phone for the latest news. He found the residence group buzzing with chatter. After glancing through the messages, Lin Xiao paid them little mind, as he had plans to install the solar power generator to ensure stable electricity for his home. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xiao peered through the peephole and saw 5 robust men standing at his doorstep. Instinctively, he thought they had discovered his scavenging of the supermarket supplies and were here to demand them. However, he quickly reconsidered. There had been no one around at the time, and the community surveillance system had long since malfunctioned. He then heard voices at the door. "Is anyone home? Are you sure someone is inside? This can't be right. I clearly saw him come down yesterday." Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on again. "Is anyone there? We mean no harm. We simply want to find other survivors to band together and gather supplies from the neighboring buildings." After hearing their words, Lin Xiao realized these were residents of the building. The situation arose after a survivor had seen Lin Xiao coming and going through the peephole. They had discussed it in their WeChat group and decided to unite some of the men in the community to scavenge supplies from other floors. Instead of waiting idly for everyone to perish, it was better to collaborate and face the dangers together. "Yes, brother, please open the door. We mean no ill intent, so do not be alarmed. My name is Zhao Bing, a retired soldier. This is Su Long, our gym instructor from downstairs. The other is Wang Chong, a former Sonda team member. The survivor downstairs noticed you moving about these past days and believed you must have some strength. Brother, please open the door." In the kitchen, Lu Yi was preparing breakfast for the children. Hearing the voices outside, she asked, "Honey, they're calling for you to join them in gathering supplies. Are you going?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "I've already collected enough supplies. Besides, there's no need for me to join them. I don't wish to affiliate with the group." After frying some eggs, Lu Yi placed them on a plate and poured some milk. She stated earnestly, "Indeed, the most frightening aspect during the apocalypse is human nature. Banding together can be perilous, especially when scavenging for supplies. The greatest fear is unequal distribution." Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. "Wife, how do you understand this so well?" Lu Yi shot him an exasperated glance. "You underestimate me too much. After all, I've watched plenty of zombie films from Paokai country." Lin Xiao understood at last, nodding in agreement. "Let us ignore them. They should take the hint and leave soon." After a considerable wait, the commotion at the door finally subsided. Lin Xiao finished breakfast and returned to his room to continue his training. He devoted 3 hours nightly to practice, alongside specialized physical training to enhance his endurance and muscle density. While doing push-ups, he suddenly recalled what the man had said. He was a gym instructor. There was a 24-hour self-service gym downstairs. This was indeed promising news. He could go there to exercise when time allowed. His plans for the upcoming days included slaying zombies and training at the gym during the day, while utilizing the devouring starry sky technique at night to absorb genetic energy. He must reach the realm of a warrior as swiftly as possible, achieving a punch force of 900 grams and a speed of 25 meters per second. Only by showcasing his abilities in combat could he attain the entry-level warrior status, also known as a fighter-level warrior. After completing approximately 500 push-ups as a warm-up, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, changed into freshly laundered, form-fitting attire, and stepped out of his home. Just as he opened the door, Lin Xiao observed 3 men at the entrance, casually smoking and waiting in silence. Upon seeing Lin Xiao emerge, their eyes brightened with anticipation, their thoughts echoing, "Finally, you've come out." One of them remarked, "Bro, we knew someone was in your apartment." Another added, "I heard a child crying last night. You must have kids, right?" Retired soldier Zhao Bing produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Lin Xiao, who politely declined, as he did not have the habit of smoking. I'm just like you. I have a wife and children too. My wife was bitten by a zombie while at work. Now it's just me and the kids, Wang Bing sighed helplessly. This morning, we could have easily dealt with those zombies downstairs. Taking out one or two is no trouble. Just think, if we had more people. Wouldn't this whole neighborhood be ours? Lin Xiao understood that they were determined to have him join their ranks. However, he gently declined, explaining his concerns about potential internal conflicts arising from banding together. Please don't come around anymore. I can manage on my own. I choose not to form a group. Apologies, my friends. The group descended the stairs together while Lin Xiao walked in the opposite direction. Watching Lin Xiao's retreating figure, the fitness coach Su Long angrily crushed his cigarette, but underfoot, his expression sour. What is he pretending for? Does he really think he is a lone wolf? I reckon he looks down on us. Su Long grumbled. Wang Bing patted his back. All right, he has his own thoughts. We can't force him. He glanced over and changed his tone. At 30, he still acts like a child. In this apocalypse, unity is essential. At that moment, a brother who practiced Sanzho sighed. Well, losing one person won't break us. Let us check the owner's group and see if anyone else is willing to join. Chapter 9. Survivors in the gym. Not only was the entire neighborhood in chaos, but even Zhengcheng was in disarray. This was not the time to avoid forming alliances. Hope was nowhere in sight, and they faced widespread water and power outages. If they did not gather resources together, how long could they endure? Once the authorities establish a refuge, we'll take our people there. If we work together, we will surely survive. One of them mused about returning to his hometown, which was deserted and had hundreds of acres of farmland. If they could bring the survivors there to farm and raise livestock, they could become self-sufficient, which sounded splendid. However, their words came easily, while the current environment was dire. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao entered the gym alone. As he stepped inside, he heard commotion coming from the changing room. Initially, he feared it was a zombie, but upon pushing the door open, he found 3 men and 2 women hiding inside. When the apocalypse erupted, they had hurriedly taken refuge in this changing room, frightened by the zombies below. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, their first reaction was fear. Don't come any closer. A girl in yoga pants shrank against the wall. A burly man turned to Lin Xiao, instinctively thinking he was a rescuer. Are you a police officer? Lin Xiao shook his head. The man quickly rose. Then what are you doing here? They were aware that the gym's lower level was swarming with zombies. It was hard to believe how this man had entered so boldly. One man in a tank top pointed at Lin Xiao. Hey, I think I've seen you before. You're from Unit 907, right? You know him? The others looked at Lin Xiao incredulously. He was the salesperson who had previously tried to sell them gym memberships. I'm here to work out, Lin Xiao replied. The 5 survivors were taken aback, their expressions filled with confusion. Is he serious? What time is it? Instead of staying safe at home, he is here to exercise? A few minutes later, they watched as Lin Xiao began his workout in the strength area. The 5 were increasingly bewildered, but their thoughts soon shifted to how to escape. Hey, big guy, how many zombies are downstairs? Quite a few. They're everywhere in our neighborhood. How did you get in? The girl in yoga pants asked. Lin Xiao glanced at her, but did not elaborate, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Realizing Lin Xiao was unwilling to converse, each pondered their own escape. This guy is strange. Let us ignore him. Tian Wei. If we want to get out, we have to rely on ourselves. Since Lin Xiao was from their neighborhood, they deduced that he must have made it through the area, indicating that the zombies were not numerous. This was a favorable revelation for them. Li Gu, are you suggesting we run back from the gym? The man nodded, taking a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. That's the only way. We haven't eaten for 3 days, and the water in the changing room is gone. Staying here means waiting to die. We're all regulars at the gym, and while zombies are quick, our reaction speed in a crisis will surely be faster. After his analysis, the group readily agreed. They quickly gathered some gym equipment, dismantling weights to use as weapons. Once prepared, the 5 fitness enthusiasts descended from the gym. However, as they stepped downstairs, they caught sight of several zombies lurking at the entrance, baring their teeth and staring menacingly. Had it not been for the thick glass door, those zombies would have charged in and attacked them without hesitation. One girl, named Tian, immediately started to backtrack. No, I don't think we can do this. We can't escape. Look at how many zombies are outside. He lied to us. With so many zombies downstairs, how can we get out? At the gym's entrance, dozens of zombies aimlessly wandered, sniffing the air, clearly searching for survivors like them. If they opened the door, they would barely manage a few steps before being overwhelmed by the zombies. I've seen the news. These zombies are incredibly fast. I don't have the confidence. One of them confessed. At that moment, they suddenly realized a pressing question. If there were so many zombies outside, how had Lin Xiao managed to get in? Hesitant, they stood by the door, unsure if they should open it. Finally, as noon approached and the clock neared 12, Lin Xiao concluded his workout. Having trained for nearly 3 hours that morning, engaging in both aerobic and strength training, he felt that his strength had indeed increased. He could now sprint at a speed of 20 meters per second, surpassing the average person. The evolution of the undead seems to have reached a speed that is difficult to surpass. With a velocity of 25 meters per second, Lin Xiao silently contemplated. After taking a moment to rest in the designated area, he retrieved a bottle of Yun mineral water from his spatial ring and drank it. Once the sweat on his body subsided, he prepared to descend and return for lunch. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, he noticed 3 men and 2 women still gathered there, deliberating on who would be the first to open the door and how to eliminate the zombies blocking their way. Their previous inexperience in confronting the undead instilled a palpable fear within them. Upon hearing footsteps from above, they turned, only to find Lin Xiao descending. "Finished with your practice?" one of them inquired. "Indeed," Lin Xiao affirmed, preparing to open the door. "But there are many zombies outside." Before he could finish his warning, as he swung the door open, he swiftly drew his black knife from the void and severed the heads of the 3 zombies obstructing the entrance. The gruesome sight of the bloodied heads flying through the air left the 5 survivors utterly stunned. In that moment, they comprehended how Lin Xiao had managed to navigate through the outside world. Chapter 10. The Apocalypse Zone. The first wave of rescue arrives starved by noon. Lin Xiao returned home. As he approached the door, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Today, Lu Yi had prepared a sumptuous lunch, utilizing the various ingredients Lin Xiao had gathered from the supermarket the previous day. The meal featured steamed pumpkin with meat sauce, steamed chicken with ginger, steamed eggs with minced meat, stir-fried beef with kai lan, and braised eggplant, all served with white rice. The flavors were exquisite. Over the past few days, Lin Xiao adhered strictly to his regimen: daytime combat training complemented by heavy lifting at the gym and evening sessions dedicated to cultivating his genetic energy. With a nourishing diet abundant in protein, he had significantly enhanced his strength, ultimately achieving the intensity of a warrior-level martial artist within the span of a week. According to his plan, once he reached the warrior level, he intended to lead Lu Yi and the children to safety. This was crucial, as the zombies would soon undergo their first wave of evolution, rendering their current residence of over 90 square meters unsafe. Lu Yi, along with their daughter Xiao Ryu and young son Lin Xian, had already prepared to depart on that fateful day. However, suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed from the streets adjacent to the highway, followed by the appearance of a uniquely designed drone hovering in the air, equipped with a loudspeaker. "Dear, look outside quickly. The drone is flying into our community. The zombies are following it." Lin Xiao peered out the window, and indeed, the previously scattered zombies began to congregate, frantically surging into the community, drawn by the drone's sound. A vast horde of undead was now infiltrating the complex. While these zombies were not particularly swift, they steadily advanced, trailing the drone's call. Observing the overwhelming mass of zombies, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. "We cannot leave for the time being. To exit, we must eliminate all the zombies within the community." He possessed the physical capabilities of a warrior-level martial artist, granting him the ability, albeit at the cost of considerable time and energy. Most critically, who could tell if more zombies would continue to flood in from the outside? Given the population of Zheng City, the undead were inexhaustible. No matter how many he dispatched, an endless stream of zombies would continue to approach. At that moment, the community was teeming with zombies. What once appeared to be a mere dozen wandering undead had now escalated to a throng, reminiscent of the crowded tourist masses during the National Day holiday. Consequently, the plan to evacuate Lu Yi and the children was temporarily abandoned. Even though he had the capacity to eliminate the majority of zombies, the risk to Lu Yi and the children was too great. At that moment, Lu Yi strained to hear the drone-esque loudspeaker. What was it announcing? As they drew closer to the 907-unit building, the family finally discerned the message. "Attention all survivors, we have established a safe zone in Longhu Town. We welcome capable survivors to join us. Let us unite and weather this storm together. Please do not worry or panic, just hold on a little longer, as military personnel will soon arrive to rescue us. You may choose to accompany the military or join our safe zone." The voice of the loudspeaker echoed persistently. Most of the zombies on the street had been lured into the community, significantly reducing their numbers outside. A few off-road vehicles barreled through, crashing past the encirclement of zombies. Soon, the drone flew toward these vehicles, gradually vanishing from view. Clearly, the occupants of the off-road vehicles were the drone's operators. What did this signify? Would the military truly come to our rescue? And what of this safe zone? Lin Xiao shook his head, clarifying, "This is merely a notion. It has been just over 10 days since the apocalypse began. A safe zone cannot be established so swiftly. Regardless, we must rely on ourselves. Lin Xiao understood what these so-called safe zones entailed. Following the outbreak, a select few individuals, leveraging their resources, established safe havens in their locales. For instance, some lesser-known yet cohesive villages, characterized by their simplicity and possession of homemade weaponry, managed to eliminate the zombies and subsequently set up safe zones. Take Tajai Village, for example, which began to amass arms and became a dominant force in this apocalyptic city. However, their claims of welcoming numerous survivors were merely a facade. Many of these safe zones contained escape routes known only to a select few leaders. Survivors entering these grassroots sanctuaries often saw women coveted by the leaders, while men were relegated to laborious tasks. When the day came that the zombies breached the safe zone, those leaders and their subordinates would escape through the secret passages, leaving the newly admitted survivors to face the inevitable doom. This phenomenon was all too common in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Following the outbreak, alongside official factions, grassroots forces emerged like mushrooms after rain. Criminal organizations and village tyrants, unbound by legal or moral constraints, began to assert themselves, reminiscent of a warlord era. Individuals might risk injury or even death over a mere piece of bread, desperately seeking entry into these civilian safe zones, becoming pawns for the leaders and their inner circles. Others hid in sewers, akin to street rats, struggling to survive. This was a dark era where survival necessitated the ability to confront the zombies and monsters. As afternoon descended, citywide alarms suddenly blared, shaking the entire metropolis. Subsequently, the authorities issued a message through various media outlets. Attention, all survivors. The government is commencing rescue operations. Please proceed to the Municipal Sports Center, where armed forces will escort you from the fallen zone to the safe zone in the capital. Survivors, please make your way to the Municipal Sports Center, and to ensure your safety, refrain from joining private shelters. Trust in the government. The military will guide you to safety. We will conduct targeted rescues in specific areas, so please do your utmost to arrive. Rescue operations are to be conducted within 5 days, and no further assistance will be provided after that period. Following the media announcement, a considerable number of helicopters began to circle the sky above Zhengqing, broadcasting the official message. This news brought a glimmer of hope to many, as supplies had dwindled to nothing for numerous individuals over the past days, leading to situations where some had gone without food for several days. The announcement of national rescue efforts appeared to many as a lifeline. Despite the dire circumstances, a significant number of survivors remained in Zhengqing. The authorities needed to conduct rescue missions in rotation, and those not selected would have to rely on themselves to reach the Municipal Sports Center. At this moment, survivors across the city began to devise ways to get there. Inside a house, the young girl, Xiao Ruiyu, was filled with excitement upon hearing the broadcast. "Daddy, can we join the main group and set off? We cannot follow the main group to the capital. There will be numerous troubles along the way due to the sheer number of survivors. Instead, we should find a decent RV and travel as a family." Chapter 11. The Transaction in the Cybertron Dimension. The Crisis of Optimus Prime. The capital's safe zone, home to the Great Wall Guard instance, is regarded as the most secure military refuge in Longhua, fortified with impenetrable defenses. Lin Xiao resolved not to accompany the main group to the capital's safe zone. He planned to locate an RV and modify it extensively for his family to escape Zhengqing. First, he intended to head to the nearest RV dealership. At that moment, Lin Xiao received a notification from the Universal Transaction System. The cooldown period for transaction space has ended. Please proceed immediately. Lin Xiao felt a surge of anticipation and promptly agreed. In the next moment, his consciousness entered the transaction space. Before him stood a colossal figure made entirely of mechanical steel, emanating a deep, resonant voice. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this a transformer? Could it be Cybertron? The universal transaction had indeed connected him to the dimension of Cybertron. The scene depicted a gleaming metallic Autobot standing on a vast expanse, with a starry sky in the background. However, this Autobot showed signs of severe damage. The right side of its body had sustained catastrophic injuries, with its left arm missing and sparks flying from its wounds. "Greetings, Earthling. I am Optimus Prime, hailing from Cybertron." "Hello, Optimus Prime. I am Lin Xiao." Optimus Prime glanced at Lin Xiao, shaking his head in resignation. "Mr. Lin, I am a warrior from Cybertron, and I find myself in unprecedented trouble. I sought assistance through the universal transaction, but it appears you may find it difficult to aid me." Observing Optimus Prime's condition, Lin Xiao understood that he was facing a grave crisis. "Optimus Prime, please share your predicament. Perhaps I can be of assistance." With a sigh, Optimus Prime replied, "Our planet is inhabited by silicon-based life forms, while you are merely a carbon-based life form. We exist in different dimensions, and your technological advancement seems somewhat lacking, which leads me to believe I cannot rely on your help. Indeed, Optimus Prime was embroiled in significant turmoil. His faction of Autobots had engaged in a large-scale conflict with rival tribes and had fallen victim to a treacherous ambush. Their forces were severely weakened, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Their energy reserves were critically low, and frontline warriors were valiantly resisting. Without a supply of energy, they risked being defeated in an instant. Lin Xiao asserted, "You require energy. I can find a way to procure it for you. Do not underestimate our technology. Earth has advanced to a point where we have ample energy supply devices." He recalled that a large lithium battery factory was located nearby. Optimus Prime apologized. "Forgive my earlier words. My situation is dire. My warriors are on the verge of collapse. I am utterly powerless at this moment and desperately hope that the trader on the other side can assist me." To emphasize the urgency, he revealed his core energy, which was dwindling. If they did not receive energy replenishment, they would enter a state of shock. "This battle is crucial. If we fail, my people will face extermination, leading us to extinction." After contemplating Optimus Prime's predicament, Lin Xiao proposed, "I can send you a shipment from a nearby battery factory. Perhaps those batteries will be of some use to you." At this juncture, he felt compelled to take the risk. Optimus Prime, uncertain if the Earth's batteries could provide the necessary energy, had no choice but to gamble on this desperate solution. Exiting the transaction space, Lin Xiao set off from his home. Upon reaching the ground floor of his apartment complex, he encountered a considerable number of zombies. Ascending to the second floor, he opened the door to a bedroom adjacent to the main road. Using his black blade, he cut through the protective grating of the security window. He then leaped from the second floor, landing effortlessly thanks to his warrior-like physique. Subsequently, he located a vehicle and drove straight to the battery factory. Minutes later, Lin Xiao arrived at the factory, which was filled with survivors, workers trapped inside during the outbreak, as their colleagues had transformed. They had taken refuge within the factory. With swift and decisive action, Lin Xiao dispatched a dozen zombies and made his way to the workshop. Upon seeing the survivors, he wasted no time. "Where are the batteries stored? Let me there, and I assure you that I will ensure your safe exit from this factory." Initially, the factory workers were skeptical of Lin Xiao's intentions. However, after witnessing his swift efficiency in eliminating the approaching zombies, they began to believe. Lin Xiao's formidable skills resembled those of an action movie hero, leaving the survivors in awe. After locating the stockpile of batteries designed for new energy vehicles, he stored them in his space ring. "You have heard about the safe haven at the Municipal Sports Center where you can survive. Therefore, do not linger here any longer. Hurry to the official refuge." With his blade in hand, Lin Xiao returned to his vehicle and departed with a flourish, leaving behind the bewildered survivors. He made a quick stop at the RV dealership and selected a suitable vehicle before heading back home. Once again entering the transaction space, Lin Xiao sent the 5,000 lithium carbonate batteries he had procured from the factory to Optimus Prime. Without hesitation, Optimus Prime absorbed the energy, and Lin Xiao watched as his energy levels surged. The mechanical being appeared revitalized, and the damage to his body began to heal. Optimus Prime, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, this energy is indeed usable. We can quickly deploy it for battlefield resupply." With his energy restored, Optimus Prime knelt in gratitude, saying, "Mr. Lin, whatever you require, I will do my utmost to fulfill your needs. You are the savior of my entire race." Lin Xiao pondered, and then shared details about the apocalypse unfolding on Earth. Optimus Prime nodded in understanding and assured him, "Rest assured, as your protector, I shall ensure that no harm befalls you. I shall bestow upon you a fire seed source cultivation chamber, within which new fire seeds can be nurtured at intervals for your utilization. Let them safeguard your safety." "Do you not desire this?" Lin Xiao inquired. Optimus Prime shook his head, stating, "We do not require inexperienced recruits devoid of combat experience. Those newly forged mechanical life forms are more than adequate to contend with your biological counterparts." Following the transaction, Lin Xiao was infused with immense exhilaration. What does the fire seed signify? It grants him the ability to activate mechanical life forms. In the aftermath, he could effortlessly assemble his own mechanized steel legion amidst the apocalypse. Chapter 12. Activate thousands of RVs. Qingtian Sheng. Item: Fire Seed Cultivation Chamber. Time until next fire seed cultivation: 5 hours, 59 minutes, 54 seconds. Description: the fire seed can be utilized to activate mechanical life forms. Observing this product of an extraterrestrial civilization, Lin Xiao began to anticipate eagerly. Upon entering the living room, he informed Xiao Ryu and Lu Yi, "We shall pack our belongings in the morning and depart in the afternoon." With the fire seed, Once the mechanical life forms are activated, Lin Xiao's assistants will arrive. At that time, his wife and 2 children will be considerably safer. In the morning, local survivors began to emerge from their residences, one by one. Below, a scene of life and death unfolded. A horde of zombies relentlessly pursued these survivors. Should one be caught, they would be immediately toppled and subjected to frenzied gnawing. The sight was chilling. Lu Yi noticed Lin Ryu and Lin Xian peering out of the window and immediately raised her voice. Lin Ryu, have you gathered your belongings? Your books and the clothes you will wear? Mom, I've packed everything. Lin Ryu replied. Oh dear, don't hit my bottom. Dad, hurry over here. Lin Xiao observed the joyful scene in the living room, starkly contrasting with the grim slaughter occurring below. Dad, I was actually observing the running speed of those zombies. I was pondering whether I could outrun them if I were to engage in combat. Lin Ryu mused. What do you think? Lin Xiao inquired while assisting Lu Yi in packing the clothes. I believe with a little exercise, I could manage it, she confidently asserted. Lin Xiao wondered who had instilled such confidence in Lin Ryu. Even if you had 2 additional legs, you still wouldn't be able to outrun them. Why are you constantly contemplating fighting zombies? Because then I could avoid doing homework. No, it's to protect mommy. Lin Xiao finally grasped Lin Ryu's perspective. As long as she could evade her homework, she would be willing to do anything. She believed that if she could indeed vanquish zombies, her parents would surely allow her to cease her studies. She wished to emulate her father, taking on the responsibility of safeguarding her brother and mother. Lu Yi was amused by her words. Silly girl, hurry and finish packing. We must leave after lunch. Once their belongings were prepared, they all gazed at the place they had inhabited for so many years. They were about to change their living quarters. None felt despondent. In the face of the apocalypse, maintaining an optimistic mindset is essential for survival. Lin Xiao had ample supplies within his ring, sufficient for his family to thrive for an entire month without issue. Before long, the family descended to the ground floor. Upon reaching the first floor, they could hear the anguished cries of the zombies. Help me. No, don't bite me. Lu Yi's expression shifted. Having stayed indoors since the outbreak, she had not truly experienced the harsh reality of the apocalypse until now. Before them, several survivors were cornered by zombies in a dead end. One companion had already been bitten, bloodied, and on the verge of infection. In the days following the outbreak, many had emerged due to starvation, yet they could not even escape this small community. The arrival of Lin Xiao and his party quickly attracted the attention of the zombies within the vicinity, who began to charge towards their location. Mommy, Xiao Xian, I will protect you, Xiao Ryu exclaimed, immediately positioning herself in front of Lu Yi. The 10-year-old girl brandished a few books from her backpack. I will smash them with my books. Lin Xiao stepped in front of the 3. There is no need for that, Xiao Yu. You may simply observe from here. A flicker of murderous intent danced in Lin Xiao's eyes as he unsheathed his black blade from the void, commencing his assault on the zombies. With each swing, he dispatched them cleanly and efficiently, leaving no room for hesitation. Only when every approaching zombie had been vanquished did he cease his actions. Turning around, he noticed the astonishment in Lu Yi's gaze and the excited applause from Lin Ryu and Lin Xian. Wow, Dad is amazing. You are my superhero, Xiao Ryu exclaimed, eager to leap into Lin Xiao's embrace. He waved his hand. I am covered in blood. It would be best for you to stay behind me. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's prowess in dispatching the zombies, Lu Yi came to a realization. Her husband was remarkably strong. Such scenes seemed to belong solely to the realm of cinema. Previously worried for her husband's safety, she now saw that these zombies were akin to fish on a chopping board before him, easily cut and cleaved at will. The 3 of them, with their small backpacks, followed Lin Xiao. Is this our RV? Upon arriving at the RV Lin Xiao had prepared, they beheld its immense size, the wheels towering as high as Lin Ryu. Lu Yi and Lin Ryu's eyes widened in astonishment. This RV was equipped with top-tier luxury features. The Mercedes-Benz Arcos 8, measuring 1,140 centimeters in length, 2,540 millimeters in width, and 3,995 millimeters in height. It spanned 2 levels. The first floor featured a reception area complete with a wine cabinet, retractable television, and coffee machine. In the center stood an exquisite rosewood table suitable for communal dining. At the rear lay the kitchen area, equipped with a vegetable sink, induction stove, fully automatic washing machine, and a steam oven microwave combination. The restroom boasted a dry-wet separation design with a water capacity of 15 tons. Additionally, there was a private bedroom, central air conditioning, and a fresh air system. The second floor housed a large LCD television and a karaoke system, with tatami-style beds that were spacious and comfortable. The front driver's seat featured a double-row setup, accommodating 6 individuals. The market price of this vehicle was a staggering 10.5 million yuan. After giving Lu Yi a tour of the RV, she was utterly enamored, wishing to remain inside for an entire year. Dad, I want to sit in the front seat with you. No, you must obediently stay with me in the rear compartment. The family was neatly prepared to board the vehicle when Lin Xiao paused, indicating there was still one task left to complete. As Lu Yi wondered what it could be, Lin Xiao procured a fire seed energy source from behind and placed it within the Mercedes-Benz RV. The moment it made contact, the vehicle absorbed the fire seed. In the next instant, accompanied by a violent tremor, the colossal RV seemed to awaken, emitting mechanical transformation sounds. Subsequently, a massive mechanical life form stood before the family, requiring them to gaze upward at its grandeur. Upon recognizing Lin Xiao, both Lu Yi and Lin Ryu felt a wave of apprehension wash over them, as this formidable entity radiated an aura of danger. To their surprise, the next moment, it knelt on one knee, paying homage to Lin Xiao with a knightly gesture. Chief, thank you for awakening me. The mechanical life form, summoned by the fire seed, would unconditionally obey Lin Xiao's commands. From this day forth, you shall be known as Qing Tian Sheng. This being bore a resemblance to the Transformers character from the Megatron faction, a giant gorilla, the leader of the Mega Corporation. Qing Tian Sheng humbly declared, very well. I shall be called Qing Tian Sheng. Thank you, Chief, for the bestowed name. Qing Tian Sheng, I entrust you with a mission. On the journey to the safe zone, you must ensure the safety of my family, allowing them to suffer no harm. Qing Tian Sheng understands. Chapter 13, The Zombie-Ravaged City. Are these people on vacation? Meanwhile, not far away, the former soldier Zhao Bing has gathered a group of male survivors from the community. Armed with weapons, they are hiding within the building. We must divert these zombies. Otherwise, none of our family will escape. Everyone should consider that staying here is not a solution. We must break out of this community and reach the sports center. The group had just begun to deliberate when suddenly they spotted a large RV speeding ahead. Look, there's a vehicle ahead. Zhao Bing, Su Long, and the others turned their gazes and beheld an RV. Where did this RV come from? Why haven't we seen it before? The movement of the RV drew the attention of a horde of zombies. Paying no heed to anything else, they charged forward with the people. Those with families should get everyone on board, quickly. At this moment, Lin Xiao has driven the vehicle out of the community. It is July, and the air is particularly sweltering. Lin Xiao instructed Lu Yi to turn on the air conditioning in the car. Lu Yi was worried about fuel consumption. At this moment, Qing Tian Sheng explained, Madam, I am a living being. Since I have been activated as a mechanical life form, I do not require gasoline at all. This reassured everyone, allowing them to relish their time in the RV. However, the scene outside made Lu Yi gasp in shock. Once bustling streets are now devastated. There were two large shopping malls, outlets in Jingyi City, both of which have collapsed, with fierce fires raging in some areas. Clearly, a recent upheaval had occurred here. The streets were stained with blood, and scattered zombies could still be seen. Lin Xiao drove for nearly 20 kilometers and heard the sounds of artillery in the nearby streets. But soon, silence returned. Occasionally, vehicles were seen speeding by, as most survivors had a singular destination, the city sports center. Not far away, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class closely followed Lin Xiao and eventually overtook him. The driver rolled down the window, astonished, and exclaimed, Nice ride, buddy. Are you heading to the sports center too? Lin Xiao shook his head. I am not going to the sports center. The G-Class owner understood Lin Xiao's intention. You wish to survive on your own, right? Take my advice. I just came from the north, where there is a horde. It's too dangerous. At this moment, it's best to stick with the official military. The other S words plunged Lin Xiao into contemplation. Indeed, as Zhongcheng is a heavily devastated zone, there is a high probability of a zombie tide nearby. The vast army of zombies is like an unstoppable tide. Following the official forces with their heavy firepower could help clear a significant number of zombies. My dear, what should we do now? Are we going to the city sports center? After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao replied, Once the military departs, we simply need to follow behind them. Lin Xiao's strategy was to closely trail the main forces, allowing their heavy artillery to eliminate most zombies. This would spare them from unnecessary troubles. When faced with thousands of zombies, humanity's powerful weaponry is the most effective. Once the plan was set, Lin Xiao drove the vehicle to a spacious area. This was a place they had previously visited during their travels, the Huanghe Scenic Area. Now, it was relatively deserted, with hardly any zombies around, so he parked the vehicle there. Boom, boom. Not far away, in the center of Zheng City, the sounds of multiple aircraft bombing the area could be heard. Rocket artillery was mercilessly raining down, and the clatter of machine guns echoed in the air. Above, more than a dozen helicopters circled. The head of the safety zone operation, Lei Ming, scanned the ground below with binoculars. Are you certain that all the survivors in the city center have been rescued? Yes, Captain Lei. We conducted a carpet rescue operation, and most have been evacuated. There are still a few who refuse to leave with us. Refuse? Why? They cannot walk due to their physical conditions. Lei Ming fell silent. Very well, in that case. We will gradually clear the area. All zombies in the city must be eradicated. Not a single one should remain. We cannot allow the virus to spread unchecked. Just then, a voice came through Lei Ming's earpiece. Captain Lei, a vehicle carrying survivors has been spotted 10 kilometers away at the Huanghe scenic area. Lei Ming was somewhat astonished. What? Are they lost? Why are they not staying in the safety zone at the sports center? Why come to a scenic area? Lei Ming pondered for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Inform Search and Rescue Team 2 to head over and escort the survivors back to the sports center. Running around outside at this time is tantamount to seeking death. As the sun set in the afternoon, the weather became less oppressive. Lin Xiao parked the vehicle by the riverbank at the Huanghe scenic area. Subsequently, several people exited the vehicle and spread out a picnic blanket on the ground, laden with fruits and various snacks. Lin Xiao retrieved 2 lazy sofas from the space ring, collected during their foray into the villa area. Qing Tiansheng, keep a watchful eye for any signs of trouble and inform me immediately. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xiao and Lu Yi sat together, enjoying the gentle breeze wafting across the river. On the blanket, Lin Ryu clutched a large watermelon, taking big bites with a spoon, leaving her face covered in juice. Their younger son, Lin Xian, fiddled with an Ultraman toy. It was the first time Lin Xiao experienced such a warm scene in the apocalypse. The family was together, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Time seemed to stand still. However, this idyllic interlude was short-lived. As darkness approached, Zhang Shuai, a member of Lei Ming's team, arrived swiftly with a company of around 120 soldiers. Be careful, everyone. Assume tactical formation. Boldly, use the drone to locate the survivors. To be safe, they deployed a drone to scout the surrounding area. The military drone zipped through the air. Meanwhile, Qing Tiansheng spoke up. A military drone is approaching our location. Has the military discovered us so quickly? Lin Xiao remained indifferent, holding Lin Xian close while continuing to recline on the lazy sofa. Did you find the target? The soldier controlling the drone took a deep breath, his expression unusual. We found them, but it appears this group of survivors is on vacation. Vacation? This is absurd. Are they courting death? At this time, they should be taking refuge in the safety zone, not gallivanting about. Are they treating this disaster as a joke? Zhang Shuai shouted into the intercom. The implication is that Zheng Cheng has completely fallen. The number of zombies will only increase, and to prevent further infection, a large-scale cleansing operation must be initiated. The rampant bombardment of heavy weaponry is essentially carpet bombing. Within a month, any survivors who have not reached the safety zone will inevitably be caught in the purge. At such a moment, this group of survivors chooses to vacation at a scenic area? Are they truly on holiday? Are they not complicating our rescue efforts? Zhang Shuai spoke these words, yet still commanded the second team to take away the group by the riverbank. Lin Xiao found himself at the riverside while Lu Yi prepared to tidy up the carpet. As they were getting ready to return to the vehicle, nightfall approached, and they planned to wash up and watch a movie in the car. Xiao Ruiyu, you take care of your brother upstairs. Your father and I will guard the ground floor, Lu Yi said, concerned that zombies might invade during the night. Therefore, she decided that Lin Xiao should sleep on the first floor with her. Just as they were about to enter the vehicle, Lin Xiao heard rustling sounds nearby. Were they humans or zombies? The sound distinctly suggested the presence of people. If they were zombies, they would have already charged at them by now. Before Lin Xiao stood several soldiers clad in special operations uniforms, surrounding him and the others. Zhang Shuai emerged from among the soldiers, his expression dark. What is your name? Upon seeing the person before him, Lin Xiao's lips curled into a smile. Zhang Shuai, the commander of the future Eastern Theater's Wolf Fong Special Forces. In my previous life, he was also my subordinate. I know this person very well. Lin Xiao. Zhang Shuai hardly paid attention to his name, his gaze shifting to the nearby RV, his eyes brightening. This vehicle is quite nice. What is it called? This vehicle has been requisitioned by our second team. Lin Xiao retorted, in this apocalypse, you must contribute to the nation. Zhang Shuai admired the RV, envisioning its potential for transporting survivors to safety zones after modifications. Lin Xiao, seated and peeling an apple, did not lift his head. Why should I give it to you? Zhang Shuai glanced at his comrades, who all chuckled in unison. Brother, you might not grasp the current situation. This is not a negotiation, but an order. Your vehicle has been requisitioned by our military. Do you understand? As Zhang Shuai finished speaking, before anyone could react, Lin Xiao's body shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly reaching Zhang Shuai's side with a speed of 25 meters per second. He promptly delivered a kick to Zhang Shuai's leg, leaving him no chance to retaliate. With a thud, Zhang Shuai knelt on the ground, hands raised high. Hurry! Lin Xiao pressed the apple-peeling knife against his neck. Seeing this, the surrounding soldiers quickly raised their weapons. Don't shoot. Everyone, stand down. Zhang Shuai was taken aback, unable to process what had just happened. He had been subdued in an instant. Why is his speed so astonishing? Bro, let's discuss this. Zhang Shuai said, visibly shaken. In his early days in the unit, Zhang Shuai had constantly faced obstacles from Lin Xiao, who eventually defeated him. After being subdued by the military, Zhang Shuai became Lin Xiao's subordinate. Lin Xiao understood him well. To others, Zhang Shuai seemed timid and cowardly, not fitting the image of a soldier. However, amidst the fog of disaster, he had held his ground for 3 days and nights to prevent the capital's safety zone from falling, ultimately perishing in the mist. Lin Xiao grasped Zhang Shuai's combat uniform and lifted him effortlessly. Kid, don't play the moral high ground. If you disagree, we can spar. Zhang Shuai, indignant, replied. You attacked me without warning. Let go of me and let's fight one-on-one. Lin Xiao released him, and Zhang Shuai prepared to attack. The following moment, Lin Xiao kicked him away. What? Are you convinced now? Lin Xiao approached and delivered a beating, reminiscent of their encounters in the military. Are you convinced? Zhang Shuai, battered and bruised, replied, Brother, I actually conceded after that kick you just delivered. Supported by a comrade, he wiped the blood from his mouth and pointed at Lin Xiao. I admit you're strong, but a zombie tide may erupt soon. I advise you to stick with the main force. We must retreat. Captain Zhang, are we retreating already? Zhang Shuai glared at those around him. What else should we do? Who among you can match this brother? Since we cannot win, let's not waste time. Retreat. Meanwhile, at the Zheng City Sports Center safety zone, an electric fence had been erected, with machine guns and artillery positioned around. Tanks and armored vehicles surrounded the area, housing a full division of troops. The 6 brigade leaders convened in a conference room, their expressions grave as they focused on a large screen. Multiple zombie hordes were advancing towards their location, and they needed to evacuate the survivors swiftly. There are too many survivors. We plan to leave 2 brigades behind for cover while escorting the rest to join the main forces in Anqing. One brigade leader said, furrowing his brow. How many zombies have been estimated on radar and satellites? At least several million. The count is still ongoing. A horde of millions could easily overrun their position. Contact headquarters immediately. Prepare for missile bombardment. No, there are still many survivors unaccounted for. Using missiles recklessly would cost countless innocent lives. We cannot afford to consider that now. Their priority was to safeguard those already in the safety zone and escort them to the capital. Otherwise, they would all perish. 10 minutes later, Lei Ming returned to the sports center. Old Lei, how is the situation outside? Lei Ming's expression was grim. It is not optimistic. There are numerous zombies and an overwhelming number of survivors. A significant portion could not reach the safety zone in time. Division Commander Qin Weiguo sighed. We are out of time. Equip and organize the troops. We must evacuate from Zheng City immediately. To prevent a large-scale zombie outbreak and protect the survivors, we must leave. Chapter 15. Departure to the capital's safety zone in a world of chaos. In the sports center's safety zone, Commander Qin Weiguo personally delivered the news, instructing everyone to follow the main force, which would escort them to the capital's safety zone. The division, known as the 307th Division, boasted the most elite combat capabilities in the Long Kingdom. Each of its 6 brigades consisted of elite troops, including a high-tech individual combat team equipped with the country's most advanced multi-function exoskeleton armor. This was their reason for establishing a safety zone in the densely populated zombie area of Zheng City. Everyone, our 5 brigades will ensure your safety throughout the journey. However, I must emphasize the distance we are about to cover. You must stay with the main force. If you fall behind and encounter trouble, we will not be able to assist you in time. Qin Weiguo understood the multitude of survivors in Zheng City. The sports center alone housed hundreds of thousands. Escorting such a large number was inherently challenging, compounded by the threat of zombies along the way. Fortunately, they utilized satellite radar for monitoring and selected a route with fewer zombies, specifically the high-speed rail line from Zheng City to the capital, passing through sparsely populated villages and densely wooded areas, ensuring a higher safety coefficient. The military's utmost priority was to prevent other infected individuals from appearing along the route. Should anyone be found infected, they would be executed on the spot. Upon hearing this, volunteers and official grassroots workers began orderly preparations for departure. Armored vehicles and tanks led the way, while the high-tech individual combat team provided protection. Meanwhile, the other 5 brigades took turns managing different segments of the convoy. Lin Xiao observed that a significant number of survivors from Zhengcheng were ready to depart. He intended to accompany Lu Yi and the others, maintaining a relatively distant position. Following the military convoy indeed offered a greater sense of security as they cleared the path ahead, rendering the zombies nearly invisible. Hundreds of tanks ahead obliterated the small clusters of zombies that attempted to obstruct their route. The machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles rattled incessantly. Each day at noon, the authorities distributed supplies of food and water, providing sustenance only once daily, primarily consisting of steamed buns and congee, with occasional cans and compressed biscuits. Each person received a bottle of water to last the day. However, Lin Xiao's recreational vehicle presented a different culinary experience at noon. The sun blazed overhead, making the weather unbearably hot, yet the air conditioning within Lin Xiao's vehicle provided a refreshing respite. Lin Ryu was upstairs watching television with Lin Xian, while Lin Xiao, alongside Lu Yi, prepared a sumptuous meal of braised pork, spicy prawns, and boiled chicken, a feast that was undeniably appetizing. As Lin Xiao's family indulged in their meal, a group of individuals within a nearby forest brandished shotguns, aiming at the head of another. "I have told you several times, hand over your belongings. Do you not understand human language?" pleaded one man, visibly distressed. "But I haven't eaten yet. I'm truly starving." A table of impeccably dressed men bore expressions of grievance, as if they had never encountered such ferocity. These survivors were the local bullies from an obscure village in Zhengcheng, numbering around 20, led by Zhou Hao, who was accustomed to being domineering. In this apocalyptic world, their aggression only intensified. "This was given to us by the military. Don't you have some as well? Is this meager amount sufficient for anyone? Damn it, hand over what you have. I see you have plenty." At this moment, chaos reigned in a world devoid of order. In reality, resources were severely scarce, and these bullies, hardened men, could barely sustain themselves on a mere bun and congee a day. "Go search them." Zhou Hao commanded his associates, who were armed with homemade shotguns, also known as fire guns, capable of easily killing a person at close range. With this weaponry, they felt emboldened. Soon, they discovered an abundance of food from the survivors' bags, several packages of chicken legs, chicken feet, chocolates, biscuits, and an assortment of snacks. Their eyes gleamed with greed. However, within minutes, a few soldiers clad in combat uniforms approached. "Zhou Hao, I advise you to behave. This isn't the time for you to act tyrannically." Upon witnessing the bullying of the survivors, the soldiers immediately reprimanded him. Zhou Hao squinted at them, assessing their numbers. "Only 4 of you." He glanced at the supplies already confiscated by the soldiers, realizing they would be requisitioned. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and fired with a bang. His accomplices followed suit, and the soldiers fell lifelessly into pools of blood. They had not anticipated such ruthlessness from the bullies. The nearby survivors screamed in terror. "Scream all you want. Damn it, I want to live too. If I don't eliminate these people, the supplies will be lost. I'm starving." After dispatching the soldiers, Zhou Hao and his group understood they could not return to the main force. Thus, they resolved to take the supplies and seek another path. As they traversed, this band of over 20 encountered a luxurious recreational vehicle, their eyes gleaming with desire. There must be someone inside. Zhou Hao instructed one of his lackeys to investigate. Though apprehensive that it might belong to the military, the subordinate stealthily approached the vehicle. Inside, Lu Yi was feeding her son, Lin Xian, while Lin Xiao and Lin Ryu devoured the braised pork. As the lackey neared Lin Xiao's vehicle, the aroma of the food wafted toward him from a considerable distance. This familiar scent, isn't that braised pork? The lackey's mouth watered. After half a month of the apocalypse, he had not seen meat, let alone tasted it. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, he was rendered speechless. "What? Who is eating inside? This is a sin. Why is it so cruel? We're starving out here, nearly resorting to eating tree bark, and yet the people inside are feasting on braised pork?" The lackey hurriedly reported the situation to Zhou Hao, who was equally astonished. They had to seize that vehicle at all costs. Thus, he commanded all his men to surround the vehicle. Step by step, as they drew closer, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed, and the front of the recreational vehicle astonishingly revealed crimson eyes, startling everyone present. Yet, the surprise did not end there. The vehicle swiftly transformed. In the blink of an eye, Qing Tiansheng unleashed a devastating sweep upon all present, reducing them to mere pulp. Inside the vehicle, Lu Yi noticed the dishes rattling. Did the vehicle just shake? Lin Xiao looked outside. No movement. Qing Tiansheng sighed in relief. "Fortunately, I am quite stable." Chapter 16. Are the zombies evolving? Lin Xiao instinctively sensed the commotion outside, but felt no concern. With Qing Tiansheng present, dispatching these petty thieves posed no challenge. After finishing their meal, Lin Xiao resumed his training. Presently, He possessed the strength to handle ordinary zombies with ease. However, in preparation for the calamities that lay ahead, his next goal was to reach the level of a general. Currently, he was merely at the initial stage of a warrior, necessitating further rigorous training. Around 3 in the afternoon, rain began to fall from the sky. Soon, the downpour intensified, transforming into a torrential storm. In July, the central region was indeed in the midst of the rainy season. Within the recreational vehicle, Lin Xiao enjoyed the comfort of air conditioning while watching a film. Outside, however, the military contingent faced a different reality. The heavy rain forced most individuals without umbrellas to seek shelter beneath large trees. The news of the deaths of 4 soldiers spread swiftly to the company commander, who was outraged. It was imperative to capture those responsible quickly and impose severe punishment. Furthermore, they needed to tighten control over the survivors. The commander insisted that any survivor who disobeyed the law be dealt with immediately. Such incidents had occurred repeatedly within the larger military force. Numerous survivors had robbed others of their supplies and then deserted the military. There were even reports of survivors being killed for their resources. The military leaders convened an emergency meeting. They failed to comprehend the extent of human depravity in the apocalypse. A suitable strategy must be devised to prevent such acts of murder and theft from occurring. However, despite extensive discussions, the commanders could not formulate an effective policy. The sheer number of survivors being escorted was overwhelming. With only 1 division at their disposal, they had to consider the surrounding zombies to prevent a sudden attack on the main force, while also addressing the various internal conflicts, which proved exceedingly challenging. As the public deliberated on suitable policies, Qin Wei was suddenly received directives from his superiors. Commander Qin, 10 kilometers north of your troops, a tide of corpses has been discovered, numbering nearly 500,000 zombies. Furthermore, our reconnaissance aircraft has reported that many of these zombies are undergoing further mutations. In other words, they are evolving. What? Just as one crisis subsides, another arises. The internal strife among survivors, characterized by frantic infighting and plundering of resources, remains unresolved. Additionally, the higher-ups conveyed another alarming piece of information. The zombies are evolving. The nature of this evolution for the ordinary zombies remains shrouded in mystery. Humanity is inherently filled with trepidation towards the unknown. Commander Qin, you must understand that the troops you command are the elite of our division. The implication from above was clear. They wished to avoid any mishaps with this unit. Qin Weigua's expression darkened. He grasped the gravity of the situation. The mission to escort hundreds of thousands of survivors was fraught with peril. If faced with insurmountable challenges, they would need to abandon their vehicles to protect their lives. This meant a timely withdrawal was imperative for the sake of many lives. It was a regrettable necessity. Upon hearing the voice on the satellite phone, Qin Weigua lit a cigarette, his tone heavy. I understand. After concluding the call, he summoned the high-tech individual combat unit. Commander Zhang Chun removed his multifunctional helmet and inquired. Boss, what is going on? Our military supplies are dwindling, Qin Weigua responded. In order to reach the capital smoothly, I need your unit to split into 6 operational teams and retrieve supplies from the service area 20 kilometers away. Zhang Chun readily agreed. It's just fetching supplies. No problem. However, Qin Weigua's demeanor turned serious. Old Zhang, I just received news that zombies worldwide are evolving. This means they are becoming more formidable than ever before. The rain is heavy outside, so be exceedingly cautious. Zhang Chun shrugged off the concern, thumping his chest. Don't worry, we are the strongest in our division. If we cannot complete this mission successfully, we might as well disband the division right here. Qin Weigua gazed at the torrential rain outside. For now, the priority was to secure more supplies to stabilize the situation among the survivors. After discussions among the various units, they decided to target 3 nearby service areas. These areas housed several large supermarkets with ample supplies. If they procured enough resources, internal unrest could be averted. Amidst the pouring rain, Lin Xiao drove to one of the service areas. On a rainy day, Hot Pot was indeed a perfect match. Arriving at the service area, Lin Xiao anticipated a bountiful harvest. Upon hearing about Hot Pot, Lin Ryu was filled with excitement. Wow, it's pouring outside, and we're eating Hot Pot in the RV. This life is simply wonderful. Dad, you're amazing. Dad, I want to go out with you to gather supplies. Lu Yi frowned and decisively vetoed Lin Ryu's idea. It's too dangerous outside. You would only be a burden to your father, who would have to worry about you. But I have a raincoat. I want to go out and enjoy the rain. It sounds fun. Children often delight in light rain or snowfall. Whenever it rains, Lin Ryu loves to wear her raincoat and run around outside. Honey, it's better not to take Ryu with you. Mom, I really want to go. Lin Ryu looked up at Lu Yi with pleading eyes, then glanced at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao checked the fire seed cultivation chamber, which had just refreshed, and he could extract a fire seed. Since his daughter wanted to go, he decided to take her outside. With the fire seed in hand, he could activate a mechanical life form for protection, ensuring everything would be fine. After making plans, Lin Xiao helped Lin Ryu put on her raincoat, while he grabbed an oversized umbrella. Hand in hand, they ventured outside. The water on the ground was quite deep, but fortunately, both were wearing rubber shoes. Otherwise, their feet would have been soaked. As they proceeded, they arrived at the service area gas station. Lin Xiao noticed something amiss. The standing water had turned into blood. 3 large trucks lay overturned, their cargo holds filled with numerous corpses, the stench overwhelming. How about that smell? It's not too late to turn back. Lin Xiao glanced down at Lin Ryu, who was pinching her nose and only able to breathe through her mouth. I can handle it. Dad, don't worry, I won't be a burden. Seeing the determination in his daughter's eyes, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. They reached the parking area of the service station, where Lin Xiao spotted a yellow Lamborghini. This one will do. He then took out the cultivated fire seed and placed it on the Lamborghini. In an instant, the car began a smooth transformation. With a series of mechanical sounds, the Lamborghini morphed into a mechanical life form, standing before them. Wow, Bumblebee! Lin Ryu exclaimed in delight, gazing at the mechanical entity. The yellow vehicle indeed resembled Bumblebee from the Transformers, although Bumblebee's original form was a Chevrolet. From now on, you shall be called Bumblebee. The mechanical life form promptly bowed to Lin Xiao and Lin Ryu. Thank you, Commander. Chapter 17. Cleared out a supermarket. Entering the first floor of the supermarket. What was once a bustling hub was now strewn with bodies. No sooner had they stepped inside than they encountered several zombies lingering by the shelves. Bumblebee, your duty is to protect my daughter, Lin Ryu. Understood, Bumblebee replied. Miss Ryu, please wait here. I will ensure your safety. Lin Xiao wielded his black blade, striking with swift and decisive blows. Within less than a minute, the zombies inside had been dispatched. Ascending to the second floor, Lin Xiao collected various types of hot pot bases from the shelves, along with a bounty of sesame paste and assorted seasonings, including crushed peanuts, debanjiang, and scallions. In the produce section, he discovered a wealth of hot pot ingredients still fresh in the refrigerated cases, with rows of beef and lamb slices on display, as well as a plethora of items typically found in self-service spicy hot pot. He spared nothing, gathering them all into his spatial ring. The shelves also boasted an array of alcoholic beverages, from Erguo and Shifeng to Fungio and Matai, along with various beers, including dark, white, and fruit-flavored varieties. The freezers held a treasure trove of water, drinks, and dairy products. He left nothing behind, cramming everything in, especially the mineral water, taking as much as possible. At this juncture, they were in dire need of water for both hygiene and cooking. Turning around, he noticed an infant supplies store nearby. Lin Xiao stashed away an abundance of baby care products for his son, Lin Xian. Next was the fruit section, where he found bananas, oranges, strawberries, and dragon fruit. Oranges, rich in vitamin C, were essential in this post-apocalyptic world. A deficiency in vitamins could lead to various ailments. Abundant vegetables were also available. Adjacent was a dessert shop, filled with assorted cheeses, donuts, egg tarts, and millefeuille cakes, among other pastries and breads. The kitchen at the dessert shop still housed numerous cakes and cream for baking. Lin Xiao took all types of cream without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun and his high-tech individual combat unit had arrived at the supermarket, clad in exoskeleton armor, with everyone foregoing raincoats. However, it did not hinder their line of sight. Deploy the drones to survey the surrounding environment. Captain Zhang, is this truly necessary? With our current equipment, dealing with these zombies should be a mere trifle. Lao Su shook the exoskeleton armor he was wearing. This armor is remarkably resilient. During the previous close combat with the zombies, their teeth shattered upon contact, yet the armor remained unscathed. Captain Zhang, I have discovered footprints suggesting someone has recently passed through here. Zhang Chun lowered his head, activated his goggles, and examined the ground closely. Are you certain they belong to a human and not a zombie? Certainly. We are in a supermarket, which excludes the possibility of survivors. Zhang Chun gestured for everyone to advance in tactical formation towards the supermarket. Lu Ping, Zhou Chao, you two guard the entrance and report immediately if there is any situation. Understood. The further they ventured into the supermarket, the more they suspected that this place was inhabited. The ground was littered with corpses, many with severed heads. Upon closer inspection, they identified numerous zombie skulls. All the team members wore expressions of astonishment. Could it be that survivors have eliminated the zombies here? One team member exclaimed. Zhang Chen also noticed several human corpses. There had evidently been numerous battles here, likely between a group of survivors and the zombies. The team was certain that the multitude of severed heads did not result from a single individual's efforts. On the first floor of the supermarket, most of the shelves had been thoroughly cleared. They became increasingly convinced that other survivors had arrived before them. Just as they were preparing to ascend to the second floor, a sudden scream echoed through the earpiece. This cry heightened the vigilance of all the soldiers. It was Lu Ping and Zhou Chao guarding the entrance. Instinctively, everyone rushed toward the exit. Just then, one soldier reached the door, only to be met by a bloodied, elongated tongue that pierced through his skull in an instant. Lao Su. The nearest individuals raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage towards the grotesque tongue. The bullets struck their target, and the tongue quickly vanished from their sight. What was that? The group was left perplexed. They had anticipated that this mission would be straightforward, yet the sudden appearance of the elongated tongue had penetrated their armor. What on earth is that? Lao Su. One soldier knelt on the ground, his face a mask of grief and fury. Be cautious. A crawling monster suddenly leaped down from the upper shelves of the supermarket. Its gaping maw aimed directly at the head of the crouching soldier. Damn it. Come on. The soldier rolled and emptied his magazine into the creature's head. After a volley of bullets, the monster finally collapsed, convulsing on the floor. So it was you. The others turned to the downed creature, and 4 nearby team members frantically opened fire. This creature was hairless, its brain exposed, with an elongated mouth and sharp claws. A licker. Fortunately, their firepower had been sufficient to take down one. However, the scout team member bore a grave expression. Everyone, it seems we are surrounded by these creatures. At the entrance, a dozen lickers crawled toward them. Moreover, there were 7 or 8 more above in the supermarket. Dealing with one had already proven exhausting. Suddenly faced with so many, could this be the evolved form of zombies? Zhang Chun took a deep breath and declared, everyone. I will lead 5 combat teams to focus on firepower. The rest gather supplies. The more we bring, the better. Quickly. Despite this, Zhang Chun chose not to retreat. He had to secure the supplies. In the next moment, the lickers, having savored their meal at the entrance, charged inside. The soldiers reloaded their weapons and began firing at these crawling horrors. Engaged them with combat knives. The opponents moved with remarkable agility, making it difficult to hit their heads with bullets. Close combat weapons were their only option. Thud, thud, watch your heads. In an instant, 2 soldiers were pierced from above by descending lickers. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, and the soldiers' 6-sided military knives plunged into the skulls of the lickers. After a considerable struggle, they managed to eliminate 2. Turning back, they realized 17 of their comrades lay lifeless on the ground. Captain Zhang, they are too fast. Our brothers are suffering heavy casualties. Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and spoke into the earpiece. How is the supply collection progressing? We just reached the 2nd floor and discovered survivors. What? There are survivors? Chapter 18 The Rainy Night of the Apocalypse, a family of 4 enjoying hot pot. In such a place, there are survivors? No, what I mean to say is, how can anyone still be alive here? Yet at this moment, Zhang Chun could not afford to dwell on that. Quickly notify the survivors to evacuate. It's too dangerous here. And all brothers, immediately retreat. The scene became exceedingly bloody. They watched helplessly as their comrades were pierced through the skull by the lickers. Even with their formidable exoskeleton armor, it was of no avail. Initially, they had intended to gather more supplies, but at this rate, they would face total annihilation. In desperation, as the captain, he had no choice but to order a retreat. The sound of gunfire continued to reverberate throughout the vast supermarket. On the 2nd floor, several team members, upon receiving the retreat order, waved urgently at Lin Xiao. Brother, I don't care what you're doing. Take your daughter and evacuate immediately. It's extremely dangerous here. We are surrounded by monsters. The soldiers, having gathered plenty of supplies, began to sprint down the stairs. At the stairwell, lickers closed in on them. One soldier punched a licker in the face and urged the others to flee, volunteering to hold the rear. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, surveying the chaotic scene below. Have the zombies evolved so quickly? Beside him, Lin Ryu cautiously moved closer to Lin Xiao. Dad, can you? Before Xiaoru could finish her sentence, Lin Xiao scooped her into his arms. Don't worry, your father is invincible in battle. Really? Xiaoru's eyes widened with anticipation. She had also heard the screams from below and knew that those soldiers stood no chance against the monsters. Thus, she had been worried for her father. As Lin Xiao spoke, one arm cradled Xiaoru while the other drew a black blade from the void, striding toward the stairwell. Suddenly, a licker's tongue lunged towards Lin Ryu in his embrace. With a swift slicing sound, the tongue was severed in 2, but it didn't end there. Lin Xiao, still holding his daughter, charged at the licker. In an instant, the creature's body was cleaved in 2, leaving a pool of foul blood on the floor. Lin Ryu watched in excitement, showing no signs of fear. Dad, you're amazing. Dad is so powerful. Lin Ryu prepared to plant a kiss on Lin Xiao's cheek. Just then, several crawling lickers lunged at him from the wall ahead. Seeking death, Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened, and with a flash of his blade, several licker heads rolled to the ground. With one stroke, he severed 3. Such is the might of a warrior-level fighter. Now I can be kissed. Mua, mua. Lin Ryu planted 2 enthusiastic kisses on Lin Xiao's face. Daddy, your stubble pricked me. Lin Ryu was still observing Lin Xiao's stubble when she noticed a horde of over 10 lickers closing in. The exoskeleton-clad soldiers below swiftly retreated from the supermarket, leaving the licker's attention focused squarely on Lin Xiao. Casting a glance at the Lamborghini beside him, Lin Xiao instructed, Huang Feng, please look after my little Ruoyu. This situation is mine to handle. He stretched his limbs and, handing Lin Ruoyu over to Huang Feng, began to approach the lickers with measured steps. In a mere 5 minutes, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the lickers, painting the earth a deeper crimson. Outside, amidst the torrential downpour, the lickers continued their pursuit of the retreating troops. Lin Xiao emerged from the doorway and settled into Huang Feng's vehicle. Proceed and eliminate all the lickers on the road, he commanded. Understood, leader. Huang Feng revved the engine, speeding towards the lickers ahead. As they closed in, just 200 meters away, Huang Feng's body began to morph, while simultaneously aiming the energy cannon mounted on his arm at the lickers. Boom, 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 boom. This was an energy cannon powered by a flame source, exhibiting tremendous force. Explosions reverberated across the highway. After several shots, the lickers within a 500-meter radius were obliterated in an instant. Inside a nearby armored vehicle, Zhang Chun and the others were left in stunned silence upon hearing the sound of destruction. They've caught up? One soldier exclaimed, peeking out to assess the situation. To his astonishment, the lickers had vanished without a trace. In the distance, he noticed a towering figure, but the relentless rain obscured his vision. Captain Zhang, the situation has changed. All the lickers have been dealt with. What? Zhang Chun exclaimed, leaning out to confirm the report. Indeed, the relentless lickers that had pursued them moments ago were nowhere to be found. What could have transpired? And what about that explosion? A realization flickered in Zhang Chen's eyes. Could it have been the survivor from the supermarket? He surmised that it was highly likely the survivor had created such a commotion. After all, surviving amidst such a horde of zombies was no small feat yet. Had anyone seen their face? Zhang Chun felt a compelling urge to recruit this individual. The formidable civilian powers could play a crucial role at this juncture. However, no one present had witnessed their appearance. The few who had scavenged on the second floor had all fallen victim to the lickers. They remained unaware if the survivor was part of an organization or acting alone. In a short while, Lin Xiao returned with Lin Ruoyu. Lu Yi had already set the hot pot utensils on the table. Seeing their soiled appearances, she tenderly said, "Don't move, you're dirty. I'll get you some clean clothes and shoes." Lin Xiao retrieved ingredients for the hot pot from his spatial ring. "I've brought back supplies. Tonight, we feast." Lu Yi smiled as she wiped Lin Ruoyu's face and body. "How about going out with Dad? You won't be sneaking out anymore, right? Next time, you'll stay in the car to do your homework, won't you?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ruoyu pouted. "I want to go out with Dad. It's exciting." Lin Xiao nearly burst into laughter at her response. Lu Yi found herself helpless against her daughter's adventurous spirit. With a safe and comfortable place at their disposal, she still yearned for the thrill of adventure. As night descended and the rain continued to pour, drumming rhythmically against the vehicle's roof, the family of 4 gathered around the dining table. The meat selection included snowflake beef, lamb rolls, shrimp, duck blood, beef tripe, basa fish, crispy sausage, and duck intestines, while the vegetables comprised baby bok choy, enoki mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, chrysanthemum greens, longevity vegetables, and romaine lettuce. The broth was a special Misty City base, accompanied by traditional sesame sauce and a spicy dipping sauce from Chuancheng. As they savored the hot pot and sang songs, the sound of rain outside filled the air. The apocalypse? That was a concern for tomorrow. "Mommy, today I saw Daddy take down those ugly zombies. It was so cool. I want to be like Daddy when I grow up." Lin Ruoyu exclaimed while relishing the beef tripe dipped in sesame sauce. Lu Yi shot her a playful glare and added a piece of beef to her plate. "You can't talk while eating." Meanwhile, Lin Xian pointed to the pot. "Mommy, do you want to eat that?" Lin Xiao fed Lin Xian several pieces of meat. Seeing this, Lin Ruoyu eagerly pointed at the pot. "Daddy, meat. I want to eat meat, but not beef." Soon after, Lin Ruoyu's mouth was stuffed with lamb. "The sauce Mom made is delicious." Lu Yi smiled. "I learned this from your dad back in the Misty City. Just don't dip too much sauce. I'll peel some shrimp for you." Mommy is the best," Lin Ruoyu declared. "Isn't Daddy great?" The clever little girl patted Lin Xiao's thigh. Daddy is even better. I want to be Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket, protecting him from the wind and rain. While enjoying the hot pot, Lin Xiao had prepared some liquor. He produced a bottle of 1998 Moutai discovered in the villa area, pouring some for Lu Yi and himself. As always, Lu Yi smiled knowingly, pouring a third into her glass before adding a beverage. She chose a fruit tea from a farmer's brand, which was quite delightful. Lin Xiao filled his glass to the brim. Years ago, when they graduated from university, they had shared a cramped 15-square-meter rental room. With only Sundays off, Lin Xiao would take Lu Yi out on Saturday nights to buy some snacks and a bit of liquor. They would return to their room, watching dramas while eating. Lu Yi usually abstained from alcohol, but if Lin Xiao wanted to drink, she would buy a bottle of soda to mix with the liquor, creating a delightful concoction that tasted of soda. However, after 2 or 3 glasses, it would lead to her naturally collapsing into Lin Xiao's embrace, setting the stage for intimate moments. Amidst the harsh realities of the apocalypse outside, they found solace in these moments, reminiscent of their past. Under Lin Xiao's training, Lu Yi's capacity for liquor had improved significantly. Yet, after 3 or 4 glasses, she still rested her chin in her hand, her cheeks flushed, her eyes slightly glazed. Is mommy tipsy? No way. Your mother could never be tipsy. Lin Xiao chuckled. He patted Lin Ruoyu, who immediately understood. All right. I'll take my brother upstairs to watch TV. You should spend time with mommy. Lin Ruoyu might not grasp the complexities of adult relationships, but she understood that when mommy was tipsy, daddy's protective instincts would heighten, rendering her and her brother unnecessary. After dinner, Lin Xiao tidied up the table. On the second floor, Lin Ruoyu was engrossed in watching Ultraman with Lin Xian. Each time Ultraman triumphed over a monster, Lin Ruoyu erupted with excitement. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Lin Xiao held Lu Yi close. Wife, my dear. You look exceptionally beautiful today. Lin Xiao gazed at Lu Yi's face. Despite being a mother of 2, time had not dimmed her enchanting features. Really? General Big Monster. Hearing this endearing title sent a shiver of nostalgia through Lin Xiao. It had been ages since he had heard it. It seemed they had abandoned such terms after marriage, deeming them too sentimental. Yet, there was a time when they had always referred to each other in such a way. Indeed, little monster corporal. The rain continued to pour outside, unceasing throughout the night. The RV remained illuminated until the early hours of the morning. Beside them, the Lamborghini Gallardo stood like a vigilant sentinel, dutifully guarding its post. At the same time, a large group of survivors was making its way towards the safety zone in the imperial capital. Zhang Chun had already reported the day's events to Commander Qin Weigua. The expressions of Qin Weigua and the numerous regiment leaders were grave, as they understood that swift action was imperative. Remaining here any longer would undoubtedly lead to disaster. As expected, around 4 in the morning, Commander Qin Weigua received an alert from the reconnaissance company. Commander, this is Reconnaissance Company 1. Our radar has detected 3 hordes of zombies converging towards us. Drones have also confirmed the situation. 2 hordes are approaching from the southeast and southwest, merging with another horde from the south, forming a massive tide of the undead that is relentlessly advancing towards our main force. Dozens of drones circled overhead, revealing a substantial number of zombies surging forth with an unstoppable momentum. How can they arrive so swiftly? Qin Weigua summoned everyone to discuss countermeasures. The regiment leaders suggested that he and some key personnel evacuate by helicopter first. They had brought several top scientists and researchers from Zhengcheng, invaluable talents in this apocalyptic world. It was deemed best to allow these individuals to escape while the others provided cover. No, there are too many survivors here. How can I abandon them in their time of need? Wouldn't that make me a coward? Qin Weigua resolutely rejected the proposal. Time was running short. 3 regiments will stay behind, while the rest evacuate the survivors. If we can hold them off for a while, we can get the survivors to Incheng. Incheng has fortified defenses that should withstand the onslaught. Given the circumstances, there was no alternative. At this moment, they could see the ever-growing horde of zombies approaching, roughly estimated to be around 1 million. They roared, with the zombies at the back pushing those in front, resembling a tsunami on the sea. Everyone, heed my command. Construct defensive fortifications right here. Our objective is to hold off the impending zombie army for 5 hours. Just 5 hours, and all survivors will reach Incheng. Along the highway, the elevated areas were swarmed with fully armed soldiers. The 3 regiments were ready. Yet it was unfortunate that Zhang Qin's exoskeleton battalion was tasked with leading the survivors to safety. They had not left behind any QBZ-192 short assault rifles, 191 rifles, 191 precision sniper rifles, or QJB-201 light machine guns. The artillery unit was equipped with howitzers, rocket launchers, and various anti-tank weapons. All soldiers stood poised for the impending confrontation. As the zombies drew near, a collective gasp escaped their lips. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. 5 hours might not suffice. Yet, they had no choice but to endure. Everyone prepared to fire. The sound of artillery erupted as countless shells and rockets rained down upon the massive horde of the undead. Machine gun fire swept across the battlefield. However, the forces present found it nearly impossible to halt the relentless advance of the zombie tide. Time passed agonizingly slowly. After only 1 hour, the zombies were alarmingly close, and their ammunition was nearly depleted. All were prepared for hand-to-hand combat. The soldiers knew full well that engaging in close quarters with the zombies meant certain death. There was no escape, but the size of the horde was simply too vast. With ammunition exhausted, there was no time to flee. They would have to fight to the death. Come on, you little bastards. I will face you head on. Damn it. Let's do this. In the face of the zombie onslaught, the 3 regiments chose to sacrifice their bodies to delay the inevitable. But a few thousand soldiers could only buy a mere 10 minutes. The massive horde continued its relentless pursuit towards the northern main force. Meanwhile, at a service area along the highway, Lin Xiao was jolted awake by distant sounds. It was the roar of zombies. Commander, a zombie horde has appeared 2 kilometers away, numbering in the tens of thousands. To his astonishment, the zombies had arrived at their location so swiftly. This signified that the main force had already fallen. Now, a large group of survivors was hastily relocating northward. At this moment, Lu Yi and the children were still asleep, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Qing Tiansheng. You drive, while Huang Feng provides cover. The RV started up and began its journey northward along the highway. On the road, they encountered numerous refugees. Due to the rapid pace of the main force, many survivors had fallen behind. Upon seeing the RV, these refugees grasped at it like a lifeline. Quick, save me. Stop. Please. However, Lin Xiao ignored their pleas and continued driving. After a while, Lu Yi awoke from her slumber, feeling a bit dizzy from the previous night's indulgence. Honey, what's wrong? She could clearly feel the vehicle speeding along. The zombie tide has erupted. We are heading to Incheon. Through the window, Lu Yi observed a multitude of refugees lining the road. They had fallen behind the main force. The outside world resembled a scene from the Great Famine of the last century, with scattered survivors waving desperately, hoping for a ride. After watching for a moment, Lu Yi went to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, within the main force, just 10 kilometers ahead, all the survivors were gripped by fear. They had heard that the zombie tide was advancing from the rear and that the military had collapsed. No one knew if they would survive long enough to reach the safety zone. Zhang Chen's team was at the forefront, leading the group onward. Hold on just a little longer. We are almost at Incheon. I've contacted the 101st and 277th Divisions, as well as an armored brigade to meet us. Everyone, please do not fall behind. We are nearly at the safety zone. Yet, things did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Just as they were about to reach Incheon, the soldiers at the front suddenly halted. Xiaolu, what is happening up ahead? Zhang Chen asked, frowning as he noticed the line of soldiers stopping. It's a dog. No, it's a monster. All units, stand ready. In front of them appeared several dog-like creatures with red skin, clearly lying in wait for prey. On the distant hills, more of these hairless creatures could be seen, their blood-red skin giving the appearance of being drenched in blood. The sight sent chills down their spines. Zombie dogs. Everyone, be cautious. The soldiers in front swiftly raised their weapons. Zombie dogs do not appear alone. Spotting one signifies that they are surrounded. Indeed, around the group, rows of zombie dogs scrutinized the humans, encircling them like a pack of wolves preparing to hunt. They were more cunning than zombies, having sensed the presence of humans from a distance and lying in ambush. Fire! Shoot! The soldiers did not hesitate and opened fire decisively. The zombie dogs bared their fangs, lunging at the soldiers with alarming speed. Roar! More and more zombie dogs assumed aggressive postures, charging towards the military. Get back! Zhang Chun raised his firearm and aimed at the heads of the zombie hounds. With a fierce growl, the hounds exhibited remarkable agility, swerving swiftly to evade the lethal shot. Behind him, another soldier drew his pistol and fired rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. At last, one was dispatched. Damn it, there are too many. They have infiltrated the crowd. Quickly, stop them. One by one, the zombie hounds were felled, yet their numbers were overwhelming. One hound sank its teeth into a soldier's exoskeleton armor, only to be swatted away, followed by several shots to its head. Team Zhang, we must handle these creatures. They cannot penetrate our armor. Right. Zhang Chen promptly reported to the main forces led by Qin Weigua. Qin Weigua immediately directed personnel to establish a defensive line. Among the group of survivors, everyone marched forward in an orderly fashion. However, an officer ordered them to halt, warning of imminent danger ahead. Tension filled the air as they anxiously awaited further developments. Nevertheless, chaos erupted amidst the throng of survivors. One survivor, using a handkerchief tainted with zombie blood, unwittingly wiped his wound. This seemingly innocuous act led to immediate infection. While the main forces awaited the exoskeleton-clad soldiers to eliminate the zombie hounds, this individual succumbed to zombification and began to frantically attack those nearby. Help! Zombies! In an instant, pandemonium ensued. The sheer number of survivors accelerated the rate of infection, and some soldiers were swiftly overwhelmed by the onslaught of zombies. Commander Qin, it's complete chaos. With gritted teeth, Qin Weigua issued an order: fire. Eliminate all infected individuals. The number of infected was overwhelming. We could not cope with the situation. A horde of zombies approached from the rear, while the zombie hounds threatened from the front, and chaos erupted in between. Commander Qin, there is but one solution. We must cease protecting the survivors and allow everyone to flee independently. As long as they can reach the safe zone in Anqing, they will be secure. Gathering together only exacerbates the infection. It is better for everyone to disperse and escape. Those who can run swiftly will reach the safety of Anqing and survive. This is the jungle law of the apocalypse. Chapter 21. Among the horde of zombies, a more terrifying entity lurks. This strategy is extremely disadvantageous for the unarmed survivors. In their desperate bid for self-preservation, survivors resorted to seizing firearms from the military. The scene devolved into utter chaos. Some survivors clashed with the troops, while others fought for supplies. A few even commandeered military vehicles in a frantic escape. The mutated virus spread rapidly. The military opted for an immediate withdrawal. Don't take my things. Damn it, that's mine. Inside Lin Xiao's RV, the vehicle sped forward. Soon, they beheld the chaotic scene of zombies and humans entangled in a tumultuous struggle. From the driver's seat, Lin Xiao observed with a grave expression: charge through. If anyone obstructs our path, ram them. The large RV barreled down the road, scattering those in its way. Witnessing the RV, many halted in their tracks. If only they could board that vehicle. Someone among them, armed, fired at Lin Xiao's RV, hoping to halt its movement. Alas, it was futile. At that moment, Qing Tiansheng grumbled, "Chief, I truly wish to smash those guys with a single punch." Lin Xiao chuckled, "Pay them no mind. They cannot escape." Behind them looms an uncountable horde of zombies, while a massive infection is unfolding among the survivors. These individuals seeking to survive and reach the nearby Anqing face immense difficulty. And the ordeal is far from over. The zombies are evolving. Some are becoming more vicious, while various aberrant forms are surfacing. Led by Zhang Chun, the vanguard finally cleared the bulk of the zombie hounds, albeit at a heavy cost. Countless soldiers perished, and ammunition was dwindling. In the rear, Lei Ming led the main forces to regroup. What is the situation ahead? We must reach Anqing before sunset today. Are we in contact with the 101st Division? Zhang Chun removed his blood-stained helmet as Lei Ming handed him a bottle of mineral water. Zhang Chun shook his head, his expression grim. Not yet. We have lost contact with both the 101st and 277th Divisions. How strange. We have lost communication with Anqing's safe zone, and the satellite phone is unresponsive. Could there have been an incident? Lei Ming frowned. That seems unlikely. Anqing is not primarily a heavily besieged area. Additionally, it houses 2 divisions and an armored composite brigade. Their armaments are formidable, and the zombie tide is not in their vicinity. How could there be a problem? Zhang Chun analyzed the situation to the others. Lei Ming nodded. We should proceed and assess the situation upon arrival. The horde is closing in behind us, and only once we regroup with the main forces can we plan our next move. As night fell quietly, Zhang Chun and Lei Ming found themselves nearing Anqing's safe zone. They collectively sighed in relief. Finally, we have arrived. Now we must reach the designated safe zone agreed upon with the 2 divisions to alleviate our peril. Anqing boasts abundant military supplies, with several armories among them. If we can secure sufficient weapons and ammunition, vanquishing these zombies will be a trivial matter. Commander Qin, we have arrived. Let us find Lin Yun and regroup. Lin Yun is an old comrade from their military academy days and serves as an instructor in Anqing's armored composite brigade. He warned the troops to exercise caution, as the 2 division commanders remain unreachable. Qin Weigua gazed up at the cold night sky. The moon hung bright, yet sparse among the stars. And the once peaceful and tranquil Anqing now seemed shrouded in a pall of death. He sensed an ominous premonition. At that moment, Zhang Chun and Lei Ming approached the vicinity of Anqing's safe zone. It was a makeshift defensive structure with an outer layer of electrified fencing surrounded by robust barriers, and the ground was laced with spikes. Various tanks and the latest model of combat aircraft from Longwo were stationed nearby. Damn it. Once I have these weapons, those zombies won't stand a chance. Zhang Chun donned his helmet anew and activated the intercom. All units, report to the safe zone with me. Just then, Lei Ming's voice crackled over the intercom. Team Zhang, something feels off. Why is the safe zone in Anqing so eerily quiet? Could it be that everyone is asleep due to the night? To be cautious, Lei Ming ordered his reconnaissance unit to advance and assess the situation. Thus, soldiers clad in camouflage crept closer to investigate. Upon nearing the defensive structure, all were taken aback. The once solid barriers bore the marks of heavy artillery, with a large gaping hole in the center. The electrified fencing lay in ruins. Quickly, report this. The reconnaissance unit immediately relayed the findings regarding the safe zone. Zhang Chun and the soldiers were left dumbfounded. How could this happen? Roar. Nearby, soldiers from 2 battalions suddenly heard a peculiar sound. Not far away, a dense throng of individuals emerged. Under the moonlight, they were soldiers clad in special operations gear. Just as Zhang Chun prepared to greet them, Lei Ming sensed the danger. Quickly, all units, open fire. Fire now. The warriors clad in specialized combat attire charged madly towards their 2 battalions. Everyone understood that these soldiers had undergone mutation. They hastily pulled the triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted suddenly, with flames leaping forward, accompanied by the whistling of bullets. They could clearly see that those who were shot down could still rise and sprint towards them. Astonishingly, they had all transformed into zombies. How could this happen? Zhang Chun was taken aback. He quickly ordered the soldiers to retreat. Nearly 20,000 zombie soldiers, and most alarmingly, some of them wore helmets. Bullets could not penetrate their heads. Meanwhile, Qin Weiguo learned of the specific situation in Anqing. The entire safe zone of Anqing was left with only the armored composite brigade. Everyone else had been infected and turned into zombies. Commander Qin, you have finally arrived. My regiment intends to use missiles to eliminate these zombies in the safe zone. Then we will seal off the entire Anqing. The brigade commander of the armored composite brigade gritted his teeth and declared. Qin Weiguo inquired, what exactly happened? How were these people infected? It's a long story. Among the horde of zombies, there are even more terrifying entities. Chapter 22, Friends from 2177. Trading for a luxurious shelter. What could it be? The line fell into silence. Commander Qin, you must cooperate fully with me. I want to seal off Anqing. No survivors are allowed to enter. Brigade Commander Li Tianyi meant to use missiles to obliterate the 20,000 mutated soldiers to prevent the virus from continuing to spread. Anqing must be completely sealed off. If we do not reach Anqing tonight, no one can enter or exit. Qin Weiguo pondered for a moment and agreed with Li Tianyi's words. After all, dealing with these 20,000 zombies was incredibly challenging. The use of weapons of mass destruction was imperative. Missiles exploded in the temporarily constructed safe zone. The once valiant soldiers were regrettably annihilated by the missiles after turning into zombies. Simultaneously, inside Lin Xiao's RV, Liu Yi had just prepared the meal and placed it on the table. The dishes included stir-fried beef, spicy chicken cubes, and vinegar-glazed vermicelli. The soup for the evening was the spicy soup collected earlier by Lin Xiao from Xiaoyao Town, accompanied by several beef buns, a specialty from Zhengqing. As they were dining, Xiao Ryu suddenly spoke. Dad, is our next destination Anqing? Yes. But I just saw an official notice stating that Anqing has been sealed off. Sealed off? To prevent virus infection, entry to all of Anqing has been restricted. Lin Xiao understood that this was primarily due to the zombie outbreak that had erupted in Zhengqing, forcing Anqing to impose a lockdown. However, Lin Xiao knew that sealing off the city would be futile. Once the zombies completed their evolution, they could not be stopped. The most crucial task at hand was for him to reach the level of a battle general. Currently, apart from his daily training, Lin Xiao was in pursuit of stronger zombies to hunt. Indeed, while others fled from zombies, he felt compelled to eliminate them. To break through to the level of a battle general, he needed to glean experience from actual combat. Ordinary zombies no longer satisfied him. They only possessed a singular method of attack, which Lin Xiao could easily dispatch with a single strike. There was no challenge. He needed adversaries capable of fierce combat to acquire more experience and enhance his abilities across the board. That night, just before falling asleep, Lin Xiao's ears suddenly caught the prompt of Wanjie Trading. Wanjie Trading's trading time has cooled down. The host may proceed to trade. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xiao was invigorated. With a thought, he immediately entered the trading space to check the situation. Hello, my friend. I am Dr. Rick from the year 2177. You may call me Rick. Rick, do you have a grandson named Morty? That genius, crazy scientist? The screen displayed an elderly man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle, surrounded by intricate instruments and various jars. My dear friend, it's wonderful to finally meet you. I've missed you. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Hello, Dr. Rick. Have we met before? Of course not, but I have a great fondness for your era. I am an avid stamp collector and have amassed many stamps from various years. I know you possess quite a few of them. The earlier the year, the better. I wish to flaunt them to my colleagues. Rick explained his intentions to Lin Xiao. He was unsure of Lin Xiao's exact time period, but could infer from his attire that it was neither overly cyberpunk nor excessively retro. At the very least, Lin Xiao had no cybernetic limbs, and most importantly, he appeared to be in excellent mental condition. My friend, I can see you are in good spirits, which tells me you are living quite well. To be candid, in 2177, young people were heavily influenced by technological products, particularly addicted to the virtual world to the point of being unable to extricate themselves. As a genius in the fields of nanomaterials and quantum physics, Rick's life was quite dismal. In their era, even scientists were pressed by their employers. The 996 work schedule had morphed into 007, with relentless work hours and an unending cycle of overtime. Lin Xiao found himself perplexed by Rick's words. Why is that? Rick explained, in our time, everything can be replaced with something new. If any organ in the body fails, one can simply swap it out for a mechanical one. As long as one is alive, there is no respite. One must serve the affluent at all times. If a body part fails, the company covers the expenses and assembles a new one on the spot. If one were to die unexpectedly that day, given the medical standards of that era, one could easily replace a heart in no time. It's like being a perpetual motion machine. One can never stop. As a worker, Rick could only sustain himself on meager spiritual sustenance. His sole hobby was collecting stamps, which evoked his memories. Furthermore, many influential figures in that era were also fond of this, as it catered to their sense of nostalgia. In their time, nostalgia was exceedingly valuable and favored by the major conglomerates. Oh, my friend, do you truly have them? Lin Xiao contemplated for a moment. This item was quite easy to collect. A visit to the post office would yield many. Dr. Rick, what do you intend to offer in exchange? Lin Xiao disclosed his apocalyptic circumstances to Rick. Goodness, how unfortunate. Fear not, my friend. With these stamps, I can offer you something from my treasure trove. What is that? I can use my nanomaterials to help you create a high-tech shelter. With their agreement settled, Lin Xiao exited the trading space and directed his RV towards a nearby village. Dad, are we not going to Anqing? First, we need to gather some materials. This village was in ruins, yet it had complete facilities, including a bank and a hospital. On the road, survivors fleeing for their lives were stunned upon noticing Lin Xiao's vehicle. At that moment, seeing such a large vehicle not heading to Anqing raised their confusion. They were aware that this place would soon be engulfed by the zombie horde. However, Lin Xiao had his own pace. He first visited the post office and collected numerous stamps before his eyes fell upon an abandoned hospital. Since he was there, he might as well gather some medicine before leaving. Lin Xiao grasped his black blade and entered the hospital. He observed several crimson pupils glaring menacingly from the darkness. Zombie dogs. Lin Xiao discerned their presence in the shadows. It appeared he had entered the territory of the zombie hounds. However, these creatures were utterly inconsequential in Lin Xiao's eyes. Their speed was woefully inadequate. He contemplated using them to hone his agility, finding it somewhat unfulfilling. Without hesitation, he swung his blade, severing their heads, and proceeded to collect all the medicinal supplies before returning to his vehicle. Chapter 23. So, he fought his way in from the outside. Upon re-entering the trading space, he informed Dr. Rick, I've procured the stamp. However, the supply is limited. I managed to acquire only one. You may take a look. Lin Xiao handed over the stamp, prompting Dr. Rick to halt his work and don his reading glasses for inspection. Upon seeing it, he was electrified. Goodness, Lin, you have unearthed a 20th century stamp. Do you have any inkling of its worth in our realm? Its collectible value is extraordinary. Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. It was precisely as he anticipated. This item held significant importance in that world. In truth, he had emptied the bank of stamps, amassing a considerable collection, yet he only disclosed possessing a single piece. Indeed, he was a shrewd merchant. Dr. Rick was so enraptured that the fatigue from his overtime vanished, as if he were infused with boundless energy, diving back into his work with fervor. Once the transaction was finalized, a notification from the Universal Trade System announced, Nano High-Tech Shelter has entered the system warehouse. Following this, the trading space was closed, and the Universal Trade entered its cool-down phase. Naturally, it would not be long. He merely needed to await the automatic matching with another trader or for the previous participant to seek out Lin Xiao for the next exchange. With the shelter in hand, he knew he must find a suitable location for its placement. The vehicle had remained parked in the village overnight. The following day, Lin Xiao intended to head towards Anqing. Upon awakening early, he noticed numerous survivors gathered, whispering amongst themselves. A few were banging on the vehicle. "Brother, where are you headed? I must warn you. The area surrounding Anqing is crawling with zombies. The horde has reached Anqing. The city is sealed off. We cannot enter." After a brief inquiry, Lin Xiao learned that these individuals had fled with a large group towards the refuge in the imperial capital, hoping to rest in Anqing, only to discover it had been declared a lockdown. Most critically, zombies had completely surrounded the city, rendering entry impossible. These survivors approached Lin Xiao, seeking to discuss the possibility of traveling together in his vehicle, taking an alternate route to bypass Anqing en route to the imperial capital. There were indeed multiple paths leading to the imperial capital. However, Lin Xiao was disinclined to detour. Having spent considerable time in the vehicle, he wished to find a location in Anqing to first examine the shelter. The survivors assumed Lin Xiao would heed their advice, but to their surprise, he paid them no mind. "Thank you for your kindness. However, I do not wish to take a detour. My goal is Anqing." As Lin Xiao drove away, only the survivors remained, staring at the exhaust of the RV. Anqing is swarming with zombies. How could he possibly break through? Isn't that tantamount to seeking death? Does he think having an RV grants him free reign? He likely has never witnessed a zombie horde. Not even armored vehicles could withstand such a force. Lin Xiao had indeed encountered hordes of zombies, yet with his current configuration, he harbored no fear. Upon arriving at Anqing's perimeter, he beheld vast clusters of zombies congregating. Upon hearing the sound of Lin Xiao's vehicle, they all turned their heads in unison, their faces grotesque. Lin Xiao commanded the wasp to transform, becoming a mechanical life form, and commenced cleansing the nearby zombies with energy cannon fire. Each blast resembled an earthquake. The ground nearby was cratered by the explosions. Beside the car window, Lin Ruoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, incredible. The wasp is amazing." Lin Ruoyu's praise made the wasp feel somewhat bashful. Up front, the towering Optimus Prime exhibited some discontent. "Leader, when may I transform?" "For now, you need not worry. Just accelerate and charge through." Optimus Prime maximized his power, sending nearby zombies flying with sheer force. No zombie could stand in his way. Initially, their progress was remarkably smooth. No zombie could impede them. However, as they advanced, they found their vehicle had come to a halt. Before them lay at least 10,000 zombies, piled high like a hill. What to do? "Optimus Prime, transform." Lin Xiao commanded decisively. The next instant, the crisp sound of machinery echoed as Optimus Prime transformed, his massive frame beginning to pound the zombie mound. Boom. The ground trembled in response. He relentlessly smashed into the surrounding horde, each strike silencing the undead. Yet, after several minutes, they realized their forward momentum was still insufficient. They were obstructed by a staggering multitude of zombies. "Leader, at this rate, we won't reach our destination before nightfall." Lin Xiao gazed outside, observing an unending stream of zombies gathering. After dispatching one wave, another would follow. "Wasp, clear the zombies ahead. Optimus Prime, follow closely behind. Leave the ones behind to me." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's command, both mechanical life forms were taken aback. "Leader," Lin Xiao's expression was resolute. "If I lack the capability, how can I be your leader? Rest assured, I will hold them back. You take my family to safety." "Darling, Dad, don't worry, I'm fine." After issuing his instructions, Lin Xiao opened the car door, leaping into the horde of zombies with reckless abandon. Both machines thought their leader was utterly insane. Lin Xiao, wielding his black blade, darted forward like a swift butterfly, his form becoming a blur. He was a high-ranking warrior, and his agility had reached an exquisite level. The throngs of zombies could not approach him. In a flash, he drew the attention of nearly all the zombies, who were oblivious to the fact that he was not a delectable treat, but rather the harbinger of a one-sided massacre. His blade cut through the air with such precision that it created a sonic boom, cleaving off zombie heads with unerring accuracy. As dusk fell, Lin Xiao, drenched in blood, entered the city alone. The guards stationed at the gate were none other than the armored synthetic brigade led by Lin Yuan, who had been assigned to defend against the zombie onslaught. By the gate, she discerned a figure. Was it a zombie? "Quick, find out who he is." A sniper took aim at Lin Xiao, whose blood-soaked visage rendered it impossible to discern whether he was human or undead. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and ordered, "Fire." But just then, a Lamborghini roared into view, almost appearing out of thin air, blocking Lin Xiao's path. "Leader, please get in." At that moment, Lin Yuan finally understood. A survivor, indeed. So he fought his way in from the outside. Chapter 24, Genetic Warriors. Bring on the zombies. "I feel incredibly powerful right now." On the other side, Anqing, Lin Zhou Honkik. The second safe zone in Anqing has been established here. This area, nestled between mountains and rivers, is easy to defend and difficult to attack. making it an exceptional location for combating zombies. The two commanders, Lin Yun is currently defending the city, so you need not worry. Everything should be fine. Lei Ming felt discontent. Why is the brigade commander not defending the city? Why leave it to a female comrade? Zhang Chen nodded, his brow furrowed. Indeed. Is he unaware of how many zombies lurk outside the city? I find this brigade commander Li Tianyi quite peculiar. Why have both major divisions been infected while this armored composite brigade remains unscathed? Brigade commander Li even retreated here with his men. Do you not find that suspicious? Qin Weiguo personally handed them bottled water. In these extraordinary times, the commander of the composite brigade must continue to lead his troops. We must consider the bigger picture. At this moment, it is unwise to voice anything that could undermine unity. Just then, Qin Weiguo received a satellite phone call. The airlift helicopter from the capital has arrived, delivering supplies, including a crucial item. This is an injectable genetic serum developed by the Lonka Institute, primarily intended to enhance our soldiers' combat capabilities. Genetic serum? Lei Ming and Zhang Chen turned their gazes simultaneously towards it. It was an exquisite black box. Upon opening, they found vials of blue serum. This genetic serum can accelerate metabolism, enhance cellular activity, and significantly improve physical condition and stamina. The biochemical research team has conducted multiple tests, demonstrating that this serum can even revive a sickly pig. Both men frowned. I suspect you are insinuating something about us. I apologize, commanders. The capital has also received news. Zombies are evolving, and this serum was developed to better equip our army in dealing with them, explained the soldier from the capital. Qin Weiguo looked at the two commanders. Would either of you be interested in the injection? I believe this matter is best left to Lao Zhang. Left to me? Lei, I think it would be more suitable for you. I've heard you are the strongest among the brigades. If you inject this, wouldn't you become the captain of the Dragon Kingdom? Zhang Chen, with the genetic serum combined with your exoskeleton armor, wouldn't you be invincible? The two engaged in a round of polite refusals. Ultimately, Lei Ming decided to take the risk and personally test the serum. Call Zhang Shuai over. If I die, he shall take over as commander. After about half an hour, Lei Ming felt an increase in body temperature, as if he were exhaling not oxygen, but vital energy. Have I transformed? You truly are a talent. What is this? Cyber cultivation. The serum injection accelerated his metabolism and heightened cellular vitality, imparting a sensation of evolutionary life. He felt an inexhaustible surge of strength. After shedding his clothing, his muscles appeared distinctly defined, showcasing extreme muscularity. He engaged in some intense exercises, and both his strength and speed were evidently enhanced. Bring on the zombies. I feel terrifyingly powerful now. Lei Ming moved about, conducting various physical tests. Surely, I must be among the strongest humans now, right? Zhang, do you not want to try? I think I shall pass. Have you ever seen Iron Man injecting serums? Zhang Chen gestured to his exoskeleton armor. As night fell, armored vehicles began to arrive at the mountain pass. Lin Yun has returned. The two stood up simultaneously. Has Commander Lin arrived? Lei Ming swiftly ran down the mountain, moving with remarkable speed. Commander Lin, why have you returned? Were you not instructed to continue defending the city? Li Tianyi emerged from the barracks upon hearing the commotion. Lin Yun returned specifically to report. Old Lei, Old Zhang, you are both here. Lin Yun greeted them before her expression turned serious. During our defense of the city, I encountered an astonishing scene. A survivor fought his way in from outside. Most importantly, he came in while eliminating zombies along the way. What? Everyone present was left dumbfounded. How could that be possible? Are you certain he hasn't turned into a zombie? He even got into a vehicle. I assure you, he is not a zombie. The crowd exchanged glances. Lei Ming swallowed hard, aware that the outside world was teeming with zombies. This revelation made him question the efficacy of the genetic serum he had just injected. Moments ago, he believed he was the strongest human alive, but Lin Yun's words reminded him that there are always those stronger. Simultaneously, Lin Xiao sneezed in the vehicle. Is someone discussing me behind my back? Lin Xiao pondered. The sky was darkening. He drove his family toward the outskirts of Anqing. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies wandering aimlessly. At last, they arrived at a sprawling estate. This was a nearly 600-square-meter villa, 3 stories tall from the outside, with 2 underground levels. The first floor featured a garden and an outdoor swimming pool, including a living room, kitchen, and maid's quarters. The second floor contained guest bedrooms and children's rooms. The first basement housed a private cinema and gym, while the second basement served as a garage leading to the outside world. Lin Xiao meticulously inspected the villa, ensuring there were no zombies or strange entities present before opening the ventilation shafts on the first and second floors to dissipate the lingering smell of blood. The upper floors could serve as living quarters while the basement required enhanced security. We will stay here tonight. Lin Xiao, upon seeing the villa, excitedly exclaimed, "A grand villa! I've never stayed in such a large house." She began joyfully running around the villa's garden. Lu Yi cautioned her to keep her voice down to avoid attracting zombies. Of course, even if they did come, we need not fear. Lin Xiao placed the nano-high-tech shelter from his system's warehouse in the first basement. His self-built small villa featured a spacious basement, perfectly accommodating the shelter. It was promptly installed. Soon, the nanomaterial spread like flowing mercury, enveloping the entire basement. The elevator lights were warm and inviting, providing a sense of security amidst powerful technology. Let us go inside and take a look. Pushing open the superalloy gate to the first basement, they were greeted by a wide and bright entrance hall. The design was simple yet practical, with tasteful furniture, lighting, and intricate decorations, complemented by large windows. The bright LED lights illuminated the space, offering a comforting and warm atmosphere. This three-bedroom, two-living-room layout featured a living room furnished with comfortable sofas and a coffee table. A large-screen television was mounted on the wall. Most remarkably, the bathroom housed a quantum water purifier, leaving Lin Xiao utterly amazed. "Wow, this place is amazing. Darling, this is incredible." Lin Xiao, embracing Lin Xian, entered and was awestruck by the sight before her. "Go and change your clothes. Tonight, we shall enjoy a hot bath." Chapter 25, The Zombie Frenzy. Truly the beginning of the apocalypse. Had Lin Xiao remained an ordinary person without a trading system, he would undoubtedly lack even a place to reside at this moment. Forced to remain outside Anqing with other survivors, awaiting death at any moment. In his previous life, he barely managed to survive by enlisting in the military. In this life, he is determined to ensure a comfortable and joyful existence for his family. Across the globe, in addition to the official shelters, numerous civilian refuges have been established. Without exception, these shelters are plagued by the predicament of overpopulation and scarce resources. Even the leaders of shelters, who possess considerable resources, constantly face the threat of being overthrown by those beneath them. Choosing not to join a shelter is akin to Lin Xiao's fate. Unless one possesses self-defense capabilities like Lin Xiao, the only outcome is a dead end. At this very moment, the outside world has descended into silence. This night, countless lives may be lost. Meanwhile, within Lin Xiao's shelter, Xiao Ruoyu stands on the sofa, joyfully bouncing about. "All right, stop bouncing and eat your meal. After dinner, it's time for a bath." After setting the dishes on the table, Lu Yi urges the little ones to wash their hands. Having spent the entire day in toil, Lu Yi has decided to prepare a sumptuous feast tonight. Dishes include tender kung pao chicken, mashed eggplant with century egg, mustard duck feet, assorted seafood, and chicken with pickled mountain bamboo shoots. Lu Yi has labored over these 5 dishes until past 8 in the evening. When the food is finally served, Lin Xiao's eyes widen in astonishment. "This spread is rather extravagant, isn't it? It's enough to make one drool." "Darling, when did you learn to prepare seafood?" Lu Yi proudly serves Lin Xiao a piece of shrimp, stating, "You wouldn't understand. This is called the seafood assortment. I secretly learned it before, hoping to surprise you." According to Lu Yi's description, this dish includes okra, crayfish, shrimp, black fungus, baby octopus, and small scallops, with a mildly spicy flavor. Coupled with the chicken with pickled mountain bamboo shoots, it's utterly delightful. Lin Xiao feels as though he has hardly eaten in his previous life. 3 bowls of rice. "Please, Dad, you're eating so much. I have a question. Are you so strong because you eat so much?" Lin Ruoyu looks up, her large, sparkling eyes filled with confusion. Indeed, so Xiao Yu and Xiao Xian should eat more rice. Eating well is essential for growth. After hearing this, Lin Ruoyu suddenly seems to have made a decision, picking up a large chicken leg with her chopsticks and beginning to devour it. Lin Xian, unable to comprehend, merely stands by, chuckling. After a delightful dinner, Lu Yi approaches Lin Xiao, a hint of concern in her voice. "Dear, can we truly take a bath in the bathroom? Isn't it a bit wasteful? Water is so precious in the apocalypse." Lin Xiao and the others are recklessly using water, even taking hot baths. It's quite extravagant. Lin Xiao enters the bathroom and activates the quantum water purifier. "Don't worry, this purifier can cleanse contaminated water, making it as good as reservoir water. So we have more than enough." This high-tech shelter is sophisticated. Simply stating a number to the AI ensures a constant bathing temperature. Additionally, one can choose immersive scenes while bathing, such as a winter fireplace, a verdant wonderland, or a hot spring in the wilderness. The surrounding walls automatically transform, employing 5D naked eye technology. Bathing in the tub feels as though one is truly immersed in such an environment. Soon, Lu Yi takes Lin Ruoyu to bathe. Soaking in the tub, Lin Ruoyu observes the changing walls and asks her mother what they are. Lu Yi explains, Mommy, with so many scenes. Is there one with zombies surrounding the city? I want to bathe in that environment. Lu Yi responds, Lin Ruoyu, are you being mischievous? Aren't the zombies we saw during the day enough? Those creatures are revolting. Lin Ruoyu contemplates, isn't this training? Mommy, I am undergoing adaptive training. Lu Yi then inquires about what adaptive training is. Lin Ruoyu explains that it involves confronting what one fears the most. As the saying goes, the best way to conquer fear is to face it directly. Lin Ruoyu wants to see various zombies so frequently that it becomes commonplace and no longer frightens her. Lu Yi falls silent, realizing there is some truth to her daughter's perspective. After bathing, Lin Ruoyu shares what transpired in the bathroom with Lin Xiao. He appears particularly surprised, thinking to himself that his daughter is quite intriguing. This is the essence of survival of the fittest. The apocalypse has been underway for some time. Yet many people still refuse to accept the current environment. Their unwillingness to confront reality has led to many failing to survive the zombie catastrophe. Only those who adapt swiftly to the present environment and find ways to overcome their fears will endure. Following the outbreak, numerous safe zones have been established. Those who have sought refuge in these zones enjoy temporary safety. However, the global disaster and zombie frenzy are merely beginning. The zombies are evolving, becoming increasingly ferocious. In the future, there will be fog, an ice age, and the revival of prehistoric creatures, disasters beyond human imagination. Consequently, nations and humanity are constantly striving to adapt to each catastrophe, seeking solutions through genetic serums, exoskeleton suits, and advanced technology. Lin Xiao possesses a remarkably powerful cultivation method. Thus, to prepare for the impending disasters, the key is to continually strengthen oneself. After Lu Yi and Lin Ruoyu finish bathing, it is Lin Xiao's turn to take his son Lin Xian for a bath. The little one has been feeling a bit under the weather. Darling, while bathing, please give him some children's cold medicine. Of course. Is that a challenge for me? During the bath, Lin Xiao specifically brings Lin Xian's favorite watermelon, placing the bottled children's cold medicine beside it with a straw. To the outside observer, it appears as though Lin Xian is sipping watermelon juice. In reality, he is consuming medicine. All right, son, look, Daddy took a sip. Now it's your turn. The little one takes the watermelon, glancing curiously at the side before pulling out the medicine bottle and pouring it directly into his mouth. If my father sets a trap, then I shall enter. Chapter 26. The Mutated Zombie, the Amputee. At the break of dawn, a pale light graces the horizon. On this July morning, a gentle breeze disperses the summer heat. This time is typically when the elderly venture out for their morning exercises. However, now they roam the streets and outskirts of the city as mere husks, aimlessly like headless flies. Within the Incheng shelter, a special forces unit led by Zhang Chun, along with Lei Ming and others, intends to reorganize their personnel to rescue those trapped outside the city. They aim to save as many as possible. They cannot simply remain in the city, watching as survivors outside are left to their fates. Yet, this proposal meets with opposition from the Armored Composite Brigade Commander, Li Tiani. He believes that the survivors outside may carry the zombie virus and should not be brought into the safe zone. Nevertheless, Lei Ming remains steadfast in his convictions. Commander Lei, if you continue to act unilaterally, then our shelter cannot accommodate you. Lei Ming and Zhang Chun remain undeterred. Zhang Chun led the team to don multifunctional exoskeleton armor and inspect their weapons. We proceeded to the city gate to rendezvous with Lin Yun before venturing out of the city to rescue those in need. Lei Ming left the city in search of survivors, harboring another objective, to test the potency of the gene serum known as Sequence 001, which primarily enhances cellular activity and augments various bodily functions. Is it the military? Have they come to our aid? Several helicopters hovered above, raining bullets upon the encircled zombies below. Once Lei Ming and the others descended, they spread out in tactical formation. Lei team, approximately 500 meters ahead. There are nearly 70 zombies. I'll take care of it, Lei Ming exclaimed, wielding his six-sided military knife as he charged towards the zombies. One strike. Two strikes. His blade moved with the swiftness of death itself, swiftly reaping the undead. The helicopters above provided sniper support at a moment's notice. What exhilaration! With each swing, Lei Ming could feel his strength surging, both in speed and stamina. As he felled zombie after zombie, Zhang Chun, armed with a gun, looked on with envy. Old Lei, be careful, don't be careless. A group of survivors was successfully brought back to the city. Upon receiving news of their triumphant return, Lin Yun gave them a thumbs up. You two are truly the elite of our forces. Lin Yun, next time I'll take you along so you can witness my prowess after injecting the serum. Lei Ming and Zhang Chun collaborated to rescue survivors trapped in villages, mountains, and caves. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao did not pause in his training. After rising, he first cleared the zombies surrounding the shelter before venturing out to gather supplies. Driving a Lamborghini Gallardo, he appeared on the streets of Anqing. The trapped survivors were taken aback by the sound of the sports car. My heavens, is this person insane? Isn't he afraid of attracting zombies? Wow, this guy has some serious guts, driving a sports car around. He doesn't know how he might meet his end. As Lin Xiao traversed the streets, he visited several supermarkets, emptying their supplies before heading to the hospital. That afternoon, Anqing's newly established online forum erupted with discussions about a survivor driving a Lamborghini through the streets. This audacious act also caught the attention of the military in Anqing. Qin Weiguan noted the vehicle and confirmed its identity through Lin Yun. Lei Ming, Zhang Chun. You two need to suspend your current mission and return to locate the owner of that car. After completing their second rescue operation, they returned to Anqing, searching various districts for this individual. Lin Yun accompanied them to ascertain whether they had indeed found their target. Lei team, I've spotted him heading to the hospital. Let us go down. I want to meet this person. Lei Ming and Zhang Chun, along with their team members, descended onto the hospital building. Lin Xiao was still there collecting medical supplies, fearing a future shortage. In addition to essential cold and anti-inflammatory medications, he gathered glucose, zinc supplements, various vitamins, and many children's health products. After packing them into his space ring, he heard the sound of helicopters overhead. Had they located him so quickly? Just as Lin Xiao prepared to retreat, he noticed unusual movement on the street. Stepping outside, he saw a bloodied man hiding in a residential building, the door of which had been completely shattered. Monster! Help! This adult cowered beneath a bed, his cries attracting the attention of Lei Ming and his team in the hospital. Lei Ming's expression changed. Not good, it's an evolved zombie. With that, he rushed downstairs to rescue the man. Zhang Chun and Lin Yun remained on the upper floor. Peering down, in the street, a terrifying zombie composed of countless bodies loomed. Open fire. Lin Yun and Zhang Chun provided suppressive fire. After a barrage of bullets struck the creature, they realized with dismay that it remained unscathed. This abomination possessed at least 8 heads. Zhang Chun's aim was precise. Each shot hit its mark, yet the enemy remained unharmed. Lei Ming, be careful, Lin Yun warned over the communicator. Undeterred, Lei Ming charged forward, brandishing his 6-sided military knife. Get back. Die. The 2-meter-tall amalgamation of bodies moved like an insect, its many limbs in constant motion. Lei Ming swung his blade with all his might. But the creature was unfazed, sending him crashing into a wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Get away from me. Zhang Chun, seeing the situation deteriorate, urged a retreat. Not yet, Lei Ming retorted, managing to sever the creature's legs with his knife. But the next moment, he was sent flying by a powerful kick from the monster. The creature approached, intent on tearing him apart. Get back. Zhang Chun grimly led the soldiers into the fray. Just as they reached the monster, its body split in 2. Then 4, each part separating evenly. Lin Xiao swung his black blade, shattering the abomination into pieces. After creating a scattered mess of flesh, he hopped back into his car and sped away. Chapter 27. The Dongfeng Missile Cleanup? A city reduced to ruins. Lin Xiao's black blade could cleave through anything. Though the integumentary structure of the amputator was extensive, once completely pulverized, it could no longer consume living beings to replenish itself. This evolved zombie was powerful, yet Lin Xiao was undeniably stronger. Lei Ming, now slumped on the ground, couldn't he even catch a glimpse of Lin Xiao's face as he got back into the Lamborghini. With a press of the accelerator, the car raced into the distance, leaving behind the dazed Zhang Chun and Lei Ming. What just happened? Lei Ming scratched his head, unable to comprehend the chasm in strength between himself and this individual. Their capabilities seemed to exist in entirely different dimensions. Zhang Chun glanced at Lei Ming, relieved to see he was relatively unharmed, then removed his helmet, unable to contain his astonishment. Old Lei, is that even human? What was that speed? Am I hallucinating? Lei Ming coughed up blood, feeling somewhat better afterward. Strength is one thing, but did you notice the weapon he wielded? Why is my 6-sided military knife ineffective against that zombie, while he could slice it into pieces with just a few strikes? As the two discussed and replayed the earlier battle, Lin Yun hurried over to inquire if they were all right. Upon seeing Lin Yun approach, Lei Ming, who had just prepared to rise, promptly reclined once more. Oh dear, my backside. Ah, my poor waist. Lin Yun, noticing his plight, hurried over to inquire. Zhang Chun, observing this sudden display of theatrics, decided to join in the performance. Yun, oh Yun, my head aches terribly. Headache? Lin Yun raised her gaze towards the dismembered zombie. Suddenly, she shouted, That creature is getting back up. Upon hearing this, both men sprang to their feet, their faces etched with vigilance as they prepared for defense. Witnessing their reaction, Lin Xiao shot them an exasperated glare. Oh, do keep pretending. One is a genetic warrior, and the other is clad in exoskeleton armor. Do you think I am oblivious to your antics? Yun, my exoskeleton armor is rather susceptible to penetration. Yun, even though I am a genetic warrior, a single blow from that monster would spell my doom. The two harmonized in their banter, reminiscent of their university days when they relentlessly pursued Lin Yun. Even now, Lei Ming and Zhang Chun continued their friendly competition. Enough with the jesting. I too witnessed the one who dispatched the zombie. He is formidable. The two fell silent. Although both were eager to demonstrate their prowess to their goddess, the man who had just acted was undeniably terrifying in strength. Had it not been for his intervention, they might have perished on the spot. Yun, rest assured, I will become as strong as he is, Lei Ming silently encouraged himself. Lin Yun then inquired about the circumstances surrounding the man's actions, but both men were equally perplexed, having failed to discern how he had vanquished the beast. By the time the creature was slain, the man had vanished without a trace. Upon returning to his refuge, Lin Xiao found Lu Yi and Xiao Ryu gathered around the television. What are you two so engrossed in? Lin Xiao approached to discover they were watching the latest news. The rescue efforts outside were in full swing, not only in Zheng City, but across the major cities of Longhua that had fallen to chaos. Beyond Longhua, many nations, particularly Benzi and Asan, had nearly succumbed to the zombie apocalypse. For instance, Asan, with its vast population and inadequate healthcare, attempted to deploy all its bombers to eradicate the zombies. However, before they even reached their target, the bombers detonated prematurely. Meanwhile, in Heizhou, the presence of warlords made life perilous, and the onset of the apocalypse barely altered their grim reality. Fighting continued unabated, albeit with a different adversary. The situation in Longhua was not significantly better, yet its survivors were relatively numerous. When the government declared a lockdown, many chose to remain in place, resolutely refusing to venture out, starkly contrasting other nations. Nevertheless, due to the evolution of the zombies, many survivors who stayed home were brutally torn apart by the evolved undead. Zheng City under apocalypse had nearly transformed into a wasteland. Satellite broadcasts depicted the aftermath of multiple missile strikes, with buildings collapsed and skyscrapers reduced to rubble. The area resembled a desolate city, with only a few zombies wandering in the suburbs and no human souls in sight. This harrowing scene elicited a sigh from Lu Yi. Zheng City is utterly lost. Lin Xiao nodded subtly. The military's final rescue concluded with several missile bombardments. Our Dongfeng missiles are not to be trifled with. They have turned much of the city into ruins. It is the most effective method to counter the evolved zombies, flattening them to prevent further evolution. Observing that the two remained transfixed by the news, Lin Xiao rose and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After a while, Lu Yi caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and rushed to assist. After the family enjoyed their dinner, Lin Xiao returned to his room, where he discovered that the source of the fire seed had successfully cultivated 2 seeds, filling him with excitement. He had already decided where to venture next. He intended to scavenge in the abandoned military district of Anqing. The fire seeds must be utilized effectively. After a midday nap, just as he prepared to step out in the afternoon, the Wanjie Trading System issued a prompt. Wanjie Trading cooldown period has ended. Your time travel trader Luo Feng is waiting for you. Hurry and check. Luo Changzhu? Lin Xiao's eyes brightened at the mention. He was well aware of the treasures Luo Feng possessed. Just a few items from him could cause chaos in Lin Xiao's world. It had been some time since he last connected with Luo Changzhu. In the video, Luo Feng gazed at him with palpable enthusiasm, which felt somewhat strange. Mr. Lin, I sought you out today to assess your level of cultivation. Lin Xiao informed him that he had reached the advanced warrior level and was currently striving for the general rank. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng appeared genuinely surprised. What a remarkable young man. Your cultivation level rivals mine. It seems you are progressing even faster than I did. Luo Changzhu, while my skills have improved significantly, this world is fraught with danger, and I will inevitably encounter various calamities. I require a means of self-preservation. Lin Xiao recalled his previous ordeal amidst the zombie tide. Had his agility not reached an extraordinary level, he might have inadvertently succumbed to infection. Therefore, he needed protective gear for survival. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Feng replied, protective gear is not out of the question. However, I have been wandering the vast universe for quite some time and am rather hungry. Mr. Lin, do you have any food? In truth, Luo Feng's primary reason for contacting Lin Xiao was not merely to inquire about his cultivation progress, but also to sample the cuisine of Earth. Should Lin Xiao's cooking prove satisfactory, he would not hesitate to offer additional equipment. For Lin Xiao, this was a simple task, as he had stockpiled ample provisions. What was a meal, after all? Exiting the trading space, Lin Xiao returned to the kitchen to prepare. Upon seeing him busy, Lu Yi assumed he was preparing dinner for the evening. Why so early today? Lin Xiao diligently worked for some time, crafting dishes such as Peking duck, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour pork, garlic fat intestines, stir-fried kidney, scallion pancakes, squirrel fish, and lamb fat tofu. Would this suffice? All were authentic dishes from the capital and Lin Xiao's specialties. Once prepared, Lin Xiao re-entered the trading space. So quickly ready? Luo Feng was curious about what Lin Xiao had cooked this time. When Lin Xiao sent the food over, Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. You made so much? His delight was evident upon seeing the numerous large plates. Come, taste it. Would you like some wine? I can send you a bottle. Subsequently, Lin Xiao also sent him a bottle of matai. After a long absence, Luo Feng picked up his chopsticks, savoring a piece of sweet and sour pork. The moment it touched his palate, his expression transformed. Delicious. Mr. Lin, it is a pity you are not a chef. This is truly exquisite. As he spoke, he hastily picked up a piece of squirrel fish. The fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Exquisite. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Luo Feng exclaimed as he savored each bite. Lin Xiao observed him devour the entire dish. Initially, he thought there was too much food, but witnessing the empty plate, Luo Feng fell into contemplation. Have I underestimated my own appetite? However, Mr. Lin, your culinary skills are remarkable. With such talent, I must ensure you face no troubles in the apocalypse. Luo Feng took several swigs of liquor, his body having transcended that of an ordinary human. Thus, these few shots of baijiu had no effect on him. What a satisfying meal. Seeing that he had finished, Lin Xiao gently cleared his throat. Lord Luo, shall we discuss the matter of our transaction? Of course. In the next moment, Luo Feng produced 2 small boxes and presented them to Lin Xiao. One contains a formidable piece of armor from my home planet. The other is a technique for wielding a blade. If mastered, it wields immense power. After their farewell, Lin Xiao eagerly opened the 2 items. The first piece of armor, named the Haitian Taizhuang, was a combat suit unlike any other. This ensemble boasted 4 major functions. Firstly, it possessed an extraordinarily strong defense, offering 360-degree protection, making it exceedingly difficult for the wearer to be killed unless one could surpass the limits of the Haitian Taizhuang. However, in Lin Xiao's world, even after 2 calamities, no one had managed to breach that limit. Secondly, it could effortlessly change its form, allowing the Haitian Taizhuang to transform into any weapon desired, be it sword or shield, thus granting it formidable combat capabilities. Thirdly, it had exceptional regenerative properties. Even when faced with immense force that could damage the armor, it would heal almost instantaneously. Lastly, it could alter its color and conceal the user's presence. While some might consider this function superfluous, it could prove life-saving in critical moments and useful for assassination missions. The second item gifted by Luo Feng was a manual titled Jiuzhong Leidao. The essence of all martial arts lies in speed, which is the secret of the Jiuzhong Leidao, enabling its wielder to achieve lightning-like quickness, making it the fastest sword technique in the world. According to the manual, Jiuzhong Leidao comprises 9 levels. The first level allows the user to unleash an additional hidden force, equating to 140 of their strength. By the third level, one could release triple hidden forces, totaling 280 of their might. At the 9th level, one could exert an astonishing 700 strength, akin to a warrior-level fighter delivering a blow with the power of a general. After safely storing the manual in his storage ring, Lin Xiao exited his refuge. As he prepared to board his vehicle, he donned the Haitian Taizhuang, which enveloped him like flowing mercury in an instant. Qing Tian Sheng, come, strike me. Qing Tian Sheng was taken aback, having never encountered such a request in his lifetime. Subsequently, he threw a punch at Lin Xiao. While clad in the Haitian Taizhuang, Lin Xiao braced himself and staggered back a few steps. Yet that was all. The force of Qing Tian Sheng's blow was entirely absorbed by the armor. One word, formidable. With this, Lin Xiao felt he had a significant advantage against the strange creatures lurking in the fog. Let us proceed, Huang Feng. Our destination is the abandoned military district of Anqing. Lin Xiao intended to see if he could salvage some heavy weaponry from the derelict military base. With this thought, he climbed into his Lamborghini. Leader, aren't you taking me along? Qing Tian Sheng, seeing Lin Xiao in the driver's seat, spoke with a hint of grievance. Qing Tian Sheng, your task is even more critical. You must guard the home, do you understand? We cannot afford to lose it. Qing Tian Sheng straightened, understanding the gravity of his duty. Understood. Leader, I will ensure the mission is completed. Chapter 29, Discovering WZ, 10 and J, 20 In the abandoned military district, the roar of the Lamborghini's engine echoed through the streets. Along the way, numerous zombies roamed, yet they were no match for the speed of a supercar like the Lamborghini. Additionally, if any evolved zombies attempted to block their path, Huangfeng could easily dispatch them with a single energy blast. With Huangfeng's assistance, Lin Xiao could relax and let the vehicle handle the threats. This reinforced his desire to cultivate a mechanical army, which would alleviate many of his burdens. With this thought, he accelerated, finally arriving at the remnants of Anqing's military district. The area lay in ruins, clearly having suffered extensive warfare. A few crows feasted on a piece of flesh. As he ventured further, he observed many damaged barricades and numerous destroyed military weapons. Many weapons, armored vehicles, and tanks remained abandoned. Lin Xiao noticed several enormous zombies wandering nearby. Roar! These were the remnants of the undead, now evolved. Scanning the area, he counted around 5, each towering about 3 meters, capable of extending sharp tongues from their mouths, which spun menacingly in the air. Long-tongued creatures, are they? Lin Xiao unsheathed his black blade and charged towards them, intent on testing the first level of Jiuzhong Leidao. In a flash, as one of the long-tongued monsters lashed out, Lin Xiao sidestepped elegantly and executed a diagonal slash with his blade. The sound of slicing air was sharp. Pooh! One strike severed the towering creature in half, blood gushing forth like a torrent. 2 others rushed towards him, roaring in anger. Lin Xiao swiftly moved 3 steps, creating a blurred afterimage, and with a flurry of strikes, he harvested their lives. The long-tongued monstrosities collapsed, motionless, once he had dealt with the surrounding evolved zombies. A group of men clad in camouflage gear on a nearby hill could not suppress their astonishment. A freak! Is this a monster? They were shocked by Lin Xiao's prowess. Is this the speed that a human can achieve? One man, adorned with weeds atop his head, exclaimed, "Old hey, what do you think? Hurry and report to the boss. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. If he were to join us, I can hardly imagine how formidable our refuge would become." Lin Xiao practiced the first level of Jiuzhong Leidao against the long-tongued creatures. The first level emphasized speed, wielding the blade at the quickest pace to swiftly eliminate foes. As an advanced warrior, Lin Xiao's combat prowess was significantly enhanced under the influence of Jiuzhong Leidao. After dispatching the zombies, he sheathed his black blade and continued forward with Huangfeng. Along the way, he encountered numerous tanks and armored vehicles, yet the damage they had sustained was catastrophic, rendering them little more than scrap metal. The tracks and internal structures had been obliterated. Lin Xiao arrived at the area designated for helicopter parking, where many armed helicopters lay in ruins, some reduced to mere wreckage by flames. It was evident that a large-scale transformation had occurred in this military district, forcing a regrettable decision to obliterate the site. Finally, Lin Xiao came to a halt on a barren patch of grass, seemingly untouched by destruction. Not far away, a Wuji 10 helicopter lay encrusted with a thick layer of dust, its fuselage bearing only minor damage. With a spirit of experimentation, Lin Xiao extracted a fire source from the cultivation chamber and placed it inside. In the next moment, the Wuji 10 sprang to life as if it had been activated by a key, the dust cascading off its surface. Almost instantaneously, its form began to morph, emitting a series of mechanical clicks. The helicopter's main rotating cannon turret was situated behind the electro-optical turret, featuring a single-barrel configuration with a caliber of 23 millimeters. The weapon pylons were equipped with a quartet of missile racks, housing missiles of the Hongqi 10 model, comparable to the Hellfire anti-tank missiles of Eagle Sauce. Once the transformation was complete, Lin Xiao scrutinized its appearance, which was undeniably impressive. In addition to its inherent armament system, it boasted newly activated weapons thanks to the fire source. An arc pulse cannon emerged from its chest, wielding immense power. The transformed helicopter bore a resemblance to the Decepticon character from the Transformers series, reminiscent of the armed helicopter that wreaked havoc at an Eagle Sauce military base in the first installment of the franchise. It was indeed striking. However, despite its formidable appearance, it remained a weapon of the Dragon Kingdom, codenamed Pelihuo. From this day forth, your name shall be Pelihuo. Yes, leader. Pelihuo emitted a resonant mechanical sound. By the way, Pelihuo, are there any other aircraft in this vicinity that have not suffered significant damage? Without hesitation, Pelihuo transformed into a helicopter and conducted a reconnaissance flight. Leader, 2 kilometers away, I have located a J-20. J-20? Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Now you've piqued my interest. However, leader, it is situated within a private refuge, which is heavily fortified. Through a brief investigation conducted by Lin Xiao, it was revealed that on the military district's mountains, There lay a civilian refuge owned by a man named Song Qinggong, who fancied himself the underground emperor of Anqing. This self-proclaimed emperor had gained notoriety for disseminating information on the survivor forums of Anqing, making him well known among many. In peacetime, he was referred to as the minister of the underground organization, controlling a substantial portion of the nightlife in Anqing. He managed arms smuggling operations under the guise of a legitimate businessman, engaging in various illegal activities such as trafficking and organized crime. According to discussions among the survivors on the forum, following the onset of the cataclysm, Song Qinggong had descended into madness, declaring his ambition to become the emperor of a new era, seeking to amass a harem of 3,000 beautiful survivors. In reality, he had already made significant strides in this endeavor. After the disaster struck, he first raided the major armories in Anqing, acquiring a considerable cache of weaponry, and subsequently looted supermarkets to stockpile supplies, thereby amassing extensive resources. Many beautiful women were drawn to him, but his actions were utterly reprehensible, as he coerced female survivors to fulfill his twisted desires, transforming his refuge into a personal domain of absolute dictatorship. His intention to procure the aircraft was motivated by a desire to recruit pilots to bolster his forces. Should his refuge fall, he would rely on these pilots to evacuate him. In the tumultuous early days of this apocalypse, he undoubtedly represented a formidable warlord. Yet, he found himself at odds with Lin Xiao, who had also set his sights on the coveted J-20. Chapter 30. Want to follow me? Survive first. As one gazes into the abyss gazes back. Lin Xiao focused on him, while Song Qinggong, on the other hand, was equally fixated on Lin Xiao. However, it was evident that Song Qinggong was far from being an abyss. At best, he resembled a mere latrine. Your Majesty, the situation is as follows. This individual possesses great strength. I suspect he may be a retired Special Forces veteran. Song Qinggong expressed keen interest in recruiting him to his ranks. With abundant resources at his disposal, he believed that if this man could be persuaded to work diligently, the resources and women within his refuge would be no obstacle. I have my eyes set on this person. We must find a way to bring him into our fold. He is formidable, yet with a little manipulation, we can control him. Wild tigers are challenging to tame, but if we identify their vulnerabilities, we can surely find a way. For instance, if this man is living with his family, we can threaten him through his loved ones. By exploiting his fatal flaw, we can easily dominate him. Song Qinggong commanded his subordinates to act immediately. He then turned his gaze towards a group of women huddled in the corner. These ragged women curled their bodies and repeatedly pleaded, "Please, Mr. Song, spare us. Mr. Song, how many times must I remind you? When you enter the refuge, you shall address me as your Majesty." Song Qinggong struck one of the women across the face, prompting the others to turn away in resignation, closing their eyes. Soon after, a man rushed over. "Your Majesty, trouble is brewing. A military helicopter has appeared at the entrance of the refuge. The military district has come looking for us." Song Qinggong, accompanied by 100 followers, dashed outside to assess the situation. Simultaneously, he ordered a reconnaissance unit stationed at the foot of the mountain to return swiftly. Song Qinggong commanded a vast number of followers, with thousands of men prepared for combat within the refuge. However, to prevent rebellion, he had withheld heavy weaponry from them. His loyal contingent consisted of around 200 men, all equipped with Eagle Sauce gear. Before long, this group of over 200, armed with armored vehicles and heavy machine guns, surrounded the helicopter. Song Qinggong mused that it was likely the military district's personnel seeking to recruit him, as his power was on the rise, with a wealth of weaponry and ammunition at his disposal. Furthermore, the terrain of his stronghold was defensible. The authorities would need to think twice before attempting to take them on. Unidentified aircraft, please identify yourself and vacate the cockpit. If you do not comply, we will employ lethal force. Song Qinggong's men raised their weapons, bracing for conflict. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed as the Wuji 10's rotor blades began to retract, seamlessly completing its transformation. What in the world? Open fire. Heavy machine guns from dozens of armored vehicles unleashed a barrage at Palihuo, raining down a relentless hail of bullets. Yet, in the next instant, Palihuo activated the heavy machine gun on its left arm and returned fire. The firepower of Palihuo was evidently superior. "Leader, I have reached the target base. Please provide instructions." The sound of gunfire erupted around them. This was merely Palihuo's standard defensive mechanism. Lin Xiao then issued the command, "Annihilate them." Understood. Suddenly, Palihuo's chest transformed, revealing a cannon barrel. Boom. A bolt of arc pulse energy surged forth, swiftly decimating Song Qinggong's forces on the mountainside. They were utterly powerless to retaliate. What about the reconnaissance unit at the foot of the mountain? Quickly, summon them back. Mr. Song, no? Your Majesty. The individuals at the foot of the mountain were unreachable. What? Song Qinggong was utterly bewildered. Where did this mechanical monstrosity come from? The bullets were utterly ineffective. The most terrifying aspect was that the weaponry it bore could annihilate all of their men with a single shot. At the base of the mountain, Lin Xiao, clad in a black divine suit, had already eliminated all those who dared to resist him. Who else remained? Standing atop an armored vehicle, Lin Xiao calmly regarded the crowd before him. Song Qinggong's reconnaissance team did not dare to meet his gaze. They all lay prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. Spare us, we are merely serving him. Lin Xiao swiftly entered this makeshift refuge, followed closely by the Polihuo. Where's the GN-20? As for Song Qinggong, he had just been obliterated by the electric arc pulse cannon of the Polihuo. Not a single soul had survived among those who had gathered around it. Lin Xiao, accompanied by the Polihuo, made his way directly through the stronghold of the refuge. Not sparing a glance inward, he proceeded straight to an armory. Inside the armory, he discovered a combat aircraft from the Longhua, the GN-20. With an empty weight of 17 tons and a maximum payload of 11 tons, it could carry 10 medium-range air-to-air missiles and 46 short-range air-to-air missiles, or alternatively, 46 cruise missiles and precision-guided bombs. Its cruising speed reached 183 Mach, with a maximum flight altitude of 20,000 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao chose to place another newly cultivated source of fire on the GN-20. In an instant, the GN-20 began to transform. The mechanical restructuring commenced, dust cascading off its surface, producing a crisp, cool mechanical sound. The next moment, a colossal mechanical life form manifested before Lin Xiao. He scrutinized it from head to toe. This entity bore a slight resemblance to the Red Spider from the Transformers. Both were fighter jets, yet the former was based on the F-22 Raptor, while this aircraft was the GN-20. Brimming with equipment, this firepower configuration instantly alleviated Lin Xiao's fear of firepower inadequacy. The GN-20, nicknamed the Weilong, would henceforth be called by that name. The immense mechanical life form acknowledged this with a slight bow. Thank you, Chief. Discovering this treasure made Lin Xiao's visit to the refuge worthwhile. Although the refuge itself was rather rudimentary, it was unlikely to withstand the next fog disaster. Lin Xiao prepared to exit the refuge. At that moment, he noticed many disheveled survivors casting grateful glances in his direction. Some even had tears welling in their eyes, viewing him as their savior. After experiencing the brutal reign of Song Qinggong, they reminisced about the beauty of peaceful times. Coupled with the terrifying power of this man and his combat robot, the survivors perceived him as a deity amidst the apocalypse. Just before Lin Xiao departed, they all knelt before him, approximately 2,000 strong. Among them were men and women, the women clad in rags, some even bearing wounds. One man, Jiang Tianping, bloodied and battered, stepped forward. He had arrived 2 days prior, compelled by the fact that Song Qinggong's men had captured his wife. Reluctantly, he had come here. Yet he remained defiant, only to be imprisoned in a water dungeon and whipped for his insolence. Brother, I implore you, save us. We wish to survive. Jiang Tianping knelt on the ground, fervently bowing to Lin Xiao. We are at our wits' end. We want to follow you. Lin Xiao paused, surveying everyone present. If you wish to follow me, you must first ensure your survival. If your strength is inadequate, following me will be futile, and the subsequent disasters will undoubtedly spell your doom. Therefore, I hope you understand that you must find ways to survive and strengthen your capabilities. Lin Xiao chose not to take them with him. With so many individuals, it would be troublesome if their hearts were not unified. However, unbeknownst to him, these survivors began to regard Lin Xiao as their faith in the apocalypse. They viewed him as their savior. Without Lin Xiao, they would still be trapped under Song Qinggong's tyrannical rule, with no hope of redemption. Fueled by this belief, these individuals surprisingly united during the apocalypse, as if brainwashed. In the face of future calamities, they would eventually evolve into a formidable force. Chapter 31, Frenzied Training. The countdown to the next disaster begins. The fire source cultivation chamber commenced another round of cultivation. With the addition of the Polihuo and the Weilong, Lin Xiao had aerial power. Furthermore, he could deploy the 2 mechanical life forms for reconnaissance in the skies. Weilong, in the air, assist me in pinpointing the locations of major supermarkets in Anqing. Lin Xiao's next plan was to relocate all the supermarket supplies. He needed to stockpile resources as quickly as possible before the next disaster struck. Additionally, he aimed to find more evolved zombies to hone his combat prowess. Upon receiving the command, the Weilong executed a seamless transformation in midair, becoming a fighter jet for aerial patrol. Chief, I will send you the locations of all the major supermarkets. After relaying this, the The Weilong accelerated, commencing aerial reconnaissance. Once the locations were sent to Lin Xiao, he continued his resource gathering. These days, Lin Xiao had been exceedingly busy, hardly returning home. Each night, he would find a random household to spend the night. At night, he would video call Lin Ryu and Lin Xian. "Daddy, when are you coming back? I miss you." Little Ryu put on a deeply affectionate expression during the call. Behind her, Lin Yi wielded a slipper and playfully smacked little Ryu's bottom. Of course, it was not hard, but her tone was evidently displeased. "Lin Ryu, what is going on? Have you forgotten such a simple math problem? Didn't I just tell you the formula? Hurry, solve it again." "I don't want to solve it, I want to go out with Dad. I want to survive the apocalypse with him." Lin Xiao listened to little Ryu's desperate pleas on the phone, realizing that at this moment, her mother's refuge was indeed the true apocalypse. "Little fish, in a couple of days, Daddy will return and bring you something delicious. Study well, I'll be back soon." Little Ryu cried on the video call. "Daddy, where are you? Save me. Mommy is too scary. She wants to eat me." "Who wants to eat you? I merely asked you to complete the math problems. Is it really that difficult?" Previously, Lin Xiao and Lin Yi had discussed this. Although they were in an apocalyptic era and no longer had to participate in examinations, they could not neglect their children's education. Especially the foundational education during elementary school years was crucial. Teaching her the simplest foundational knowledge was necessary to ensure she would not be ignorant of essential concepts in the future. After hanging up the call, Lin Xiao lay on his bed, drifting into a light sleep. Having survived in the apocalypse for so many years, he possessed a keen sense of crisis. Suddenly, a violent banging sound reverberated through the walls of the residence. Who could be working at this hour? Lin Xiao peered through the window. A giant zombie, clad in a sack and wielding a massive axe, was furiously attempting to smash down the door. It seemed to have heard the commotion and was intent on breaking in. Lin Xiao glanced at the time. It was 4 a.m. Man, what can I say? Just as dawn began to break, evolved zombies came knocking at my door. Where can one find such willing training partners? Lin Xiao activated the Haitian suit and leaped from the building, marking the official beginning of his training. With a powerful push against the ground, he soared into the air, performing a graceful spin akin to a sharp blade. In the next moment, the black knife materialized in his hand, swiftly severing the head of the giant zombie. Days passed, and Lin Xiao systematically raided every supermarket in Anqing, lurking in various districts and battling numerous evolved zombies. The vast horde of zombies in Anqing was thoroughly ravaged. Initially, Lin Xiao refrained from killing them immediately, allowing them to unleash their abilities and engage him in combat. This was primarily to hone his Jiuzhong laid-out technique and his subtle body movements. Subsequently, he dispatched the evolved zombies with ease. On the second day of training, Zhang Chun and Lei Ming, among others, were also gathering supplies, only to discover that many warehouse resources had mysteriously vanished, taken away by someone else. The most alarming revelation came when they stumbled upon the corpses of various zombies in the supermarket. On the 4th day of training, Lei Ming and his team rescued numerous survivors, who revealed the existence of a figure clad in mechanical armor, ruthlessly slaughtering zombies in the streets. Lei Ming was momentarily perplexed. What? Another expert? Hadn't they seen a lone human before? How could there be someone in combat armor? Were they not the same person? Who could say? In the 3 major districts beneath Anqing, Lin Xiao had nearly exterminated all zombies without any assistance from Huangfeng, Pailai, or Hua. He diligently practiced his sword strikes, executing thousands of swings daily. In the solitude of the night, he harnessed the Wuxin Xiang Tian genetic energy for training, a routine he maintained for days on end. Now, he felt every cell in his body absorbing cosmic energy. The Jiuzhong laid-out technique had finally reached its 2nd level. His strength had ascended to the initial level of a battle general. According to the memory chip given to him by Luo Feng, a battle general's physical attributes required a punch to exert a force of 8,000 G. What does 8,000 kilograms even signify? Lin Xiao couldn't fathom it. Moreover, his speed had reached an impressive 90 meters per second. He then decided to test the 2nd level of Jiuzhong Laidao, swinging his blade towards a wall. A resonating hum echoed as 21 units of power erupted. The hidden force caused the load-bearing wall before Lin Xiao to collapse with a thunderous crash. Even he was secretly astonished. This strength was unprecedented in his previous life. While stockpiling supplies, he simultaneously refined his skills, achieving dual objectives. Upon completing his self-imposed goals, Lin Xiao returned home. Lu Yi, Xiao Ryu, and Xiao Xian greeted him joyfully, preparing a sumptuous feast. During dinner, Lu Yi inquired, "Darling, I heard the military has withdrawn?" "Withdrawn? I was unaware." Lu Yi handed Lin Xiao her phone, which displayed a message urging survivors from all regions to promptly head to the imperial capital. As the military was preparing to regroup there and organize a significant counteroffensive against the zombies, Lin Xiao vividly recalled that at one point, the imperial capital had indeed amassed over 1 million troops, embarking on a phased counterattack toward the south. The clarion call for a counteroffensive had almost sounded. However, the good times did not last long. Within a month, the world was engulfed by a second disaster. A mist emanating from the sea spread inland, and upon contact, it would consume anything in its path. Initially, people were oblivious to what lurked within the mist. However, Lin Xiao eventually learned that it harbored unspeakable horrors known as the Old Ones, who feasted upon humanity and could devour zombies with ease. Chapter 32. Is Anqing on the brink of collapse? An incredibly terrifying monster. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had eradicated the vast majority of zombies in Anqing. However, due to the zombies' evolution, the city gate soldiers faced continuous setbacks and were on the verge of being overrun by the evolved undead. At this moment, Brigade Commander Li Tianyi of the Armored Synthesis Brigade issued orders to prepare missiles to eliminate all zombies outside the city. Not a single one must be allowed to enter. This meant that the survivors still trapped outside would be doomed to perish under the missiles. At the city gate, piles of zombies were accumulating. Lin Yun felt the ground tremble beneath her, sending a shiver down her spine. These creatures were growing increasingly formidable. There were over 10,000 soldiers defending the city. Yet faced with the onslaught of gunfire, the zombies showed no fear. Or rather, bullets could not inflict significant damage, let alone eliminate them. Were the missiles ready? The brigade commander had personally issued the command. Fire! Fire! Boom! Boom! It felt as if a small earthquake had struck, causing the city gate to tremble. Clouds of dust were kicked up all around. This was modern warfare, the might of contemporary weaponry. However, no matter how powerful these zombies became, they could not withstand the terrifying force of advanced arms. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Lin Yun raised her sniper rifle, focusing on the nearby zombies. The missiles had reduced them to rubble. Anqing could now enjoy a few days of peace. All zombies surrounding the city had been cleared away by the missiles. They could finally sleep soundly for several nights. Just then, a reconnaissance soldier piloting a drone suddenly spoke up. Commander Lin, something is amiss. Huh. Just as Lin Xiao was about to inquire further, he saw an unending stream of lickers emerging atop the city walls. A massive swarm of lickers had inexplicably surfaced, targeting the soldiers defending the city. What was happening? Hadn't the missiles dealt with them? Where had they come from? At that moment, Lin Yun received a satellite phone call from Lei Ming. Hurry and flee. Lei Ming only uttered those two words. She was still unaware of the unfolding crisis. Meanwhile, in the official refuge of the Hongqi Canal in Anqing, Zhang Chun, clad in multifunctional exoskeleton armor, forcefully shoved Li Tianyi against the wall, glaring at him fiercely. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Why didn't you warn us? In a fit of rage, Zhang Chun swung his fist into Li Tianyi's abdomen. With a sickening sound, Li Tianyi spat blood. Yet at that moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He staggered to his feet, kneeling on the ground, frantically shaking his head. I didn't want this. I want to escape. I've seen those things. They are terrifying and beyond what we can withstand. I wanted to run. But Lin Yun and the other soldiers insisted on holding this position. What could I do? There's no time left. The creature is coming. It turned out that several large cemeteries in Anqing, including public and village burial grounds, had corpses that had not been incinerated, and they too began to evolve. Moreover, their evolution rendered them incredibly powerful. Li Tianyi had discovered this situation early on. The two major divisions dispatched him to eliminate these zombies. He had been filled with confidence, bringing only 2 battalions. However, he was left paralyzed with fear. During the battle against these zombies, he had been left with deep psychological scars. He discovered that those zombies could no longer be referred to as zombies. They should be termed as monsters. The grotesque mutations had transformed into exceedingly terrifying creatures. Thus, he abandoned the 2 battalions he had brought, with 1 person escaping from the jaws of the monster. However, he did not relay the actual situation to the 2 major divisions, which ultimately resulted in their complete infection by the zombies. He retreated to the Hongqi Canal. Just as he was preparing to withdraw, a conflict arose with instructor Lin Yun. Lin Yun, obstinate in her views, intended to remain with the other comrades, leaving him to escape alone. Yet, Li Tianyi was gripped by fear. He could not bear the thought of retreating alone, feeling utterly insecure. Consequently, he reluctantly arranged for Lin Yun to defend the city, aiming to draw the monster's firepower. The plan was to wait for the monsters to reappear and for the division led by Qin Weigua to arrive, so he could leave with them. Why did you not report sooner? Division Commander Qin Weigua glared at him coldly. I was afraid. I feared you would confront those monsters. I beg you. Please do not engage. They are not zombies at all. At this moment, Li Tianyi was on the verge of collapse, weeping bitterly over the zombies. He could scarcely recall the fate that had befallen his 2 elite battalions during their encounter. What had transpired with those 2 major divisions, with tens of thousands of men? You are unworthy of being a soldier. Take him away, strip him of his uniform, and upon our return to the imperial capital, let the higher-ups deal with him. Qin Weigua was tempted to shoot this man on the spot. Yet, he understood that everyone fears death. Did he not fear it as well? Li Tianyi had likely witnessed an unforgettable scene, which in turn indicated that the zombies encountered by Lin Yun were extremely perilous. Report Lin Yun's location. The reconnaissance aircraft provided images indicating that the troops under instructor Lin were dwindling. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming was nearly driven to the brink of madness. Rushing before Li Tianyi with bloodshot eyes, ready to end this man's life. Why did you not inform us sooner? Why? However, he was stopped by Qin Weigua and his men. Commander Lei, remain calm. We must keep our composure. There may still be hundreds of thousands of survivors in the city. We must alert them and evacuate together. Meanwhile, in the refuge where Lin Xiao resided, he remained oblivious to the dire circumstances outside. Although missiles had been launched, they merely cleared the zombies outside the city. Inside, many evolved zombies lurked in the graveyards. On the Anqing Survivors Forum, discussions about the current situation in Anqing were rampant. Some claimed to have heard explosions, followed promptly by an urgent official announcement. Emergency notice. Urgent notice to all survivors in Anqing. Immediately gather your supplies and leave Anqing for the safety zone in the imperial capital. Emergency notice. Anqing has discovered unknown evolved zombies. Extreme danger. Please ensure you take your refuge supplies and exit the city immediately for the safety zone in the imperial capital. Observing these messages, Lu Yi's beautiful eyes flickered with concern. Dear, it says here that we must retreat. Lin Xiao embraced her reassuringly. Do not worry. Even if the sky were to fall, I would hold it up for you. However, what Lin Xiao did not know was that he had already practiced dealing with those evolved zombies several days prior. Just as Lin Xiao finished speaking, Lin Ryu burst into the room, seizing Lin Xiao's hand and pulling him from the bedroom, urgently whispering, Dad, hurry. The sky is falling. Lin Xiao responded. What on earth is going on? With me here, the sky cannot fall. Filled with confusion, he followed little Ryu to another bedroom. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of various skincare products spilled across the floor and makeup scattered chaotically, with little Xian holding a lipstick in hand, creating a scene of utter chaos. Lin Xiao was taken aback, realizing that the sky truly had fallen. Chapter 33. Dear, how have you become so physically strong lately? Witnessing this scene, both Lin Xiao and Lin Ryu gasped in shock, feeling a chill run down their spines. Turning around, they indeed found Lu Yi with an unpredictable expression, glaring intensely at the shattered makeup scattered across the floor. This was disastrous. Little Ryu covered her eyes, unable to bear witnessing the aftermath. As Lu Yi slowly approached, she resembled a volcano ready to erupt. Lin Xiao hurriedly grasped Lu Yi's arm. My love, please, do not be agitated. Let us talk it over calmly. Our son is our only one. Stay composed. I have plenty of cosmetics in our supplies. You cannot possibly use them all. While Lin Xiao explained, he noticed Lin Xian still applying lipstick to her face. Upon seeing Lu Yi lean in, Lin Xian inadvertently smeared a colorful mess across Lu Yi's face. Well, this was the moment when the volcano at home erupted completely. Ah, mommy, mommy. The room resonated with the sounds of educational moments. Little Ryu followed Lin Xiao, dejectedly retreating to the living room to watch television. The father and daughter sat side by side, upright and composed. After a while, little Xian emerged crying. Dad, mommy hit me. This left Lin Xiao both amused and exasperated. My dear, you must not break things in the house anymore. Lin Xian wiped her tears. I understand. Lu Yi, standing behind him, picked him up. Darling, you need to realize that everything in this home is precious. We must conserve resources and not waste. Lin Xiao understood that Lu Yi aimed to educate their son, gradually guiding him to adapt to this era, which would undoubtedly be more brutal. As the tension dissipated, Lu Yi, seeing her son's pitiful expression, began to feel sympathy again. Did mommy hurt you? Come here, let mommy hug you. After a moment of comforting, she prepared to cook and entrusted Lin Xiao with their son. Lin Xiao held little Xian in his arms, and he finally stopped crying. Dinner was relatively simple that night, consisting of a plate of potato chicken pieces, a plate of cabbage and tofu, and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After dinner, little Xian fell asleep, and little Ryu obediently returned to her room. This left the couple alone. They watched television together on the sofa. Lin Xiao patted Lu Yi's thigh. Dear, it's time to shower. Lu Yi remained motionless, turning back with a playful smile. Darling, the children have gone to bed early tonight. Can you accompany me for a shower? To this, he replied, well, that could be arranged, but you must say, Prince, please shower. I shall not say that. You can wash if you wish. Lu Yi, with a hint of pride, raised her head and approached the bathroom door, shedding her clothes before opening the door. An opportunity not to be missed. Think carefully. Lin Xiao chuckled knowingly and stood up, heading toward the bathroom. Be quiet. Don't wake the children. I wish to be quiet, but you must be gentle. 40 minutes later, Lin Xiao exclaimed, Dear, how have you become so physically strong lately? The next morning, Lin Xiao stepped out of the refuge with great enthusiasm. Upon exiting, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Several nearby villas had been utterly destroyed. Chief, a battle occurred here last night. According to reports from Qingtian Sheng, a military unit fled in panic from this location, firing upon the zombies as they retreated amidst chaos. However, the refuge possessed exceptional soundproofing technology, rendering the external clamor inaudible. Lin Xiao hopped into his Lamborghini and continued to scour the city for supplies. This time, his target was the vaults of the major banks. Within that place lies a vast treasure of gold. Lin Xiao is determined to seize all of it. For gold is the universal currency of the apocalypse. Moreover, it serves as a critical resource for post-apocalyptic reconstruction and exchanges among various secure zones, particularly the capital's safety area, the most significant official stronghold. Possessing gold will undoubtedly yield immense advantages. The roar of engines reverberates through the streets. In the mere span of a night, Lin Xiao observes that the roads have become even more dilapidated, strewn with countless corpses. Some survivors lie lifeless in the streets, a sight that has become all too familiar in this desolate world. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, at this very moment, Lin Yun, having fought tirelessly against the zombies throughout the night and barely escaped with her life, has retreated to a private refuge. This sanctuary comprises an underground sewer system, formed by the conduits of the city's drainage. After the zombies evolved in Anqing, even homes became unsafe. They could not keep pace with the main group heading to the safety zone and could only burrow into the underground through the manhole covers. Days spent without sunlight have made them akin to sewer rats. Lin Yun and her warriors, once numbering 8,000, now dwindled to a mere 800. Presently, she is covered in filth and blood, her clothing in tatters, rendering it difficult to discern her humanity. Thank you all. Lin Yun curls up in a corner, gasping amidst the foul stench. Commander, I know you. You are our guardian, our hero. The survivors hiding in the sewer raise their thumbs in admiration towards her. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yun can no longer contain her tears. It is my fault. I have let everyone down. I could not protect Anqing. Overcome with emotion, she chokes on her words. She never anticipated the terrifying ferocity of the zombies. After battling those monsters, she has completely lost hope, even contemplating death. Throughout the night, she witnessed the helplessness of her comrades against those creatures, a profound despair that emanated from deep within their souls. Don't cry, young lady. You are still alive. And as long as you live, there is hope, is there not? An elderly woman, seated in the muck, offers her a slightly moldy sausage. Trembling, Lin Yun accepts the sausage, just as she is about to consume it. Suddenly, a loud rumble shakes the ground once more. The survivors responsible for reconnaissance hurriedly rush in with alarming reports. This is bad. We are surrounded by zombies outside. They are right above us. What do we do now? At this moment, the other survivors hiding in the sewer begin to protest. They point accusingly at Lin Yun, exclaiming, It's her. She brought the zombies here. Damn it. She was supposed to defend the city, but instead, she has led the zombies to us. Is she trying to get us killed? I say we should expel her. Yes. Get her out. A few survivors lead the charge of dissent, and others join in. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Lin Yun's heart is now extinguished, plunging her back into despair. After a moment, she clenches her fist and slowly rises. I will go out. I will lead the way and divert them. Lin Yun takes a deep breath, her voice cold and resolute. All warriors, listen up. We are breaking out now to lure those zombies away. Truth be told, Lin Yun is terrified, especially when faced with the overwhelming despair these monstrous zombies evoke. Yet, she still leads her team out from the sewer. Many survivors, witnessing her bravery, finally breathe a sigh of relief, murmuring their gratitude. As warriors of Longhua, if you don't step up, who will? Since you are a soldier, you should be the first to charge forward. Once Lin Yun departs, the reconnaissance survivors swiftly pop their heads up. At this moment, Lin Yun instructs all warriors to check their ammunition. Open fire. Use the gunfire to attract them and divert their attention. The soldiers clad in combat gear follow the command, pulling their triggers in unison. Flashes of fire illuminate the darkness as they accurately hit the zombies' heads. Once the last bullet is fired, Lin Yun does not look back. Withdraw or run, for she knows that their bullets are utterly ineffective against these monsters. Above them, towering figures of zombies nearly 3 meters tall loom ominously. They are grotesquely massive, their bodies amalgamating various zombie heads. This type of zombie is known as Roshan, a fusion of corpses from graveyards, resulting in a mutated abomination. The sight is enough to induce nausea. This creature resembles the zombie overlord of the apocalypse, attracting all manner of evolved zombies in its wake. The thousands led by Li Tianyi had all perished at its hands. Bullets merely enter its body with a gurgling sound, only to be expelled again by the fat surrounding it. Lin Yun bears a deep-seated trauma from her previous encounters with these fiends. Having faced the Roshan the previous night, Lin Yun is acutely aware of their formidable strength. They are simply not their match. Run. We must flee. Even if Lei Ming, who has undergone genetic enhancement, is here, he would likely be powerless against these creatures. Lin, our ammunition is depleted. Same here. There are still zombies ahead. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun descends into utter despair. She knows that today, she will likely not survive. However, if she can help divert the zombies away from the survivors, she can at least redeem herself. Lin Yun feels it is worth it. Brothers, how many grenades do we have left? Wait for the zombies to draw near. We must prepare to take them down with us. Under no circumstances can we allow ourselves to become zombies. Just then, a soldier suddenly points in astonishment, exclaiming, Lin, look over there. It sounds like a car. What? Someone is racing on the streets in broad daylight. The group turns their gazes toward the street. Indeed, a Lamborghini is recklessly speeding along. However, the joy is short-lived as the Roshan and other zombies have completely surrounded the street, blocking its path. This is bad. That person is surrounded by zombies. Lin Yun observes the vehicle, feeling a sense of déjà vu, though the urgency of the situation leaves her no time to ponder. Quick, what is that person doing? Lin Xiao, as usual, is scavenging for supplies but finds himself blocked by the zombies. 5 TI Shirja simultaneously extend their sharp tongues towards him. Fortunately, the speed of the Huang foam allows him to swiftly maneuver, evading the attack. Lin Xiao opens the car door, slightly furrowing his brow. Why are there so many zombies here? Is there a party going on? He realizes the sheer number of zombies is extraordinary, including the grotesquely overweight Roshan he had dispatched a few days prior. Damn it, I warned you before. I'll slay every single one of you fat pigs if you dare to waddle in front of me. As soon as Lin Xiao's words leave his lips, he brandishes his black blade, maintaining a velocity of 60 to 70 meters per second. Before the TI Shirja could even react after launching their attack, Lin Xiao swiftly appears behind them, swiftly severing their heads. Suddenly, the Roshan among the horde erupts in fury, charging towards Lin Xiao with an earth-shattering roar. The force of this charge could topple even tanks and armored vehicles. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao accelerates. Clearly, there was no intention to halt. As the adversary approached Lin Xiao, he deftly shifted his footing. His movements, precise to the centimeter, allowed the corpulent figure of the meat mountain to miss him entirely. With a swift upward slash of the black blade in his hand, the hidden force of the ninefold thunder blade erupted. The chilling glimmer of the blade flashed like lightning, slicing through the meat mountain's neck in an instant. Almost immediately, the blade's brilliance dissipated like mist. With a soft thud, Lin Xiao severed the hefty head from the body. However, this creature possessed multiple heads. Lin Xiao did not relent. He swiftly repositioned himself and continued to strike at the meat mountain. He systematically shredded its flesh from within. Lin Yun and the other warriors stood transfixed, their expressions blank as they witnessed this scene. The once dreaded meat mountain was vanquished with such ease by Lin Xiao that Lin Yun's mind buzzed. The visual impact was overwhelmingly shocking. Such speed, such terrifying explosive power. Was this still a human? The soldiers swallowed hard, wishing to voice something but finding themselves at a loss. Only those who had faced life and death struggles against these monsters the previous night could comprehend the true horror of the person before them. Suddenly, one soldier uttered the phrase butcher's skill. At that moment, Lin Yun had a revelation. This person was none other than the survivor who had slain the amputee zombie last time. Lin Yun finally understood. She hurriedly instructed the other warriors, quick, cooperate with him and let us fight our way out. Chapter 35. As long as you are willing to save us, everything is negotiable. Lin Xiao was oblivious to the presence of others nearby. His focus was solely on honing his skills through the slaughter of zombies. Having just employed the ninefold thunderblade, he was dissatisfied that he could not fell this overweight zombie with a single strike. He yearned for a decisive kill. If he could not achieve it in one blow, he would consider it a defeat. There were 7 more such meat mountains, and their defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. Pure tanks. Fortunately, it was these very tanks that provided Lin Xiao with an excellent opportunity to practice his blade work. With his refined movements, he began to weave around these zombies, swiftly reaping their lives. At the moment of contact with the meat mountain, he delivered a lethal strike, cleaving it in half. After several minutes, Lin Xiao heard commotion nearby. It was Lin Yun leading several hundred soldiers rushing toward him, seemingly intent on providing support. However, Lin Xiao waved his hand, signaling them to retreat. Do not approach. You are no match for these zombies. Lin Xiao spoke truthfully. All that surrounded him were evolved zombies, and their arrival would only spell demise for them. Lin Yun paused for a few seconds before quickly understanding. Retreat. Since this individual does not require assistance, we must reconsider our actions. As they departed, Lin Yun cast a careful glance back at Lin Xiao, committing his appearance to memory. Time passed, and Lin Xiao finished dispatching the meat mountains. He soon realized that the number of zombies was increasing, pouring in from various streets without end. Meanwhile, at the nearby sewer refuge, those tasked with reconnaissance were utterly astonished by the scene. My heavens! This fellow has been slaying for an hour and remains unscathed. Is he even human? Is he truly one of our soldiers? His skills are leagues beyond those of the previous warriors. How could such a powerful human exist? The survivors watched, dumbfounded. However, it soon dawned on them that this individual had attracted all the surrounding zombies through his relentless slaughter. Above their sewer, countless zombies still stood, one of which, a massive brute wielding a roadblock sign, was frantically smashing the ground. 80, 80, 80. This was disastrous. If this continued, the ground would surely shatter beneath them. It was all this person's fault for drawing the zombies here. The survivors underground felt the tremors beneath them, their panic escalating. Soon, the ground would be broken apart, leaving them with no escape. We must flee. We cannot stay here. What? Before others could react, someone had already escaped through another manhole cover. They believed this refuge would eventually be overrun and could only leave the others behind to save themselves. Above, Lin Xiao continued to fell the zombies one after another. The survivors, upon seeing him, felt a glimmer of hope, as if they had found a lifeline. Those who had escaped immediately rushed toward Lin Xiao. He turned, admonishing them. Did I not say to keep your distance? The survivors, trembling, all fell to their knees, fervently bowing to him. Please, we implore you, great sir. We are survivors from the underground tunnels. Take us away. You are so powerful. Please help us. Tears and snot flowed freely as they pleaded. Save us. We are willing to do anything. As Lin Xiao looked at the multitude kneeling before him, crying and begging, his heart remained unmoved. He had witnessed far too many such scenes in this apocalyptic world. He understood that he could not save them. Firstly, with so many survivors, how could he possibly rescue them all? Secondly, even if he did save them, who was to say they would not stab him in the back one day? Furthermore, all he desired was to survive alongside his wife and daughter. He had no intention of rescuing survivors. They held little value for him. Among them were several scantily clad young women, likely in their early 20s, resembling university students. They approached Lin Xiao, attempting to cling to his legs. Was this what they called clutching at straws? Handsome, please take me to the safety zone in the imperial capital. I will do anything you ask. I can fulfill all your desires. Yes, we can all satisfy you. We can be your slaves. These young women, weary from hiding in the sewer, had resolved to seize any opportunity with such a formidable individual. Just then, an elderly woman shouted at them, "Do not save them. Whatever you do, do not save them. Just moments ago, these very people were the ones who drove our soldiers away. When the army was here, they looked down on us. Now, seeing a survivor stronger than the army, they are all rushing to grovel." This statement held truth. Only the military would come to their aid. Yet, they had driven the army away, allowing them to face death, only to now bow to a force even more powerful than the military. Such was human nature. Lin Xiao had no intention of saving the survivors, but merely pointed them toward an escape route. Lin Yun's unit has just left. If you hurry, you may still catch up. If they could escape and join Lin Yun's group, there might still be a glimmer of hope. After dispatching a few more zombies, he noticed the sun was setting. Time was of the essence, so he contacted the Hornet stationed on the street. Hornet, inform Palihuo and Weilong to clear the zombies here. Understood. The survivors were still frantically fleeing when suddenly, they spotted a fighter jet and a helicopter appearing in the sky. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The armed helicopters and fighter jets unleashed a torrent of fire upon the ground. While the other survivors remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, shells rained down, obliterating the relentless swarm of zombies that surged onto the streets. At that moment, the Wasp vehicle arrived before Lin Xiao, urging him to board, leaving the stunned survivors to gaze vacantly at the clouds of dust enveloping the area. What? They just left? That helicopter, is it his as well? Who on earth is he? Lin Xiao reflected on his experiences of the day. He acknowledged that his technique with the Jiuzhong Lei Dao still required refinement. With continued practice, he believed he could reach the third level, simplifying his encounters with the evolved zombies. Leader, where shall we head next? To the bank, to the vaults. We must gather all the gold before we proceed to the capital. After all, the second disaster is imminent. This place will soon be shrouded in fog, becoming exceedingly perilous. Soon, Lin Xiao arrived at a large bank in Incheng and was astonished to find it devoid of any zombies. Parking outside, he grabbed his blade and ventured inside. The eerie silence was palpable. He noticed a group of over a dozen individuals on the upper floor, armed and aiming their weapons at him. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to dash forward, he overheard a voice from the second floor exclaim, "What the hell? Our benefactor has arrived." Lin Xiao was taken aback by this scene. Benefactor? What could that possibly mean? At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, complete with glasses and a tie, descended the stairs with a face full of reverence. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, tears shimmered in his eyes. Benefactor, it truly is you. Chapter 36. Why are you so strong? Lin Xiao recognized these individuals. They were the same people he had encountered previously at the abandoned military district in Incheng, where he had eliminated the leader of their shelter and saved them. It had only been a short time, yet these individuals seemed transformed beyond recognition. The refined Jiang Tianping, who stood before him now, was a far cry from the bloodied figure he had previously encountered. Through conversation with these survivors, Lin Xiao learned from Jiang Tianping that after his departure, they had managed to seize firearms from the remnants of Song Qinggong's faction. Equipped with weapons, they aspired to establish a new shelter. However, they needed to stockpile considerable resources. Thus, they temporarily established their base at the bank, expanding outward to gather supplies. Lin Xiao considered them fortunate for avoiding the terrifying evolved zombies. Yet, Jiang Tianping regarded him with a curious expression. Benefactor, did you not slay all those evolved zombies? Slay them? I had no idea. Do you not recall? 5 days ago, when you came to practice your blade, you eliminated all the zombies on this street. Lin Xiao squinted, surveying his surroundings. No wonder this place felt familiar. He had indeed been here before. The absence of zombies was due to his prior cleansing efforts. It was no surprise Lin Xiao had forgotten. He had been singularly focused on his own advancement, striving to transcend from a warrior to the threshold of a general-level martial artist. He had been engaged in a relentless campaign against zombies throughout various regions of Incheng. Unfamiliar with this particular area, Jiang Tianping explained softly, when we first saw you, we were all thrilled. However, we dared not disturb you. We could only watch from the nearby buildings. Lin Xiao nodded, understanding now. However, this time he was not there to train, but to amass gold in preparation for departing Incheng for the safety of the capital. How many of you are there? Including those who left. We currently have about 1,000. All right, I need you to assist me with something. The survivors were visibly excited at the prospect of Lin Xiao needing their help. What can we do for you, benefactor? Lin Xiao's request was straightforward. He wanted them to consolidate all the gold from the various banks and vaults in the area into one location. In the end, he would collect it all into his spatial ring without wasting time visiting each vault individually. While he could personally gather supplies, the gold was not something he needed to procure himself. It was certainly valuable, but not absolutely essential. If they could not find it, it would not matter. It was merely part of his preparations for heading to the capital. Additionally, Lin Xiao was keen to observe their diligence and efficiency. Jiang Tianping's eyes brightened with realization. If the savior entrusted them with a task, it must be a test of their capabilities. The group erupted with enthusiasm, determined to succeed. Benefactor, rest assured. We will handle this swiftly. Just designate a location for us. By noon tomorrow, we will have everything ready for you. Excellent. The more you gather, the better. When I return tomorrow, I hope to see a room brimming with gold. Lin Xiao specified a location, a second floor of a garden villa. This choice was rather arbitrary, as he had never visited the site and suspected there might still be zombies inside. It would serve as a test for them. After conveying his instructions, Lin Xiao returned to his Lamborghini and departed, leaving the survivors gazing fervently at the taillights of the vehicle as it vanished into the distance. This could be an opportunity for us. If we perform exceptionally, perhaps we can earn the benefactor's recognition. They all understood the significance of aligning themselves with their savior. To them, Lin Xiao was akin to a deity in this apocalyptic landscape, rescuing them from despair and lifting them from the depths of hell. Especially upon witnessing his prowess, they were certain he was their leader, exalted and unattainable, greater than any parental figure they could imagine. This esteemed figure was their faith. Everyone remained mindful of this sentiment. In a world rife with calamity, unwavering faith and loyalty persist eternally. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the streets, an eerie silence fell over the area. Typically bustling with the rush of commuters, the streets were now hauntingly deserted. Just as Lin Xiao contemplated this, a figure abruptly emerged in front of his vehicle. Mistaking it for a zombie, he slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. Who would walk in the middle of the road? As the figure approached his side, Lin Xiao rolled down the window, only to find it was Lin Yun. However, she was now smeared with dirt and blood, her special operations uniform soiled, her hair disheveled, and her eyes vacant and devoid of life. Lin Xiao knew she had not been infected, yet her current state resembled that of a mindless creature. Where's your unit? Why are you alone? Lin Yun wore a stony expression, not even glancing at him. I have already directed the survivors to rendezvous with the main force, she stated. What about you? Why haven't you followed them? With a sigh, Lin Yun turned away and sat on the street curb. There is no need. I feel it has all become meaningless. Just moments ago, she had learned the entire sequence of events. It was Li Qiani, her battalion commander, whose cowardice and fear had cost everyone their lives, nearly preventing her from returning as well. All along, Li Qiani had sent her to guard the city gate, merely using her as bait for those monstrous creatures. She felt not only disappointment, but also a profound despair in the face of those abominations. Betrayed and besieged by evolved zombies, she sought a place to collect her thoughts. Thus, she informed her team that she had matters to attend to and would not be returning for the time being. Why? How can you be so strong? What is your training regimen? Lin Yun looked up, genuinely curious. Lin Xiao stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats every day, and I run 20 kilometers daily. I've maintained this for 3 years. That is how I've grown stronger. Lin Yun thought. Even at this dire moment, this fellow still has the presence of mind to joke. It seems he is utterly unconcerned about the apocalypse. Indeed, with such formidable strength, who would worry about the end of the world? It was a carefree existence. Lin Xiao, what do you plan to do next? Will you simply not return? Lin Yun was equally perplexed, uncertain of her own path. Her home was here, yet the main force had relocated to the capital city, Didu. This city was destined to be abandoned. However, was moving to the safety zone in Didu genuinely a guarantee of safety? I do not know. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao pointed to the passenger seat. Since we are uncertain of our destination, let us return for now. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. Lin Yun was taken aback. You have a wife and children? I am 30 years old. Is it so strange to have a family? No, that is not what I meant, Lin Yun clarified, her thoughts shifting. I meant, are your wife and children still alive? Yet, upon further reflection, considering Lin Xiao's capabilities, it was indeed not difficult to ensure the safety of his family. May I visit? It's not of much significance, she admitted. Lin Yun's family had succumbed to the zombie outbreak, and she felt guilt for not being by their side in time. This was one of the reasons she had longed to protect and chung diligently. But now, it felt as though everything had been lost, even the city itself. She was at a loss for where to go next. Before Lin Yun could finish speaking, Lin Xiao said, Get in the car. My wife mentioned she has prepared a large meal today. I can invite you over for dinner. He smiled meaningfully as he started the engine. In truth, he had known Lin Yun for quite some time. In his previous life, Lin Yun had been his superior and later emerged as an exceptional warrior in the Global Federation. Hailed as the goddess of war of Longhua, when Lin Xiao learned of his wife and child perishing in the mist, he fell into despair. Yet, Lin Yun, accompanied by her comrades, had come to guide him back to resilience. Lin Yun, Lei Ming, and Zhang Chun, like Lin Xiao, were among the most outstanding warriors of Longhua. They had fought side by side, enduring battles together. However, due to a certain incident, Lin Xiao was ostracized and forced by the Global Federation to undertake an impossible mission, which ultimately led to his demise. Lin Yun sensed a hint of nostalgia in Lin Xiao's gaze, as if he were looking at an old friend. Her curiosity about his strength and the reason behind it grew. After approximately half an hour, the sky darkened. Lin Xiao guided her back home, using facial recognition to enter. As the alloy gates slowly swung open, Lu Yi and the children awaited eagerly. Welcome home, Dad. You've worked hard, dear, Lu Yi exclaimed. Noticing the disheveled woman standing behind Lin Xiao, her expression filled with confusion. Who is this? This is from the military district. She has come to have a meal with us, Lin Xiao explained. From the military? Is it really that dire? Fearing Lu Yi might misunderstand, Lin Yun quickly interjected, Sister-in-law. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Lin Yun, an instructor from the Armored Synthesis Brigade. Hello, Lin's sister. Little Ruo Yu greeted with a bright smile. Her big eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin's sister, Did you just suffer a defeat? Upon hearing this, Lin Yun was at a loss for words. Little Yu. Lu Yi attempted to intervene. Little Ruo Yu pondered, pouting, I've seen many dramas where those who suffer defeat look like this. Lin Yun smiled bitterly. You are very perceptive, little Yu. I indeed faced a crushing defeat. Oh, so you must have been saved by my dad. He is so amazing. This little clever one seemed to know everything. Lin Xiao tousled little Ruo Yu's hair. Do not add to her woes. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Little Ruo Yu took Lin Yun with her to wash up. After a while, Lu Yi called everyone to the table and, along with Lin Xiao, began to serve the prepared dishes. Wife, I reported to you earlier on the way. This is. Lin Xiao felt it necessary to explain. Lu Yi playfully wiped his nose with cold water. Silly, do you think I would feel jealous? I trust you. Besides, she mentioned she is from the military and just suffered a defeat. She has done so much to protect the city and the people. It is only reasonable to invite her over for a meal. Why would I feel jealous? If it were me, I would also invite her to our home for dinner. You think so little of your wife as character? Lin Xiao approached and affectionately wrapped his arms around Lu Yi's waist. Haha, my fault. I underestimated your generosity. As the sounds of pots and pans clinking filled the kitchen, the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. The familiar scents invigorated Lin Xiao after a long day. Chicken soup, pig's trotters, beef, and various home-cooked dishes awaited, especially Lu Yi's chicken soup, which was nothing short of extraordinary. It was a feast for the senses. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao yearned to indulge. He prepared some chilled beer. In the scorching summer heat, with air conditioning blowing and delicious food at hand, it was pure bliss. At the dining table, Lin Yun appeared somewhat anxious. She never imagined that Lin Xiao's family would feast so well. Since the outbreak, she had not enjoyed such home-cooked meals, especially chicken and beef. And beer? Lin Yun felt completely frozen in her seat. Here, Instructor Lin, let me fill your glass. Lin Yun was taken aback by their generosity, feeling as if she were a destitute child from the countryside suddenly confronted with an extravagant banquet in the city. She felt a deep sense of embarrassment. To come to someone else's home and enjoy such a lavish meal. This was their precious supply. It must be noted that in the apocalypse, food was worth more than anything. Lu Yi poured her a drink. It's all right. Eat as much as you like. Just consider this your home. Lin Yun held the glass, appearing dazed. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chapter 38. One must become a person like Lin Dage. After finishing their meal, Lu Yi looked at the disheveled Lin Yun and inquired if she would like to take a shower here. Lin Yun felt quite conflicted, as she still felt a sense of embarrassment. After all, they were in someone else's place, consuming their food and wasting their water resources. Lin Ryu waved her hand dismissively, saying, It's fine, feel free to eat and use whatever you like. We eat this kind of food every day. As for bathing, I do it daily. My father told me that if I don't wash, I will turn into a stinky treasure. So, I have to shower every day. Upon hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, Lin Yun looked at Lin Xiao with uncertainty. This man truly lived a comfortable life. Previously, when she was gathering supplies with the soldiers, she found that many had already been seized by others. In hindsight, it was probably Lin Xiao who had done so. Lin Xiao could sense her thoughts. What? Are you blaming me for taking your supplies? Lin Yun quickly shook her head, revealing a wry smile. How could that be? Even if you didn't collect them, other factions would. It's the apocalypse. Order has long since vanished, and this is a true jungle society. With Mr. Lin's strength, taking the supplies is only to be expected. Lin Yun believed that these supplies were now the property of the state. After all, even the state could not guarantee the survival of the survivors. How could they claim ownership? In this world, resources belong to whoever is powerful. She would not impose moral constraints on others. In this apocalypse, surviving is already a stroke of luck. This was the mindset that she and her fellow warriors must possess. A few minutes later, Lin Yun decided to take a shower. The moment she stepped into the bathroom, she was utterly stunned. This was no ordinary bathroom. It was paradise. She even wondered if she had been taken down by zombies and transported to heaven. The walls displayed shifting 5D simulations of various scenes. Lin Yun chose a winter hot spring. She could hear the crackling of the fire nearby, and snowflakes gently fell from the sky. The water in the tub was perfectly warm, emanating soft steam. At this sight, Lin Yun's eyes instantly welled with tears. After fighting for so long, this was her first time experiencing such a scene. The despair she had felt during the apocalypse was suddenly replaced by the comfort of this place. In that moment, she could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. After about an hour, Lin Yun dried her hair and emerged from the bathroom. Lu Yi had found her a few clean outfits to take with her. As Lin Yun stepped out, her complexion had greatly improved. The blood and dirt from before had vanished, leaving her looking entirely different. Xiao Ryu couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful sister. Lin Yun still wore a look of apology. Sister-in-law? Thank you. She took the clothes, her emotions complex. It's getting late. I've prepared a room for you. No, sister-in-law, I won't stay the night. I must set off tonight. Lu Yi frowned slightly. It's too dangerous outside at this hour. You should wait until tomorrow morning. I really can't impose, sister-in-law, Lin Dage. Thank you for your hospitality. After visiting your shelter, I suddenly feel a renewed motivation to live. I will strive to become strong, just like Lin Dage, and possess the ability to protect those I wish to safeguard. Lin Yun's face was serious. Having been in despair, her hope for survival ignited after experiencing Lin Xiao's shelter. The environment here was a stark contrast to the apocalypse outside, a warm, harmonious, and joyful home. Why did such a place exist? The reason was simple. Lin Xiao possessed immense strength, enabling him to protect his wife and children amidst a world overrun by zombies. Thus, she now had a compelling reason to survive. I must become a person like Lin Dage. Seeing Lin Yun's determination to leave, Lin Xiao did not attempt to persuade her otherwise. What are your plans after this? Lin Yun pondered for a moment and replied, I need to return to the military district. The army will help me become stronger. Lin Xiao nodded, watching her with interest. Good, perhaps we will meet again. I look forward to seeing your remarkable progress. Lin Yun felt a surge of confidence. I will. Lin Dage, when the time comes, I will show you a different side of me. Saying this, Lin Xiao handed Lin Yun a map. This shows the location of the large troop that Wei Long just scouted from the sky. Travel along this route under the cover of darkness, and you will join the main force by morning. Go, your comrades are waiting for you. Lin Yun nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. She then vanished into the night. At around 3 in the morning, following Lin Xiao's directions, Lin Yun indeed encountered the main force. At that moment, Lei Ming and Zhang Chun were already quite anxious. Upon seeing Lin Yun, they were overjoyed. Yun, you are finally back. Lin Yun calmly inquired, what about Li Tianyi? That scoundrel Li Tianyi has already been sent back to the imperial capital, they replied. Don't worry, he will definitely face punishment. The imperial capital had sent people. Qin Weiguo arrived by helicopter, bringing Li Tianyi back to the safe zone. Zhang Chun and Lei Ming volunteered to stay behind and lead the remaining survivors on foot to the imperial capital, primarily waiting to reunite with Lin Yun. They hadn't expected her to return so quickly. Yun, how come your face is so clean? Lei Ming asked in confusion. Lin Yun did not answer him. Instead, she shifted the topic. How many of us are left? Our remaining troops number only 5,000. The Lonka Institute in the imperial capital sent over a few gene serums last time. Lin Yun asked nonchalantly. Yes, do you want some? Absolutely. Inject me with the gene serum, and then my next goal is to acquire a batch of gene warriors. I want to be at the forefront of the troops. If we encounter zombies, we must clear them out. The two men immediately stood in awe. They understood that Lin Yun's desire to become stronger stemmed from her encounters with those evolved zombies. But in truth, her motivation was simply to keep pace with that man. Chapter 39. Lord Luo arrives with the flowing silver guards. Lin Xiao slept until 11 in the morning. He had initially planned to gather more supplies, but decided to rest instead, knowing he had a meeting with the survivors later. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy such a comfortable morning, with the air conditioning set to 17 degrees and a cozy, thick blanket covering him. Seeing that Lin Xiao was still asleep, Lu Yi chose not to wake him. She understood that her husband had likely been exhausted from gathering supplies and battling outside zombies. It was better to let him rest a little longer. As it approached 11:30, Lin Xiao awoke to the enticing aroma of food. Wow, it smells amazing. It was his favorite sweet and sour ribs. After getting out of bed, he saw his wife in an apron, preparing the meal. Lu Yi was pouring sweet and sour sauce over the ribs to give them color. Then, she added water, ginger slices, and green onions, bringing it to a boil before simmering it on low heat for 20 minutes, and finally turning up the heat to reduce the sauce. Before long, the vibrant and enticing sweet and sour ribs were ready. When Lu Yi placed the ribs on a plate, Lin Xiao couldn't resist. Let me have a taste first. Your cooking is simply delightful. After a satisfying lunch, it was now 11:50. Lin Xiao drove his Lamborghini to the designated location. Upon arrival, he observed Jiang Taiping and others sharing some pieces of bread that had already turned black. Haven't you eaten? Benefactor, have you had your meal? We collected this a few days ago. It's a bit past its prime, but still edible. There are many survivors here, and the expired bread is scarce. Thus, everyone could only take a single bite, strictly forbidden from taking more. Should anyone indulge, they would be deemed lacking in faith, and the others would swiftly eliminate that person. They continued their journey to the villa Lin Xiao had designated. Indeed, the group had already moved all the gold there. As soon as they entered, the metallic scent enveloped them. Inside, mountains of gold were piled high. The living room was filled with gold bars ranging from hundreds to thousands in quantity, and Lin Xiao could not count them all. In another room were gold ornaments collected from brands like Zhou de Fu and Lao Fengxiang. Stacked into small hills, countless in number, gold locks, rings, necklaces, and bracelets. The final room held heaps of diamonds. You collected diamonds too? Yes. We weren't sure if you needed them, so we took the liberty of gathering them. Seeing the villa brimming with gold, jewels, and diamonds, Lin Xiao turned to survey the group present. How late did you all stay up hoarding these items? They admitted to hardly sleeping all night. You know, benefactor, the zombies have poor night vision. They become blind, so we ventured out at night. Lin Xiao learned that they had mobilized almost all the survivors. Anyone unwilling to assist would be cast out by the others. After a night of labor, they had only managed to consume that one piece of black bread. Listening to their plight filled Lin Xiao with both sorrow and helplessness. To his surprise, these people exhibited a certain unity. As he spoke, Lin Xiao retrieved some supplies from his spatial ring. Previously, while gathering at the supermarket in Incheon, he had collected many near-expiry products. Although some were on the verge of expiration, he had taken them anyway. Lin Xiao decided not to keep these supplies for himself, including some yogurt that still had 2 days before expiry, along with various compressed biscuits and canned goods, items he would not consume. Distribute these among yourselves as a reward for your hard work. I, Lin Xiao, never owe anyone anything. You risked your lives to help me. Naturally, I will repay you. These biscuits, cans, and yogurt should last you half a month. Jiang Taiping and the others were initially taken aback, quickly shaking their heads. No, benefactor, you saved us. Helping you is our duty. We do not want anything. Take it, Lin Xiao insisted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. To survive, resources are essential. Moreover, if you truly wish to follow me one day, I have but one piece of advice. Treat each other as family. Upon hearing this, the group was so moved that they knelt before Lin Xiao. We will regard one another as our own family, benefactor. In truth, Lin Xiao merely spoke these words offhandedly, believing that treating one another as family, bonds stronger than blood, would enhance their cohesion. Although he preferred not to form cliques, he knew that for these ordinary people to survive, they must unite and cooperate. Additionally, I advise you to head to the safe zone in the capital as soon as possible. It will be safer there. Having done all he could, Lin Xiao took all the gold and departed. Time was of the essence. The second disaster was approaching. The monsters within the fog would be even more challenging to contend with. He was currently a novice warrior and needed to grow stronger. After all, the cultivation method of swallowing the stars pursued an endless realm of power. In other words, he could continue to train indefinitely, potentially reaching the heights of Luo Feng. However, for now, he planned to evacuate with Lu Yi and the others. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Xiao received a notification from Wanjie Trading. Trader Luo Changzhu has been waiting for you for quite some time. Hurry to trade. Luo Feng is back. Upon entering the trading space, he immediately saw Luo Feng's eager expression. Luo Changzhu, this time it's, haha, I'm hungry, Mr. Lin. I miss the food from Earth. Could you make me a meal again? It was just the right time for dinner. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao exited the space and headed to the kitchen. He had leftover sweet and sour ribs from lunch, which he heated up and prepared a dish of spicy stir-fried meat and crayfish. These 3 dishes were generously portioned. Soon, Lin Xiao delivered the meal to Luo Changzhu. So now you see me as your chef, Lin Xiao chuckled. Luo Feng took a bite of the sweet and sour ribs. Delicious. This is the best sweet and sour ribs I've had in ages. Now, what can you offer me this time? Lin Xiao, feeling comfortable with the old friend, awaited his response. After Luo Feng finished eating, he presented Lin Xiao with a discarded spaceship. This ship has several robots, very useful and powerful. They will serve as your protectors. Robot protectors? What are they called? Luing Guards. Chapter 40. The second disaster approaches. Prepare for evacuation. Through Luo Feng's introduction, these 3 robots are made from a special material, equipped with an intelligent system capable of conversing and interacting like humans. Their exterior is composed of a rare metal, luine, found throughout the universe. This unique metal can effectively nullify the impact from powerful monster attacks. Thus, they serve as excellent bodyguards in the apocalypse. This guard is a gift for you to ensure your family's safety. While their offensive power isn't overwhelming, once they ensnare an adversary, there is currently no one in your realm capable of resisting them. Luo Feng concluded, casually presenting the 3 robots to Lin Xiao. Before Lin Xiao, the 3 robots stood motionless, resembling loyal and fearless sentinels. Their bodies were as dark as ink, and their eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Suddenly, the Luing guard's eyes lit up. Greetings, esteemed master. The 3 intelligent robots greeted Lin Xiao. From now on, we We shall heed only your commands. The rest is in your hands." Hearing Luo Feng's words, Lin Xiao bowed deeply. "Thank you very much." After exiting the trading space, Lin Xiao returned to the living room, instructing Lu Yi and the others to pack their belongings. It was time for them to evacuate, with the protection of the Luoying guards. They need not fear the many evolved zombies along the way. In just a few days, the fog would descend. The entire region would be consumed by the mist. The safe zone in the capital remained the safest option. Therefore, there was no time to lose. He had to lead everyone to safety. "Dad, are we heading to the capital now?" Xiao Ryu asked with wide eyes. "Indeed, but I don't want to go to the capital." "Why?" "I have just perused the official announcement indicating that the imperial capital has established a school." Lin Xiao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, this statement was overheard by Lu Yi, who was busy tidying up her clothes. "Darling, your words have piqued my interest. What troubles you, sweetheart?" At that moment, Xiao Ryu buried her head beneath her pillow, presenting a rather comical scene. Once everything was in order, Lin Xiao informed Wei Long and Pai Li Hua to devise a route with relatively fewer zombies. Subsequently, he retracted the nano-grade high-tech shelter, which appeared to be gradually absorbed like mercury, revealing the original basement beneath. "Get in the car, Xiao Yu, sit with your mother and brother." Lu Yi settled into the RV, cradling Lin Xian in her arms. Lin Ryu, albeit reluctantly, took her place in the passenger seat. "You still have 50 words to memorize today. Make sure to study on the way." "What? Are you unhappy sitting with your mother?" Lin Ryu replied, "I'm very happy. Especially happy." She forced a smile, pulling out her English book and began reading aloud. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was in the Lamborghini, assuming the role of the navigator. They were bound to encounter numerous zombies along the way. Once the vehicle started, the family was back on the road. Just as they exited Incheon and merged onto the highway, Lin Xiao came across a convoy also en route to the imperial capital. This was a group of survivors, appearing to be quite seasoned, consisting of over 30 individuals. They had 5 Mercedes G-Class vehicles and 5 Tank 700s, all reinforced with steel bars and wire mesh. Their leader was Zhao Hongbing. All of his companions were retired soldiers. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, Zhao Hongbing had reconnected with his old comrades, and they fashioned various weapons, managing to survive against the odds. They intended to journey together to the safe zone in the imperial capital. Upon spotting Lin Xiao's 2 vehicles, Zhao Hongbing and his group amiably honked their horns and greeted them. In this apocalypse, amidst rampant zombies and ruins, encountering fellow humans was a heartening experience for these seasoned warriors. Lin Xiao reciprocated with a honk. The convoy continued northward on the highway, with Lin Xiao trailing behind. As the sun began its descent that day, the vehicles ahead unexpectedly came to a halt. Lin Xiao initially feared they could no longer resist and planned to rob him. He opened the door and stepped out to assess the situation. However, these individuals were unarmed. Zhao Hongbing stepped down, his brow furrowed and his expression grim. "Brother, have you noticed one of our vehicles has gone missing?" "The vehicle is missing?" Lin Xiao was perplexed and shook his head. It soon became clear to him that during their journey, one of their 10 vehicles had mysteriously vanished on the highway, seemingly disappearing without a trace. And they could not establish contact via the walkie-talkie. Lin Xiao's vehicles had been following closely behind, and he inquired whether they had seen where the missing vehicle had gone. Could it have gone to a service area? "No way. Brother Bing instructed us not to approach the service area without his permission." "Isn't that peculiar? How could a vehicle just vanish?" Moreover, given the speed on the highway, it could only mean they had veered onto another road or exited the highway altogether, as if they had evaporated into thin air. The sudden disappearance of the vehicle cast a shadow of unease over the group. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Xiao decided to exit the highway and spend the night in the car. Upon seeing Lin Xiao leave the highway, Zhao Hongbing and the other survivors, considering the mysterious disappearance of a vehicle that day, also resolved to find a safe place to spend the night. "Everyone, take care of your wives and children. We will take turns keeping watch outside. Report any unusual occurrences promptly." Zhao Hongbing and several men exited the vehicle, retrieving tents from the trunk. They settled into the tents, not daring to close their eyes. Their wives and children remained in the car, lying across the flattened seats and trunk. Lin Xiao had already prepared a meal in the car. Through the window, he observed the people nearby. He surmised that they thought it wise to stay together for safety, should any trouble arise, allowing others to cover their escape. Zhao Hongbing and a few brothers held handguns, which they had acquired from the police station following the outbreak. They sat upright, scanning their surroundings as if their eyes were cameras. "Has everyone eaten? I brought some crispy noodles. I have a few marinated eggs. I still have some chocolate and cookies." Zhao Hongbing smiled slightly, pulling out some packaging. "Look what I found, prepared meals." "Ha ha. Wow, Brother Bing, you're amazing. Hurry. This is what I found at Yonghui Supermarket. There's plenty more. Come on, call the wives and children out. Let's start a fire and heat this up. Just a little for each of us. No one should overindulge, or I'll have words with them. Brother Bing, you're too good to us. What are you saying? We've all come this far together. If it weren't for taking down those zombies, I wouldn't have seen my child again. Zhao Hongbing instructed his comrades to let their families disembark. They gathered around the fire once it was lit. At that moment, one of the veterans, named Dahai, suddenly looked toward the RV not far away. Brother Bing, should we share some with them as well? Chapter 41. An encounter with the survivor convoy. The path widens. Zhao Hongbing contemplated the warming, prepared meals for a moment before responding. Dahai, go ahead and deliver some to them. How many more living people will we meet on this journey? Indeed, I noticed he seems to have his family with him. Once the prepared meals were heated and ready to eat, Zhao Hongbing took 2 packages, fish-flavored shredded meat and sweet and sour eggplant, and handed them to Ma Dahai. Most importantly, we must not forget that we are soldiers. If we have the ability to assist the common folk, we should do so to the best of our abilities. Ma Dahai nodded in agreement with Zhao Hongbing's words. Brother Bing, that's why you're our leader. With you guiding us, we will never lose our principles. Enough chit-chat. Hurry along. Ma Dahai stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and jogged over to Lin Xiao's RV. As he approached, he could smell the delicious aroma wafting from within the vehicle. It was utterly tempting. Ma Dahai was at a loss, unsure if he should knock on the door. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao noticed the figure standing at the entrance. He opened the door to find the somewhat awkward Ma Dahai, looking flustered. Brother, I apologize for the intrusion. Originally, my brother asked me to bring you some food, prepared meals, but I just realized you seem to be eating quite well. What are you having? It smells delightful. Lin Xiao waved his hand casually. Steamed wuchang fish. I must say, this wuchang fish is truly tender and flavorful, though it does have quite a few bones. Ma Dahai scratched his head, chuckling. I suppose our effort was unnecessary. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. Just then, Lin Xiao called out to him. Wait a moment. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao arrived at the campsite of Zhao Hongbing and his group. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Zhao Hongbing's comrades promptly greeted him. After a brief introduction, Lin Xiao took a seat and distributed packages of cigarettes he had collected from the supermarket, all of which were Zhonghua. The veterans were momentarily taken aback, but eventually accepted the gifts. The moonlight bathed the desolate outskirts of the city, enveloped in darkness save for a solitary campfire at its center. Brother Lin, are you also headed to the safe zone in the capital? Zhao Hongbing inquired. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied. As Zhao Hongbing lit his cigarette, a satisfied smile spread across his face. To have survived until now, Brother Lin must possess considerable skill. However, I advise you to stick with us tomorrow. Ma Dahai pointed proudly at his comrades. These brothers are all formidable fighters. They fear no zombies and can handle them with ease. We've dealt with countless zombies on our journey. They steer clear of us. Enough of that. Old Su and his family have been out of contact since today, Zhao Hongbing interjected. There's no need to worry. Such a robust person cannot simply vanish. Besides, Old Su is the strongest among us. No zombie could possibly best him. Lin Xiao's expression turned grave. It's also possible that he encountered something beyond ordinary zombies. Evolved zombies come in myriad forms. Some grotesque creatures might have the strength to drag away such a large vehicle. Indeed, we have seen those crawling zombies before. How many brothers have we lost on this journey? Reaching the capital alive is already a question. Zhao Hongbing stubbed out his cigarette and gestured to the others. We leave at 3 o'clock tonight. Everyone should rest early. At that moment, the cicadas of summer suddenly ceased their chirping, and an eerie silence enveloped the wilderness. Amidst this stillness, a distinct sound of chewing echoed from the direction of the large vehicle. Instantly, a chill ran down everyone's spine. What was that noise? The dozen or so veterans raised their weapons, some brandishing riot shields. Zhao Hongbing, along with Ma Dahai and the others, cautiously approached. In the next instant, a shadow leaped from beneath the vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, they opened fire. The shadow was struck mid-air by a barrage of bullets, sent flying backward. Zhao Hongbing and his comrades immediately began to unleash a furious hail of gunfire beneath the vehicle. The sound of gunfire echoed as they emptied their magazines, leaving the vehicle riddled with holes. When Zhao Hongbing signaled, several men with shields and batons crept closer. Upon inspection, they collectively sighed in relief. It was merely a few oversized rats. Are these rats so large now? Could they also be infected? For safety's sake, they deemed it necessary to eliminate them. One of the rats had already been turned into a sieve. It turned out to be a false alarm. Yet the anxiety stemming from the disappearance of their teammate had left everyone on edge. It's time to move, Lin Xiao remarked, glancing around. The gunfire had undoubtedly attracted nearby zombies. Zhao Hongbing instructed his team to act swiftly. Quick! Get in the vehicles. Everyone get in. Their initial plan to spend the night here was now evidently impossible. The distant howls of zombies filled the air. The group hurriedly started their vehicles, preparing to return to the highway, but soon discovered that the entrance to the highway was completely overrun with zombies. Brother Bing, there are too many zombies. We can't go back. The horde of zombies was rapidly approaching from behind, leaving them no option but to forge ahead. Soon, the convoy entered a dense forest. However, upon entry, they realized that Lin Xiao's vehicle had also vanished. Where's Brother Lin? He is missing too? Chapter 42, The Tyrant at the Pinnacle of Zombies. Ninefold thunder and one blade. Damn it, firing those shots was not a wise decision. It attracted the zombies. Ma Dehai drove the vehicle swiftly into the woods, utilizing the walkie-talkie to maintain communication. It was crucial to remain together at this moment. Suddenly, Zhao Hongbing's voice crackled through the radio. Quick, everyone out of the vehicles. What is happening? Before Ma Dehai could respond, 5 or 6 extraordinarily large zombies appeared, blocking their path completely. Their bellies nearly scraped the ground, a nauseating stench wafting through the air. These were evolved zombies, swollen ones. Upon sustaining damage, they would explode and release toxic gas. The large vehicle could not push through. At that moment, everyone inside the vehicles had to exit. They needed to walk on foot through the woods towards the mountains. Zhao Hongbing calmly directed, suggesting they temporarily hide until the zombies moved away from the area. Don't just stand there. Move quickly. As the doors swung open, everyone abandoned their supplies in the vehicles, sprinting for their lives. Some, undeterred by the danger, insisted on running the zombies over with their vehicles. The result was catastrophic. One of the swollen ones unleashed a torrent of corrosive acid from its mouth, instantly eroding the car. Within mere seconds, the occupants screamed in terror. Zhao Hongbing could not afford to save them, and the group dared not look back. They continued to run through the woods. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhao Hongbing, Ma Dehai, and a few others, some carrying children, paused in a clearing. They sensed that the zombies had ceased their pursuit at the foot of the mountain and did not follow further. The group stumbled upon a vast cave, enveloped in darkness. If they remained quiet, the zombies would be unable to find them. Zhao Hongbing led a few brothers, flashlights in hand, deeper into the cave. Fortunately, no zombies lurked within. Let us stay here for the night. We'll wait until morning when the zombies have left before we venture out. The exhausted group sat on the ground, bewildered, gazing out into the darkness. Brother Bing, just now, 3 vehicles, Old Lu, Old Wang, and Ergo, were all left behind. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the group. But the situation worsened. Suddenly, someone pointed out strange inscriptions etched into the rocky walls of the cave. Ma Dehai stood up and illuminated the markings with his flashlight. They read, "Living people are forbidden to enter. No one can leave." The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling low as everyone processed the words. Some could no longer contain themselves and broke down. First, Old Su went missing. Then they encountered a horde of zombies, and now they were trapped in this cave, confronted with such terrifying inscriptions. Could this be a message left by Old Su? Zhao Hongbing remained remarkably composed, realizing the urgency of the situation. Let us take stock of our numbers. Besides those who just went missing, are there any others unaccounted for? Ma Dehai conducted a quick tally. Aside from the 3 vehicles completely surrounded by zombies, their companion Lin Xiao was also unaccounted for. Brother Lin, that RV and the sports car, both have vanished. Could this be a cruel prank? Zhao Hongbing speculated. Is it possible that Brother Lin carved this? He keenly sensed that something was amiss. As they ascended the mountain, they had indeed noted that the zombies had not followed them, nor could they hear their roars. Despite the strange occurrences, the zombies below were undoubtedly still present. They had no means of escape at this moment. Everyone leaned against the rocky walls, closing their eyes to rest. At that moment, 2 women expressed their urgent need to find a place to relieve themselves, having restrained themselves throughout the journey without a restroom break. Zhao Hongbing instructed their respective husbands to accompany them. After the 4 exited the cave, more than an hour passed without their return. Bingo. I find this place increasingly eerie. How can it take so long just to relieve oneself? Dehai remarked. Moreover, even if they were ambushed by zombies, there should have been some noise. How about we go check on them? Zhao Hongbing, unable to contain his concern, touched the handgun in his coat pocket, his expression grave. Ma Dehai picked up a nearby riot shield, took a deep breath, and the 2 made their way outside. They proceeded cautiously, wary of drawing attention, refraining from using their flashlights. As they descended the mountain, Ma Dehai seemed to have stepped on something soft. What is this? He leaned down to investigate, and was nearly paralyzed with fright. Lao Su. Zhao Hongbing shuddered, quickly turning to look. Indeed, the vehicle that had gone missing on the highway was there. along with the bodies of Lao Su and his relatives sprawled across the ground. This confirmed that the writing in the cave was indeed his. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the cave. Zhao Hongbing's eyes widened with alarm. Danger! The two sprinted back in a panic. Inside the cave, the survivors were screaming frantically. Run! Hurry! Help! Before Zhao Hongbing could reach them, he witnessed several of his old comrades collapsing to the ground. Hongbing, run! Upon closer inspection, he realized their legs were missing, as if violently ripped away by some monstrous force. Behind them, others were rushing towards them, shouting about monsters. The cave, previously marked with a sign reading "No living beings allowed," was now a scene of carnage. Although a few individuals managed to escape, they were nearly deranged, darting past Zhao Hongbing and Ma Dehai as they fled down the mountain. Reacting swiftly, the two disregarded everything and ran downward. At that moment, they beheld the familiar RV waiting below. Lin Xiao? However, Lin Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Inside the vehicle, his wife and child peered through the window at them. Zhao Hongbing quickly gestured for them to flee, urging them to leave this cursed place without delay. Yet, a violent tremor surged towards them. Trees around them began to collapse one after another, revealing the terrifying presence of a zombie on the mountain. Finally, they caught sight of the creature. It stood over 3 meters tall, its body composed of incredibly tough black muscle, possessing limbs akin to those of a human. However, it bore claws over 1 meter long. Its face twisted in a grotesque snarl, stained with human blood. What is this? The pinnacle of the zombie virus, an evolved tyrant. This creature was the ultimate product of the zombie virus, having evolved beyond all others. The common zombies, whether they were lickers or those with severed human limbs, were insignificant compared to the tyrant, which had devoured all evolved zombies to reach its current form. The absence of zombies on this mountain was due to the tyrant having consumed them all. Before them, the tyrant demolished the trees in its path. Zhao Hongbing recognized a familiar face amidst the chaos. Lin Xiao? The two were taken aback, unsure when Lin Xiao had appeared. Lin Xiao, hurry, get in the car. We must leave now. This creature has killed all our comrades. Ma Dehai urged, his emotions running high. However, upon seeing them, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. After parting ways with the group, he had intended to find a place to rest before continuing the next day. To his surprise, he discovered numerous human corpses on the mountain, some reduced to mere pulp, yet not a single zombie in sight. He surmised that a boss-level entity resided here. Is this a spawn point for boss? Lin Xiao found himself intrigued. It presented a perfect opportunity for him to train. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao charged forward. The tyrant, swaying its massive form, generated a whirlwind as it sprinted with incredible speed. Lin Xiao drew forth his black blade, and with a fundamental warrior's strike enhanced by the ninefold thunderblade, he swung down. With a sickening sound, the tyrant was severed in half. Both Lin Xiao and the tyrant were momentarily stunned. Is it really this fragile? Chapter 43, The Second Wave of Catastrophe. The mist spreads across the sea. Lin Xiao pondered. Wasn't this supposed to be a zombie? They are easier to defeat than I imagined. As the tyrant was cleaved in two, behind them, Zhao Hongbing and Ma Dehai stood in a daze, swallowing hard in disbelief. Bingo, I think we need to re-evaluate Lin Xiao's combat prowess, Zhao Hongbing muttered, turning to his companion. Those zombies appeared fearsome, yet they fell so easily. Is it possible that Lin Xiao is simply too strong? Lin Xiao sheathed his black blade and turned to the two. Time is of the essence, gentlemen. Your vehicle is over there. We must leave swiftly, for a new catastrophe may soon arise. In return for Lin Xiao's kindness, he too reciprocated with goodwill. These individuals had shared their provisions with him even before knowing him. A rarity in this post-apocalyptic world, earning Lin Xiao's respect. Lin Xiao, Ma Dehai, at a loss for words, instinctively called out as Lin Xiao began to depart. From the heart, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Zhao Hongbing added, may our paths cross again. With that, Lin Xiao entered his Lamborghini and drove towards the safety zone of the capital. After organizing the group and tending to the fallen comrades, they prepared to set off once more, for even greater horrors awaited them. Inside the vehicle, Lin Xiao had Lin Ryu seated in the passenger seat. Leaning back, she asked, Daddy, can you take me on as your apprentice? I want to become stronger. Lin Xiao glanced at her, replying, if you engage in battle with those zombies, your mother will surely have my head. If anything were to happen, she would not forgive me. Moreover, fighting those monsters is inherently perilous. One misstep can lead to disaster. I won't fight zombies. I just want to learn to protect myself. You can't possibly protect me forever, can you? You will surely perish before me. So I need to cultivate the ability to safeguard myself. Lin Xiao chuckled. You certainly speak your mind. There is some validity to your argument, albeit limited. After all, With my cultivation of the devouring starry sky technique, I may live far longer than during the age of dinosaurs. Let me think it over. Once we reach the capital, I will teach you some basic training methods. Hearing this, Lin Xiao clapped her hands in delight. Great. Simple training for her was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. However, the future calamities would prove far more terrifying than any zombie. Ordinary physical training would be insufficient against the creatures lurking within the mist. With that thought, Lin Xiao promptly contacted the J-20 fighter jet. Wei Long utilized the radio to inform the authorities, conveying that within the next week, humanity will face a catastrophic disaster. Wei Long comprehends. Meanwhile, along the coastal regions of Longhua, the inaugural large cruise ship, Ida Modu Hao, has set sail from the magical city of Modu. This colossal vessel surpasses even the Titanic in size and is equipped with an ample number of lifeboats and a comprehensive array of safety measures, ensuring that every individual has access to means of survival in the event of danger. As the apocalypse unfolds, the Ida Modu Hao is currently hosting tourists from across the nation on a 14-day maritime excursion, allowing these individuals to narrowly evade the threat of the zombie virus. At this moment, amidst the vast ocean under a clear sky, seagulls soar gracefully, and everything appears idyllic. There is no need for alarm. The provisions on board are sufficient to sustain each of us for a year. Therefore, everyone should relax and enjoy. The captain has reassured everyone that the supplies are plentiful, inviting all to unwind and revel. However, in truth, the food aboard can only last for a maximum of 3 months, and resources are dwindling rapidly. Consequently, the crew is desperately attempting to establish contact with Modu, hoping for military airdrops of supplies. Yet, no matter how they reach out to the port of Modu, there is no response. Modu has also succumbed to the crisis. When they fail to receive any effective reply from the authorities of Longhua, the management aboard the Ida Modu Hao resolutely decides to steer the ship towards an uninhabited island, hoping to find supplies or the means to cultivate a self-sustaining existence there, transforming the island into a second sanctuary for all survivors. Upon learning of this plan, the tourists express unanimous support, reminiscent of Robinson Crusoe, envisioning a life free from zombies. With their numbers, they could create a veritable utopia, akin to the peach blossom spring. As excitement fills the air, the Ida Modu Hao sets course for the deserted island. After an indeterminate passage of time, the lookout sailor urgently informs the captain, "Captain, there is a dense fog ahead." The captain, hastily donning his attire, rushes to the bow to investigate. Based on his years of nautical experience, such thick fog should not exist in this area. Both the captain and the sailors are perplexed. Meanwhile, the tourists in their cabins are indulging in merriment, seeking to enjoy themselves amidst the impending doom, with societal norms seemingly forgotten. At this juncture, the captain broadcasts a warning. "Attention! The cruise ship will navigate through a foggy area. All passengers and crew are advised to return to their cabins immediately." Yet, before he can finish, a harrowing scream pierces through the broadcast, sending shockwaves through everyone aboard. Following this, a thunderous crash reverberates, resembling the sound of the ship colliding or tearing apart. What is happening? The revelers are startled, halting their activities, and some rush to open their cabin doors, only to find that the entryway seems to have been rent apart by some unseen force. They scarcely have time to cry out for help, as within a minute, the entire colossal vessel is engulfed by the fog, vanishing entirely from sight. Chapter 44. The eerie disappearance of the aircraft carrier. Concurrently, in the Pacific Ocean, an aircraft carrier, surrounded by hundreds of cruisers, is engaged in a large-scale extermination of the zombies along the coastline. Various artillery pieces are unleashing a torrent of fire, and the relentless tide of corpses cannot withstand the onslaught. Captain Jason, peering through his binoculars, wears a triumphant smile, proclaiming, "Zombies? They are utterly vulnerable before our advanced weaponry." What is the situation in Longhua? Such a vast nation cannot be completely obliterated by these creatures, can it? Haha. The forces of Eagle Sauce have been ruthlessly clearing out many zombies in the quarantine zones using precision cruise missiles. The zombies, in the face of Eagle Sauce's heavy firepower, are no match at all. Evolutionary zombies, colossal beasts, tyrants. One missile is sufficient to send them to their doom. Currently, Wu Chang has plans to finish exterminating the zombies in all quarantined areas and establish a global federation to counterattack. Nevertheless, as the officers aboard the Eagle Sauce vessels witness their prowess in clearing the undead, they cannot help but marvel at the military might of their nation. At this moment, Captain Jason proposes a bold idea. They should traverse the Pacific Ocean to rescue those nations severely afflicted by the zombie virus, including Longhua. With its vast population and dense urban centers, Longhua has been heavily impacted by the outbreak, with many areas having fallen completely. The nation has adopted a cautious approach to missile usage, leaving many zombies unaddressed and difficult to eradicate. We intend to assist Longhua. Perhaps we could even become their rulers. What do you think? Oh yes, I relish the thought. After completing their task of exterminating zombies, Jason and several officers anchor their warship at sea, sharing a moment of camaraderie as they smoke and gaze at the endless ocean. Suddenly, someone points out with curiosity, "Look, over there, fog is rolling in." Strangely, this fog is quite beautiful, yet it hinders their plans to cross the Pacific. The fog spreads rapidly, making navigation impossible, and they must pause for a few days. As the dense mist envelopes a third of the fleet, the crew remains largely unconcerned, viewing this fog as a reasonable excuse to take a break. However, as Jason and the soldiers finish their cigarettes and prepare to return to the cabin, a blood-curdling scream erupts. They turn to see several soldiers stationed at the bow have vanished without a trace. What could have happened? Jason and the others immediately raise their weapons, their faces etched with concern as they peer into the distance. At the bow, only a pool of blood remains, with no sign of life. "Stay alert," Jason begins. Yet before he can complete his sentence, an unseen force drags him violently into the depths of the sea. "Jason!" Everyone raises their firearms, firing frantically into the ocean. The gunfire echoes for mere seconds before falling silent, leaving no soldiers on deck, only a pool of blood staining the floor. The fog-shrouded warships emit eerie creaking sounds. While some begin to sink slowly, the ocean becomes tumultuous, and within 5 minutes, calm returns, leaving only wreckage in its wake, with not a single body in sight. The commander aboard the aircraft carrier, Imru, senses something is amiss. "Are we still unable to establish contact?" "Yes. All communication has been lost." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the commander orders an immediate retreat from the fog. Simultaneously, several Raptors are dispatched for aerial reconnaissance. They seek to uncover the mysteries concealed within the fog. However, as the aircraft approach the mist, the pilots are astonished to find that all electronic devices have malfunctioned, rendering their communication systems useless. The fighter jets inexplicably descended in a bizarre arc from the sky, plunging into the sea. "Do not approach the mist. Do not approach the mist." All naval ships commenced firing into the fog. The remaining vessels unleashed a relentless barrage of artillery into the shrouded depths. Thousands of heavy rounds, including armor-piercing shells, missiles, and torpedoes, were simultaneously unleashed into the mist. They had hoped the fog would cease its expansion, but they were gravely mistaken. The mist continued to proliferate at an alarming rate. At that moment, several crew members in the command center of the aircraft carrier suddenly began to scream in piercing tones. "They are coming! They are coming!" Aya, Commander Aimu Lu, leading a contingent of elite Marines, rushed towards the command center. "What the hell are they doing?" Aimu Lu kicked open the door to the command room. What unfolded inside was exceedingly bizarre. Several crew members were frantically rubbing their faces while singing a haunting melody. Looking up, the sky was vast and the night had fallen, adorned with countless stars. The era of prosperity was over. Doomsday had arrived, breaking free from confinement. The awakened deity returned with vengeance, blood staining the earth. The ignorant masses, the rulers of all beings, extreme terror surged forth from the depths of the sea and the earth, leaving corpses in its wake. The Marines were astonished to find that the singing crew members had lost their eyeballs, their sockets deeply sunken. "Monsters! There are monsters! Shoot! Kill them quickly!" A barrage of gunfire erupted towards the crew. The most horrifying part was that, despite being riddled with bullets, they continued to sing that maddening song, each note sending chills down spines. "What the hell is this?" Aimu Lu was furious. He stormed out, firing wildly into the thick fog before him. Moments later, everyone was horrified to discover that the forward section of their massive aircraft carrier was being engulfed by the mist. The visibility was nearly non-existent, as if the fog intended to swallow the entire carrier whole. No, help. Within 10 minutes, the aircraft carrier was entirely consumed by the mist, the surface of the sea turning crimson with blood. Yet the fog continued to spread, unrelenting. Chapter 45. First arrival at the safe zone of the imperial capital, isolation imminent. On the side of Longhua, the Disaster Prevention Command Center in the imperial capital received a mysterious transmission. They quickly deciphered the signal, which contained information about the second catastrophe and the monsters lurking within the fog. Upon receiving this news, all high-ranking officials did not question the authenticity of the transmission. They immediately ordered the coastal naval forces to evacuate. They could no longer afford to verify its truth. Moreover, satellite radar had also detected the spreading fog over the Pacific. If there were indeed terrifying monsters within the mist, fortifying the defenses of the imperial capital was imperative. Their current defensive measures could withstand evolved zombies, but halting more dreadful monsters would be exceedingly challenging. Orders were dispatched to the coastal military districts for a full retreat back to the imperial capital. At that moment, soldiers from various military districts began their withdrawal, gradually moving from the coast towards the inland regions. Was the fog truly approaching? Radar indicated that the fog was only a week away from reaching the coastline of the Pacific. Constructing a perfect defensive structure within such a short time was an overwhelming task. The commanders could not help but reflect on the wisdom of the higher-ups in the imperial capital. There was but one solution: to retreat to the imperial capital, behind the Great Wall. This was reminiscent of the often repeated saying about the Great Wall as a watchtower. If the transmission held any truth, only by uniting the forces of all military districts and using the Great Wall as the final line of defense could there be a glimmer of hope. The scene shifted to Lin Xiao, who was still in his vehicle when he suddenly heard the announcement over the radio. Attention, all survivors. Recent monitoring by the Disaster Prevention Center has detected a mysterious fog in the Pacific Ocean. According to intelligence, this fog may be concealing even more terrifying creatures. Please head immediately to the safe zone of the imperial capital. If you cannot reach the safe zone, find a suitable shelter and gather more supplies to prepare for the impending disaster. However, this message bore little substance, as many survivors were trapped due to the surrounding zombies and unable to escape. Others were confined in their homes, sealing doors and windows, silently awaiting their fate. Some, suffering from a lack of resources, had gone days without food and, unable to endure any longer, chose to end their lives. A significant portion of the population did not perish at the hands of zombies, but rather succumbed to despair, opting for an early release from their suffering. Wow, we are finally here. Lin Xiao's family arrived at the so-called Copper Wall and Iron Bastion of Asia. However, before entering, they needed to undergo a series of inspections. From a distance, Lin Xiao observed a formidable force of 6 divisions stationed around the city for defense. Scattered defense works were visible even before reaching the gates of the imperial capital. This was only the outer perimeter, yet the firepower was astonishing. There are so many people, Lin Ruoyu exclaimed as she peered through the window, noticing a green corridor leading to the safe zone of the imperial capital, flanked by tanks and armored vehicles, blocking the road completely. Outside, many individuals were making their way inside. Everyone was subject to rigorous checks to ascertain if they bore any signs of infection. Suspected carriers would not even pass the first checkpoint. Get out of the vehicle for inspection. No vehicles are allowed inside. All must park outside. At that moment, a disgruntled survivor protested, "Why? I drove here. Why can't I go in?" Just days prior, someone had attempted to force their way through the checkpoint with their already infected son in an off-road vehicle, resulting in the deaths of over 20 survivors and 3 soldiers. Consequently, the higher-ups in the imperial capital issued an order to restrict all vehicle movement at the first checkpoint. At this point, Lin Xiao instructed Lu Yi, who was holding Xiao Xian, to exit the vehicle. He then used a spatial ring to store the car. "You all will have to bear with it for a while. We will go out later," he reassured his companions before taking Lin Ruoyu's hand and proceeding inward. Upon entering the green safety corridor, they were surrounded by soldiers clad in specialized combat gear, standing at the ready. Countless eyes scrutinized them, making them feel somewhat uneasy. Shortly thereafter, the family arrived at the medical station for a health examination. When the doctors approached and saw Lin Xiao's family, 2 masked physicians were taken aback. "Where did you come from? How are you different from the other survivors?" "Different?" Lu Yi asked, puzzled. She turned to take a closer look and realized that they indeed appeared distinct. The other survivors were clad in tattered clothing, their faces darkened, and their hair unkempt. In stark contrast, Lu Yi and her family looked nothing like refugees. They resembled tourists visiting the imperial capital. Dressed in vibrant, pristine attire, their appearances were immaculate. Even the child in Lu Yi's arms was clean and tidy. Lin Xiao explained, "We traveled from Zhengcheng, following the main forces. It was the military that rescued us." So, it was indeed the troops from Zhengcheng. It seems that the military strength of Zhengcheng is quite formidable. The doctor sighed and began to examine them. Breathing is normal, pulse is steady, and body temperature is as it should be. All data is normal. Take this registration card. You may proceed to the isolation area for observation. Isolation area? The doctor gestured towards the side. It turned out that right by the city gate of the imperial capital, tents had been erected. These tents were exclusively designated for isolating the newly arrived survivors into the city. "Look at us. We are perfectly fine. Can we enter the city directly?" Lu Yi asked with concern, glancing at Lin Xian in her arms. The doctor shook his head, expressing helplessness. This is the regulation from above, and they must comply. Just then, a series of piercing screams erupted from the survivor group. Everyone began to scatter in all directions because they saw a dozen lizard-like creatures descending from the city walls of the imperial capital. What is that? All the soldiers focused their gaze, and to their horror, these lizard-like creatures had human faces. They were composed of human faces. They are Ren Mianchong. Quick, open fire. Bang, bang, bang. All the soldiers below began shooting at the Ren Mianchong. However, the speed of the Ren Mianchong was alarmingly swift. In the blink of an eye, they reached the tents in the isolation area. This is bad. They are charging into the isolation area. Chapter 46. Is the apocalypse upon us? You are not taking refuge in a safe haven? The Ren Mianchong is, in fact, a type of evolved zombie. Because they crawl like insects, they are referred to as insects. Bullets struck the Ren Mianchong, causing it to roll on the ground, leaving a trail of blood. The soldiers outside the city, in preparation for dealing with evolved zombies, had all switched to large-caliber armor-piercing rounds. Their power is evident. They can already take down certain evolved zombies. However, the Ren Mianchong moved with astonishing speed. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, many Ren Mianchong still managed to break into the tents of the isolation area. In a moment of desperation, Lei Ming, who was responsible for guarding isolation area, dashed forward. To the onlookers, his speed far surpassed that of others. His pace was remarkably swift. In a blink, he drew his machete and effortlessly dispatched one. Then, he pulled out a specialized large gun he was carrying. The barrel gleamed sharply as he swiftly swept through the Ren Mianchong on the ground. One after another, he pierced their heads. It was evident that his strength was formidable. With a single strike, he could penetrate the Ren Mianchong, driving the barrel deep into the ground. After some time apart, Lei Ming's strength had clearly increased. He was gradually becoming proficient in close combat weaponry. A sharp machete and a nearly 3-meter-long black rifle weighing about 5 kilograms. The gun had been custom-made for Lei Ming by the military district of the imperial capital. After days of rigorous training, Lei Ming's ability to wield this weapon was steadily improving. After swiftly eliminating the Ren Mianchong, the surrounding survivors were in awe, each casting admiring glances at him. Wow, who is this? So handsome. Such incredible marksmanship. You don't know? This is Lei Ming, who fought his way here from Zhengcheng. Truly fierce. I can't believe he made it through that many zombies to get here. That's impressive. He must have encountered a horde of zombies. I shall call him the Thunder God, the God of War. Having narrowly escaped the recent harrowing crisis, the crowd's praise for Lei Ming was overflowing. Each person was filled with profound admiration. After all, they had witnessed the terror of those zombies. But now, they had encountered a Dragon Kingdom soldier capable of sweeping away these evolved zombies. They felt as if they were finally saved. After dispatching the Ren Mianchong, Lei Ming looked at the blood on his rifle and sighed. So close, just a little bit more. What's wrong, Captain Lei? I set a goal for myself to eliminate these guys within 20 seconds, but it took me 42 seconds just now. I truly feel like a failure. The soldiers beside him were left speechless. Is he really trying to show off? But everyone sincerely respected Lei Ming, knowing that he had been training rigorously every day, enduring devilish training. At that moment, Lei Ming looked towards Lin Xiao and Lu Yi, who were standing not far away. He furrowed his brow and said, "What are you still standing there for? This place is too dangerous. Zombies could attack at any moment. Hurry and get into the isolation area." Lin Xiao pointed at the long row of tents and said, "Isn't the isolation area dangerous as well? In my opinion, these tents and containers in this so-called isolation area are even more perilous. If zombies get in, these people will have no chance of escape. Don't worry, I'm here, right?" Lei Ming waved his large gun. "Brother, you have to stay in isolation for 3 days. It's the rule, primarily for the sake of the people in the city. Rest assured, we are here. I, Lei Ming, guarantee that if any zombies appear, I will take them down with a single shot." Upon hearing this, everyone present erupted into applause, excitement igniting within them. "This is exhilarating," Lin Xiao remarked. "Is this truly exhilarating?" He glanced at the tents. The hygiene of these tents was utterly deplorable. All the survivors had not bathed or brushed their teeth since the apocalypse began, compounded by the surrounding stench of blood. If other bacteria and viruses were present, his daughter Lin Ryu and son Lin Xian would undoubtedly struggle to endure. Thus, he sought out a management personnel named Song Ziqiu, a prominent figure from a distinguished family in the city. The tents and many of the basic facilities here were donated by enterprises under Song Ziqiu's management. Consequently, she had become one of the responsible parties here. "Hello, Director Song, I am Lin Xiao. May I enter the city directly?" Song Ziqiu scrutinized Lin Xiao and asked, "What do you mean? Everyone is in isolation. Why should you receive special treatment?" I know that your enterprises are currently engaged in some infrastructure development within the city and are amassing a significant amount of gold. Yes, and what of it? I happen to have 200 million worth of gold. Upon hearing this, Song Ziqiang was immediately taken aback. She inquired, how much? If I offer 200 million in gold, can I enter? Additionally, could you arrange for us a house? Song Ziqiang momentarily concealed her previous demeanor and adopted a courteous smile. May I ask your surname? Lin. Mr. Lin, if you truly possess 200 million in gold, I assure you, I can have someone take you inside immediately. Furthermore, you may choose any villa in the imperial capital. No, wait. I mean, any villa area in the imperial capital can be yours. Are villas that inexpensive now? Louis asked. Can a villa in the imperial capital be purchased for 200 million? Indeed, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, properties have lost their value entirely. No one wishes to reside in ordinary houses. However, some private shelters are exorbitantly priced. Currently, a 10,000-person underground bunker requires a payment of 60 million in gold per person, and one must voluntarily participate in military conscription. Houses are worthless, but properties that offer refuge are exceedingly valuable. Like those villa areas, given the current state of evolved zombies, they can easily smash through doors and windows, making them particularly inexpensive. However, the underground bunkers possess secrecy and are guarded by private military forces. Indeed, apart from the authorities, private armies have emerged in the capital city. The armament of these private forces is quite remarkable. No, I do not desire a villa. Grant me a spacious penthouse in a high-rise. The higher, the better. A penthouse. After a moment of contemplation, Song Ziqiang readily agreed, stating there is a 32nd floor penthouse with 320 square meters. If you desire it, we shall even offer you an entire building as a gift. Song Ziqiang mused to herself, thinking she had likely encountered a fool. In the current market, such properties are utterly unwanted. This person, astonishingly, spent 200 million on a house that no one desires. Very well, lead us there. After Lin Xiao and his companions were escorted inside, Song Ziqiang summoned the private army. 3 robust men, armed with shotguns, appeared menacingly, driving 2 vans as they escorted Lin Xiao and his group. Brother, this is the building. Here are the keys, one of them said, handing over a set of keys to Lin Xiao. Chapter 47, Little Royu, Dad. I yearn to improve. Daddy, why are houses so inexpensive now? Is it because even they know that this safe zone in Didu is far from secure and could be breached at any moment? Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback, realizing little Ryu had spoken a harsh truth. The 3 adult members of the private army regarded Lin Ryu with astonished expressions. Little girl, how are you so astute? One of the adults lamented silently, regretting that such a clever girl would soon find herself in peril. After all, they understood that if the Didu safe zone were compromised, their fates would be sealed. It could be said that the young are indeed sharp-witted, while the old are somewhat daft. At this juncture, possessing such wealth, why not seek refuge in a crowded shelter instead of choosing to settle in this desolate area? The most critical factor being the absence of their protection. Brother, considering we both have daughters, allow me to offer you this advice before parting ways. Align yourself with us or the official shelter. Each option has its merits, ensuring your safety. After delivering their counsel, the 3 men drove away. Lin Xiao led Lu Yi and the others upstairs. The spacious penthouse was adorned in a minimalist style, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the surroundings. This was Lu Yi's first encounter with such an expansive residence. They now possessed not merely a floor, but an entire building. How exhilarating. Dad, can I wander freely here for the next few days? We can access the other residents' apartments. Lin Xiao nodded, saying, wherever you wish to go, simply take the keys. Subsequently, Lin Xiao placed the nano shelter on this floor. With the application of nanotechnology, their previous humble abode was restored. Finally, a good night's sleep awaited them. Little Ryu was brimming with excitement, while Lu Yi busied herself inquiring about school matters. This afternoon, I plan to ask little Ryu about school, Lu Yi mentioned. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao decided to dispatch 3 silver flow guards for their protection at all times. Wife, these 3 robots will serve as your bodyguards. Before Lu Yi stood 3 mechanical beings, clad in human attire. Each wore a black trench coat, with hats pulled low and sunglasses obscuring their features, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary people. However, they were formidable fighters. In a purely combat scenario, unarmed, any one of these silver flow guards could easily overpower Lin Xiao. Yet, armed with weapons, Lin Xiao's black blade could cleave through them. In the afternoon, Lu Yi and the others ventured out while Lin Xiao remained alone in the expansive room, practicing diligently. He was at the primary warrior level, progressing through the second tier of Thunderblade. He understood that advancing to the intermediate level would require considerable time. Sitting cross-legged, he attuned himself to the cosmic genetic energy. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Xiao's satellite phone rang, suddenly filled with the sound of a child's cries. Could it be Lin Ruoyu? Lin Xiao rose abruptly, only to discover it was not her. My dear, I am rather embarrassed. While we were registering at school today, I had successfully enrolled her. Some children played with little Ruoyu, and perhaps a bit too roughly, resulting in the nearby robot seizing one child and tossing them away. I was alarmed and quickly intervened, but the child had already been thrown out. Now, their family and the teacher are confronting me, demanding compensation. Moreover, the teacher believes our bodyguards pose a danger. They have expelled her on the spot. Lin Xiao remarked. It seems the Silver Flow Guard is not particularly intelligent. However, this could not be entirely blamed on the robot. After all, it was devoid of emotions and merely perceived the situation as one where they were bullying little Ruoyu. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Tell them to come here for their compensation. I will provide it. It's all my fault," Lu Yi expressed with regret. Lin Xiao, however, was unfazed. A couple of hours later, when they arrived, Lin Xiao handed them bag after bag of provisions. Lu Yi felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had not kept a watchful eye on little Ruoyu. After all, it was they who had instigated the incident, so if they sought food, it was only fair to provide it. Yet, they had not specified what kind of provisions they desired. Both Lu Yi and Lin Ruoyu were taken aback. Then what did you give them? I provided them with cat food and dog food. They exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Xiao, nonchalant, replied, but I did indeed give them 10 pounds. This food will last them a considerable time. Remember, in the apocalypse, even dog food is a precious commodity. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, Lin Xiao added, furthermore, in peaceful times, the starch sausages we consume are made from dog food, as was previously exposed. The mother and daughter pondered this reasoning and found it somewhat valid. As night fell, Lin Xiao entered little Ruoyu's bedroom and closed the door behind him. Observing little Ruoyu diligently working on her homework, Lin Xiao suddenly donned an expression of knowing amusement. You truly are impressive. From now on, you might as well be called Lin Xiaohuge, he remarked. Daddy, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I just glanced at the surveillance footage of the Silver Flow Guard. I saw you conspiring with those children. You, Lin Ruoyu, deliberately provoked them to strike you, triggering the guard's counterattack mechanism. Thus, the teachers were frightened and dared not permit you to attend school. Your objective was successfully achieved. Lin Xiao's deductions left little Ruoyu swallowing hard as she rushed into his embrace. Dad, just let me train. I long to grow stronger. Dad, I yearn to improve. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao received a notification from the system. World trade, cooldown complete. A new trading partner has been matched. Qing Xiaotu. Chapter 48. Trade with Qing Xiaotu? The distant path of nightly cultivation? World trade. The system sent a trading prompt. Little Ruoyu continued to chatter about her aspirations, fervently wishing for Lin Xiao to teach her the ways of cultivation. Thus, she not only possesses the ability to protect herself, but also has the capability to safeguard her mother and younger brother. Father, surely you would not wish for anything to happen to your wife. Lin Xiao was taken aback, his eyes widening slightly. Who has this little girl been learning from? After pondering for a moment, he playfully tapped Lin Ruoyu's head a few times. Let me consider this later. The clever Lin Ruoyu instantly grasped her father's intention. Not Dad. Do you think I'm Sun Wukong? Tapping on my head 3 times. What do you want me to do? Visit you in the study at midnight? Once Lin Xiao returned to his room, he entered the trading space. This time, a brand new character appeared. Had he unlocked a new NPC? Before the holographic projection, a young boy materialized. The boy had a clean face and clear eyes, dressed in simple clothing. Lin Xiao immediately sensed that this boy was rather enigmatic, feeling that he was harboring secrets. Greetings, I am Lin Xiao. May I ask your name? This time, it was Lin Xiao who introduced himself first. The boy before him, without even blinking, calmly replied, I am Qing Xiao Tuesday Qing Xiao Tu. What a delightful name. It sounds like a kind and gentle person. Lin Xiao exclaimed. What world lies behind you? It appears quite sci-fi. Qing Xiao Tu explained that his world was at the forefront of a data torrent, a time of technological revolution, a home rebuilt by humanity after the wasteland. Lin Xiao recalled that Ren Xiao Su seemed to originate from a post-nuclear wasteland. Thus, Qing Xiao Tu hailed from a world after the wasteland. He couldn't shake the feeling that these two individuals might be connected. Lin Xiao ceased his idle chatter and proposed his desire to trade. Qing Xiao Tu indicated that his world lacked nothing, whether it be technology or resources. They had it all. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, little too. Don't you wish to sample the delicacies from my world? I suspect the food in your realm must be rather unappetizing. Qing Xiao Tu shook his head. Though it may be unpalatable, I have grown accustomed to it. Moreover, after savoring rare delicacies, I find that no matter what I eat, it all tastes like cardboard. Mr. Lin, my world is quite mundane. How about we play a game of chess? If you win, I shall grant you one of my most treasured possessions. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Really? Chess? I must admit, my chess skills are quite respectable, although it has been a long time since I last played. Very well. Let us proceed. In the midst of their conversation, a chessboard appeared between them on the screen. With that, Lin Xiao entered into an intense focus mode. In the first game, Qing Xiao Tu emerged victorious. The second game, Qing Xiao Tu won again. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, and so forth. Lin Xiao was drenched in sweat. The chess prowess of this young boy astonished him. Qing Xiao Tu, do you possess some kind of special ability? I employed 40 different strategies across 40 games, yet you seem to know them all. Moreover, your tactics feel strangely familiar. Qing Xiao Tu maintained a calm demeanor. You lost. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid I might not trade with you now. My apologies. Lin Xiao stroked his chin, his mind racing with thoughts of strategy. How could he negotiate with him? Wait, do not exit just yet. Otherwise, you will forfeit this trading opportunity. I was merely passing the time. Trading or not is inconsequential to me, as I lack for nothing. Really? Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled. Qing Xiao Tu, do you require money? No, I do not. Lin Xiao proposed, what if I offered you a substantial amount of gold from my realm in exchange? Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao Tu's expression turned serious. Gold. How much do you possess? Lin Xiao smiled faintly, retrieving a stack of gold from his spatial ring, presenting it before him. Qing Xiao Tu's breath hitched at the sight. Who would refuse gold? In truth, Qing Xiao Tu did not lack for money. He had already become a semi-divine entity in his world, a leader among his peers. However, due to his upbringing, he had developed a penchant for saving and earning money, stemming from a gambling father and an uncaring mother, resulting in a fractured family. This ingrained tendency made it difficult for him to change, leading him to still cherish gold even now. Mr. Lin, are you certain you do not need it? Lin Xiao briefly elucidated his situation and familial background. The matter is simple. I strive to ensure the survival of my family. So I must trade for items from your world. Qing Xiao Tu nodded, suddenly struck by an idea. You mentioned your daughter is eager to grow stronger. Yes, my daughter enjoys challenging herself and is not afraid of zombies. In fact, she finds it thrilling. She wishes for me to guide her in cultivation. But my methods cannot be shared externally. Qing Xiao Tu's eyes gleamed. What if she tried my cultivation method? Your cultivation method? What is it? I have taught many disciples, and they have all become formidable figures. You mentioned your daughter is only 10, correct? Among my disciples, there are several of similar age, and they are all quite impressive. Oh, Lin Xiao's interest was piqued. He was aware that this individual was certainly no ordinary person. Moreover, if he possessed a cultivation method that was relatively uncomplicated, he could easily pass it on to his daughter. Mr. Lin, are you certain? I must warn you that this path is exceedingly arduous. My master told me that this path is the most challenging of all. That is of no concern. I will allow my daughter to attempt it. As he spoke, Qing Xiao Tu handed over his cultivation manual to Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin, bring forth your gold. I shall provide you with this manual. Let your daughter cultivate diligently. If she encounters any difficulties, she may consult the manual, which will respond to her inquiries. This manual is, in fact, an intelligent device, akin to artificial intelligence. Understood. After the transaction was completed, Lin Xiao exited the trading space. Later that night, Lin Ruoyu stealthily crept into Lin Xiao's room. Lin Xiao led her outside through the main door. Dad, are you finally going to teach me? Lin Ruoyu exclaimed excitedly, fully prepared for her training. Indeed. This is the manual you will need for your cultivation. It contains all the methods. Lin Ruoyu opened the manual in confusion. A series of contents were transmitted into her mind through brainwaves. Night breathing technique. As Lin Ruoyu absorbed the information, she prepared to head upstairs once she had comprehended it all. What are you doing? Dad, this cultivation method is far too difficult. And what's this about climbing a 600-meter sheer cliff? Is it really necessary for me to do it unassisted? Is this not risking my life? Lin Xiao reviewed the night cultivation method as well, and he too was taken aback. My dear daughter, you have a point. Let us not practice this. Come. It's time for bed. After returning home, Lin Xiao entered his room, where Lu Yi was fast asleep. He snuggled into her bed. Upon hearing Lu Yi's murmur, "Are you going to the restroom?" Lin Ruoyu, upon returning to her room, abruptly concealed her earlier complaints and sighs. She donned an expression of unwavering determination. The 8 pivotal life and death challenges, the pursuit of limits, the unlocking of genetic barriers, breathing techniques, and the true energy of nights. She sat upon her bed. whispering to herself while gazing at the starry sky. The moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a gentle glow upon her cheeks. Among all the shortcuts, the longest road awaits. Father, wait for me. I shall quietly practice the knight's training method. I will surpass you. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao embraced Lu Yi, sleeping soundly, unaware that his daughter had already embarked on her journey. The next morning, Lu Yi arose early to prepare breakfast for the children. Xiao Xian was already awake, yet Xiao Ruyu remained in deep slumber. Despite the early hour, Lu Yi had prepared the beloved hula tang of Zhengqing. The savory aroma of the soup wafted throughout the house, yet Lin Ryu remained asleep. Hula tang, paired with crisp, golden youtiao, could be deemed a perfect match. Just as Lin Xiao and Lu Yi were enjoying their meal, the sound of heavy armored vehicles echoed from downstairs. Peering through the window, Lin Xiao discerned a military unit. He had a hunch as to their purpose. Within 10 minutes, several men clad in military uniforms arrived at Lin Xiao's doorstep. Greetings. I am Zhang Chun, the commander of the high-tech combat unit. Mr. Lin, we have reviewed your profile. It indicates that you have journeyed here from Zhengqing. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied truthfully. That is splendid. We are fellow townsfolk. Mr. Lin, we sincerely invite you to join our high-tech combat unit. Do you know the plethora of benefits that accompany joining us? Zhang Chun elaborated on the advantages of military service. In the current climate, a nationwide conscription model was in effect, compelling every household with males over the age of 16 to be invited to join the official military. The decree issued by the imperial capital mandated, in principle, compulsory service, as the government urgently needed to expand its military and establish a more formidable system to address impending disasters. Moreover, the benefits of enlistment were numerous. For instance, the government would regularly distribute supplies, allowing one's family to join official shelters, among other perks. Thus, many voluntarily enlisted without official invitation. Zhang Chun, having reviewed Lin Xiao's entry records, perceived that any survivor capable of traversing from Zhengqing to the imperial capital must possess considerable skills, especially after encountering hordes of corpses and the catastrophic repercussions of Li Tianyi's actions, which led to a massive resurgence of evolved zombies in Anqing. Surviving such ordeals was no small feat, which piqued Zhang Chen's interest in inviting Lin Xiao to the military. However, Lin Xiao swiftly declined. I apologize, but I have a wife and children. If the nation faces peril, I will contribute my share, but I do not intend to join the military. Enlisting would mean relinquishing much of my freedom. He already possessed the capability to confront disasters. For him, the decision to join was of little consequence. Mr. Lin, please consider. Our benefits are indeed remarkable. Your wife and children could receive ample supplies. Before Zhang Chun could finish, he sensed something amiss. Why does that aroma seem so familiar? Zhang Chun sniffed the air vigorously. Moments later, realization dawned upon him. Wait, is that hula tang? This family is actually having hula tang for breakfast? Zhang Chun attempted to lean in for a closer look, only to be stopped by Lin Xiao. Commander Zhang, I am truly not interested in enlisting. Please take your leave. Zhang Chun paused, contemplating for a moment, then refrained from pressing further. If Mr. Lin was unwilling, then so be it. To them, adding one Lin Xiao was inconsequential, and losing one was equally trivial. Zhang Chun was reasonable, and while the conscription was enforced, he would not apply undue pressure if someone declined. He considered himself a friendly individual. In contrast, Lei Ming's approach was markedly different. When Lei Ming and his team went to conscript individuals, brandishing his 3-meter-long rifle, he would threaten, if you refuse to join the organization, I will demonstrate my marksmanship right before you. The mere flourish of that massive rifle, coupled with the accompanying gust of wind, would terrify anyone into submission. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was not tasked with conscription but rather with training the new recruits. At this juncture, her perspective underwent a transformation. She believed that conventional firearms were inadequate for the impending disasters. Hence, she proposed a nationwide martial arts initiative, mandating that everyone train themselves. Through relentless physical conditioning, they would continually break through in combat. This program encompassed hand-to-hand combat and favored highly lethal cold weapons. Consequently, her training units would be equipped by the government with 2 sharpened cold weapons, primarily comprising swords, guns, and shields, while some would opt for axes, polearms, and swords. Marksmanship training would constitute 30%, while close-quarters combat with cold weapons would account for 70%. That afternoon, Zhang Chun and Lei Ming returned. How many individuals did we manage to gather today? Approximately 20,000, of which 2,000 have been assigned to our high-tech combat unit. The remainder will be allocated by you. How is the development of the multifunctional exoskeleton armor from the military district progressing? Currently, the Lonka Institute has produced 1,000 sets. with a 30% enhancement in defense compared to previous models. However, mastering them still requires capability. Additionally, we have initiated training for intelligent combat robots. To prepare for future battles, we plan to deploy combat robots. To be frank, I am skeptical about this project. I believe that in the face of genuine monsters, such armor is utterly futile, Lei Ming remarked. How can you say that? Lei Ming, do not assume that just because you have injected the genetic serum and gained strength, you can scoff at our high-tech equipment. A disagreement ensued between the two. Lin Yun felt somewhat exasperated, as since their arrival from Zhongqing to the imperial capital, their differences had become apparent. Lei Ming insisted that mutation and genetic enhancement were essential for self-improvement, while Zhang Chun dismissed the notion, striving to cultivate a modern technological core capable of becoming instruments of warfare. Lin Yun sighed. Enough of this bickering, whether it's the black cat or the white cat. We must see which one can catch the mouse. According to the Disaster Prevention Monitoring Center, the fog over the sea had expanded once more. It has spread again? Zhang Chun was taken aback. Let it come, let it come. Even if the fog harbors specters, I shall confront it unflinchingly. At this moment, only 5 days remained until the fog encroached upon the territory of Longhua. Lin Xiao intensified his training regimen. Suddenly, Lu Yi in the living room heard an alert from the shelter. The energy of the shelter is full. Please select an upgrade direction. The shelter had autonomously upgraded? Lu Yi hurried to investigate. Name, Nano High-Tech Shelter. Level, 1, Upgrade Directions. Survival, 1, Defense, 1, Offense, 1. What is this? Lu Yi beheld holographic projections of data manifesting on the ceiling. At that moment, Lin Xiao emerged. It can actually upgrade? And it does so automatically? The high-tech shelter provided by Dr. Rick is indeed considerate, concealing such a function. Darling, what do you think we should upgrade? I believe survival is currently the priority. What do you think? Lu Yi nodded earnestly, wholeheartedly agreeing with Lin Xiao's perspective. Indeed, survival is the foremost priority, and as for defense and offense, my dear husband, along with your formidable entourage of Luyin bodyguards, you are already quite powerful. My love, they are Luyin bodyguards, she corrected. Oh, those bodyguards, and you can certainly protect us. So, let us focus on survival. Lu Yi's analysis was both rational and compelling. Lin Xiao also opted to pursue the direction of survival for upgrades. In the next moment, the nanotechnology of the shelter began to expand outward, gradually spreading to the lower floors. With the upgrade in the survival direction, the shelter underwent remarkable transformations. Chapter 50, A World of Cutting-Edge Technology. This splendid plantation is truly remarkable. Currently, the upgrade for survival is underway. Upgrade complete. The master should promptly go and inspect. Beneath Lin Xiao's high-tech shelter, significant changes were quietly unfolding. The second floor had been enveloped by nanotechnology, transforming it into an entirely new environment. Lin Xiao and Lu Yi exchanged glances. My love, what do you suppose the lower floor has transformed into? I guess, in terms of survival, I would wager a pack of spicy strips that it has become a plantation area, Lu Yi mused, resting her chin in thoughtful contemplation. Upon descending the stairs, Lin Xiao was taken aback by the scene before him. He glanced at Lu Yi and asked, My dear, you haven't peeked at the script, have you? How did you know it would be a plantation? Within the project of survival, the underground second floor of the shelter had indeed morphed into a plantation area. This plantation spanned nearly 300 square meters. As the shelter's focus on survival continued to upgrade, even more plantation areas were anticipated to emerge. The high-tech plantation was situated at the center of the lower floor, resembling a vast glass dome, with a semi-transparent exterior allowing sunlight to permeate. Inside the plantation, rows of towering three-dimensional growing racks occupied most of the space. These racks were meticulously designed to ensure that each layer and slot received ample sunlight and sufficient airflow. Each slot could cultivate a diverse array of plants, ranging from basic vegetables to various fruits, and even some medicinal herbs. Throughout the cultivation process, an abundance of high-tech equipment was utilized to ensure operational efficiency and the quality of the crops. An intelligent irrigation system could automatically adjust water supply based on the needs of each plant, while an underground nutrient system would periodically provide the necessary nourishment. Additionally, the shelter's plantation featured a unique facility known as the ecological control system. This system could automatically regulate temperature, humidity, and light, ensuring a consistently favorable growth environment within the plantation. The ecological control system was an exceptionally advanced automated mechanism capable of adjusting temperature, humidity, and light as needed. For temperature regulation, the system would monitor the plantation's temperature in real time through built-in sensors and control the heat levels via energy conversion and distribution devices. If the temperature became too high or too low, the system would automatically activate cooling or heating apparatus to adjust it to the optimal state for plant growth. Humidity control was managed through the generation and extraction of water vapor. The system would monitor the environmental humidity and activate misting devices to generate fine water droplets when humidity levels were too low. Conversely, if humidity was excessively high, the system would engage dehumidifiers to lower it, ensuring the healthy development of the plants. Regarding light adjustment, the ecological control system utilized the shelter's transparent skylights to flexibly manage the intensity and duration of light. If natural light was insufficient, the system would employ artificial lighting to simulate sunlight, providing the necessary illumination for photosynthesis. At this juncture, an idea began to take root in Lu Yi's mind. "Husband, I have a request." "What is it?" "Could I possibly manage this plantation from now on?" Lin Xiao, slightly perplexed, inquired. "Why do you say that?" Lu Yi shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "Dear, I feel you are burdened with too much. You battle those monsters outside, risking your life to gather resources for our survival, while I can only cook for you. I feel somewhat useless." Hearing this, Lin Xiao embraced Lu Yi, inhaling her fragrant essence. "How could you say such a thing? You are my wife. You care for the children while I gather resources for you. Is there any issue with that?" After some thought, Lu Yi proposed, "Then how about this? You handle the outside, and I manage the inside. I will take care of all household matters, including this plantation, as well as cooking and laundry." Lu Yi always felt that her husband contributed far more to their household than she did, leading her to perceive her own value as diminished. Thus, she yearned to contribute meaningfully to their family. "I wish to purchase some seeds for planting, and additionally, I would like to acquire books on agricultural cultivation to study." Lin Xiao readily agreed. The couple proceeded to the flower market, a sparsely populated area. The streets were nearly devoid of people. After all, most survivors struggled to secure their own basic supplies, let alone afford seeds for planting. Numerous shops selling agricultural seeds lined the market, yet most offered seeds at exorbitant prices. Vegetables and fruit trees, while not as precious as other supplies, remained out of reach for the average person. Furthermore, most shops had come under government control, operated by officials. The clientele consisted of individuals from many private shelters in the imperial capital, some of whom had begun large-scale agricultural endeavors, hoping to establish a sustainable cycle to provide food for the shelter residents. "Brother, what do you need? I have high-quality items at reasonable prices." Lin Xiao glanced at the pricing of vegetable seeds. "Goodness, these prices are outrageous. Spinach seeds are worth more than gold. Am I now worthless?" Fortunately, Lin Xiao had amassed a sufficient reserve of gold. Thus, he proceeded to purchase a substantial quantity of crops: tomatoes, oil wheat, spinach, eggplants, green peppers, and chili peppers. Next, he surveyed the fruit tree section, acquiring seedlings of apple trees, apricot trees, pear trees, orange trees, and peach trees. Vegetables and fruits are indispensable in the apocalypse. "Darling, look. They also sell livestock over there." In an adjacent area, a shop offered piglets, calves, lambs, chicks, ducklings, and a variety of fish fry. Why are they all in juvenile form? This was primarily because adult pigs, cattle, and sheep were exceedingly rare and precious in the apocalypse. Adult animals were retained for breeding. Who would be foolish enough to sell them? Only juveniles were available for sale, as adults were generally under government control. "Brother, come take a look. My pigs, cattle, and sheep are robust and sure to grow well." Lu Yi observed the chicks and ducklings in their enclosures and suddenly furrowed her brows, saying, "Husband, look quickly. Why do that chick's feet appear black?" Chapter 51. Purchasing Seeds and Livestock. Hoarding young livestock. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. Perhaps this chick enjoys playing basketball. Thus, Lin Xiao and Lu Yi explored several shops, carefully selecting the most vibrant young animals. Pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and various fish fry were acquired, totaling an expenditure equivalent to 5 million in gold. However, Lin Xiao was unconcerned, as these new young animals held far greater value to him. At that time, after raising them in the shelter, breeding would commence. Chickens would lay eggs, and from those eggs, more chickens would emerge, creating a continuous cycle. The family could achieve self-sufficiency in various grains and meats. Of course, this endeavor would require a certain level of expertise in specialized cultivation and breeding. Lu Yi expressed her determination to take on this responsibility. She would quickly immerse herself in becoming an apprentice in agriculture and animal husbandry, learning swiftly and practicing step by step. As they were about to leave, Lin Xiao noticed a shed selling cats and dogs. "Xiao, you seemed quite fond of these animals. Should they purchase a few?" Lin Xiao approached to observe the little kittens and puppies. They did not seem particularly cheap, but they were not for consumption, merely companions for the children. As Lin Xiao examined the dogs, the owner of the kennel approached with a smile. "Young man, you have a keen eye? This Tibetan Mastiff will grow into a massive creature with exquisite meat." The kennel owner understood that those purchasing these animals were likely considering them for food. "And this tabby cat," Lin Xiao remarked, gazing at the adorable kittens in the cage. "I'll take them all, a Tibetan Mastiff, a Husky, and a German Shepherd. The kittens will be rural cats. The Zhonghua Tianyuan cats are resilient, non-picky eaters, and possess strong immunity, enabling them to survive in a post-apocalyptic scenario." After making these purchases, Lin Xiao took Lu Yi to acquire several relevant books. Upon returning home, Lu Yi began preparing dinner. She was a top student majoring in Chinese language and literature at Zhengqing University, having excelled in a highly competitive environment to gain admission to the city's Seoul 211 institution, showcasing her exceptional learning ability. "Xiaoyu, look what I've brought for you." Lin Ruoyu, you seem to be tinkering with something in her bedroom, having not spoken a word all day. Lin Xiao knocked on her door. When she opened it, he saw Lin Xian sitting on the bed, playing with toys. "Xiaoyu, look what I bought for you." Lin Xiao held up a cage, and the small Tibetan Mastiff inside began barking excitedly upon seeing Lin Ruoyu. Strangely, Lin Ruoyu appeared to have lost interest in the animals. "Dad, open the cage." Once Lin Xiao opened it, the small Tibetan Mastiff bared its teeth and lunged toward Lin Ruoyu. Lin Xiao thought, "Here comes the dog meat." Just as he prepared to intervene, he was astonished to see Lin Ruoyu leap up and kick the Tibetan Mastiff away. Wow, what a powerful kick. This scene felt eerily familiar. Without giving the dog a moment to retaliate, she jumped again, fiercely stomping on the Tibetan Mastiff. This technique was a brutal assault. The dog howled in distress. Lin Xiao was taken aback to realize just how fierce his daughter was. "Xiaoyu, you possess considerable strength." He knew that the small Tibetan Mastiff was quite vigorous. Yet Lin Ruoyu managed to send it flying several meters with a single kick. Could this be the innate cultivation of a sacred body? Lin Xiao skeptically inquired, "Daughter, you must confess, have you been secretly practicing that nightly training method behind my back?" "No way. That training method is too grueling. I wouldn't bother with it." Lin Ruoyu shrugged, appearing completely harmless. Before Lin Xiao could question further, Lu Yi's voice called from the living room. "Dinner is ready. Children, come eat." "Coming." Lin Ruoyu dashed out of her room. The familiar recipe and taste awaited them. The table was set with the dinner prepared by Lu Yi, potato and ham slices, tomato scrambled eggs with beef, yam stir-fried with black fungus, and minced meat tofu, accompanied by a rich 8-treasure porridge. Lin Xiao placed his youngest son in a high chair and turned on the television. Eating without watching TV would diminish the enjoyment of the meal. The news revealed that the coastal areas of Longwo were currently shrouded in dense fog. Reliable reports suggested that something dreadful lurked within the mist. Some speculated it was a terrifying zombie, while others believed it to be a marine creature, or even Godzilla or Tesla. The theories were endless. At that moment, a news channel in the capital featured several experts. "Everyone, please do not rely solely on conjecture. We must present evidence and avoid creating panic that leads to negative emotions." One expert stated, "In my opinion, we need to see for ourselves what lies within the fog." Lu Yi, upon hearing this, scornfully rebuked the expert. "No one knows what is in the fog because those who knew are all dead. This is the harsh reality. These experts will say anything to secure official supplies." The scene shifted to report on the military district in the capital. Currently, the authorities were taking the coastal fog situation very seriously. The main forces of the 7 military districts had converged at the city gates, vowing to protect the last bastion of purity. They assured the public that they had dispatched an advance team to investigate the conditions within the fog. The leader of this advance team was named Lei Ming, one of Longwa's finest soldiers, currently part of the strongest Jin warriors. The camera captured Lei Ming's imposing figure, confidence radiating from his expression. "Rest assured, I will provide live updates," he declared. "No matter what vile creatures lurk within that fog, my powerful weapon will eliminate them with precision." His words instilled immense confidence in the survivors. The officials feared the despairing negative emotions of the populace. Therefore, they continually promoted positive energy. If negativity prevailed, people would succumb to fear before the actual disaster arrived. Lei Ming's words served to bolster their spirits. At the very least, it alleviated some of their fears. Furthermore, the authorities were eager to uncover the true nature of the fog. Lei Ming and his subordinates prepared over 30 helicopters for departure. "Old Lei, I will miss you once you leave," Zhang Chen said, affectionately patting his back. "Really?" Lei Ming glanced at Lin Yun beside him and asked, "Yun, will you miss me? I may not return after this." Lin Yun remained silent. Zhang Chen interjected, "Don't worry, If you don't come back, I'll take care of Yun. Lei Ming responded. So you're waiting for me, huh? You sly dog. Upon hearing this, he suddenly felt averse to leaving. Chapter 52. The area covered in fog. Do not act recklessly. If we cannot win, we will withdraw. It is not a big deal. Zhang Chen advised as they set off. Commander Qin Weigua also reminded him that the mission's purpose was merely to scout the monsters within the fog. Once the monster data was uploaded to the Lonka Institute in the capital, the task would be complete. If danger arose, they were to retreat immediately. Losing a fierce warrior like Lei Ming would be a tremendous loss for the nation. Lei Ming readily agreed. Standing before the helicopters. There were over 30 helicopters and several transport planes quietly stationed in the mercenary base's open area, exuding a menacing aura of modern weaponry. It was evident that the armed helicopters were equipped with heavy single-barrel cannons, each with an ammunition capacity of 450 rounds, firing armor-piercing and fragmentation shells. They could also mount rocket launchers and anti-tank missiles. These were the nation's formidable tools, and they were Lei Ming's assurance. Report to the commander. Combat personnel are present at 720, fully ready for departure. As the voice descended, Lei Ming nodded affirmatively and spoke. The objective of this mission is to investigate the approaching fog. We must ascertain what lies within it. If possible, bring back the corpses of those monsters. At that moment, over 700 individuals responded in unison, their voices echoing through the skies. Attention, everyone. Permission to take off. Qin Weigua issued the final command for departure. A whirlwind was stirred up, dust and leaves swirling around. Lei Ming settled into the cockpit, waving farewell to Lin Yun and Zhang Chen with an expression of calm resolve. Rest assured, I have grown stronger during these days. This operation is, in fact, initiated by me. I wish to see how much my strength has increased after enduring this hellish training. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lin Xiao and Lu Yi, engrossed in the news, exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Yi curiously inquired, Darling, what do you think is hidden within that fog? This question left Lin Xiao at a loss for words. The rulers of the old world. Speaking of which, the creatures within the fog each possess unique habits. If Lin Xiao were to compile a manual on these beings, he would struggle to do so. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao issued commands to Pai Li Hua and Wei Long. Pai Li Hua, Wei Long, go outside and scout the extent of the fog. Yes, Chief. The two mechanical life forms soared into the sky. With merely 3 days left before the fog enveloped their location, Lin Xiao ventured out to gather final supplies. Soon, several helicopters arrived near the fog-covered area. They approached the misty region and had to reduce speed in anticipation of the unknown dangers ahead. Descend. Lei Ming decided to land the helicopter atop a few towering buildings. Below lay a city, once coastal, now reduced to ruins. From this height, they could see the fog rapidly encroaching upon their position. Goodness, it spreads quickly. The nearby squad leader, Zhang Shuai, suddenly had a bright idea. Boss, I have a bold proposal. Look at how swiftly the fog is spreading. If we prepared thousands of large exhaust fans around the capital, the fog wouldn't be able to reach it, would it? Lei Ming was momentarily speechless. Shuai, you're truly a genius. However, Zhang Shuai merely sought to lighten the mood, his palms already slick with perspiration. Humans are most fearful of the unknown. Chief, you said we would simply complete the mission and withdraw. No more chatter. Prepare for the worst. The fog is coming. As the mist began to surge toward their position, the soldiers loaded their weapons, all on high alert. Just 500 meters beneath Lei Ming and Zhang Shuai's unit, a large supermarket harbored a multitude of survivors who had been hiding in its basement since the apocalypse, too afraid to venture outside, relying on the store's provisions for survival. Upon hearing the helicopters, the survivors were filled with excitement. However, upon reaching the first floor, they were met with a shocking sight. On the glass of the supermarket, a winged insect, approximately 60 centimeters long, crawled ominously. They resembled scorpions, but with wings. And there was more than one of these creatures. In the darkness, the survivors wielded flashlights, their faces betraying their terror. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the glass shattered. The flying insects began to batter against the glass frantically. Quick! Into the basement. The sound of shattering glass echoed. The insects lunged at a fleeing woman, greedily siphoning her blood while emitting piercing shrieks. The survivors brandished shovels and makeshift weapons, wildly swinging in desperation. One adult doused a mop in gasoline, attempting to drive them away. Damn it, I'll take you down. Several strong men wielded axes, attempting to sever the heads of the creatures. Yet soon, all were frozen in place. Outside, a thick white mist enveloped the area. The ground trembled ominously, and a colossal shadow emerged within their sight. Heavens, what is that? The shadow loomed large, so vast that the survivors could only glimpse its legs, resembling numerous thick pillars advancing towards them. A monster! Run! Quick, run! Where could they flee? This gigantic being could crush the entire supermarket with a single step. They had no escape, only the bleak prospect of watching the creature draw nearer. As despair settled over the survivors, they closed their eyes, only to be jolted by the sound of intense gunfire. Boom, boom. The explosions of missiles resounded. The official rescue had arrived. The gunfire echoed for a full 10 minutes. Once silence fell, they realized that the immense shadow continued to move. Were firearms ineffective against it? From the high-rise, Lei Ming furrowed his brow deeply. There is some effect. Its pace has noticeably slowed. Zhang Shuai, equipped with night vision goggles, remarked, "What on earth is this creature?" Regardless of its nature, Zhang Shuai's thought was clear. If they could capture footage of this being up close, they would fulfill their mission. Chapter 53, Survivors in the Fog. Chief, rest assured. Leave it to our squad. I promise we will complete the mission. Capturing images was something Zhang Shuai excelled at as a younger man. In his previous life, he often faced reprimands from Lin Xiao, becoming Lin Xiao's subordinate upon joining the military, ultimately perishing in the fog. In this life, during the onset of the apocalypse, he fortuitously crossed paths with Lin Xiao while the latter was at the Yellow River Scenic Area, yet still received a stern lecture. Shuai, you know I want to confront it head-on. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuai's eyes widened with alarm. No, Leader Lei, you can't do this. We agreed to complete only the assigned mission. Lei Ming envisioned the potential knowledge to be gained by bringing back the monster's remains for biological study. This research could prove crucial for humanity's defense against the creatures lurking within the fog. However, Zhang Shuai opposed Lei Ming's thoughts, deeming the battle against the creature far too perilous. They needed to seize the opportunity while the giant seemed unaware of their presence, swiftly capturing photos and videos to upload to the authorities, thus completing their mission at lightning speed. They were granted merely a week's supply of resources. Was it worth risking their lives? Lei Ming's expression darkened as he replied, Shuai, I understand your fear. I share it. Yet, we are responsible for the ordinary citizens behind us. Ultimately, some will perish. As soldiers, we must lead by example. Zhang Shuai scratched his head, clearly unconvinced. Leader Lei, you're incredible. You're fierce. But you must consider your comrades. What about us? Take me for instance. I haven't even injected the gene serum. You want me to face it head-on? Zhang Shuai's agitation grew. I am but an ordinary person. I wish to survive. Do you aspire to become the next Li Tianyi? The one who fled at the critical moment caused the demise of 2 elite divisions. The commander of over 10,000 brothers? If you act like this, I shall be the first to execute you. You are unworthy to be my soldier. Lei Ming brandished the 3-meter-long spear in his left hand and roared at him. Zhang Shuai shook his head, pressing on his arm. Listen to me, Lei Xin. The situation is not as dire as you believe. To be frank, our sole desire is to survive and accomplish this mission, which is undoubtedly beneficial in facing this catastrophe. However, when it comes to battling that creature, you alone can handle it. If we proceed, it would be tantamount to rushing to our doom. You must consider your comrades. We too have families and children. Though we are soldiers, are we not human? As the two were conversing, the creature shrouded in mist let out another terrifying roar, exuding an oppressive force that was nearly suffocating. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming's emotions calmed somewhat. He patted Zhang Shuai on the back. Brother, sometimes I indeed fail to consider matters thoroughly. You are right. My actions would recklessly cost the lives of these comrades, along with over 30 helicopters. These are the most precious resources of our Longhua. Suddenly, Zhang Shuai laughed. Leave it to me, boss. Trust me, don't forget how I became a company commander. Right, among the entire company, yours is the fastest. As he spoke, Zhang Shuai dashed downstairs, donning the all-weather smart helmet provided by group leader Zhang Chun. This helmet was equipped with photographic and recording devices. Zhang Shuai sprinted toward the creature, muttering to himself, Damn, is that guy Godzilla? Every step feels like an earthquake. He hurriedly approached the creature. At that moment, they activated the recording device. Suddenly, they noticed large flying insects rushing toward him from a distance. Startled by their size, Zhang Shuai quickly drew his gun and fired at the heads of these insects. After a flurry of shots, seeing them all fall, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, marveling at Zhang Qin's advanced technology. Wearing this helmet, the auxiliary shooting function accurately helped lock onto the target's heads. Excellent. Second company, make every effort to get close to that monster for filming, but do not approach too closely. Everyone, your lives are paramount. Understood. Zhang Shuai led the members of the second company into tactical formation, dispersing to encircle the creature. All the footage was recorded onto the helmet. First squad completed. Second squad completed. Third squad also completed. Hearing his comrades report their successes one after another, Zhang Shuai felt a surge of satisfaction. Isn't this all sorted? Who said executing the mission must involve casualties? A record of 0 losses and 0 injuries would be his achievement. Yet just as they planned to retrace their steps, suddenly, the squad leader of the first team spoke through the communicator. Commander, we have new information. I am at the entrance of a supermarket, and I have discovered over 100 survivors inside. There are men, women, and children. They have been trapped here for many days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuai froze in place. His plan was to capture footage of the creature to appease those above, thus completing the mission. However, he had failed to account for the fact that this ruined city still harbored survivors. How could there be survivors after so many days? Did you see clearly? Don't speak nonsense. At that moment, the squad leader's end was filled with desperate voices. Commander, help us. We've been trapped here for so long. The army has left, and we thought no one would come to rescue us. We are so glad you have come. Oh, my brother, my parents are gone. Could you save me? Zhang Shuai's breath caught in his throat. They seemed to have misunderstood. In fact, rescuing survivors was not part of this operation. Commander, should we take them with us? Zhang Shuai fell silent for 2 seconds. Yes, let us take them. At that moment, a cacophony of desperate wails erupted around the first squad leader. Suddenly, they were discovered by that colossal creature. One by one, people were ensnared by its tentacles, writhing on the ground and crying out in agony. This is bad. The monster has made its move. Open fire. Bullets rained down into the shadowy mist. Yet those horrifying tentacles began to attack them. In an instant, over 20 team members were ensnared. The creature was feeding. It was devouring people. Upon hearing the cries of his comrades, Zhang Shuai could no longer contain himself. Go for it. Lao Su, take the survivors and let them leave first. Everyone from the second company, stay here. Damn it, bring me the special machetes. Upon seeing these survivors, Zhang Chen suddenly changed his attitude. He decided to stay behind to hold off the monster, allowing the survivors to reach Lei Ming before retreating. Soon, Lei Ming saw Su's squad leader returning with over 100 survivors. His heart tightened. Where is Zhang Shuai? Where is your commander? He stayed behind to buy time. How could the fastest runner stay behind? Chapter 54. What the hell? You call these ordinary people? What? Didn't he say he didn't want to fight desperately? Didn't he claim he only wanted to complete the mission? Where's that guy? He's over by the supermarket. Lei Lauda, it's too dangerous. Don't go. That creature is beyond our capability to handle. Lei Ming could not care less. No matter what, Zhang Shuai must not die. You are responsible for protecting these survivors. Third, fourth, and sixth companies, return to the capital immediately. The rest of you, come with me to rescue the commander of the second company. Lei Ming grasped his long spear and swiftly advanced into the thick fog, where visibility was less than 3 meters. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuai, holding a tang knife, felt his hand tremble slightly. He knew he would never escape. Faced with this enormous creature, he had no means to survive. He was terrified of death, frightened to the core. Yet, why could he not control himself and return? He could have joined Lei Ming immediately upon completing the mission. Lei Ming was a genetic warrior. He was merely an ordinary soldier, albeit a fast one. Damn it, why can't I be more resolute? I should have led you all to safety. Zhang Shuai and a dozen soldiers leaned against the supermarket wall, noticing many cigarettes still on the shelves. After distributing a pack to everyone, one of the brothers lit one, taking a deep breath and saying, Commander, you might deceive yourself, but don't deceive others. When danger arises, you always claim you will be the first to flee. But have you ever run away? You did the same back in Zhengcheng. In truth, we all know. There is no point in saying so much. Now what should we do? Moments ago, that creature's tentacles launched several attacks against them. They had been locked in a fierce struggle, resulting in the sacrifice of 8 brothers. Only a few remained. I have an idea. Since we cannot escape, why not charge at the beast and strike it fiercely with our knives? Zhang Shuai's eyes filled with fierce determination. The moment he chose to stay, he had no intention of surviving. Therefore, if he were to die, he would at least have a chance to confront the creature. Then let us do it. What are we waiting for? Charge. Everyone took a deep breath and rushed toward the shadow in the fog. We shall be the first to witness these monsters up close. Unfortunately, there is no turning back. Zhang Shuai moved with incredible speed. With a vigorous stride, he summoned all his strength and dealt a fierce blow to the creature before him. To his astonishment, green blood oozed from its skin. By heavens, it's bleeding. Green blood. Several onlookers gasped in shock, only to burst into laughter moments later. Faced with death, they responded with a calm smile. They had devoured so many fleets of the Eagle Sauce. The naval forces of Eagle Sauce couldn't even locate the monster. Yet here they were, not only having found it, but also having struck it down. What a victory! It was utterly satisfying. What about you? They exclaimed in exhilaration. But lurking ahead were the creature's tentacles, ready to tear their bodies to shreds. Suddenly, something came crashing down from the heavens. Two figures appeared. Mechanical voices echoed as these two figures, one on the left and one on the right, stood before Zhang Shuai and his comrades, shrouded in mist. Zhang Shuai and his brothers could only discern their towering silhouettes, unaware of what they truly were. Their first instinct was to wonder if yet another new creature had arrived. By heavens, what a bargain! Buy one, get two. However, the targets of these two figures were evidently not the warriors on the ground. One figure swung its fist and struck the monster's head with tremendous force, sending it crashing to the ground. The other approached slowly, drawing a crimson sword from behind and lunging it toward the creature's body. But that was not enough. The two coordinated their efforts, each wielding a sword, until they finally severed the monster's head. Only then did they cease their assault. The commotion was immense. Zhang Shuai and his companions were left sitting on the ground, gazing up at the two silhouettes, unable to clearly discern their forms in the dense fog, yet they could feel the sheer intensity of their power. How ferocious! The massive creature lay incapacitated, its tentacles no longer able to rise. The two titans were none other than the reconnaissance units, Pai Lai Hua and Wei Long. Upon discovering the warriors, they promptly reported the situation to their leader, Lin Xiao, who decisively commanded them to engage. In the next moment, the two descended rapidly, unleashing a frenzied assault. Strangely enough, these mechanical beings felt an overwhelming anger upon witnessing their comrades being slain by the monster. This was the wrath of the J-20 and WZ-10. In less than a minute, the colossal creature in the mist was utterly defeated. Zhang Shuai and the soldiers sat in stunned silence, gradually rising to their feet. He contemplated asking about their origins. Could it be that the state was concealing something? Perhaps new technology? Had the country developed mechas? Or were they simply benevolent monsters? Had they taken cues from Godzilla's script? Zhang Shuai swallowed hard, hesitant to speak until he grasped the situation. Only once Wei Long and Pai Lai Hua had departed did they rush over to inspect the scene. Squad leader, what just happened? Let's go take a look. Upon closer inspection, they found that the creature had indeed been slain. The monster was grotesquely hideous, resembling an octopus, with a large, flat head. Enormous eyes on either side, a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth, and most notably, 8 long tentacles resembling giant whips, covered in sharp suckers and claws. Its lower body bore grotesquely thick legs resembling columns. Yet now, its head was cleaved in two, and multiple wounds marred its body. The soldiers who witnessed this scene could not hide their astonishment. Could those two titans be our new weapons? One soldier exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Shuai pondered and shook his head. I doubt it. If there were truly a weapon capable of dispatching this monster so easily, we wouldn't have been sent to face it recklessly. Just then, Lei Ming arrived with the remaining troops, rushing toward the scene. Upon seeing the creature's lifeless form sprawled on the ground, his eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth happened? I was prepared for a fierce battle with that monster, but it seems it has already been vanquished. He approached Zhang Shuai, gripping his shoulders and gesturing toward the monster's corpse, incredulous. By heavens, you claim to be an ordinary person? How can you call yourself ordinary? Chapter 55. Only 2 days remain until the mist reaches the imperial capital. Hearing this, Zhang Shuai felt utterly perplexed. Boss, is this not the support you were looking for? Lei Ming looked confused. What do you mean? I just arrived, and this corpse on the ground, wasn't it you and your brothers who took it down? All around. His comrades shook their heads. That is far too flattering. This monstrous creature is beyond our capacity to defeat. Faced with something like this, we could only scatter like mice. Zhang Shuai was bewildered, yet he dutifully recounted the earlier events. Lei Ming was astonished. Are there other creatures? Did two beings engage in battle? What kind of international joke is this? Could it be that we have a secret weapon sent by the government? A weapon of humanity? Zhang Shuai appeared somewhat hopeful. They believed that the state must have prepared a trump card to confront this calamity. Those two titans were the secret weapons dispatched from above. Lei Ming hesitated. To be honest, I am the human weapon sent by the state. Zhang Shuai's hopes were dashed in an instant. Boss, you are the secret weapon? Then I might as well believe in light. Lei Ming replied. You'd rather believe in light than in yourself? Internally, Lei Ming felt as though he had suffered 1,000 blows. The government had already provided me with resources, along with you, Commander Zhang. One was the latest series of genetic serums, and the other was an enhanced multifunctional exoskeleton armor, not to mention the robotic troops. But that colossal creature you described is simply impossible. Consider this. How could the state have developed such advanced weaponry in just a few days? What you described, that mecha, could only exist in science fiction. My friend, I suspect you may have contracted a virus. Did that creature release hallucinogenic gas to confuse you? Let me check your condition. No, don't. After confirming that Zhang Shuai bore no wounds and had a normal temperature, and that the surrounding soldiers had also witnessed the event, Ming decided to report this matter to higher authorities. We must hurry back and not linger here any longer. The group immediately set off for home. The signal was sounded to retreat. As they departed, they collected samples of the creature's bodily fluids, blood, and easily transportable remains to deliver to the Longkou Institute for research. Once thoroughly examined, they might uncover a solution. The helicopter swiftly departed the scene. Upon returning, the Longkou Institute intensified its DNA analysis of the creature. Strangely, all experts and scholars could not ascertain its identity. There were no records in the oceanic database, nor was there any information regarding this monster in the Biological Museum's archives. However, one thing was certain. These creatures exhibited marine traits and bore various characteristics resembling fish. This monster resembled an octopus of the ocean, yet its aggression and physique surpassed that of any octopus by far. The biological expert group has reached a final conclusion. The good news is that this creature, having transitioned from the ocean to land, will experience a reduction in its combat effectiveness. The ocean remains its true domain. However, the bad news is that this oceanic being, resembling an octopus, is likely the weakest entity lurking within the mist. It appears to be the vanguard that has spread onto the land, serving as a precursor to a more fearsome existence that has sent it forth for reconnaissance. It is merely the detritus of the mist. This conclusion has left the leaders of all 7 military districts trembling with apprehension. If this truly is a vanguard force, humanity faces dire consequences, as something far more terrifying awaits behind it. Meanwhile, disaster looms just 2 days away. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Xiao discovers his wife diligently working in the plantation, reviewing rice cultivation while simultaneously engaging in hands-on practice. She occasionally jots down her conclusions and insights. A timer is set nearby, and when it signals meal preparation time, she promptly washes her hands and heads to the kitchen. Lin Xiao returns home earlier than usual, and, noticing Lu Yi engrossed in her tasks, he proceeds to the room of Lin Ryu and Lin Xian. Dad's back. You must be tired after a long day. Lin Xiao observes Lin Ryu approaching him for an embrace, a departure from her usual demeanor. He scoops up both children in his arms and exclaims, "My daughter knows how to care for others. Now give Daddy a kiss." Ahaha, Dad's beard is prickly. While Mommy works hard, you take care of your little brother. You've done well, my precious daughter. Is everything all right? Sienna is quite obedient and hasn't caused any trouble. Lin Xian appears to understand and nods earnestly while continuing to play with his toys, particularly fascinated by the remote-controlled cars and airplanes, which could occupy him for an entire day. Come, everyone, it's time to eat. At that moment, Lu Yi emerges from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of dishes. Soon, 4 small dishes and a bottle of red wine adorn the dining table. Today features a seafood feast: stir-fried scallops, spicy squid tentacles, stir-fried lion's mane mushroom, and grilled squid. Lin Xiao rubs his hands in eagerness. After a day of training outdoors, he is ravenous. So it was little fish who insisted on having squid today? Well then, let us begin. It must be noted that the squid is indeed substantial. The tentacles are thick and long, providing a satisfying culinary experience, especially with the explosion of spicy flavors in one's mouth. Little Royu is quite adept. After savoring a piece of squid tentacle, she retrieves a long-forgotten chilled cola, gulping it down before letting out a satisfied burp. Dad, cheers. To our family. Lin Xiao raises his glass, and they all toast together. Just as the family enjoys their squid feast, a sudden message arrives from Pai Lai Hua and Wei Long. Chief, we have arrived downstairs. We have made significant discoveries in the mist. We have eliminated an octopus, and to provide you with a tangible view of the creature's body, we have brought back a portion of its remains. Oh. Pai Lai Hua projects the remnants of the mist creature onto the large screen in the living room. The image reveals a severed limb of the octopus, oozing green blood. Its numerous tentacles have been hacked off by Pai Lai Hua and Wei Long for Lin Xiao to examine. The grotesque sight of the creature's repulsive appendages makes Lin Xiao's stomach churn. He then glances down at the squid tentacles on his plate and suddenly finds them unappetizing, tainted by an unpleasant association. Chief, I have sent it over for your careful inspection. Thank you. Chapter 56. The second catastrophe approaches. Chief, I have discovered this on the creature in the mist. The screen shifts to showcase an object found on the creature. It is a small, translucent blue cube, shimmering with a faint light, seemingly imbued with boundless energy. Lin Xiao recognizes it. In his previous life, after being promoted to a lieutenant general, he had engaged in multiple battles alongside soldiers against a creature in the mist, which had also possessed this crystal. However, due to the limitations of technology at that time, he had not been able to study its true nature. Lin Xiao speculates that it could be a form of energy, though he remains uncertain about its usage. Furthermore, regarding the energy upgrade for Lin Xiao's shelter, he wonders if utilizing this blue crystal could expedite the process. The survival aspect has currently been elevated to level 2. What might it become if it ascends further? What transformations await this shelter? Lin Xiao begins to feel a sense of anticipation. After dinner, Lin Xiao plans to take his family for a stroll. Once the mist descends, it will be challenging for the family to enjoy leisurely walks after satisfying their appetites. He takes little Ryu by the hand, while Lu Yi guides Lin Xian. Upon reaching the ground floor, they hear the sounds of various armored vehicles and tanks in the distance. Honey, is war about to break out again? Lin Xiao nods solemnly. Disaster is imminent. Our days of leisurely walks will be fewer. The creatures within the mist are indeed formidable. However, Lin Xiao also weighs his own strength against the creatures lurking in the mist, pondering whether he could eliminate them swiftly. As they step out of the community onto the street, they witness fully armed soldiers advancing toward the city gate. All soldiers from the 7 military districts are mobilized, with various military branches converging here, equipped with countless firearms. A commanding officer spots Lin Xiao and frowns. Sir, please keep your distance. Return to the shelter immediately. Do not venture out without official permission. Lin Ruyu, with her innocent eyes, looks up and asks, Soldier brother, will you be able to withstand this time? Will you be safe? The officer falls silent, while another soldier assures her, rest assured, we will be fine. At the southern gate of the imperial capital, 60,000 soldiers stand ready for inspection. The mist is spreading rapidly, expected to reach the capital within 24 hours. As the nation's premier secure zone, dubbed Asia's impregnable fortress, we must demonstrate to the world that we can withstand these monsters. We will make any creature that dares enter our domain pay a heavy price. The soldiers emanate a powerful aura, and the atmosphere at the southern gate reverberates with their resolute energy. Comrade Laming, this is the moment for your Gene Warrior unit to shine. If you can withstand these creatures from the mist, you shall be hailed as the savior of our dragon nation. Such words weigh heavily on Laming. Standing tall, he salutes the leaders of the military districts, saying, I cannot claim to be a savior, but I will do my utmost to keep those monsters at bay. After a stroll around the neighborhood, Lin Xiao and his family return home. Lu Yi takes him downstairs to show him the initial stages of the plantation. A few days prior, she had planted numerous seedlings and, after watering them, was astonished to find that the crops in this plantation grow at an astonishingly rapid pace, at least twice as fast as in a traditional field. Honey, I have conducted a preliminary assessment. In Zone 1, the growth cycle of wheat spans 21 days, while rice requires 23 days. The growth cycles of potatoes, tomatoes, spinach, and bean sprouts are approximately a month. In Zone 2, the growth cycle for apple, pear, apricot, and persimmon trees extends to 2 months. Additionally, the livestock such as pigs, cattle, sheep, and fish outside the plantation exhibit slower growth cycles. Presently, high-tech cultivation is confined exclusively to the plantation. I estimate that with the survival direction reaching level 3, there may be further changes. Lu Yi articulately analyzed the situation. This high-tech plantation does not necessitate adaptation to every season, as there is specialized temperature regulation within the area. However, the rearing of poultry and livestock, from mating to birthing and subsequent growth, requires a significant amount of time, and no technology currently aids this process. Darling, you have been exceedingly tired lately. This evening, you should rest well, said Lin Xiao after visiting the plantation with Lu Yi. Upon returning upstairs, they entered the bathroom. I genuinely wish to retire early tonight, but I believe you are more exhausted than I am, Lu Yi remarked, suggesting that Lin Xiao lay down so she could massage him and help him relax. With the new calamity upon us, will you still venture out? Seeing Lu Yi's deep concern, Lin Xiao chuckled, perhaps. But fear not, my dear, I shall be fine. You must ensure that you will not encounter any misfortune. Every time you go out, I feel a wave of anxiety. I wish to do something for you, yet I am powerless at home. I can only silently pray for your safe return each time. Lin Xiao turned over, allowing Lu Yi to lean against the bathtub. Do not worry about me. Rather, consider yourself. You must care for our 2 children while also researching cultivation and livestock management. Allow me to give you a massage first. Lin Xiao began to gently massage Lu Yi's shoulders, progressing down to her waist. After a few minutes, Lu Yi playfully protested, how annoying. Did we not agree on just a massage? How did it turn into something else? In the stillness of the night, Lin Xiao heard a faint noise. Within half an hour, the sound intensified, creating a powerful sonic boom that shook the ground. Lu Yi was startled awake. She clung to Lin Xiao and peered out the window. Darling, has the fighting already begun outside? It was evident that fierce battles had erupted at the city gates of the capital, illuminating the dark night sky with flames. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Wait, isn't there still a day left? How could it have started early? Suddenly, he realized that the previous day's confrontations with the mist creature's vanguard by the Thunderfire and the dragon had expedited the rapid expansion of the mist. Looking out the window, his expression turned grave. The second disaster has arrived. Chapter 57. Before departure, trade for a hover car. Darling, are you going? Lu Yi inquired anxiously, gazing out the window. Perhaps we should remain here. It feels quite safe. Lin Xiao kissed her cheek and reassured her, sleep peacefully. I promise you will see me when you wake up tomorrow. He began to dress, filled with anticipation. For Lin Xiao, exterminating these mist creatures felt like avenging past grievances. This calamity had claimed numerous lives in his previous existence, including those of his dearest companions. He understood the overwhelming sense of oppression and helplessness when confronting these beings. Now, as a junior warrior at the battle general level, with his ninefold Thunderblade cultivation advanced to the second level and the Black God suit at his disposal, he felt sufficiently empowered to confront them. He checked on Lin Ryu and Lin Xian in their bedroom and found them peacefully asleep. All right, it's time to set off. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the system notification sound. World Trading. The system has completed its cooldown. Your friend Dr. Rick has initiated a chat with you. Would you like to accept? As he prepared to depart, Rick had sent him a trade invitation. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the interruption. I assure you, I am not in the laboratory at this moment. This was puzzling. Wasn't he supposed to be a heartless machine? Dr. Rick, where exactly are you? Haha, to be honest. Mr. Lin, thanks to you, I am now soaring to great heights. I was just enjoying some time with friends at a hotel, but suddenly encountered a bit of an emergency. Subsequently, Rick showed Lin Xiao his surroundings. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, all his friends were women. Doctor, can you handle all of them? Weren't you supposed to be working? What a ridiculous notion. In this age of advanced technology, a simple dose of kidney-enhancing healthcare makes me feel like an unstoppable engine. Yes, I was indeed working before. Rick's grin widened. I was just a mere employee. But because you gifted me those stamps, my boss's wife noticed them. She adores those stamps and promoted me to a management position. Now, I hardly have to work and enjoy daily outings with lovely ladies. I feel like I could live like this forever. As Rick described his newfound fortune, his enthusiasm was palpable. In the year 2177, retirement was a concept long abandoned. Everyone worked until death. However, Rick, now in management, enjoyed a life of leisure. With such comfort, is there anything you still desire? Lin Xiao mused. Haha, there's just a minor emergency. First, I want to thank you. Without your help, I would have remained a mere cog in the wheel. Secondly, I have a few friends with me, but I forgot to bring an umbrella. Could you send one over? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. Dr. Rick, with such advanced technology, do you still require an umbrella? Of course. Such an item is indispensable, regardless of the era. Although we have numerous dopamine chips that can provide a euphoric experience, I still prefer the traditional approach. Rick was indeed a traditionalist, evident from his penchant for stamp collecting. Nevertheless, this transaction would be straightforward for Lin Xiao, who had amassed an abundance of umbrellas from the pharmacy, far more than he could ever use. He retrieved a package from his spatial ring and handed it over. Here, but use them sparingly. Rick accepted it with a beaming smile. Thank you, Mr. Lin. But wait, I know you are in a hurry. What will you offer me in return for this? Rick had already contemplated this transaction. Mr. Lin, a friend of mine at the hovercar factory has just produced a new batch of the latest hovercars. They are equipped with anti-gravity devices, crafted from carbon fiber and cosmic metals, and they boast speeds that will astound you. Oh, a hovercar? Lin Xiao's interest was piqued. How fast can it go? This hovercar can reach speeds of 1,980 kilometers per hour. I had previously ordered one, and it truly is remarkable. Now, I intend to purchase it outright as a token of my gratitude. Certainly, however, I have never piloted a levitating vehicle before. You must allow me to try it first. This is quite acceptable. Additionally, we can utilize AI-assisted driving. Simply connect to that refuge, which is equipped with an intelligent AI system to assist with navigation. Lin Xiao nodded. Upon mentioning the refuge, he suddenly recalled something. One more thing, Dr. Rick, you need to inform me on how to upgrade the refuge and expedite the upgrading process. Oh, that is quite simple. As long as there is ample energy, it can upgrade. However, your current technology lacks sufficient energy, and you will need to provide more to sustain it. So it indeed requires energy. Lin Xiao understood. After the transaction concluded, Lin Xiao received the levitating vehicle and stored it in his spatial ring. Subsequently, he exited the room and made his way to the rooftop. where he set the vehicle down. This levitating vehicle, named Yan Huang, hails from the Hongqi Floating Vehicle Factory of the year 2177. I can hardly believe that Hongqi has been producing levitating vehicles for over a century into the future. Lin Xiao scrutinized the vehicle. Its body was a deep black, with semi-transparent doors, yet the driving apparatus was invisible from the outside. The entire vehicle exuded a metallic sheen, radiating an aura of science fiction. It could accommodate 4 individuals. As the door gradually ascended, Lin Xiao followed the intelligent voice guidance to activate the command. In the next moment, the vehicle's turbine jet unleashed a gust of wind. Once the door closed, Lin Xiao followed the prompts to elevate the vehicle. Due to his inexperience, he felt somewhat clumsy and relinquished control to the AI. After some trial and error, he finally piloted the vehicle into the night sky, soaring like a celestial steed, akin to a shooting star traversing the heavens. Moments later, Lin Xiao had acclimated to the controls. The automatic driving lacked excitement. He employed the assisted driving feature and surged towards the city gate. He soon entered a dense fog, gradually lowering his altitude. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, indicating a safety issue with the vehicle. The levitating vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Before him appeared an indescribable entity. Lin Xiao switched on the headlights. As the beams pierced through the fog, he discerned it. It was an eye, a colossal eye. The eyeball was 3 times the size of the levitating vehicle. The pupil was wide open, devoid of any vitality. A dead fish eye? This is troubling. I have heard that dead fish eyes possess immense power. Chapter 58. The Fog Strikes. The instant collapse of the army. Meanwhile, at the southern city gate, as the fog enveloped the area, chaos erupted on the battlefield, igniting an exceptionally fierce combat. Tanks, armored vehicles, and rocket launchers unleashed a barrage into the mist. Yet, the fog showed no signs of abating. It continued to spread towards them. We are about to lose visibility. Activate thermal imaging. Fire. The sound of gunfire resonated like torrential rain. However, soon, the frontline armored vehicles, tanks, and an artillery division lost all communication. Qin Wei stood at the city gate, his expression grave. Beside him were the supreme commanders of the 7 military districts. Old Qin, do you think we can hold the city gate? Even if we cannot, we must. If the gate falls, the survivors within the city will suffer. Just then, a report came in regarding the situation ahead. Several soldiers were howling in agony amidst the fog. It's all gone. Everything is gone. The fog consumes the living. It's devouring us. Where are Lei Ming and Zhang Chun? Lei Ming is still inside the fog. Zhang Chun has also lost contact. Upon hearing this, the commanders felt a tightening in their chests. Clearly, their conventional weaponry was insufficient to withstand the advance of the creatures lurking within the fog. Lei Ming, accompanied by over 1,000 genetically enhanced soldiers, was deep within the mist. They had all equipped thermal imaging. Lei Ming wielded a large weapon, pushing forward. Suddenly, they spotted the artillery division. It was the 722nd Artillery Division. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, Lei Ming was momentarily stunned. Hundreds of soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood, resembling a mass of gore. They were crawling forward. Run! A powerful wind surged. Before them appeared a tentacle dragging along the ground, lunging towards Lei Ming and his fellow soldiers. With a sharp gaze, Lei Ming gritted his teeth and roared, charging ahead with remarkable speed. Incredibly fierce, he thrust his spear, creating a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. This was the culmination of his relentless training over the days. Each thrust was honed through 5,000 repetitions, rising at dawn, coupled with the effects of the genetic serum. His thrusts were as swift as shadows. The impact carried nearly 800 kilograms of force. Boom! The sound of the spear tearing through the air was unmistakable. This thrust evidently pierced through the tentacle, causing it to halt. Thunder God! Thunder God is formidable, truly worthy of the title of War God. But it is premature to celebrate. Just as Lei Ming prepared to withdraw his weapon, he realized he could not budge it. Ahead, the tentacle whipped back, flinging Lei Ming, weapon and all, into the air. Immediately after, hundreds of tentacles emerged, ensnaring all the genetically enhanced soldiers present. At this moment, Zhang Chun, clad in multifunctional exoskeletal armor, appeared from nowhere, catching Lei Ming just in time. Subsequently, his multi-barreled machine gun unleashed a torrent of bullets, firing frantically into the massive shadow within the fog. Old Lei, the situation is dire. We have suffered too many casualties. We must retreat. Zhang Chun instructed the exoskeletal armored division to provide covering fire. He then intended to lead Lei Ming to safety. Lei Ming felt a pang of reluctance. Old Zhang, I do not wish to leave. I cannot kill a single creature. All my efforts have been in vain. Zhang Chun consoled him. Do not be disheartened. These creatures are formidable. We must find a way to counter them. Otherwise, we cannot hope to defeat them. Do you think anyone can slay these creatures now? I can assure you, no one can. Not a single person can accomplish that. So do not overexert yourself. If we must go, then we shall. Perhaps in the future, we can turn the tide. Meanwhile, on the eastern battlefield of the imperial capital, Lin Xiao's levitating vehicle flew through the fog, suddenly colliding with a lifeless, gigantic eye. Who wouldn't feel trepidation? The most absurd part was that this enormous eye was merely the tip of the iceberg of the fog creature. Boom. A sound akin to shattering eardrums echoed. The creature opened its cavernous maw, attempting to swallow both Lin Xiao and the vehicle whole. This is the terror of the fog creature. Dangerous. Ferocious. Lin Xiao activated the automatic driving, rapidly plummeting towards the ground. However, a massive hand appeared around him, poised to crush him entirely. Lin Xiao remained unflustered. He retrieved a source of fire from his pocket, instantly igniting the levitating vehicle. Let us not forget, his fire source cultivation chamber had already produced 4 fire sources. This one, he dedicated to the levitating vehicle. In the next moment, the vehicle, on the brink of a violent impact, underwent a transformation. A dark metallic giant emerged, standing beside Lin Xiao, arms outstretched to block the creature's assault. Leader, thank you for granting me life. Lin Xiao looked up at the colossal being within the fog. From this day forth, your name shall be Qi Hong. Join me in vanquishing them. Yes, the future levitating vehicle from Hongqi, henceforth named Qi Hong by Lin Xiao. As the words fell, Lin Xiao donned the Haitian suit, the metallic armor enveloping him completely. Lin Xiao leaped from the ground. The second level of the ninefold Thunderblade. The blade glimmered with an icy chill, penetrating deeply into the very soul of man. With a swift stroke, a creature shrouded in mist was cleaved in twain by Lin Xiao. Its form split asunder in an instant. Yet, Lin Xiao's eyes widened as he surveyed the dense fog surrounding him. Was it truly over? Had it ended before it even began? Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. For in this obscured realm, he was oblivious to the multitude of monsters lurking within. In the next moment, a series of viscous tentacles emerged around Lin Xiao, binding him tightly in a cocoon. Crimson, unleash your artillery, commanded the metal giant beside him, raising its hand to fire an electric arc pulse. The blast reverberated outward, reducing the tentacles to mere ashes. The tremendous arc incinerated everything in its vicinity, yet Lin Xiao stood unscathed, enveloped in the protective embrace of the Haitian armor. These tentacles were a testament to the myriad of creatures concealed within the mist. However, the more perilous the situation became, the more exhilarated Lin Xiao felt. He yearned to cultivate his prowess amidst the throngs of monsters, aspiring to ascend to the rank of intermediate war general as swiftly as possible. With a flicker of movement, Lin Xiao surged forward into the depths of the fog. His blade flashed like a streak of lightning, cleaving a colossal creature in half. Leader, do you require our assistance? Echoed the voices of the mechanical entities, Thunderfire and Wei Long, from above. Once you have vanquished these beasts, we shall assist you in gathering the blue crystals from their remains. So we are merely here for the spoils, they mused, as Lin Xiao effortlessly dispatched any creature that dared obstruct his path. Should a foe narrowly evade his strike, a second blow would surely follow. Throughout the night, Lin Xiao lost count of how many times he swung his blade. His ebony weapon shimmered with an ethereal glow, resonating with a peculiar energy. The air crackled with sonic booms, signaling a significant achievement. He had mastered the 3rd layer of the Jiuchong Lei Dao. Lin Xiao's strike now contained the power of 4 layers of dark energy, rivaling that of a high war general. This blow was insurmountable for the creatures lurking within the mist. As the night of cultivation drew to a close, Lin Xiao's strength had finally ascended from junior war general to intermediate war general. Overcome with excitement, he glanced around and realized that the creatures in the fog had been entirely eradicated. Nearby stood Wei Long and Thunderfire, along with Qi Hong, collecting the blue crystals. It seems we must reassess our leader's capabilities, remarked Wei Long. I wonder if I would still be alive had that strike landed upon me. What are you thinking? You would undoubtedly perish. Who could withstand such a blow? Chapter 59. What does it mean to hold the line against a multitude? The monsters are upon us. Flee. Retreat. All forces, retreat. The sounds of gunfire echoed from the southern battlefield, where chaos reigned and anguished cries filled the air. Qin Weigua observed the disarray of the army, his countenance pale with dread. He glanced at the clock. Half an hour had passed. Was it truly impossible to hold for even that brief span? Report, Commander. The 32 operational battalions in the south have lost all contact. The chilling words drew gasps from the assembled officers. Where are Lei Ming and Zhang Chun? These two commanded the most formidable battalions in the military, and their loss would be catastrophic. The gene serum, a culmination of the Dragon Institute's research, had been invested in these elite forces, including Zhang Qin's high-tech combat battalion, equipped with cutting-edge exoskeletal armor. Yet both leaders had gone silent, a devastating blow to their cause. "Commander, look, it's Team Leader Lei," shouted one officer as Lei Ming and his soldiers returned. However, their appearance sent shockwaves through the ranks. They had returned, yet they were battered and bloodied, Lei Ming bearing the brunt of the injuries, having been dragged back by Zhang Qin's exoskeletal suit. "Yun'er, we must leave. The capital is on the brink of collapse," Lei Ming gasped, his voice weak. Zhang Qin turned back, urgency in his tone. "Lin Yun, immediately notify all commanders in the military district. We must retreat at once." "What about the capital?" "Activate the emergency evacuation protocol for all safe zones." Before they could finish their commands, they witnessed the encroaching mist rapidly closing in behind them, a massive, bloodied tentacle resembling a giant serpent slithering forth. On the city walls, 1,000 soldiers provided covering fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets that forced the tentacle to halt. "We must not delay. Retreat immediately." With no time for hesitation, they led their fellow soldiers in a hasty withdrawal. Could the 7 great legions truly disband so easily? The commanders above could hardly believe their eyes. Hearing the gunfire echoing from the city gates, they felt a profound sense of despair. "We have one final plan. We must conserve our military strength. A direct confrontation here could lead to total annihilation." All present agreed. In the instant the mist engulfed the army, nearly half of their forces were consumed. Countless soldiers, along with various armored vehicles, tanks, and aircraft, were lost without a trace. Lei Ming, too, was gravely injured, slipping into unconsciousness. Qin Weiguo recognized the necessity of retreat. He decisively led the soldiers away from the city gates, knowing that should the mist breach the southern entrance and infiltrate the capital's safe zones, chaos would inevitably ensue. As they departed, Qin Weiguo sat in an armored vehicle, using a satellite phone to inquire about the situation at the eastern gates. "What is the status on the eastern front? What are the current losses?" At that moment, on the eastern city walls, over 100,000 troops stood ready. Upon hearing of the devastation in the south, every soldier felt a chill run down their spine. Lu Hansheng, the commander of the eastern front, stood atop the walls and warned everyone to remain vigilant against the impending mist. As time passed, the soldiers on the eastern battlefield awaited the arrival of the mist creatures. "Come on, where are those monsters?" Lu Hansheng dispatched several reconnaissance drones to investigate. To their astonishment, they discovered that the mist had inexplicably halted 10 kilometers away. "What is happening? Is the mist stuck? Can mist even get stuck?" Lu Hansheng and his fellow commanders were left bewildered. They had prepared themselves for a fierce battle against the mist creatures, yet now they were faced with an unexpected reprieve. "Commander Lu, the southern front has suffered severe losses. The orders from above are to retreat immediately." Sweat dripped from Lu Hansheng's brow. "But the mist hasn't even arrived here. Its advance has halted." "What did you say?" The commanders from various military districts were left in stunned silence. Logically, the eastern city gate should have been the weakest point, with only a few dozen thousand troops compared to the southern front's 300,000, composed of the elite forces from all 7 military districts. The outcome revealed that the eastern front had surprisingly held its ground. What could possibly explain this? Were those creatures specifically targeting our elite forces? They seemed to have etched the visage of the misty beings into their minds. "I am here to confront the elite." Commander Lu, regardless of the circumstances, continued deploying drones for reconnaissance. "First, lead the troops back to defend. There have been no casualties in the east. This is indeed fortunate news for us." Upon receiving the orders, Lu Hansheng immediately led hundreds of thousands of troops to retreat to the northern outskirts of the city. This marked their first encounter with the misty beings, resulting in severe casualties and tremendous losses. They intended to establish a defensive barrier along the Great Wall, initiating the Great Wall Vigil. This required preserving a significant portion of military strength to regroup and continue the fight against the misty beings. Meanwhile, within the capital city, an emergency contingency plan was activated. Long before the evolution of the zombies, a safety zone had been established, equipped with multiple underground shelters. Should the military fail to hold the line, all survivors were to seek refuge underground. At this moment, as the army disbanded to retreat to the Great Wall, the survivors within the city continued to hide, taking refuge in the shelters to survive. Along the retreat route, some soldiers speculated why the mist had not spread from the east. Because Lin Xiao was stationed there, dawn was approaching. Standing atop a fallen misty creature, Lin Xiao gripped a bloodied knife, panting heavily. "How many have I slain?" Weilong and Pai Lai Hua both shook their heads, stating, "Leader, We have not kept count. In any case, it is quite a number. Lin Xiao retrieved a bottle of Bai Suishan mineral water from his ring and gulped it down. Let us go. Dawn is near. I need to return with the crystals. My wife and children are waiting for me. Suddenly, a massive, sharp claw lunged at Lin Xiao from the mist behind him. With a resounding impact, he did not flinch. The claw struck his Haitian suit, causing no harm as he continued to stroll leisurely forward. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered a strike that unleashed the might of the Jiuchong Lei Dao, instantly dispatching the unknown creature. The crimson vehicle reformed, carrying Lin Xiao back. As they passed through the city gates, Pai Lai Hua and Wei Long glanced back. The southern gate had suffered devastating losses, while the eastern gate stood unscathed. Their leader truly embodied the phrase, "One man stands at the gate, and no one shall pass." Chapter 60. The Invasion of Mist. Blood rain falls. Upon learning of the official collapse, the survivors within the capital were organized and led by the remaining soldiers to the underground shelters constructed by the authorities. Attention, all citizens of the capital. An emergency disaster warning has been issued. It is anticipated that in 3 hours, the mist will engulf the entire capital. All survivors are advised to seek refuge in buildings at least 30 stories high or in underground shelters. Please, all survivors, proceed to the shelters immediately and refrain from venturing outside. Chaos erupted within the city as everyone hurried to enter the designated shelters, resulting in a loss of order. Within a vast underground air raid shelter spanning 18 levels, the station's soldiers, armed and vigilant, directed survivors one by one into the sanctuary. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of terrified individuals rushed in, shouting, "Hurry! Let us in! The mist is here! The mist is coming! The frontline soldiers have been defeated! The entire army has fallen! We must hide! If we wait any longer, it will be too late. I am the deputy director of the Tobacco Bureau of the capital. Comrades, let me in. We are all on the same side. Grant me this favor." The line for entry to the underground shelter stretched from one subway station to another. "Let me in, I beg you. I will kneel." The soldiers, with stern expressions, replied, "According to orders, the elderly and children are to enter first. Adults will follow afterward. Everyone, maintain order. Please wait, do not rush. The shelter is ample. I assure you, all will be accommodated." The intent of these individuals was straightforward. They did not wish to be the last to enter, but rather to secure a position in the lowest levels for greater safety. Previously, they had looked down upon those in the lower levels, yet now they desperately sought refuge at the very bottom. This air raid shelter had 18 levels, and they preferred to hide on the 18th floor rather than above. If those creatures were to arrive, the first to perish would be those above. "Oh no, don't push. It's too crowded." The crowd surged forward, and a few individuals stumbled and fell, crying out in pain. "Help! Save me!" Soon, those cries faded as the crowd paid no heed to who had fallen, all consumed by their own survival. A soldier commander fired a shot into the air. I will repeat, one at a time, in an orderly fashion. Anyone who shoves and disrupts the line will be executed on the spot. We are in wartime mode. Everyone must adhere to the regulations. Hey, everyone step aside. Commander, we have injured here. Let us in first. At that moment, several ambulances blared their sirens. Swiftly arriving on the scene, the soldier commander furrowed his brow, glancing over. Its team leader lay with the injured. They are severely wounded and require immediate surgery. The soldier commander and several others stood at attention, saluting before quickly allowing them entry through a side door. Witnessing this scene, the thousands of survivors could no longer contain themselves. Hey, what is going on? Why do they get to go in? It's not fair. We are all here crowding. Why do they receive preferential treatment? It's not fair. Stepping out of the ambulance, Zhang Qin's expression darkened upon hearing the outcry. Even his typically placid demeanor could no longer suppress his anger. On what grounds? Just because we stood at the city gate. Just because we fought against those monsters with our lives. Why don't you try going out there? As these words left his lips, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. Yet, some still sneered, "Huh? You still have the audacity to say that. You lost the safety zone of the capital. Hundreds of thousands of troops, not even able to hold for an hour. I ask you, what face do you have to speak so?" Zhang Chun's frustration boiled over. All the soldiers had risked their lives, perished on the battlefield, to protect the citizens behind them, yet they were left with nothing but their lifeless forms. Meanwhile, these individuals stood at the back, casting judgment and questioning them. Aren't you soldiers meant to protect us? Isn't it your duty to safeguard us? What? Do you truly believe you have made a significant contribution? Now it appears, the presence of you or your absence is completely irrelevant. As murmurs of discontent began to rise from the crowd, everyone blamed them for their defeat, holding them responsible for the impending doom of the citizens of the capital. Hearing the chorus of accusations and insults, Zhang Chen finally released his clenched fists. They had sacrificed so much, endured such grievous losses. Yet why were they met with such treatment? He understood. This was human nature. Team leader Zhang, hurry inside. You are injured. No, I won't go in yet. I will stay outside for a while. Soon, the mist swept into the capital with overwhelming force. At that moment, all the streets of the city were filled with people queuing to enter various shelters. However, as the mist passed, those streets became desolate. A group of men and women clad in strange attires stood upon the street. President, have they truly come? The president replied with excitement. Yes. This is the will of the divine. Their arrival is monumental. Do not fear, simply indulge. They sang loudly the song of Cthulhu, welcoming the monsters that emerged from the mist. In every era, there exist such individuals, known as the cult of the arrival. They yearn for these creatures to claim dominion over Earth, aspiring to transform the abhorrent conditions of their planet. Each face radiated anticipation, their smiles bright. Yet, mere moments later, their laughter ceased abruptly. A shadow loomed above them, resembling a flying saucer, akin to the maw of a beast. Suddenly, a tempest of wind and sand engulfed them, a tremendous suction rendering their voices mute. Ultimately, only the leader remained, standing foolishly in place. For he heard the anguished wails of countless souls emanating from the sky, their cries echoing directly above him. Soon after, blood began to rain down in his vicinity, a torrential downpour drenching the land, soaking every structure within 100 miles. Gazing upwards, the leader was horrified to discover that the creature shrouded in mist was excreting. The remnants of digested humans were cast upon this very spot. This terrifying spectacle so overwhelmed the leader that he lost control of his bodily functions and fainted on the ground. That night would be anything but tranquil. Despite residing on the 30th floor, Lin Xiao's family could still hear the cannon fire and the screams of the distressed. Husband, you're back. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao first took a shower, cleansing the green blood from his body. After changing into fresh attire, he entered the couple's bedroom, instructing Lu Yi to rest. However, Lu Yi had not slept well throughout the night. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, she immediately embraced him. Husband, I am scared. Lin Xiao held Lu Yi close, allowing her to find solace and drift into slumber. After several hours, the outside world fell into a more profound silence. Lin Xiao rose to check on their two little ones. First, he approached Xiao Xian's room, finding the 3-year-old still fast asleep, blissfully unaware of the chaos outside. His primary concern was for Lin Ruoyu. Upon opening Lin Ruoyu's door, he froze in place. Where was Xiao Ruoyu? Chapter 61. The shelter ascends 3 levels. Shenlong. Enhance my resources. The room was empty. The blanket on Lin Ruoyu's bed was disheveled. The residual warmth long dissipated, indicating she had been gone for some time. Lin Xiao accessed the surveillance footage within the shelter. Moments later, Lin Ruoyu strolled back in. Dad, good morning. Where were you? Your mother will surely give you a good scolding for disappearing so early. She was accompanied by a Tibetan Mastiff. Pointing at it, I took the dog for a walk. I went to the downstairs garden to let it stretch its legs. Lin Xiao admonished, the outside world is perilous. You must not wander from the shelter, understand? Little Ruoyu obediently nodded. I know, Dad. I won't stray. At this moment, daylight fully broke, with the sun shining outside, a ray of sunlight streaming through the window. Regardless of the previous night's events, the sun rose as usual. Lu Yi had prepared breakfast, cooking egg pancakes, alongside ham, bacon, and fried eggs, with each person receiving a steak and a glass of milk. During the meal, Lu Yi inquired, Husband, the mist outside creates a hazy scene. Looking down from above, it resembles a fairyland. Lin Xiao replied, If I told you that beneath it lies a landscape strewn with corpses, drenched in human blood, would it still seem like a fairyland? The family gazed out at the sunlight. The weather was pleasant today, warm outside. It would indeed be a lovely day if not for the mist. At the very least, it was far more comfortable than the impending global freeze that awaited after the mist, ushering in a new ice age. However, within the mist lurked myriad creatures of the ocean. After breakfast, Lin Xiao and Lu Yi descended to the underground garden. He retrieved the blue crystals he had collected from his spatial ring. Now, he intended to conduct an experiment. Yesterday, he had consulted Dr. Rick, who mentioned that the shelter could be upgraded based on energy sources. Lin Xiao believed these blue crystals represented a novel energy form, so he sought to test whether introducing them into the shelter would facilitate an upgrade. Leader, we gathered 600 of these crystals yesterday. Lin Xiao summoned the shelter's artificial intelligence steward. I wish to utilize these crystals for upgrading the shelter. At that moment, both Lin Xiao and Lu Yi heard a voice. Initiating energy assessment for the master. This energy can be utilized for the shelter's upgrade. Commencing upgrade process. Please select the upgrade direction for the shelter. Survival 2, Defense 1, Offense 1. This time, Lin Xiao decided to prioritize survival. How much can these blue crystals elevate the levels? It is known that a monster might yield only 1 or 2 blue crystals. Thus, these crystals are of paramount importance. The AI responded. Approximately 2 to 3 levels can be achieved. Henceforth, I shall name this shelter Deep Blue Shelter. Why deep blue? Because these blue crystals resemble the energy substances found within the ocean. The upgrades of the shelter now rely entirely on these deep blue crystals for sustenance. Lin Xiao silently reflected on the development of this shelter. Its accomplishments were solely due to his dedicated efforts. Deep blue, enhance my resources. Lin Xiao resolutely selected survival for 2 points and defense for 1. For him, survival remained the utmost priority, followed closely by defense. Although the shelter's materials were inherently robust, upgrading was still prudent as a precaution. In the next moment, a slight tremor resonated from below Deep Blue Shelter. Let us go see. Lin Xiao led the group downstairs, where they discovered a sight that aligned perfectly with their suspicions. The underground garden was followed by a breeding facility, a technologically advanced breeding center, equipped with cutting-edge technology and facilities to facilitate the rearing of various animals. First, a vertical farm was established to maximize space utilization for growing animal feed. This included intelligent temperature and humidity control systems, as well as light simulation systems, ensuring optimal conditions for crop growth. Secondly, hydroponics and aeroponics techniques were employed to cultivate animal feed in a soil-less environment, minimizing soil requirements and conserving space, while precisely controlling nutritional components to optimize animal diets. There was also aquaculture, utilizing a recirculating water system to provide suitable temperatures and water quality for fish growth, purifying and recycling water to reduce consumption. Through cell culture technology, pork and beef could be cultivated, effectively controlling meat quality and significantly reducing feed and space demands. Lastly, a virtual monitoring system was established for the breeding facility, where each chicken, duck, pig, cow, and fish was equipped with internet-connected sensors for real-time monitoring. This ensured their health and provided data analysis to enhance the breeding environment and methods. The AI system could adjust and optimize the breeding environment based on the needs of various animals, while also processing data from all animals, analyzing growth conditions, predicting potential issues, and assisting in their resolution. The most crucial aspect is that artificial intelligence systems possess the remarkable capability to adjust the breeding environment according to the needs of animals, thereby enhancing production efficiency. By leveraging diverse data, AI systems can monitor in real time and learn the behavioral patterns, feed intake, and overall health status of animals. For instance, when the system detects a decline in appetite or a slowdown in growth among certain animals, the AI can analyze potential causes such as excessively high or low environmental temperatures, lighting issues, or feed composition problems. The AI can automatically regulate temperature, humidity, and lighting, as well as modify feed ratios until the animal's conditions improve. Furthermore, AI systems can utilize algorithms for prediction and early warning. For example, they can forecast disease outbreaks and implement preventive measures in advance, or predict future feed requirements to facilitate timely procurement and preparation. Through genetic engineering and selective breeding, it is possible to cultivate poultry varieties that exhibit rapid growth and strong disease resistance. Additionally, an optimized breeding environment and precisely formulated nutritional feed can significantly accelerate poultry growth rates. Maintaining comfortable temperature, humidity, and lighting conditions, along with a balanced nutritional feed, can create an almost ideal breeding environment. AI algorithms can analyze growth data to forecast and devise optimal breeding strategies, such as the best feeding times, quantities, and other potential optimizations. Not only has the breeding facility emerged, but the entire shelter space has also undergone enhancement. Concurrently, areas such as maternity rooms, medical units, and exercise zones have been established, resulting from the synergy of survival and defense enhancements. In Chapter 62, the Luin guards make their move. Such commotion is surely not just for sunbathing. Although the shelter's inherent materials are remarkably sturdy, the addition of defensive enhancements has introduced numerous protective facilities. After completing the Level 2 defense upgrades, an invisible wall emerged around the shelter, extending to its highest point, enveloping the entire building where Lin Xiao resides. Why is this wall invisible? It is crafted from nanomaterials, consisting of strands that are finer than the most delicate threads imaginable. When encasing Lin Xiao's building, it possesses formidable lethality. Any living creature that comes into contact with this structure will be severed by these nanostrands, dismembered into countless tiny pieces. These nanostrands are also known as nanoblades. Should any unidentified individuals or creatures approach, the nanoblades will instantly initiate recognition and activate the nanoblade protocol. Thus, anyone who approaches without Lin Xiao's permission will be swiftly dispatched by these invisible blades. Naturally, Lin Xiao's family is registered with the Deep Blue Shelter, and their presence will not trigger the nanoblades. Upon completion of the upgrades, Lin Xiao gazes at the newly established areas and facilities with a satisfied smile. The medical room houses various unfamiliar instruments, equipped with AI for diagnostic scanning. Yet there remains a necessity for human intervention in certain procedures, such as administering injections, performing surgeries, and appropriately utilizing these devices, which require specialized assistance. The collaboration between artificial intelligence and humanity is indeed the ideal approach. Lin Xiao contemplates the need to seek out a medical team. Moreover, the maternity room features a play area for children. Lu Yi has asked Lin Xian to take his toys to play. By around 11 in the morning, Lu Yi begins preparing lunch, while Lin Xiao intends to step out to bring back some books for Xiao Ryu and children's toys for Lin Xian. Just as he is about to leave, Lin Ryu tugs at Lin Xiao's arm, expressing her desire to go outside and bask in the sun. Children require ample sunlight to thrive. She insists on going out to see the world beyond the window, arguing that they do not live underground and can enjoy the sun's warmth from their windowsill. Lin Ryu, pouting, adds that she also wishes to observe the creatures hidden in the mist and to challenge herself. After much persuasion, she pleads with Lu Yi for permission to take the children out for a while. Lu Yi, unable to resist, inquires whether the Luyin guards can ensure her safety. Lin Xiao nods affirmatively, assuring her that those guards are even stronger than he is. Thus, he agrees to let Lin Xian and Lin Ryu go outside, believing it is essential for them to confront the reality that awaits them. The impending disasters will only grow increasingly terrifying, and the children must adapt quickly rather than remain sheltered like fragile flowers. With the Luyin guards present, their safety is guaranteed, for there exists no creature on Earth that could pose a threat to them. Consequently, Lin Xiao brings along 2 Luyin guards and allows the children to board the floating vehicle. The Qingtian Sheng, Pai Lai Hua, and Weilong follow closely behind. Hold on tight, children, Lin Xiao instructs as he activates the floating vehicle, propelling them from the rooftop. The vehicle descends rapidly, revealing an eerily empty street, devoid of any human presence, enveloped in a haunting silence. Aside from them, there is no sign of life. A closer inspection reveals that the entire street has been stained crimson. Why don't we see any bodies? Lin Ryu whispers. They must have been consumed by some colossal creature, leaving only their blood behind, Lin Xiao explains. As the gruesome scene unfolds, resembling a nightmarish hellscape, as Lin Xiao moves forward, he spots a group of living individuals not far ahead. His eyes widen in astonishment. Are there truly still survivors? He immediately sends Weilong to scout the area. The individuals before him are clad in heavy armor and armed with shotguns, numbering around 70 to 80, as they engage in a fierce battle against a creature from the mist. To Lin Xiao's surprise, these individuals are not official military personnel, but rather a private militia. This group, led by Wang Xiao, was once part of a Fortune 500 technology company specializing in new energy lithium batteries. Following the onset of the apocalypse, Wang Xiao utilized considerable resources to establish an underground technological shelter, decisively redirecting all personnel to abandon unrelated product development and focus entirely on creating energy battery-powered combat armor. He also organized a management system for the shelter while training men to wield these advanced armors. These seemingly cumbersome, yet formidable creations are the result of his and his team's ingenuity. Internally, he proclaims that all members are brothers, hence the name of their faction, the Brotherhood. Now, with the official military having retreated, the Brotherhood members have emerged to forage for sustenance. Of course, Wang Xiao himself remains behind, utilizing drones for external surveillance. They are attempting to hunt the creatures concealed in the mist. Leader, we have successfully subdued the creature. Its body is injured. Several armored men, having detected the mist creature via drone reconnaissance, initiate a coordinated assault, setting a trap to eliminate it entirely. The creature resembles a gigantic salamander, capable of swallowing a small merchant ship whole. Dozens of men bind it with chains from all directions, rendering it immobile. Fire. Target its head. 10 individuals mounted the rocket launcher, delivering a fierce blow to its head. After exhausting their ammunition, the next group swiftly replaced their weapons with spears, poised to pierce its wounds. However, in the next moment, the mist-like creature, reminiscent of a salamander, began to thrash violently. Its immense strength threatened to break free from its constraints. This is bad. I can't hold on. Captain Li, my battery is critically low. The armor is about to fail. Boom. The terrifying force of the creature sent 3 individuals flying. In an instant, it dashed forward, opening its gaping maw, and devoured the leading captain along with his armor. Mission failed. Retreat. Retreat. Witnessing their captain's demise, the remaining members hastily withdrew. During their escape, they spotted a vehicle parked on the street, occupied by someone. How can there still be survivors? There's a monster ahead. Run. Forget about it. Let's just get out of here. Lin Xiao sat in the driver's seat, glancing at one of the Luing guards. He was eager to witness the true prowess of the Luing guards. Luing, take one out and deal with the creature in front. One of the Luing guards immediately launched himself forward. With a single punch, he unleashed an overwhelming force that obliterated the creature from head to tail. This spectacle ignited the spirits of the Brotherhood's members. There are such formidable survivors within the mist. Subsequently, Pai Lai Hua and Wei Long took charge of clearing the path. Lin Xiao, accompanied by Lin Ryu and Lin Xian, chose a high, open terrace, positioning Pai Lai Hua and Wei Long along with Qi Hong to stand guard. The Brotherhood members followed closely behind Lin Xiao. Before long, they sensed something amiss. This commotion was caused by someone simply wanting to bask in the sun with their child. Chapter 63. Is there such a powerful force still in the imperial capital? Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the Brotherhood's leader, Wang Xiao, had wagered all his assets on a new era. He proclaimed, "I have staked everything on the new era." After the evolution of the zombies, he welcomed numerous survivors, with tens of thousands residing in the underground technological refuge alone. He believed that his technological and military strength had become formidable, possessing mecha armor capable of combating the zombies. He felt confident that they were no match for the creatures lurking in the mist. Yet, they encountered a survivor who could instantaneously eliminate the mist creature. What kind of monster is this? Eventually, someone could no longer contain their curiosity. They activated their armor and approached Lin Xiao, maintaining a safe distance. "Brother, which faction do you belong to?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression became somewhat peculiar. How could he respond? He had no idea what factions existed in the current landscape. After pondering briefly, he replied, "We are the largest faction in the imperial capital. We are the Brotherhood. To the north, there is the Shanghai faction. To the south, the Hongmen and the newly emerged Family Association. These are the major factions in the apocalypse. May I ask, which faction do you belong to? Judging by your appearance, it seems you are not affiliated with the official forces. What is this nonsense?" In his previous life, Lin Xiao had only heard of the Hongmen, as this faction had existed even in peaceful times. He fabricated a response. "I am from the Family Association." "So you are the leader of the Family Association?" Without hesitation, Lin Xiao nodded. "Indeed, I am the leader." Hearing this, the members of the Brotherhood gasped in astonishment. What? The Family Association has developed to such a degree? This strength is astonishing. After Lin Xiao departed, the Brotherhood members quickly returned to the underground refuge to report the situation. Each of them appeared animated as they exclaimed, "Leader, there's new information. While we were gathering supplies outside, we encountered the leader of the Family Association." Upon hearing their report, Wang Xiao and the Brotherhood members were left speechless. What? He killed that creature in an instant? Is he even human? It's impossible to discern his true nature. But it is certain that he dealt the final blow. Wang Xiao shook his head, scoffing, "What nonsense! With such formidable strength, how could he possibly be one of the Family Association? Their leader, Jiang Tianping, is a frail scholar. The last time I saw him, he was begging us for supplies. I told him I would consider giving them a pound of food if they sent a few of their married women." As he spoke, a lewd grin spread across Wang Xiao's face. This Wang Xiao shared a peculiar penchant similar to that of Boss Zhao. The Family Association mentioned in their discourse was indeed founded by Jiang Tianping. The last time Lin Xiao advised them to treat each other as family, Jiang Tianping took his words to heart and established the Family Association. Within, every member regarded one another as family, referring to each other in familial terms. The Family Association presently remains an obscure small group. Their development is under threat. Firstly, they are forced to hide and cannot establish a refuge of their own, making independence impossible. Secondly, the Brotherhood has set its sights on the women within the Family Association, discovering that there are numerous female survivors among them. They sought to negotiate with the Family Association. However, Jiang Tianping and his group would rather starve than relinquish their families. This only aggravated the Brotherhood's disdain. Given the chance, they would undoubtedly seek to absorb the Family Association. Just as Wang Xiao and the Brotherhood leaders were deliberating on their plans, they suddenly heard a voice at the entrance. "Leader, the military district has arrived." Among those who came was Qin Weigua. He had not followed the main force in retreat, but chose to remain here with his own troops. What brings you here, Commander Qin? Wang Xiao extended his hand with a sinister grin, greeting him. Qin Weigua arrived with over 100 soldiers, all of whom were on high alert. They recognized that the Brotherhood was not to be trifled with. Recently, civil unrest had erupted in the official underground refuge, instigated by them. They believed the official military was ineffective and sought to fracture its power, siphoning some elite troops for themselves. The entire imperial capital has fallen. We are organizing a massive counteroffensive, gathering everyone at the Great Wall, using it as a defensive fortification to eliminate those creatures. Wang, we have already contacted the Shanghai faction and the Hongmen, and they have expressed willingness to collaborate with us to face the enemy together. Now, we only need you. Wang Xiao leisurely sat in his chair, lighting a cigarette. Commander Qin, we understand that the nation is uniting against the enemy. However, you know that we merchants prioritize profit. We will not engage in battles without gain. Wang Xiao was quite straightforward, inquiring about the supplies and weaponry they could provide if they were to join forces. Rest assured, weapons and equipment will certainly not be lacking for you. Qin Weigua understood that, in terms of combat capabilities, these individuals were no match for even the new recruits of the military. However, the official forces required the mecha armor they manufactured. It was said that the Brotherhood possessed tens of thousands of such armors, which would be invaluable in future conflicts. After deliberating, Wang Xiao fixed a beaming gaze on Qin Weigua and his soldiers. Commander Qin, you must be exhausted from your travels. Why not stay in our refuge tonight? Let everyone unwind. We have numerous female survivors here. Qin Weigua's expression shifted, darkening as he said, Wang Xiao, I must warn you, your Brotherhood should not overstep its bounds. He had long heard whispers regarding the reward system of this Brotherhood, where women serve men, allowing men to select female survivors at will as long as they achieve military feats. Such a situation was utterly unacceptable to Qin Weigua. All right, Commander Qin. I was merely jesting. Additionally, there is another matter I wish to report to the authorities. Qin Weigua's gaze sharpened. What is it? This morning, while we were dealing with an injured fog creature, we stumbled upon a faction of survivors. They are formidable, unbelievably so. Their weaponry can swiftly eliminate the monsters within the fog. Thus, I report this to you, Commander Qin. I hope you can locate this group. If they could collaborate with your officials, I believe you would no longer need to flee in panic. Chapter 64. Qing Tiansheng. I am uncertain of my purpose. Currently, the 7 military districts are mobilizing for a counteroffensive, utilizing the Great Wall as a line of defense to prevent the creatures from crossing. This is a critical time that demands manpower and resources. Otherwise, Qin Weigua would not have sought out a disorganized group like the Brotherhood. At this juncture, we must seize every possible force. If this faction is indeed as powerful as you assert, I must personally track them down. Qin Weigua arrived with 3 enhanced battalions. Yet they had already suffered significant casualties from continuous battles against those creatures. Thus, they needed to devise a means to scout the enemy's position. Soon, Qin Weigua dispatched a drone unit to conduct reconnaissance in the fog. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao finished sunbathing with the children and began to eradicate the creatures lurking within the mist. He was dedicated to enhancing his own strength in preparation for the impending calamity. Additionally, he sought to acquire more blue crystals to upgrade the refuge. However, Lin Xiao's prowess as a mid-level battle general was already formidable, effortlessly dispatching a fog creature. As the enormous beast approached him, he vanished in a flash. A swift strike followed. Watch closely, Xiaoyu. This slash will be spectacular. A tremendous force erupted from the blade, the 3rd level of the 9-fold Thunder Blade, capable of slaying monsters with a single blow. Roar. At that moment, several crimson eyes appeared around Lin Xiao. A creature, resembling an oversized millipede with numerous legs, loomed beside him, while a dozen giant spiders surrounded him from the other side. Father, be careful, Lin Ryu exclaimed, her brow furrowing. Suddenly, fiery patterns appeared across her body. Seeing her father in danger, she was determined to intervene. Since acquiring the knight's cultivation technique, she had been diligently training and had recently reached a significant milestone in her progress. Upon successfully climbing, she gained access to the knight's true energy and fundamental techniques. However, her concerns proved unnecessary. Lin Xiao leaped effortlessly, his figure leaving behind several afterimages in the fog. His speed was remarkable. The monster could not even locate his presence. In a heartbeat, he struck down, radiating with the brilliance of lightning, obliterating the creature in an instant, leaving nothing but scorched earth. Gene Origin Enhancement, Strength 10, 9-fold Thunder Blade Comprehension 10. With this strike, Lin Xiao's strength increased once more. This exemplified the benefits of utilizing gene origin energy in real combat scenarios. Previously, such data would not have manifested in his mind, but since ascending to mid-level battle general, he could now clearly perceive the instantaneous absorption of gene origin energy. Evidently, the stronger the creature defeated, the greater the enhancement gained. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that this was not a disaster. Rather, it was an ideal training ground. Weilong and Pai Hua worked in perfect harmony. "Chief, we have collected the energy crystals." They exchanged eager expressions, silently urging Lin Xiao to praise them. Lin Xiao, without needing to instruct them, recognized their keen awareness. They understood that in the presence of such a powerful chief, there was little room for their own contributions. "Well done." Lin Xiao commended them directly. The group arrived at the West District, once a bustling area filled with crowds during holidays. Lin Xiao now beheld hundreds of soldiers suspended in the air, ensnared by a white web-like substance. Their bodies had been nearly devoured. Witnessing this scene, Pai Hua and Weilong exclaimed, "Chief, may we engage? My hands are itching. I long to fight." Lin Xiao's expression shifted upon seeing the devastation. There would surely be an opportunity. These creatures had not been on Earth for long. As long as he grew strong enough, he could easily vanquish not just these creatures, but even confront the boss of the fog with a single strike. However, he was still uncertain whether his strength was sufficient to contend with the boss within the fog. Thus, he needed to continue his training. Yesterday, the seed cultivation chamber produced another seed, bringing his total to 4. Once he cultivated a mechanical steel army, Pai Hua and the others could engage these monsters while providing mutual support. Lin Xiao pressed onward. Along the way, he encountered numerous human corpses, dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. The most despairing sight was a family trapped inside a car, surrounded by monsters. The husband, realizing their fate was sealed, took the lives of his entire family before opting for suicide, only to discover that his gun was out of bullets. Yet, the fog creatures that had approached the vehicle were mysteriously eradicated. This meant he had been saved. However, he had unwittingly killed his own family. Lin Xiao observed the man sitting vacantly on the ground, aware that he was silently awaiting his demise at the hands of the monsters. Strangely, numerous creatures lay slain around him, the ground soaked in green blood. Who could have done this? Just as Lin Xiao pondered, a voice emerged from the mist. "Chief, it was me, Qing Tiansheng. How did you end up here?" Weilong and Pai Hua quickly subdued Qing Tiansheng upon seeing him. "Qing Tiansheng, what are you doing?" "I have no idea what I am doing." Qing Tiansheng knelt, sincerely apologizing. "Chief, you have embarked on 2 expeditions without including me. I found it dull at home, so I thought to wander nearby. As I roamed, I ended up here, slaying creatures." Lin Xiao surveyed the scene, and indeed saw a trail of fog creatures' corpses. "Did you slay all of these?" "I was wrong. Chief, punish me as you see fit." Lin Xiao contemplated. "This fellow seems to possess a hint of masochism. I punish you to bring back 500 blue crystals. If you fail, you aren't allowed to return to the refuge." Qing Tiansheng was momentarily taken aback before promptly rising. "I know what to do." Qing Tiansheng understood. In truth, this situation was not entirely Qing Tiansheng's fault. Lin Xiao had taken Weilong and Pai Hua on both outings, leaving Qing Tiansheng behind primarily due to his vehicle's slow speed. Thus, Lin Xiao opted to let him rest at home during these recent trips. As a result, Qing Tiansheng felt neglected and, unable to remain idle, plunged into action after the mist descended, ruthlessly carving a path through the vicinity of his residential community. Along the way, he encountered various creatures, dispatching them with devastating punches that shattered their forms into fragments. In Chapter 65, amidst the apocalypse, he sought to assemble a formidable medical team. Lin Xiao aimed to recruit a group of expert-level medical professionals, ensuring they could reside on the floor beneath him. With the swift transition from summer to autumn, he recalled that children often fell ill during seasonal changes. By acquiring some doctors and utilizing his advanced medical facilities, he hoped to alleviate concerns about his children's coughs and colds. Meanwhile, within an underground shelter, terrifying tentacles moved rapidly toward the passageway leading above. The eerie sounds of creatures lurking in the mist sent shivers down spines. A tentacle pierced through the door, attempting to burrow into the depths below, resulting in 2 of the 3 men guarding the entrance being swept away. Fortunately, several strong men wielding large axes swiftly severed the encroaching tentacles. In the shelter, all lights were promptly extinguished, plunging the area into darkness. The surrounding silence was unnervingly profound, with no one daring to utter a sound. Once the tentacles outside subsided, the survivors breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have survived another night. However, their moment of solace was interrupted by a voice calling for a gathering. announcing that Long Ge had something to say. Upon hearing this, despite their hunger and fatigue, everyone rushed to the central hall of the underground shelter, abandoning their tasks without hesitation. Soon, a bald, muscular man emerged, notably holding a battered figure in a white coat, who was revealed to be Director Zhou Shuwen of the military hospital in the capital. Upon seeing him in such a condition, a woman gasped in shock. The other attending physicians shared her pain and concern, especially Zhou Shuwen's 16-year-old daughter, Zhou Qingxue, who, disheveled and dirty with short hair, clearly wished to conceal her identity. With a forceful thud, the bald man threw Zhou Shuwen onto the ground, and a woman quickly handed him a towel to wipe away the sweat. This is what happens to those who do not cooperate with me. Is it so difficult to save a life? Aren't you all esteemed figures in the medical field? Why can't I heal my father's wounds? The bald man's gaze was menacing. Boss, just kill him. These useless people. Kill him, so we can feast. Came the deranged cries from his followers. Hearing such heartless words, the survivors lowered their heads, aware that Long Ge was the undisputed tyrant of this place. They needed the shelter for their survival, which compelled their submission. Little did they know, this refuge was more terrifying than the outside world. Here, Long Ge and his subordinates reigned supreme. At his age, undergoing surgery would surely lead to his demise. Moreover, we lack the necessary medical equipment. How can we save him? One of the doctors protested. I don't care. As long as my father still breathes, you doctors must heal him by any means necessary. Zhou Shuwen, in despair, closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. I see now that I am destined to die today. If that's the case, just kill me. Don't waste time. If you can't save him, eliminate these doctors. With Long Ge's affirmation, his subordinates grinned wickedly, brandishing their axes freshly stained from the severed tentacles. Dragon brother. At that moment, someone in the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Shut up. Director Xing, are you willing to risk your life? Sister, think of Shui. Several doctors attempted to restrain the woman, but she stood her ground. Long Ge, I beg you. I am pleading with you. Before she could finish, a subordinate slapped her. Mother. The filthy girl gasped, revealing her feminine voice. Upon hearing this, Long Ge's subordinates cast greedy glances among the survivors. The other doctors panicked, risking their safety to protect the girl. Shuer, listen to your uncle. Quickly hide. No, they want to kill my father. Let me go? At that moment, Long Ge's gaze turned wicked as he spotted the girl. Listen, Shui, hurry and run. Get out of here. Open the shelter door. Seeing this unfold, the woman grew frantic. Director Xing, head of the internal medicine department, seized Long Ge's pants leg from behind, shouting loudly. Get lost. Long Ge kicked the woman aside and ordered his men to pursue the girl. The doctors understood. This shelter was, in fact, more dreadful than the outside world. Outside, there were monsters, but inside resided pure devils. They would rather face death outside than be devoured here. The doctors surged forward, clashing with Long Ge's subordinates. But they were clearly outmatched. However, Zhou Qingxue swiftly reached the passageway leading up from the shelter and began to shout. Be quiet. Shut up. Just then, with a swift sound, a tentacle pierced the head of the man guarding the door, spraying brain matter everywhere. Soon after, several more tentacles emerged. Zhou Qingxue, terrified, sat on the ground and closed her eyes. Minutes later, silence enveloped the area, broken only by a tremendous crash as the door to the underground shelter was blasted open by Wei Long. Standing at the forefront was Lin Xiao, wielding a dark blade. Wei Long, is it true that you claim the best medical team in the capital is here? Indeed, based on my reconnaissance. A top-tier medical team from the military hospitals in the capital became separated from their unit after being trapped by the mist. Subsequently, they were brought here by a group from a civilian shelter. Lin Xiao nodded, accompanied by Xiao Ryu and Xiao Xian, with Lu Yin as their protector. After clearing the surrounding monsters with the help of Pai Lai Hua and Wei Long, Qing Tiansheng followed closely behind. Xiao Ryu, noticing Zhou Qingxue sitting on the ground, rushed over to her and squatted down. Sister, don't cry, my dad is here. My dad is really strong. Whoever bullies you, I will have him deal with them. Soon. Zhou Qingxue tearfully recounted the events that had transpired in the shelter over the past few days. Lin Xiao's expression darkened as he strode forward. At that moment, 5 men approached, wielding massive axes, attempting to cleave Lin Xiao in half. With a powerful kick, Lin Xiao sent one of them flying over 20 meters, crashing into the wall, his head embedded in the ground. He stood before the crowd and spoke slowly. I want these doctors. They will be mine from now on. Who is in favor and who is against? In Chapter 66, as anticipated, no one opposed, for they all understood that dissenters would certainly face death. Moreover, these individuals were not foolish, confronted with such formidable steel giants, who would dare utter a word against them. In the apocalypse, strength was the ultimate truth. Nevertheless, as Lin Xiao surveyed the scene, he noted that due to the recent scuffle, at least a third of the doctors had been brutally slain by these men, with some impaled by steel blades, their eyes forever closed in death. Observing this, Lin Xiao cast a cold, piercing glance at everyone. Do you not realize you are wasting talent? Wei Long, Pai Lai Hua. At Lin Xiao's signal, the mechanical beings understood precisely what needed to be done. The underground shelter's administrators, led by Long Gu, were all mercilessly slain without exception. The two formidable beings struck with such brutality that not a single intact corpse remained. Doctors, shall we leave? Who are you? Zhou Shuwen trembled as he collapsed to the ground, his face filled with terror as he gazed at Lin Xiao. The other doctors mirrored his fear, apprehensive of the towering figures behind Lin Xiao. They were terrified, having just escaped one hell only to enter another. I am Lin Xiao. From now on, you will work for me. I can offer you something simple, a relatively safe place, at least safer than here. The crowd was skeptical, yet uncertainty gnawed at their hearts. Along the way, Zhou Shuwen's daughter, Zhou Qingxue, timidly followed behind Lin Ruyu. Do not be afraid, Sister Qingxue. My dad is a good person, he won't harm you. Little Ruyu assured her with a pat on her chest. Zhou Qingxue, covered in dirt, nodded her head, clearly still dazed from their previous ordeal. Just as they were returning to the city, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed before them. What is this? One doctor gasped, his pupils dilating in shock. They had witnessed, at the military district, the fog descending and had seen that monstrous creature slaughter thousands of soldiers within the city. This beast, with tentacle-like whiskers and a size reminiscent of a giant stag, disdainfully gazed down at them through the mist. We are finished. Zhou Qingxue looked up, her expression one of sheer terror. The other doctors, all wishing to flee in panic, exclaimed, Mr. Lin, we are sorry. You saved us. We should serve you. But that enormous creature has killed many soldiers in the military district. If we do not escape, we will all perish. A middle-aged man in the group shouted angrily. Why are we running? If it weren't for Mr. Lin, we would have already lost our lives. He saved us. Are we really going to abandon him and his family? Zhou Shuwen turned to Lin Xiao, who was accompanied by Lin Xian and Lin Ruyu. Mr. Lin, you go first. We will cover your retreat. However, before Zhou Shuwen could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao sprang up with a swift strike. The speed was so rapid that none in attendance could perceive it. In an instant, he severed the creature's head. A minor interlude. Let us continue on without concern. I told you, I will provide you with a safe haven. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ruyu cheerfully reassured everyone. Rest assured, my father means that wherever he is, it is the safest place. The crowd was left in stunned disbelief, each face reflecting incredulity. Previously, they had doubted Lin Xiao's words. Now, they believed wholeheartedly. By the heavens, he killed a mist creature with a single blow. Is this something a mere human can achieve? Minutes later, they arrived at the building Lin Xiao had previously acquired. Below the 30th floor, Lin Xiao permitted them to choose their own living quarters. Should any of their children fall ill with a cold or fever, he would personally invite them to his medical room for treatment. In past autumns, children had persistently coughed. Now, with these elite doctors alongside his medical facility, Lin Xiao need not worry about his wife and children falling ill. Once these individuals were settled within the building, they anticipated that Lin Xiao would impose some unreasonable conditions. To their surprise, Lin Xiao simply stated that he would summon them when needed, allowing them to freely arrange their time. Everyone was astounded. The doctors present felt as though they had ascended from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. The following morning, Lin Xiao arose from his bed to witness dozens of fighter jets soaring through the sky. These jets were headed toward the military's evacuation point. During breakfast, Lu Yi turned on the radio. According to the latest reports, the fog has spread across the globe, and our Longwa's major regions are now enveloped. Military monitoring has detected unknown and ferocious monsters within the fog. All survivors must seek refuge on higher floors or in underground shelters. To combat the mysterious mist from the sea, the 7 military districts have united with all domestic forces to construct a defensive fortification along the Great Wall. We plan to use the Great Wall as a defense line to launch a counteroffensive against the creatures within the fog. Any survivors wishing to enlist are encouraged to contact us. Head to the Great Wall. Meanwhile, the main forces had gathered around the Great Wall. After recovering from his injuries, Lei Ming swiftly rejoined the battle. Along the way, he and Zhang Chen worked together to eliminate a creature from the mist. Last time, I was careless. This time, I shall exact my revenge. I will not spare a single one of those beasts. Lei Ming brandished his firearm as he marched with the troops. I heard many civilian forces will be joining us. I wonder if any of them are particularly strong. After Zhang Chen spoke, Lei Ming's expression turned sour. I truly do not comprehend this decision from above. Why unite with those civilian forces? They will only throw weak punches. Their feeble tricks will lead to certain death. Perhaps they are merely intended to serve as fodder, Zhang Chun countered, shaking his head. Do not speak so lightly. That popular brotherhood, I hear they are quite formidable. Their leader, Wang Xiao, has developed some useful mechanized suits with a group of researchers. Clad in exoskeleton armor, Zhang Chun was quite enamored with the mechanized suits. However, Lei Ming dismissed them with disdain. Trash. I could pierce through that armor with a single shot. When we engage the monsters. Who knows if that tin can will even last 2 rounds. What do you think, Yinner? Are there any civilian forces you find promising? As they walked alongside the troops, Lin Yun was suddenly questioned by the two. After contemplating, she replied, perhaps there are. There are always stronger individuals out there. You two should not be too arrogant. Be cautious not to be caught off guard. Yunner, why do you not believe in me? Did you not see me pierce through those monsters with a single shot? Lin Yun chose to ignore them, silently pondering. Would Lin Xiao collaborate with them? If he were present, their chances of victory would significantly increase. Chapter 67. The establishment of a large underground mall and military base. Early in the morning, Qingtian Sheng returned. He had fulfilled Lin Xiao's task of collecting 500 blue energy crystals. After a day of hard work, he returned. His body smeared with the blood of the creatures from the mist. I have returned, Chief. I did not disappoint your expectations. With a flourish, Qingtian Sheng displayed the blue crystals before Lin Xiao. Well done. Lin Xiao expressed his satisfaction, relishing the feeling of effortless gain. Qingtian Sheng had performed admirably. Thus, Lin Xiao opened the shelter upgrade panel. Survival, 3. Offense, 1. Defense, 2. Deep blue, allocate points. Help me upgrade the shelter. Soon, the survival aspect was elevated by 2 points. Beneath the residential area where Lin Xiao lived, nanotechnology had transformed the former underground garage into a vast underground mall. Additionally, there was a large underground military base. However, after being enveloped in nanomaterials, the interior was entirely bare. Consequently, Lin Xiao busied himself throughout the day, opting to empty dozens of shopping centers in the Xiqing district to create a large underground mall and a resting area for mechanized life forms within the military base. In the evening, Lin Xiao descended with his family to explore the underground military district and shopping mall. The expansive 2-story facility was truly immense. Lu Yi was astounded upon witnessing this premier supermarket. Darling, our supplies are already abundant. Why is there yet another mall? The provisions they had previously stockpiled were primarily contained within Lin Xiao's spatial ring, and now, these resources were readily available in the mall for anyone to retrieve at their leisure. Thanks to advanced insurance technology, all items remained eternally fresh and unspoiled. The mall featured various sections, including refrigerated areas, snack zones, beverage sections, and frozen goods, alongside an array of toys. It was indeed a paradise for Lin Xian and Lin Ruoyu. Wow, Daddy, can this be our secret base with Xiao Xian? Of course. Take whatever you desire. Little Ruoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. But moderation is key. Frequent snacking is not good for your health. Understood. You're the best, Dad. Little Ruoyu joyfully pushed a cart around, indulging in the delights of the mall. They later proceeded to tour the underground military district, which boasted a command center with a massive central screen and several drones patrolling the vicinity, relaying all external events onto the display. Chief, is this space not too vast? Currently, the number of members in Lin Xiao's legion is rather limited, necessitating further recruitment. He had yet to discover suitable objects to activate mechanical life forms. Aspiring for powerful entities such as armored vehicles, tanks, rocket trucks, aircraft, or even aircraft carriers. Unfortunately, the opportunity had eluded him thus far. In addition to the command center, there was a substantial training ground. The walls, constructed from a special material, could be restored with the press of a reset button if damaged. Furthermore, there were devices tailored to measure punching power, speed, and more, akin to the equipment used by martial artists in Swallowing the Stars. Who wishes to test their punching strength? Lin Xiao surveyed the sci-fi-like apparatus with a playful expression. Behind him, Wei Long and Pai Li Hua exchanged glances, both hesitating. I'll do it. Qingtian Sheng volunteered, delivering a powerful punch to the testing machine. In the next moment, a series of numbers appeared on the screen. 10, 500G. The other mechanical life forms felt the pressure. After all, such strength was formidable, capable of effortlessly vanquishing a monster. No one else dared to try, fearing embarrassment should they fail. Observing their reluctance, Lin Xiao stepped up and delivered a punch. With a thunderous sound, the numbers on the testing machine soared. 20, 130G. Wei Long, Pai Li Hua, and Qi Hong were left astounded. Wow, that's double that of Qingtian Sheng. Could you refrain from calling me big guy? My name is Qing Tiansheng, he replied, exasperated. It seems I'm the only one to bear the shame if you all refuse to try. Qing Tiansheng, you must consider who you're comparing yourself with. The chief is simply too formidable. We certainly wouldn't dare compete. We could always have a private match in the training ground. Sounds great. I've been itching for a challenge. Lin Xiao remarked that the training ground was indeed intriguing. Everyone, who will join me for some practice? Qing Tiansheng, I hear you're eager? Lin Xiao's gaze fixed on Qing Tiansheng, who immediately felt deflated. Boss, you could easily obliterate me with a single punch, right? Fear not. I would never harm you. Qing Tiansheng took a few steps back, suddenly struck by inspiration. Boss, I have an idea. I'll go capture some mist creatures for you to train with in the training ground. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled with mild surprise. You truly are a clever one. Soon, Qing Tiansheng departed and returned with a large spider bound in chains, covered in tentacles. This one, I saw it attacking someone on my way here. Chief, enjoy. He brought the spider into the training ground and removed its chains. The unfortunate mist creature became Lin Xiao's training target. Lin Xiao intended to refrain from killing it immediately, using it to hone his agility instead. Minutes later, the chip from Luo Feng activated, offering notifications. Gene Original Energy Enhanced. Speed 10. Strength 15. Lin Xiao exited the training ground and struck the testing machine again. 333G. His eyes gleamed with excitement. He was nearing the rank of a high-level warrior. This training ground was indeed a remarkable asset. In the face of impending disasters, possessing formidable strength was the only means of ensuring safety. Of course, he also had the looming guards and mechanical life forms. However, who would ever complain about having greater strength? Soon, Lin Xiao ascended to dine. By 8 o'clock that evening, he returned to the underground military district with little Ryu. Suddenly, the command screen lit up. Chief, a fully armed group of soldiers has approached. They wish to meet you. Chapter 68. Visitors to the military district? Chief, someone wishes to meet you. Visitors to the military district? Lin Xiao was aware that with his current strength, it was only a matter of time before the authorities took notice, but he had not anticipated it would happen so soon. It was Commander Qin Weiguo leading the troops, risking their lives to reach him. He had lost a significant number of soldiers on this perilous journey, all to secure an audience with Lin Xiao. Let Commander Qin come to the vicinity of the refuge. Lin Xiao's refuge was well guarded by Pai Li Hua, Wei Long, and Qi Hong, ensuring maximum safety. After finishing his training, Lin Xiao changed his attire and stepped outside to meet Commander Qin. Outside the refuge, a group of fully armed soldiers were engaged in hushed discussions. Each appeared weary and somewhat puzzled, contemplating the loss of their comrades on this distant journey and questioning the purpose behind it. Were they being led astray by the Brotherhood? They doubted the individual they sought possessed the strength to justify their sacrifices. Chief, can this person truly assist us? We have suffered significant losses. Commander Qin stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing deeply through the mist into the distance. To be honest, he too was uncertain of the benefits this visit would yield for the military. It was, in essence, a gamble. He was wagering whether this individual was as formidable as the Brotherhood claimed. Presently, they needed to rally all possible forces. After losing so many soldiers to invite this person, if he turned out to be merely a facade of strength, they would have indeed suffered a grave loss. I cannot say. The Brotherhood may be jesting, or perhaps they seek to lead us into futility, wasting lives and resources. When will their leader arrive? One soldier inquired impatiently. Just then, Lin Xiao emerged from the refuge. With little Ryu by his side, the soldiers under Qin Weiguo had conjured images in their minds of a powerful figure making a grand entrance from the refuge, only to be met with an unceremonious sight, a middle-aged man accompanied by a little girl. Was this truly the formidable grassroots force the Brotherhood spoke of? Greetings, comrade. How shall I address you? Qin Weiguo stepped forward and extended his hand amicably. Lin Xiao, the esteemed Commander Qin from the Zhongqing military district. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Lin Xiao greeted him with a smile, shaking his hand. Qin Weiguo, slightly taken aback, replied, Mr. Lin, you know me? I am also from Zhongqing. Lin Xiao responded. Upon hearing this, Qin Weiguo's face brightened. It turned out they were fellow townsmen. Mr. Lin, I have heard much about your formidable influence here. Qin Weiguo glanced at Lin Xiao and Lin Ryu, momentarily at a loss for words. This was not the script they had envisioned. Surely, there would be hundreds or thousands of private troops before him. Thus, Qin Weiguo hinted at the possibility of collaboration, only to find himself confronted by this father-daughter duo. Noticing the awkwardness enveloping Qin Weiguo and his companions, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. You came here seeking cooperation, did you not? Before Qin Weiguo could respond, the young Lin Ryu interjected, What do you mean? Just because it's just the two of us. You wish to withdraw from the collaboration? Do not underestimate us. My father is formidable, and I am quite capable as well. As she spoke, Lin Xiao rolled up her sleeves, showcasing her tiny arms to the soldiers present, which only elicited laughter from the assembled warriors. Little one, the foes we are up against are exceedingly fearsome. They are capable of devouring humans. This is no jest, one soldier remarked. Indeed, we require manpower, an abundance of capable individuals to confront these monsters. Qin Weigua's soldiers smiled politely. I am not jesting, Lin Xiao explained earnestly. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Moments later, Qin Weigua said, Since we are here, Mr. Lin, may we take a look around your facility? Lin Xiao did not refuse them entry. The underground military district was indeed worth a visit. Inside, however, it was largely empty. Yet, the soldiers were still taken aback by the vastness of the underground military base. Mr. Lin, please be candid with me. How many troops do you currently command? How many? Let me think, Lin Xiao mused. Qing Tiansheng, Da Huangfeng, Pai Li Hua, Wei Long, Qi Hong, and 3 Luyin guards. Altogether, we have merely 8. 8, indeed. The gathered individuals were left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Mr. Lin, we are eager to collaborate with you, but I fear your numbers are insufficient. We require many more personnel. Our strategy near the Great Wall involves sheer numbers. This was precisely why Qin Weigua was seeking to recruit civilian forces. However, with just Lin Xiao's 8 individuals, adding him, that made 9. What could 9 accomplish? Qin Weigua glanced at the Park J-20s and armed helicopters in the underground military base. These, I salvaged them from an abandoned military district. Oh, Qin Weigua replied. Understanding that in this apocalyptic world, survivors often scavenged military resources for self-preservation. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to propose collaboration with Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin, we have suffered considerable losses among our ranks. Our intention is indeed to partner with you. We wish to unite our forces and resist the creatures lurking in the mist. Qin Weigua was no longer evasive. Both parties understood the situation at hand. Lin Xiao, with a hint of amusement, replied, Commander Qin, as you can see, there are only 9 of us, yet your vast army would falter without our 9. Qin Weigua found himself in a quandary. Indeed, we have many soldiers. However, Mr. Lin, I trust you. Why is that? Because I see your child, that young girl, thriving. She is full of joy and freedom. This indicates that the Brotherhood's claims about you were not unfounded. You must possess some capabilities. Your daughter is well cared for. A stark contrast to the despair seen in other survivors. Qin Weigua's observations were astute. He had visited various private shelters, where life was a struggle, yet here, in this expansive underground military base, there was no sign of the mist creatures, and his daughter appeared untouched by filth, dressed in pristine clothing. This clearly demonstrated that Lin Xiao was not to be underestimated. Lin Xiao smiled and candidly replied, Collaboration is indeed possible, but I have conditions. Chapter 69, Seeking Collaboration. Lin Xiao's audacious demands caused Qin Weigua's eyes to narrow slightly. What are your conditions, Mr. Lin? I require stealth drones, Dongfeng, 41 intercontinental ballistic missile launchers, and Type 99 main battle tanks. Furthermore, I would like an aircraft carrier, an FJ ship, destroyers, 054, class frigates, and nuclear submarines. The other officers present gasped in astonishment. Goodness! While Lin Xiao's forces may be few, his appetite is certainly grand. The soldiers murmured their disbelief, questioning how one could demand such resources without demonstrating their capabilities. Qin Weigua maintained a respectful demeanor, asking, Mr. Lin, what do you intend to do with these weapons? You likely lack personnel to operate them. It is important to note that tanks and naval vessels are not typically operated by the untrained. Commander Qin, what do you think we need these weapons for? To combat the monsters, of course. I share that goal. However, Mr. Lin, these weapons are not easily utilized, especially the missile launchers. At this moment, one officer could no longer contain himself. Sir, our commander has shown you courtesy, yet you are making exorbitant demands. What do you intend to do with such an arsenal? Display them in your underground military base? The other soldiers nodded in agreement. They had only heard tales of Lin Xiao's strength from the Brotherhood, but had not witnessed it firsthand. It was merely Commander Qin's speculation. Yet he was asking for so much. Commander, I believe this collaboration is unfeasible. Silence. In other circumstances, Qin Weigua would not entertain such demands from any other private force. However, he sensed that Lin Xiao was extraordinary. With his extensive experience in modern warfare, he had an eye for talent and was willing to take a gamble. Moreover, the requested equipment was of little use to their forces at present. Tanks and aircraft would barely withstand the creatures lurking in the mist, as some monsters could disable tanks and planes in an instant. the tanks and drones. I will report your request to the higher-ups upon my return to the military district, and they will be arranged for you. However, Mr. Lin, I cannot provide you with FJ ships, frigates, or submarines, as they are currently at sea. Many have been destroyed by the creatures in the mist, and those that remain intact cannot be delivered to you at this moment. We can only offer you port locations, should you have the opportunity to retrieve them later. Lin Xiao nodded. Indeed, he was aware of this. At present, the sea poses a greater peril to the military than land. It is crucial to remember that the monsters that lurk within the fog make the sea their domain. They are barely able to manage the inland, let alone the vast ocean. How exhilarating. Commander Qin is a forthright individual. With your words, I, Lin Xiao, can indeed collaborate with the valiant warriors to repel those abominations at the Great Wall. Lin Xiao's intentions are, of course, to activate the mechanical life forms. He possesses 4 sources of fire and must select the most formidable objects for activation. However, Lin Xiao's nonchalance instilled little confidence among the crowd. His words seemed too easy. In truth, they perceived the imminent battle as exceedingly daunting. It was not merely a matter of repulsion. They feared that the Great Wall itself might be toppled. Those creatures would annihilate the warriors without a trace. This was not a matter of demoralizing their own troops by elevating the enemy's prowess. Since the arrival of the fog, this has been the case globally, including within their own country. Commander Qin, what course of action shall you undertake? Qin Weigua continued, Mr. Lin, in a couple of days, there will be a large-scale operational meeting behind the Great Wall. We have gathered 7 major battle zones, as well as the most formidable civilian forces from various regions. At that time, I will provide you with all the military weaponry you require. We have united the Brotherhood, the Hongmen, the Shanghai sect, and various civilian groups, amounting to approximately 100,000 individuals. In response, we shall extend our front lines and launch a large-scale counteroffensive against the creatures within the fog. Several officers beside Qin Weigua could no longer contain their skepticism. Commander, is this Mr. Lin truly reliable? I have a feeling he may not be trustworthy. Moreover, what does he need so many heavy weapons for? He doesn't have that many men. Qin Weigua shook his head, letting out a sigh. Regardless of reliability, at this juncture, we must seize any opportunity available to us. Consider this Lin Xiao. Surviving in such a fog-covered area for an extended period surely indicates he possesses his own capabilities. However, I remain uncertain about the extent to which he can assist us. Following the discussion, Qin Weigua did not intend to linger. Under the cover of night, they could expedite their departure. We shall await your news at the Great Wall in 2 days, he declared, and the group prepared to return. Before leaving, Lin Xiao politely requested Wei Long to keep a discreet watch. Wei Long is AJ-20, known for its swift mobility and formidable striking power. Without Wei Long's assistance, returning to their base would pose a challenge for these individuals. This had indeed been the plan in the previous life. Yet, despite the vast military force, they ultimately failed to mount a counteroffensive and were instead overwhelmed by a horde of monsters, resulting in a gruesome scene. Lin Xiao had witnessed his comrades ensnared one after another in white spider webs, suspended as prey for those creatures. Only a small number of Jin warriors, including Lin Xiao, managed to crawl out from the pile of corpses, the battle having been devastating. In this lifetime, he would lead his mechanical steel legion to exact a thorough reckoning against these fog-dwelling beings. Chapter 70, Military District Gathering, Various Forces Converging. On the eve of departure, Lin Xiao prepared a sumptuous feast. Pork ribs with green beans stewed over vermicelli, fish-flavored shredded pork, fried chicken legs, stir-fried broccoli with shrimp, sweet and sour tenderloin, crispy pork belly, and braised pig trotters. Upon seeing this lavish spread, Lu Yi's beautiful eyes revealed her astonishment. Huh, Dad, why have you prepared so many dishes for dinner tonight? Lu Yi noticed the anomaly and subsequently directed her gaze towards Lin Ruyu. Without hesitation, Lin Ruyu commenced devouring a fried chicken leg. Mom, don't look at me. I absolutely will not divulge that Dad is going out to be busy. Lin Ruyu's remark plunged the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Dear, are you preparing to go out again? Lin Xiao candidly responded, yes. This time, for the military district gathering. I have made a promise to Commander Qin. I will collaborate with him to confront those creatures in the fog. Upon learning this, Lu Yi was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The atmosphere became uncomfortable. After dinner, the 2 children settled down to watch cartoons while Lin Xiao visited Lu Yi's room. Noticing her displeasure, he hurriedly approached to inquire. Upon opening the door, Lu Yi swiftly embraced Lin Xiao at the waist. How long will you be gone this time? Do not worry, my dear. I shall return swiftly. Within a day at most. I heard on the news that this counteroffensive will take a long time. I thought you would be away for quite a while. Liu Yi was concerned that once Lin Xiao departed, he might not return for an indefinite period, which is why she had been somewhat downcast during dinner. Lin Xiao smiled. In reality, without his involvement, this counteroffensive would indeed require a week. However, his participation would alter the course of events. Dear, before you set off, let me take you to see something. With that, Liu Yi led him downstairs to the planting area. Lin Xiao discovered that many vegetables were nearing maturity. The crops were ripening quickly. Rice, wheat, oil lettuce, spinach, chili peppers, eggplants, and more. Soon, they would achieve self-sufficiency in food supply. When you return next time, you will see that this area's vegetables have matured, and I will prepare a feast for you with our homegrown produce. Witnessing Liu Yi's excitement, Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. I am looking forward to tasting my wife's homemade dishes. This planting area was essential, for in less than 2 weeks, a severe storm would arrive. As the cold air intensified, the rain would eventually transform into hail. Shortly thereafter, the frigid temperatures would quietly descend, covering the globe in ice and snow. All the various outdoor vegetables and fruits would perish. Thus, cultivating this high-tech garden is paramount. The following morning, Lin Xiao prepared to depart for the designated location, the military camp near the Great Wall. In recent days, the fog's incursion across the Great Wall had slowed. The 7 military districts were uniting their efforts to repel the creatures from within the fog at the Great Wall's periphery. Naturally, this endeavor came at a significant cost. In recent days, various civilian forces had arrived at the military district headquarters, with hundreds of thousands of survivors successfully relocated. Lei Ming, Zhang Chun, and Lin Yun each led their respective troops in assisting with the civilian forces coordination. These civilian groups were undoubtedly not merely motivated by loyalty to the nation or noble ideals. Qin Weigua had promised them supplies, arms, and various weaponry, and they saw potential profit in sending representatives. Have they all arrived? Lin Yun inquired. Lei Ming is currently coordinating with the Brotherhood's members, while Zhang Chun is overseeing the Hongmen and the Shanghai sect. They are arriving one after another, came the response. The Brotherhood had deployed 10,000 powered exoskeletons and an army of 10,000, marching grandly in their armored suits toward the vicinity of the Great Wall. Upon seeing Lei Ming, accompanied by several soldiers wielding melee weapons, the Brotherhood's second-in-command, Qin Hao, let out a derisive laugh. How amusing. In this day and age, there are still those who rely on knives and guns. Ha ha ha. How is it that we are regressing? Hearing this, Lei Ming could not restrain himself, raising his weapon as if to confront him. Had it not been for the presence of others intervening, a brawl might have ensued. Qin Hao remarked. They are merely a pack of lost dogs. This apocalypse is no longer the domain of your official military. The Brotherhood will surely replace the official forces one day. Qin Hao's words caused the expressions of the warriors present to darken. They could not comprehend why Commander Qin had invited such rabble. Lei Ming shook his head. His face set in a grimace, a bunch of disorganized rabble. Zhang Chen's situation is somewhat more favorable. The Hongmen is a century-old gang, and its current resurgence is entirely due to the support from Yingjiang. Presently, Hongmen's main base is situated in Yingjiang, with over 100,000 internal members. Coupled with the survivors they have gradually absorbed during this period, their management structure is relatively sound, and their modus operandi is less brutal than that of the Brotherhood. However, Hongmen is undeniably ambitious. The leader of Hongmen, Huang Shuiping, has personally arrived, waving a banner that reflects his own interpretation of loyalty and righteousness, proclaiming that Hongmen exists to save the masses. Leader Huang, what an honor it is to meet you. Were it not for the apocalypse, I would never have had the chance to see you in person. Zhang Chun greeted him warmly with a handshake. Huang Shuiping responded with a smile. It is you, Commander Zhang, who is the true dragon among men. Our Hongmen is merely here to assist the official forces in battle. We seek no personal gain. Zhang Chun understood that Huang Shuiping was undoubtedly a cunning fox. The most expensive things are often free, and Hongmen's ambitions were far from trivial. A man like Huang Shuiping possessed countless ulterior motives. His outward joviality could quickly turn menacing with a single move. Are those the people from the Shanghai faction? The leader of the Shanghai faction, Zhao Shanhai, has now become a local tyrant in a certain region. He excels at winning hearts and, with his inherent influence, had countless disciples during peacetime. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he seized the chaos to attack several military districts, plundering much of their military supplies, and soon began recruiting survivors to expand his power. Upon seeing Zhao Shanhai, the commander of one of the 7 military districts wore a face of fury, itching to sweep this faction away immediately. How dare he come here? Who gave him the audacity? The atmosphere was charged with tension. However, Zhao Shanhai remained unfazed. confident that the military district would not act against him at this juncture. Even if he perished, he had thousands of disciples, each swiftly establishing their own influence across various regions. Thus, the authorities needed him. Without him, his disciples would cause chaos everywhere. The commander of the 7 military districts could only sigh in resignation. Indeed, we have entered an era of warlords carving out territories. By the way, didn't Commander Qin mention that another faction had yet to arrive? It seems that person is from Zhongqing. After the apocalypse, he came to the capital, and Commander Qin promised him a plethora of weapons and equipment. Now, old Qin is preparing those weapons for him. But where is he? Chapter 71, Pre-War Conference. The diverse thoughts of various factions. What was his name again? Lin Xiao, who surprisingly traveled all the way from Zhongqing to the capital, developing his influence there. The Brotherhood members regard him as formidable. The Brotherhood? A member present chuckled lightly. We Brotherhood members never said that. Why would we acknowledge someone else's strength? That would only elevate their morale while diminishing our own. Well, regardless of the outcome, let us see what everyone is made of. Commander Qin has gone to great lengths to invite these individuals, hoping they can contribute. After a while, the attendees gradually assembled, yet Lin Xiao was conspicuously absent. Would the meeting proceed without him? Who exactly is Lin Xiao? Are we all waiting for him? Commander Qin Weigua frowned and declared, no, we cannot start until everyone is present. Official matters are always numerous. Mr. Lin wouldn't he go back on his word, would he? Qin Weigua himself was uncertain if Lin Xiao would indeed arrive. Moreover, some factions had already been ambushed by mist creatures on their way and annihilated. One could only wonder if Mr. Lin would arrive unscathed. On the other side, Lin Yun was filled with excitement upon learning that Lin Xiao would be attending. She instantly felt that this war held promise. Yunner, where are you going? Lin Yun replied, I'm going to fetch the last group. After an indeterminate period, Lin Xiao finally arrived, driving a Lamborghini, trailed by a towering mechanical being, while the remaining mechanical life forms remained hidden for the moment. Mr. Lin, you have arrived. Lin Yun spotted Lin Xiao standing outside the military district and rushed over to greet him. Lin Jidao, I hope you are well. Zhang Chun and Lei Ming exchanged glances, sensing something unusual. Yun, do you know this person? Lin Yun smiled, of course. He is my idol. Lei Ming scrutinized Lin Xiao from head to toe. Your idol? What is going on? How come I've never heard of this? Lei Ming appeared incredulous, unable to fathom why Lin Yun would utter such words. Mr. Lin, everyone is already here. You should head in. Just as Lin Xiao was about to enter, Lin Yun could not help but say, Mr. Lin, I sincerely thank you for coming. I truly appreciate it. It was evident that Lin Yun could hardly contain her excitement. Zhang Chun and Lei Ming instantly felt the emergence of a new rival for their affections. Old Zhang, am I not your rival? Who is this person anyway? Did Commander Qin invite him? When did that happen? At the entrance of the conference room stood Brotherhood member Qin Hao. Qin Hao, why aren't you going in? Aren't all the people here? Qin Hao, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a nonchalant demeanor, replied, I'm waiting for someone. Before coming here, Qin Hao had specifically investigated Lin Xiao, who the Brotherhood had discovered last time. According to his comrades, Lin Xiao possessed considerable strength, and he wished to test him. Lin Xiao has arrived. Finally, a soldier called out. Everyone exchanged glances, and Qin Hao's eyes lit up. When Lin Xiao appeared before him, Qin Hao, with a smile, extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. We Brotherhood members have heard much about you. He feigned politeness in greeting him. Lin Xiao, noting the other's demeanor, reciprocated with a polite smile. Hello, hello. The moment their hands clasped, Qin Hao exerted pressure. The next instant, he stood frozen in shock. He realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge Lin Xiao's grip. Lin Xiao anticipated this show of force and thus applied a bit of pressure himself. With a crisp crack, Qin Hao, the Brotherhood's second-in-command, was instantly incapacitated. Everyone looked on, bewildered by what had transpired. All right, since we are all here, let us take our seats. Qin Hao cast a disgruntled glance at Lin Xiao before sulking back to his position. The commanders of the 7 military districts warmly greeted Lin Xiao. Mr. Lin, these are the commanders from various military districts. One of the commanders from the capital, Lu Hansheng, inquired, Mr. Lin, how many people have you brought this time? Not many. Just a few. A few? Everyone was taken aback. The Hongmin, Shanghai faction, and other smaller groups all broke into smiles. Lu Hansheng leaned closer to Qin Weigua and whispered, Is this the one you promised the Type 99 tanks and Dongfeng missile vehicles to? Indeed. Can he really deliver? I have a feeling we are in for a significant loss. Qin Weigua took a deep breath. Old Lu, trust my judgment. Soon, Lu Hansheng produced a map of the capital. Through satellite reconnaissance, we have discovered that the mist is currently advancing towards our Great Wall. If it breaches the Great Wall, our entire nation will be doomed. The Great Wall is the last bastion, our final line of defense. Since ancient times, the Great Wall of our nation has served as a vital strategic asset. Over a century ago, the enemy nation boasted that it could traverse the Great Wall in 3 months and obliterate our country, only to be decisively thwarted by our forces. Now, as the end times approach, terrifying creatures threaten our nation. To all present, if you possess the capability, I implore you to contribute your strength. With every spark of passion, we can illuminate the path to overcoming these dreadful calamities. Commander Liu, rest assured, our Hongmen will steadfastly defend the nation. We are willing to stand united with others, come what may. At this moment, Zhao Shanhai from the Shanhai faction smirked and interjected, Huang, your ambitions lie elsewhere. Your intentions are truly alarming. Huang Shuiping retorted. What do you mean by that? Zhao Shanhai elaborated. We are all mere mortals, fighting for our own interests. And you, Hongmen, spout grandiose rhetoric about serving the nation and the people. But I suspect your true motive is to absorb the entire country. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room, with the commanders of the 7 military districts wearing somber expressions. Suddenly, Lin Xiao spoke, a black cat or a white cat. As long as it catches mice, is a good cat. Let us not quarrel. Do we not all seek to make a name for ourselves amidst this apocalypse and attract survivors from across the land? I propose that whoever slays the most creatures in the fog shall be the leader. The commanders of the 7 military districts contemplated this, initially inclined to counter, but were halted by Qin Weigua's intervention. Mr. Lin is correct. Let us proceed with this arrangement. We shall compete fairly. In these dire times, the official command has weakened, allowing various factions to mobilize their energies. Much like the rise of private enterprises in bygone days, the outbreak of this apocalypse has seen numerous factions emerge, some content with their territories while others harbor greater ambitions. Qin Weigua believed that as long as any faction could collaborate with them to eradicate the monstrous beings lurking in the fog, their existence would hold significance. This is no longer an era of peace. In chaotic times, the strong shall dictate the rules. Commander Qin indeed possesses foresight. My Brotherhood members are quite fond of that. He continued, if that is the case, I believe the Brotherhood shall engage in a spirited contest with all present. Qin Hao cast a menacing glance at Lin Xiao. He had suffered a grievous loss during their earlier handshake. On the battlefield, he would ensure that Lin Xiao faced dire consequences. Though uncertain of Lin Xiao's capabilities, he had brought along 10,000 power armor units. Shortly thereafter, Qin Weigua revealed the battle plan. They would commence operations that very night, primarily aiming to block the impending encroachment of the fog creatures and safely escort other survivor units to safety. According to biological signal detection, they had identified at least tens of thousands of fog creatures near the Great Wall. The room collectively gasped at this revelation. The sheer number explained why the official military had been retreating repeatedly. With tens of thousands of these creatures, even the mightiest would be daunted. For their mere hundreds or thousands, coordinating a trap for even one creature would be an arduous task given such overwhelming numbers. Tonight, they would take immediate action. Does anyone have any objections? Zhao Shanhai of the Shanhai faction responded, none. Huang Xiaoping of Hongmen declared, we shall follow the official command. Qin Hao of the Brotherhood added, let us begin at once. Many smaller factions echoed their agreement. However, there remained one issue. The entire defensive line of the Great Wall was fortified with our artillery, and I can assure you that our losses will not be as severe if we fight alongside our firepower. Yet, there is one access point where thousands of fog creatures may invade. This location requires guardianship. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into silence. The Great Wall's fortifications could withstand many creatures, yet this access point, despite having troops stationed, remained a primary assault zone for the fog creatures. All present glanced around, hesitant to volunteer. No one wished to be the scapegoat. Such a position was tantamount to a death sentence. Once besieged in a dead end, escape would be impossible. At that moment, Lin Xiao spoke. Did you not wish to see who could slay the most? This location is the prime spot for exterminating monsters. Why does no one wish to step forward? Silence persisted among the attendees. Mr. Lin, do you volunteer? Of course. You will not be alone in guarding that access point. Our military war god, Lei Ming, and the leader of the high-tech combat brigade, Zhang Chun, will join you. Both are elite soldiers. Before Lin Xiao could respond, Zhao Shanhai scoffed. If I recall correctly, the unit led by Lin Xiao comprises only a handful of individuals. Is that not a jest? Commander Qin, have the 7 military districts truly run out of capable personnel, or is it that each is a coward? Lu Hansheng, with a stern expression, interjected, Zhao Shanhai. Mind your words. The soldiers of the 7 military districts will undoubtedly send their finest to guard that location. You need not concern yourself. If you wish to abstain, you are free to leave. Zhao Shanhai shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, but I shall not leave. You have yet to fulfill your promises. How can I depart? The assembly was not voluntarily convened. They were all fighting for their own interests. The officials had pledged to provide them with tanks, armored vehicles, and munitions before they would agree to participate. Some factions had even plotted to take the arms and weapons and flee at the first opportunity. Who would willingly undertake such a perilous task? They sought weapons to expand their influence, yet nothing was more vital than survival. Most factions aspired to obtain the gene serum from the officials. The official gene sequences had reached into the thousands, designed to adapt to various populations, alter human genetics, and enhance combat abilities. They sought these resources to cultivate a cadre of gene warriors, thereby elevating their stature among regional powers. Commander Qin, I am willing to guard. Upon hearing this, Qin Weigua cast a deep glance at Lin Xiao, whose calm demeanor heightened his anticipation for Lin Xiao's performance on the battlefield. Mr. Lin, we are grateful for your contribution. Contribution? More like a death sentence. Qin Hao of the Brotherhood laughed heartily. The various factions turned their scornful gazes toward Lin Xiao. What a joke. Shanhai and Hongmin are stepping in, and you, an insignificant faction, dare to boast? Do you wish to carve out a name for yourself? Now, let us prepare for battle. Please proceed to collect the necessary supplies. Soon, Qin Weigua led Lin Xiao to a military base. The base was guarded by Lei Ming, Zhang Chun, and Lin Yun. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's arrival, Lin Yun hurried over, while Lei Ming and Zhang Chun remained in a stupor. Mr. Lin, here are the supplies you require. Additionally, I must thank you for helping us out during the meeting. We had no means to handle this disarray. It is all merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Lin Xiao nodded, gazing at the Jiushi tank and the Dongfeng missile vehicle before him. Commander Qin, there is no need for concern. The power of the official forces is vastly superior to that of these civilian factions. They will not surpass you. Upon hearing this, Qin Weigua sighed. Initially, we did not regard them as a threat. However, after the battle in the imperial capital, we suffered tremendous losses. The commanders of the 7 military districts are apprehensive about the possibility of us being on equal footing with these rabble. Chapter 73, Vigil of the Great Wall. War is on the brink. Everyone, the areas you are tasked to defend are of utmost importance. This is a critical gap in the Great Wall. Should the mist invade here, you must hold your ground fiercely. As Qin Weigua spoke, he cast a worried glance at Lei Ming. After their last encounter in the mist, it was evident that Lei Ming and Zhang Chun faced formidable challenges in dealing with the monsters lurking within. Thus, this battle was destined to be exceedingly arduous. Yet, Lei Ming stood tall, his face resolute as he assured Qin Weigua, "Trust me, last time I was careless. This time, I vow to annihilate them completely. I have grown stronger." Lei Ming's words were not mere bravado. He had not ceased training throughout these days. Under the influence of genetic agents and relentless practice, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation, his arms and legs more robust than ever, exuding an immense strength with every movement. "Very well. Intensify your training and prepare for battle," commanded Qin Weigua as he departed. Within the military base, only Lin Xiao and his companions remained. Lei Ming approached Lin Xiao, rifle in hand. "Brother, do you think Commander Qin values you for your troops or your personal abilities?" Speaking candidly, Lei Ming harbored a poor impression of these civilian factions. He believed their existence solely served to endanger survivors and undermine the officials. Lin Xiao, being one of those invited by Qin Weigua, did not receive a warm reception from Lei Ming. Upon hearing Lei Ming's remarks, Lin Xiao chuckled and explained, "Both aspects, I suppose. Is that so? If a fight breaks out and you wish to avoid death, retreat," Lei Ming instructed. "Those creatures in the mist can claim your life in an instant." Lin Yun frowned slightly and interjected, "Lei Ming, this is my friend. He is quite formidable. If we wish to win this battle, we truly need him." Lei Ming, however, regarded Lin Xiao with skepticism, scrutinizing him closely. Then, he swiftly aimed his rifle and executed a single-handed thrust, slicing through the air with remarkable speed. With a powerful motion, he unleashed a series of thrusts, creating a flurry of afterimages in mere seconds. "Did you witness my marksmanship?" Lei Ming stated solemnly. "I have named it the Shadowless Spear. I train relentlessly to achieve this level of skill. War is no jest. If one lacks strength, those monsters will teach you humility." Zhang Chun, attempting to ease the tension, chuckled awkwardly. "Lei Zhang Chun, be courteous to Yun Heir's friend. Don't frighten him with that large weapon." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao joined in the laughter. "Wait. Don't frighten yourselves either." Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Lin Yun quickly intervened. "Everyone, Hasten your preparations for battle. The mist will reach the Great Wall in less than half an hour. Lei Ming summoned his team. This regiment, the Longwood Genetic Warriors, had been under his rigorous training for some time. The arsenal boasted an impressive 500 square meters of weaponry: knives, guns, swords, staffs, shields, axes, hammers, and halberds, all meticulously crafted by skilled artisans from exceptional materials. 2,500 soldiers donned combat uniforms and protective gear, each arming themselves with their chosen weapons. Zhang Qin's high-tech combat battalion also equipped themselves with multifunctional exoskeleton armor. Among them were a division from Qin Weigua and the elite regiments selected from the 7 military districts, totaling an impressive 30,000 troops stationed here for this final moment. Dressed in combat attire, Lei Ming strode forth with confidence, glancing at the clock. 20 minutes remaining. Brothers, we all know this battle must be won. We can only win. If we lose, the official military will be utterly dismantled by the creatures in the mist. At that point, the officials will lose control of the nation, and survivors will become mere rats in the sewers. Zhang Qin solemnly raised his rifle and declared, "This is a fight to the death, everyone. Even if we falter, we must not let those creatures cross over our bodies. No one can escape." The soldiers, invigorated by the orders, gazed into the distance where the mist loomed ominously. All warriors from the 7 military districts prepared resolutely, ready to face death without retreat. In this battle, even defeat would not allow for withdrawal. Should they perish, they would do so beneath the Great Wall. Various factions, including Qin Hao, Huang Shuiping, and Zhao Shanhai, gathered in their designated positions. How long until the mist arrives? 13 minutes. The mist is approaching quickly. These individuals were far from regular soldiers. Fear etched clearly on their faces. "Boss, didn't we agree that once we secure strategic resources, we would retreat?" Huang Xiaoping of the Hongmen remarked with a hint of mockery. "Indeed, but I still wish to see," came the response. "See what? See how these troops scatter and flee in panic." At this moment, Huang Shuiping's true nature was laid bare. At the conference, he had passionately proclaimed loyalty and righteousness for the sake of the nation and the officials, yet now, having achieved his goals, he had no intention of aiding them. As he gazed at the encroaching mist, he whispered insidiously, "Fight against those man-eating monsters?" The 7 military districts truly have their heads in the clouds. I wonder how long they can hold out. Once they are utterly defeated, we shall see how the officials fare. Simultaneously, the forces of Shanhai faction lingered nearby, observing intently. "Brother, are we not leaving? If we do not depart now, when shall we?" As the mist drew nearer, his subordinates urged him to act. Zhao Shanhai, eyeing the battle-ready, imposing soldiers, replied coldly, "Are you eager for death? What if we win? I say we wait a moment longer. If victorious, we could acquire even more weaponry, but many of our brothers could perish." Zhao Shanhai retorted angrily, "Damn it, if we retreat, will our brothers not still die? The apocalypse is upon us. Dying sooner or later makes no difference. We might as well take a gamble. If we join forces with the officials to eliminate the creatures, we could also earn their rewards. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? The Brotherhood members proved to be more cunning, having already retreated to the rear in preparation for escape. Fools, why fight desperately against the mist? And what of Lin Xiao? Is he truly alone? Zhang Chun inquired as he looked toward Lin Xiao. "My troops have gone ahead to scout. Here, only Qin Tian Sheng, Da Wangfeng, and Shihong remain, albeit in vehicle form. Pai Lai Hua and Wei Long are at the forefront, conducting reconnaissance." With 10 minutes remaining, the night had fully descended, cloaking the scene in darkness. The crowd donned thermal imaging gear, ready for the impending confrontation. One could observe that the mist was advancing towards them from all directions, its speed astonishingly rapid. Everyone's palms were drenched with sweat as they braced for the impending arrival. As the mist drew near, atop the Great Wall, all tanks and artillery began to mobilize, ready to unleash their firepower. Chapter 74. Lin Xiao, Lei Ming, Zhang Chun, Lin Yun. Flames erupted towards the encroaching fog, illuminating the previously darkened sky, transforming the night into a semblance of day. The roar of cannon fire resounded like a ferocious beast, shaking the surroundings as if an earthquake had struck. Within mere moments, they found themselves completely enveloped by the fog, its advance too swift to counter. Suddenly, amidst the dense mist, shadows began to emerge, densely packed and ominous, instilling a profound sense of dread among the onlookers. The multitude of shadows pressed forward relentlessly. Fire at will. Eliminate them. Cover the area with firepower. All tanks, bombers, and fighter jets, commence bombardment. Thunderous roars filled the air as dozens of fighter jets unleashed their formidable firepower upon the ground. unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy machine gun fire upon the shadows. Yet, in the next moment, a deafening crash reverberated as a colossal tentacle erupted from the earth, ensnaring hundreds of individuals and lifting them skyward. They were oblivious to the nature of this creature or from whence it had emerged. This tentacle was immense and possessed a formidable adhesive force, rendering any escape impossible once ensnared. Fire. Aim for the base of the tentacle. The relentless cannon fire shattered the tentacle's base, causing the soldiers to plummet to the ground. However, the ordeal was far from over. Unbeknownst to them, grotesque creatures resembling centipedes and millipedes began to emerge from the ground, advancing towards them. Grenades. Rocket artillery. Blast them. The continuous bombardment obliterated the bodies of these monsters. Lu Hansheng and Qin Weigua observed the scene with grave expressions. The firepower is sufficient to suppress them for now, but I fear their primary objective is not to cross the Great Wall, but to breach through that passage. Do not let your guard down. Maintain the pressure. The rapid gunfire illuminated the night like a constellation of stars, unceasing in its intensity. Just then, the ground once again fractured, and the warriors atop the Great Wall could distinctly sense a massive entity hurtling towards them. With a resounding crash, a gigantic tortoise collided with the wall, burying hundreds of soldiers beneath it. What in the world is that? Commander, it resembles a monstrous tortoise. Fire. Aim for its head. Following the tortoise's appearance, the monsters did not relent in their assault. From within the depths of the mist, hundreds of tentacles and strands of spider silk emerged, ensnaring the soldiers and rendering them immobile. The eastern section of the Great Wall succumbed instantaneously, the situation deteriorating rapidly. The northern section was also overtaken by an unknown force. The soldiers stationed on the wall began to sing haunting ballads, subsequently opening fire, with some taking their own lives and others shooting at their comrades. The situation was dire. A presence capable of controlling minds lurked within the mist. What could it be? In the command center, several officers suddenly felt the ground tremble. In the next instant, a massive bloodied hand descended upon the command room, severing communication. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao suddenly heard the sounds of lightning and thunder. Commander, the creatures here are bizarre. The troops are turning against each other. Lin Xiao's expression shifted. We must conclude this battle swiftly. Before him, shadows from the mist began to materialize. Zhang Chun and his men commenced their assault. With a thunderous shout, Lei Ming charged forth like an arrow, leading his brothers into the fray. Thousands engaged in a fierce battle amidst the mist. With a swift motion, Lei Ming thrust his spear towards a shadow within the fog. The impact resonating as the spear pierced the creature's body, striking its head and causing a visceral crunch. The force of 1,000 kilograms rendered the giant spider lifeless. Yet, before he could revel in his victory, several tentacles emerged nearby. Anticipating this, he rolled on the ground, evading their grasp. Rising swiftly, he propelled himself off the earth, sending debris flying. His strike summoned a fierce gale, piercing through a jellyfish-like creature. Lei Zhanshun had grown stronger. Zhang Chun, undeterred by the unfolding chaos, activated his multi-barreled machine gun and, with a powerful punch, shattered the skull of another creature. Lin Yun, too, was relentless, wielding an axe to cleave at the monsters' heads. Lin Xiao observed this scene, filled with pride. He had not anticipated their rapid progression. They now possessed the ability to confront the mist's monsters head-on. In that moment, Lin Xiao surged forward. Unlike the others, his speed was so extraordinary that it appeared as if he left no trace. Even outside the mist, his velocity was akin to an ethereal shadow. With a swift slice, he felled one foe, then another in a flash. Facing a horde of monsters, he unleashed the third tier of the Jiuzhong Lei Dao, a strike infused with thunderous might. The sound of slicing echoed as the mass of creatures was cleaved in two. Not just one, but a multitude. Any ordinary person would have been terrified by such a display. After dispatching several monsters within the mist, he retreated towards the rear, where the Jiuzhou armored tanks and missile vehicles awaited. At that moment, Qin Tiansheng and the others were eager for action. Commander, it is our turn to strike. Lin Xiao brandished the fire seed. It is too cumbersome to kill them all alone. I will handle the formidable ones, and you take care of the rest. In the next moment, he activated the hidden battle aircraft, the Jiuzhou tanks, and the Dongfeng missile vehicles with the fire seed. Chapter 75. The Might of the Invincible. Dali King Kong. Meng Dashui joins the fray. At this moment, the battlefield of the Great Wall erupted with bullets and smoke. As the monsters multiplied, the soldiers were gradually reaching their limit. 2 hours had elapsed, a full 2 hours of relentless combat. This had clearly exceeded their expectations. Qin Weigua and Lu Hansheng, equipped with thermal imaging, gazed into the distance. There are still many more. Do not lose heart. Hold your ground. Commander Liu was nearing his breaking point. The northern forces had lost contact. A multitude of monsters surrounded the northern troops, plunging the situation into peril. Deploy the last of the tanks. The team understood that the authorities were fully committed. They intended to unleash all their forces without reservation. As the military's tanks surged forth, rumbling mightily, a barrage of shells was unleashed upon the shadows within the mist. The northern forces, witnessing the arrival of the tank brigade, rallied their spirits. Open fire. Continue the assault. Tens of thousands of shells rained down upon the creatures before them, turning them into mere remnants within minutes. However, they were oblivious to the impending doom. These misty creatures are classified into various tiers. Those that can be effortlessly slain by firearms are undoubtedly of a lower rank. However, there exist formidable beings that are exceedingly challenging to confront. A creature composed entirely of eyes materializes from the fog. Conventional shells possess little lethality against it. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells are unleashed toward the foe. In the next instant, the monster seemingly employs some sinister sorcery. A chorus of hysterical wails erupts from the crowd as they clutch their eyes, writhing in agony. Blood streams from their eye sockets. Meanwhile, Lei Ming and Zhang Chun are still valiantly resisting. The number of monsters at this passage is overwhelming. They expend great effort to vanquish the encroaching creatures. Yet the next wave swiftly follows. At this moment, Lei Ming is already battered and bruised. Zhang Chun, panting heavily, gazes at him and exclaims, "Lei Zhang Chun, you are injured." Lei Ming grits his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "It's nothing, keep fighting." Within mere minutes, several Jin warriors behind them are knocked to the ground by the monsters, emitting cries of despair. Lin Yan swings her axe and looks back. "Have you seen Mr. Lin? Where has he gone?" Lei Ming, brandishing his spear, nonchalantly replies, "He probably fled. I've heard that many civilian units have retreated." "Impossible. I believe Mr. Lin wouldn't withdraw." Suddenly, a thunderous boom resounds as hundreds of massive tentacles surge toward them from afar. While Lin Yan speaks, half of the Jin warriors are sent flying. What is this? A creature larger than any seen before emerges from the mist. This beast, covered in tentacles, ensnares its victims and draws them into its maw. Zhang Chun activates his rocket launcher, directing a barrage at the creature. Yet, after this fierce bombardment, he realizes it is utterly futile. This creature is simply too enormous. Even with Lei Ming's utmost effort, he can barely strike its foot. How can they possibly fight this? It is evident that they cannot halt this colossal behemoth. The creature's numerous tentacles sweep toward them once more. In the thick fog, the sound of air being torn apart is audible. It's over. Despair clouds the faces of the crowd. Lei Ming contemplates a counterattack, but feels increasingly powerless. Just as everyone closes their eyes in despair, the world seems to pause for a second. In the next moment, the massive mist creature is abruptly halted by some mysterious force. What is happening? It has stopped? As Lei Ming and the others ponder this, they witness the creature's body split in half, its upper half crashing down upon them. Boom. The massive form collides with the ground, sending dust swirling around. In that instant, everyone is left dumbfounded. For this monster has evidently been slain by someone. How could it have been toppled so effortlessly? Who could have done this? Next, they behold an even more astonishing sight. The creatures that had surged toward them are shattered by a bolt of lightning in the air. A terrifying blade of energy annihilates 6 monsters in succession. This display leaves Lei Ming utterly astounded. What on earth is this? Is it a person or a monster? How could a single strike obliterate all those creatures? And this is far from over. Suddenly, an aircraft swoops down from the sky, resembling a sword. It transforms midair, executing a flip. Shortly thereafter, a colossal robot wielding a laser cannon begins to fire wildly at the monsters hidden within the mist. Boom. The laser cannon's power is astonishing. One shot can claim the lives of dozens of creatures. This mechanical life form is none other than the Li Jian drone. Its design bears a striking resemblance to Megatron, even down to the semi-automatic laser cannon it wields. But the excitement does not end there. The ground trembles with the sound of an earthquake. The Jiao tank and Dongfeng missile truck begin to transform. A series of crisp clicking sounds resound, and moments later, 2 massive forms emerge from the mist. The Jiao tank resembles the formidable Optimus Prime, while the missile truck bears a striking resemblance to the mighty Meng Dashui. Both are the pinnacle of Transformers' combat power. Upon their arrival, they immediately unleash a barrage of firepower. Boom! A torrent of laser blasts erupts, carving out dozens of trenches and obliterating the monsters at the passage's entrance. The ferocity of their laser cannons is unmatched, swiftly clearing the area of these creatures. With the simultaneous appearance of Wei Jingtian, de Li Gang, and Ming de Shuai, the battlefield's dire situation undergoes a dramatic turnaround. Lei Ming, Zhang Chun, and the other warriors stand in awe, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. For a fleeting moment, they even wonder if they are dreaming, believing they have perished and are experiencing a hallucination. Soon, when Lei Ming realizes this is no illusion but genuine assistance, he exclaims, "Old Zhang, there is hope. We can fight back, push forward and eliminate these monsters." All right. The Jin warriors are filled with exhilaration and enthusiasm. They quickly regroup and charge into the depths of the mist. Previously forced into a defensive stance, they now seize the opportunity to counterattack with the aid of these three mysterious beings. Chapter 76, Advanced Warriors. The plunderer deceived by the evil god. With a single command, the warriors raise their weapons and advance forward. Simultaneously, Pai Li Hua and Wei Long arrive at the northern section of the Great Wall to provide support. They first utilize their firepower to cover the mist-laden ground. However, the creatures remaining on the ground are anything but ordinary, especially that monster with eyes all over its body. Pai Li Hua descends swiftly, and upon landing, green pupils illuminate around him, each scrutinizing him as if seeking to devour him. Pai Li Hua, do not let your guard down. The battle erupts instantly. Creatures within the mist extend their claws toward Pai Li Hua, intent on tearing him apart. However, Pai Li Hua draws his colossal sword from behind and begins to chop through these monsters with ease. In less than 10 minutes, the area is cleared of all creatures. Rest assured, Wei Long, this area is in my hands. There will be no issues. Yet, before he can finish speaking, he senses something approaching from the mist. When Pai Li Hua turns his gaze, he is astonished to find that he is unable to move. What kind of control is this? But he is a machine. Can a mechanical body truly be restrained? His entire mechanical form becomes immobile as the creature collides with him, sending Pai Li Hua flying. Wei Long, losing the signal from Pai Li Hua, hastily alters his course to provide support. Where is Pai Li Hua? Pai Li Hua has vanished from his original position. Witnessing this scene, Wei Long is filled with alarm. It seems that a boss-level entity lurks within this mist. Time is of the essence. This matter must be reported to the leader promptly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, having dispatched over 100 creatures, discovers that he has carved a path 30 kilometers from the Great Wall to the outskirts. This route is strewn with the remains of monsters. The essence of Jin Yuaning is elevating. Power 100, Speed 100, Agility 50. Through relentless training on the battlefield, Lin Xiao has unknowingly ascended to the rank of a high-grade battle general. He is on the verge of reaching the level of a battle deity. However, before he could revel in his achievement, he received an urgent transmission from Wei Long. Chief, trouble is brewing. Pai Li Hua has vanished. What? Where? To the north of the Great Wall, while we were engaged in support alongside the official soldiers, we encountered an unidentified creature. By the time I arrived, it had already disappeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao decisively instructed Qi Hong to take him there. Qing Tian Sheng, De Huang Feng, you stay here with De Li Gang and Ming de Shuai. Wei Zhentian, accompany me. In an instant, Qi Hong transformed into a floating vehicle, while Lin Xiao stood resolutely atop it. Having become a high-grade battle general, his strength in all aspects was now formidable. Clad in the Heishin armor, he remained as steady as a mountain, even without being in the cockpit. The next moment, Qi Hong surged skyward, carrying Lin Xiao towards the northern expanse of the Great Wall. Meanwhile, thanks to Pai Li Hua's previous efforts, many creatures had been dealt with, granting the soldiers a moment's respite. After a brief regrouping, Qin Weiguo, accompanied by 10,000 soldiers, began to advance the front line, hoping to extend it 30 kilometers beyond. Before long, he spotted Wei Long amidst the fog, unleashing all his fury upon the monstrous horde. Armed with a chainsaw sword, he relentlessly struck at the creatures. Qin Weiguo looked up at Wei Long, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. May I inquire who you are? Wei Long glanced at them, but remained silent. Lu Hansheng, confused, wondered about the identity of this valiant warrior. Suddenly, they heard a whistling sound from above and quickly retrieved thermal imaging scanners, revealing a highly advanced warplane soaring overhead. Whose aircraft could that be? As these questions lingered, Lin Xiao leaped down from the sky, and clarity dawned upon them all. Emerging from the mist, he joined Qin Weiguo and the others. Who are you? Qin Weiguo inquired, gazing at the figure clad in the Heishin armor. At that moment, Lin Xiao removed his helmet, his expression grave. Commander Qin, I require your assistance with a matter. You are Mr. Lin? Both Qin Weiguo and Lu Hansheng stood frozen in place. The moment they recognized Lin Xiao, an uncontainable excitement surged within Qin Weiguo. He had made the right bet. This individual was undeniably powerful. Help me expand the battlefield. I want to ensure all those creatures remain here. Without further questioning, Qin Weigua nodded solemnly. Understood, Mr. Lin. All soldiers from the 7 military districts shall assist you. As the soldiers began to advance, Lin Xiao remained steadfast atop Qi Hong, charging forward. At last, he laid eyes on Pai Li Hua. However, Pai Li Hua appeared peculiar. Upon landing and intending to inquire about the situation, Pai Li Hua suddenly erupted, swinging his chainsaw sword violently at Lin Xiao. Fortunately, Lin Xiao managed to grasp the blade with one hand. Thanks to the resilience of the Heishin armor, his palm remained unscathed. What are you doing? At that moment, Qi Hong swiftly transformed again, seizing Pai Li Hua's head and pushing it to the ground. What are you doing? Are you mad? This is the chief. Slowly, Pai Li Hua regained his senses. What happened? He looked bewilderedly at Lin Xiao and Qi Hong. After a moment, he finally comprehended and hastily knelt on one knee. Chief, I deserve death. I was controlled by that monster. He then recounted the creature's abilities. The monster, covered in eyes, could not be stared at directly, or one would succumb to its mental control. Many warriors had lost their lives due to it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao murmured, Evil God. That creature is known as the Evil God, the ruler of the beings in the mist. It once favored the seas. In a previous life, Lin Xiao had heard of this entity within the Global Federation. Several fleets were obliterated in an instant due to its powers, rendering even aircraft carriers, drones, and nuclear launchers inoperative. A truly monstrous ability. I never expected it to join the fray this time. Chapter 77. This lad is quite reckless. Chief, it was my oversight. Next time we meet, I shall ensure its defeat. Lin Xiao shook his head. The evil god's abilities are rather abnormal. If you confront it, you will likely end up like before. Its mental control is exceedingly potent. Even mechanical life forms are not spared. Even should I take action, I will not allow Pai Li Hua to confront it alone. The risk is far too great. At that moment, news arrived from the rear of the front line. The line had been pushed forward by 20 kilometers. This meant the soldiers had successfully withstood the assault of the mist creatures. Lin Xiao also received news from De Li Jin Gang. Chief, all creatures behind have been eliminated. Where are you? We will come to assist you. The battle raged on for 4 to 5 hours, from midnight until around 5 o'clock. By now, the horizon was tinged with the first light of dawn. Surrounding Lin Xiao lay a battlefield strewn with the remnants of monsters. Numerous severed limbs, tentacles, fish heads, and massive eyeballs, all drenched in green blood. This vividly illustrated the carnage inflicted by the Transformers on the monstrous horde. Furthermore, they had amassed a substantial collection of blue crystals. As dawn broke, Lin Yun began to inquire about Lin Xiao's whereabouts. Where is Mr. Lin? Have you seen him? Lei Ming, gravely injured, could no longer continue the fight. Over 1,000 Jin warriors had perished in this battle. The casualties were indeed considerable. Unfortunately, the lethality of the creatures in the mist was overwhelming. A moment's inattention could lead to death. Throughout the entire conflict, I did not catch a glimpse of that Lin Xiao. He must either be dead or fled. The likelihood of him having fled is quite high. Zhang Chun led several hundred soldiers to clear the battlefield. Should they encounter any surviving soldiers, they would immediately assist them with exoskeleton armor and escort them for treatment. However, after scouring the surrounding area for several kilometers, Lin Xiao's presence was nowhere to be found. Upon reuniting with Qin Weigua, Lin Yun inquired about Lin Xiao's whereabouts. Qin Weigua pondered for a moment before replying gravely, Mr. Lin took a warplane and pursued outwards. It seems he is searching for his subordinates. What? Isn't that dangerous? Qin Weigua and Lu Hansheng exchanged concerned glances. To be honest, they too felt uncertain. Yet, they had witnessed Lin Xiao's skills and those of his subordinates. They were far from ordinary. After several minutes, Zhang Chen's voice suddenly resonated from outside. Lin Xiao has returned. Qin Weigua hurriedly went to greet him. Are you injured? They scrutinized Lin Xiao closely, astonished to find him completely unscathed. Mr. Lin, are you all right? This operation was a resounding success. We can say it was a grand victory. Lin Xiao offered no elaboration, merely expressing his congratulations. In this battle, it could be said that Lin Xiao had played a decisive role. If it were not for his Steel Legion's assistance, the situation would have likely been overwhelmingly one-sided. At that moment, a peculiar voice echoed from the entrance. What is going on? Has it ended so soon? At this juncture, all the major factions returned to their headquarters, reuniting with their troops. The first to speak was Huang Shuiping from the Hongmen. He clasped his fists in congratulations to Lu Hansheng and his comrades, saying, Generals, congratulations. We have triumphed at last. Our collaboration with your official army has proven immensely successful. Zhao Shanhai smiled broadly, adding, Commander Lu, this battle has cost us dearly. You cannot fathom the number of my brothers who have perished. We have exhausted all our weapons and ammunition. The price we pay to assist your official forces is substantial. Commander Liu, I do not seek your sympathy. I merely wish to express that we have exerted considerable effort in this battle. Pray tell, what rewards can we expect? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qin's expression faltered. He coldly inquired, is that so? I dispatched drones for reconnaissance, and it appeared that as soon as the battle commenced, you began retreating to the rear. Furthermore, I have surveyed the battlefield, and you suffered no casualties. It seems none of you fell in battle. How can you shamelessly demand rewards from us? Zhao Shanhai was displeased by Zhang Qin's words. Which of your eyes saw that we had no casualties? What? Is it only considered sacrifice if a multitude of our men perished in that fog, like yours? Without our contributions, your victory would have been impossible. He chuckled. If you claim we had no losses, why not ask Huang Shuiping and Lin Xiao if they suffered any casualties? They too emerged unscathed, did they not? In contrast to Zhao Shanhai's directness, Huang Shuiping exuded an air of refinement. He cleared his throat and politely remarked, Captain Zhang, one cannot view the situation from a singular perspective. This time, we dispatched 100,000 disciples from Hongmen, thereby bolstering our collective strength. United, we were able to defeat those monsters. This victory, without a doubt, bears our mark. Qin Weigua observed the scene keenly. These individuals, during the battle, had seemingly vanished, only to return post-victory to claim credit. Such behavior was even more contemptible than that of the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood at least took their supplies and retreated immediately, while these individuals contributed nothing and yet sought to claim double the accolades. Commander Qin, Commander Liu, what do you propose to reward us? Zhao Shanhai asserted with conviction. Let me inform you that over half of the creatures in that fog were slain by our Shanhai sect. Hearing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I was in the fog, yet I did not see you. Zhao Shanhai was momentarily taken aback. How could this Lin still be alive? Could it be that, like the others, he retreated to the rear during the battle? You did not see me? I certainly saw you. You were nearly dragged away by those tentacles, and it was our men who saved you. Zhao Shanhai was talking nonsense without any basis. Lin Xiao chuckled. Oh, you saved me, did you? Indeed. Our Shanhai sect has always been dedicated to aiding the world. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Zhao Shanhai blinked frantically, hoping that Lin Xiao would play along with his charade. However, Lin Xiao showed no inclination to cooperate. I have not seen a single member of your Shanhai sect. And as for Hongmen, there was no trace of the 100,000 disciples. You contributed neither manpower nor effort. What right do you have to come here and claim credit? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Huang Shuiping and Zhao Shanhai turned dark. This young man was decidedly out of line. Chapter 78. This terrifying individual. Do we still require their assistance? Not only was he out of line, but he also exhibited a distinct lack of emotional intelligence. If he had been willing to work with them, perhaps they could have shared the spoils more generously. It was conceivable that they might have even considered allowing Lin Xiao's small faction to join their ranks. How much did you contribute, Lin Xiao? Before you speak of others, shouldn't you assess your own contributions? At this moment of heightened tension, Qin Weigua suddenly interjected. Enough. Mr. Lin indeed played a significant role. Qin Weigua had witnessed Lin Xiao's presence on the battlefield. He knew Lin Xiao was formidable, but he had yet to grasp the full extent of his strength, as it was challenging to discern one's true capabilities amidst the fog. Just then, the injured Lei Ming stepped forward. Mr. Lin, those steel giants on the battlefield were under your command, correct? Lei Ming had encountered those steel giants multiple times. During a previous mission, they had saved him and Zhang Shuai, and now they had appeared again. Especially the soldiers guarding the Great Wall's passage, who unleashed devastating laser cannons that obliterated those creatures. Without those laser cannons, victory would have been unattainable. Lin Xiao did not conceal the truth and nodded. Lei Ming instantly expressed his respect, hastily apologizing. I sincerely apologize for my previous remarks, Mr. Lin. I acknowledge your significant contributions to our military efforts. Witnessing the military's attitude towards Lin Xiao, Zhao Shanhai and his companions were even more disdainful. What a farce. How could a mere handful of individuals make any substantial contribution? Can one person truly overpower all the monsters? This was utterly ludicrous. The cunningness of these soldiers was unparalleled. Lin Xiao's small faction could be easily appeased with some supplies. Thus they lauded him as a hero. However, larger factions like Hongmen and Shanhai, with their vast numbers, were less likely to receive rewards, fearing a depletion of resources. Hence the excessive flattery towards Lin Xiao. What steel giants? The Brotherhood's thousands of powered armors were not superior? Zhao Shanhai's words prompted laughter from Lei Ming. Lin Xiao's Steel Legion could effortlessly sweep aside those fog-dwelling monsters. The powered armor was no match. Once the battle concluded, The military had established a defensive line 30 kilometers from the Great Wall. It was evident that the fog creatures would not return anytime soon. They had suffered significant losses. However, what vexed Lin Xiao was that the evil god had vanished. He had anticipated that this creature was so cunning, choosing to flee. Had it sensed Lin Xiao's murderous intent? At 8 o'clock in the morning, the commanders of the 7 military districts summoned Lin Xiao to a meeting room, much to the displeasure of Huang Shuiping and Zhao Shanhai. Inside the meeting room, everyone was exceedingly courteous. Mr. Lin, what rewards would you like? We will ensure that our military district fulfills your requests. Lu Hanxing began straightforwardly. Lin Xiao, intrigued, inquired, what do you have to offer? Subsequently, Lu Hanxing detailed the supplies currently available to the military. The meat supplies were dwindling, but there was an abundance of water, buns, some soy products, and compressed biscuits. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless. Goodness, the military was truly impoverished. A force of over 100,000 had fewer supplies than Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, forget it. I do not require it. With the military barely able to sustain itself, with empty fuel tanks. Lin Xiao had no intention of accepting their offerings. Additionally, the vegetables in Lin Xiao's refuge garden should be ripe for harvest. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao declined the military's rewards, the military personnel regarded him with newfound respect, rising to salute him. By afternoon, Lin Xiao prepared to lead his troops back. This battle had not been in vain. First, he acquired the formidable Transformers, Megatron, Optimus Prime, and Starscream. In the course of the Great Wall defense battle, he elevated his combat prowess to that of a high-ranking general. Moreover, on his journey back, he could conveniently scour the surrounding areas for supplies, which proved to be immensely valuable. After bidding farewell to Lin Yun and Qin Weigua, their expressions shifted, sensing that something was amiss. What's wrong? Lin Yun inquired, perplexed. I fear that Mr. Lin may have drawn unwanted attention, Qin Weigua replied. All the major factions have chosen to return to their territories, yet they are aware that Lin Xiaojing has been summoned to the military district's conference room, likely to receive material rewards. Hence, they will not remain idle. It is highly probable they will entertain nefarious ideas. You should go and take Captain Lei and Captain Zhang with you. I'll assign you a battalion. There are many of them, and I worry they may conspire against Mr. Lin. Therefore, you must assist him. Lei Ming is quite injured, one of them remarked. No matter, I am already much better. Lei Ming, who had overheard, volunteered eagerly. This is a prime opportunity to witness Lin Xiaojing's strength firsthand. We must go. Indeed, as Qin Weigua had predicted, Lin Xiaojing had not ventured far before encountering an ambush. Utilizing the mountainous terrain to their advantage, he stumbled upon the main forces of the Shanhai faction, over 6,000 individuals clad in military uniforms, armed with weapons provided by the military district. Upon hearing of the substantial official supplies Lin Xiaojing had acquired, they were determined not to miss this opportunity. In the apocalypse, the rise of such factions was rooted in their cunning. However, upon closer inspection, they were taken aback to find Lin Xiaojing alone in a mobile home. What is going on? Where is your army? Zhao Shanhai questioned, perplexed. Where are the supplies the military district granted you? Where have you hidden them? Lin Xiaojing calmly glanced at them from the vehicle and quipped, it has always been just me. What? You must be joking. Your people must have taken a shortcut with the supplies, right? Clever, but not clever enough. I will find them. Huh. Why should you alone receive the official supplies while I am left empty-handed? Since that is the case, do not blame us. I have to support these people. Lin Xiaojing asserted, noting that he had not taken any official supplies. Rather, he believed it more advantageous to gather resources from the major districts in the capital. However, the adversaries were not concerned with such details. They believed Lin Xiaojing had taken something, and thus, he must be dealt with. In the very next moment, the ring on Lin Xiaojing's hand radiated a blue light. Subsequently, the sound of mechanical movements filled the air as Megatron, Optimus Prime, and Starscream descended. Lin Xiaojing sauntered to the back of the mobile home, yawned, and reclined on the bed to watch television. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Within minutes, the mobile home resumed its journey. Lei Ming and Zhang Chun arrived shortly thereafter. Upon discovering the multitude of corpses scattered across the ground, they were utterly stunned. Zhang Chun exclaimed, this terrifying individual needed our assistance? Moreover, none of Zhao Shanhai's group managed to escape. The moment they encountered Megatron and the others, their minds were rendered numb. In their final moments, they finally comprehended why Lin Xiaojing had only a handful of troops. It was because he alone could annihilate them all. Lin Xiaojing could not be bothered to engage with these ants. It was simply not worth his time. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun and Lei Ming stared at the sea of lifeless bodies, lost in contemplation. Yinner, I must sincerely apologize. I did not believe before. But now I am utterly convinced of Mr. Lin's strength. To be honest, it has far surpassed ours. Lin Yun shook her head dismissively, stating earnestly, Mr. Lin is vastly superior to us. Thus, he is the lifelong goal of my aspirations. He is my idol. I wish to learn from him. When the main forces returned, Lu Hanxing and the others were equally astonished. Why are you back so soon? Did you not even travel 10 miles? Removing their combat uniforms, Lei Ming and Zhang Chun chuckled wryly. Commander Lu, you should not have sent us. It was entirely unnecessary. Lin Yun recounted to those present what they had witnessed. The commanders of the 7 military districts gasped collectively. Oh no, we did not provide Mr. Lin with supplies this time. Will he be angry? I believe we should seek to win him over and grant him the highest honors. Qin Weiguo pondered, but will he be willing to join our official ranks? At that moment, Lin Xiao had returned to his shelter. As he approached his home, the door swung open. It was Lu Yi, followed closely by Lin Ruyu and Lin Xian. Husband, Dad. The children rushed into Lin Xiao's embrace. He held one in each arm and made his way to the dining table. At that moment, Lu Yi had prepared a sumptuous feast for him. Lin Xiao expressed his astonishment. How did you know I would return at this time? You prepared so much. With a radiant smile, Lu Yi replied. Your daughter used a reconnaissance drone at your underground military district to confirm your return, so I prepared the meal in advance. Lin Xiao realized, glancing at Lin Ruyu with pride, impressive. Little Fish is indeed destined to be a leader in the military district. Upon his return, Lin Xiao indulged in a delightful feast. Today's menu featured home-cooked dishes, potato chicken, winter melon stew with ribs, braised pork, braised beef brisket, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sweet and sour eggplant. These dishes, paired with rice, were simply delectable. Lin Xiao savored 5 large bowls of rice. Who understands the joy of coming home after a long day to enjoy the exquisite meals prepared by his wife? Is this what you call an apocalypse? It is more comfortable than during peacetime. During peacetime, one must still toil away at work. Now, it seems there is little wrong with the apocalypse. After dinner, Lin Xiao took a refreshing bath. After slaying numerous monsters in the mist, a hot soak felt incredibly soothing. He lost track of time in the bathroom and inadvertently fell asleep. Upon awakening, he wiped himself dry and noticed that Little Fish and Little Xian were already asleep. With a mischievous smile, Lin Xiao eagerly headed to the bedroom. Naturally, he had some adult activities in mind. Entering the bedroom, he expected Lu Yi to be asleep. To his surprise, as he lifted the covers, Lu Yi pulled him into her embrace. Well, what a delightful ambush. After a night of playful antics. Once they both entered a serene state, Lu Yi began shedding tears. Lin Xiao felt troubled, knowing that she had been worried about him, especially as she often anxiously awaited his return home with their 2 children. Husband, can you promise me something? Lin Xiao held Lu Yi gently and asked in a soft tone, what is it? Can you avoid joining any organizations or the official ranks? Lu Yi, a remarkably astute woman, understood that with Lin Xiao's abilities, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of officials or other factions in the future. However, upon hearing those words, Lin Xiao smiled. He gently wiped away Lu Yi's tears. So that is the case. Indeed, my dear, if you truly wish to join, it is not an issue. Upon careful reflection, I realized that my request may have been somewhat excessive. I must fully respect your choice. She was quite concerned that if Lin Xiao were to join, he might frequently be away from home. After all, joining another faction would inevitably restrict one's freedom. Lu Yi sniffled. Lin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, what respect are you talking about? Do you really think that, given your husband's current strength, he needs to join another faction? In his previous life, Lin Xiao had joined the authorities and had even achieved remarkable military accomplishments. Yet, he had failed to protect his child and wife. This was a profound regret, and in this life, how could he allow such regrets to repeat themselves? Furthermore, if he wished to establish something, he could create an independent faction and army without having to bow to anyone. Moreover, the subsequent calamities would come one after another. The world would be enveloped in ice, followed swiftly by the resurgence of prehistoric creatures and the emergence of various mutated beings. Each of these disasters was aimed at the extinction of humanity. Therefore, to survive, one must enhance their own strength and increase the safety of their refuge. At present, he possessed a considerable number of blue crystals to upgrade the refuge. The following morning, Lin Xiao visited Lu Yi's plantation and expressed his utmost satisfaction. Half of the crops in the plantation had already matured. However, the livestock he had raised still required some time. Lin Xiao infused energy crystals into them. Survival. 5. Once again, he elevated his level by 2. This time, both the plantation and the livestock farm were expanded by more than double. Previously, each had occupied approximately 500 square meters. Now, each spanned over 1,000 square meters. Soon, they would achieve resource independence. That evening, after dinner, Lin Xiao took Lin Ruyu for a walk downstairs. My dear, have you been practicing recently? You haven't been secretly training that knight's method behind my back, have you? Lin Ruyu laughed and replied, No, that's too difficult. I gave up long ago. Upon arriving at the underground military district, Lin Xiao intended to test whether his daughter had indeed been training. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed in his mind. World trade, cooldown period has ended. Please proceed to trade promptly. Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately halted his activities, preparing to enter the trading space. Chapter 80. A group of uninvited guests. However, just as he was about to engage in trade, he suddenly heard a cacophony surrounding the building. Boom, boom. Unmanned reconnaissance drones displayed footage of a group of armored individuals bombarding Lin Xiao's building with artillery. The cause was a large number of monsters emerging from the fog, fiercely battling a group of people. This group, numbering over 5,000, donned powered armor and wielded weapons, frantically shooting at the monsters. This band was led by Lin Xiao of the Brotherhood. After that battle, while returning, they were suddenly ambushed by the monsters. In a moment, all members of the Brotherhood clad in powered armor found themselves embroiled in a large-scale melee. Realizing they might not be able to contend with the monsters, they exchanged fire while retreating. Lin Xiao declared that they were merely drawing the monsters away. However, unbeknownst to them, they had ensnared themselves. Not only had they lost nearly 5,000 brothers, but they were also lost in the thick fog. At that moment, Lin Xiao and the members of the Brotherhood found themselves besieged from all sides. Second in command. Over there's a community. Let us take refuge there. Is the community useful? Of course. We can climb to the high buildings. As long as we reach the rooftop, we can survive. Upon spotting the community surrounding Lin Xiao, the group felt a glimmer of hope for survival. Thus, they abandoned their battle with the monsters, activating the acceleration devices of their powered suits, and rushed toward Lin Xiao's community. Upon arriving near Lin Xiao's community, they sensed something amiss. The monsters no longer approached. What could be the reason? Why had they stopped coming? Lin Xiao and his companions were puzzled, but they had no time to ponder. Everyone scattered to find a building and rushed upstairs. Due to the large number of them, only a few hundred could fit into each building. If too many people entered while wearing powered suits, it would be quite dangerous and could easily collapse the structure. Just as they reached Lin Xiao's building, they unwittingly triggered the refuge's upgrade to Level 2 defense protocol due to their unidentified status. Nanoblades. Hundreds of fine threads instantaneously sliced through several of the nearby individuals. Even their armor was shredded into numerous pieces. It was terrifying. The rest of the group stood frozen in shock, grateful that they hadn't rushed in all at once. Otherwise, those who had approached would have been cut to shreds. Boss, there's a situation here. One member immediately reported. When Lin Xiao arrived and saw the remains of his brothers strewn across the ground, his pupils dilated in horror. Could there be other creatures here? All units on high alert. They obviously could not see the nanoscopic threads, but as soon as they got close, those threads would claim their lives. Activate the artillery. Fire at will. I want to see what lies within this building. Thus unfolded the scene. Unbeknownst to them, this was Lin Xiao's territory. Surely, there couldn't be anything vile within this building. The group bombarded the structure for quite some time before finally ceasing their assault. Yet, no one dared to take another step forward. Xiaoli, Xiaolu, you two go try it again. Second in command, you go over there right now. The two, with steely resolve, approached, only to trigger the nano blades once more. Fortunately, Xiaolu was quick to retract his leg, but Xiaoli was not as fortunate. Lin Xiao gasped in shock. It seemed that staying here was not an option. Thus, they chose another floor to temporarily settle down in. Lin Xiao and his men moved to the floor adjacent to Lin Xiao's. The windows of their building provided a clear view of Lin Xiao's area, yet they were unaware of his presence. Upon learning that someone had approached, Lin Xiao initially planned to send Polihuo and the others to investigate. However, he discovered that they were all stuck in the hallway, and the transformer's massive size made it impossible for them to fit. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood, with the remaining 5,000 members, awaited their leader to dispatch troops for their rescue. Dad, you can carry on with your business. I can handle this myself, right? Lin Ruyu, noticing her father Lin Xiao seemed preoccupied, offered to take the initiative. No way. How could I let you go alone? Don't worry. Don't forget I have the Liuyin guards with me. I can scare them off. Lin Xiao regarded her with skepticism. Can you really manage it? I guarantee they'll scatter. With the Liuyin guards by Lin Ruyu's side, she would undoubtedly be safe. Furthermore, these were merely ordinary individuals clad in metal armor, hardly formidable. However, Lin Xiao still felt uneasy. Forget it. I will accompany you. Chapter 81. In the apocalypse, one must never show mercy. At this moment, Lin Xiao and his daughter Lin Ruoyu had ascended the stairs. Within the building, members of the Brotherhood were removing their powered armor to take a rest. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, everyone heightened their vigilance. Who are you? Lin Xiao expressed his intentions to the group. Soon, one of them led him to meet Qin Hao. Qin Hao recognized Lin Xiao, his face lighting up with a smile. Ah, it's Lin Xiao. This is your territory? I thought you had perished in battle. So, you're a coward too. Qin Hao presumptuously believed that, like the Brotherhood members, Lin Xiao had refrained from aiding the officials in combat and had returned to his safe zone instead. This is my territory, and Brotherhood members are not welcome here. Lin Xiao held a poor impression of the Brotherhood, and his disdain for Qin Hao was particularly strong. This fellow displayed the traits of a cunning and treacherous individual. Come now, Lin, we have fought side by side. How old is your daughter? In a few years, let her join our Brotherhood, and I assure you, she will be safe. You are aware of our power. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression darkened immediately. He understood that in their Brotherhood, men were responsible for combat and could indulge in the pleasures of women, while women were merely tools for service. Lin Xiao was not one to indulge him. I will not repeat myself. He turned to Lin Ruoyu. Daughter, today, I will give you a lesson. Oh, Lin Ruoyu widened her curious eyes, unaware of what her father was about to impart. The lesson I wish to convey is that in the apocalypse, one must never show mercy. Suddenly, he drew forth his black blade, unleashing the third level of the ninefold Thunderblade. In an instant, a terrifying dark force erupted. With a single slash, a dreadful energy swept through the entire building. With a crack, the entire structure trembled. From the point where Lin Xiao had struck, the dark force spread with incredible speed, causing the surroundings to shatter into fragments. Witnessing this scene, Qin Hao and the Brotherhood members hurriedly donned their powered armor. They sensed that the building was on the verge of collapse. What in the world? Is this even human? This is a monster. Qin Hao gasped in shock. In the next moment, the speed of the building's cracking accelerated. The 30-plus story edifice began to split apart, as the faces of the onlookers reflected sheer astonishment. The building slowly began to collapse. With Lin Xiao wielding the black blade and the power of the third level of ninefold Thunderblade, the building crumbled like foam, splitting apart effortlessly. At that moment, Lin Xiao summoned the floating vehicle, Qiong. He swiftly carried Lin Ruoyu into the vehicle. As they settled inside, they witnessed the complete destruction of the building. Lin Ruoyu exclaimed, blinking her large eyes, Dad, doesn't this imply that this building was poorly constructed? Qihong interjected, No. Young lady, could it be that the leader's power is simply too formidable? Lin Ruoyu pondered. That possibility cannot be dismissed. However, Qihong, I quite like you calling me Dad. Lin Xiao humorously wrapped his arms around Lin Ruoyu. Little girl, are you trying to rebel? No. Spare me, Dad. Meanwhile, surrounding the collapsed building, other Brotherhood members stood in a daze, their faces filled with disbelief. What happened? Why did the building suddenly collapse? Could it be another monster? They immediately heightened their vigilance and rallied their brothers to investigate the situation. Finally, they found Qin Hao amidst the rubble. Second in command. Are you all right? I'm not your old man. Do I look fine to you? Qin Hao's legs had been crushed. If not for the powered armor, he would have perished. During the collapse, most within the building had been crushed to death. Damn it. Who is that guy? With just one slash, he toppled an entire building. Is this something a human can achieve? Even the strongest known genetic warrior, Lei Zhanshun, couldn't he possibly do this? Second in command, what should we do? Should we retaliate? That man is too terrifying. Qin Hao recognized that their opponent's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Engaging in a direct confrontation was futile. Thus, the only option was to retreat. What are we waiting for? Run. The further, the better. Hide. Qin Hao's plan was to wait for reinforcements to arrive so they could encircle Lin Xiao. Even if Lin Xiao possessed extraordinary abilities, he could not withstand their numbers. Moreover, they had a multitude of powered armors. We will discuss this once the boss arrives. Reinforcements will be here soon. Additionally, Qin Hao received news that the Brotherhood's research division had upgraded their powered armor, enhancing its strength. The current armor was somewhat cumbersome, but the upgraded version had become lighter and utilized hydrogen energy for dashing. This meant they could leap from over 30 stories and use hydrogen to cushion their fall. The upgraded hydrogen-powered armor, if unable to contend with a monster, could activate a self-destruct mechanism, causing a hydrogen explosion of immense power that could obliterate the creature. Truly, a weapon of mutual destruction. At this stage, it was nothing short of miraculous. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Lin Ruoyu arrived at the underground military district. Girl, tell me what you learned from this lesson. Lin Ruoyu contemplated. I understand now. one must never rebel against their father. You are my dad, and will always be my dad. Be serious. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes and adopted a solemn demeanor. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying threat is not the mist creatures, but the human heart. The heart of man is more fearsome than monsters. We must not show them kindness. In the apocalypse, excessive compassion is a liability, and we must never reveal goodwill to these factions, for they may stab us in the back at any moment. Thus, when confronting these ruthless individuals, we must be even more ruthless. Lin Xiao was quite pleased with this response. He looked at Lin Xiao with pride, giving her a thumbs up. Excellent. No wonder you are my daughter. As a reward, you may watch an hour of cartoons when we return. Yay. Subsequently, Lin Xiao dispatched a drone, commanding it, show me where they have hidden, lock in their locations, and let Megatron eliminate them. I, Lin Xiao, do not leave behind hidden dangers. After issuing his orders, Lin Xiao turned and entered the trading space. Chapter 82. Trading in the World of Warhammers? 500 Loyal Astartes. Upon entering the trading space, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Instead of traders, he was greeted by a group clad in mechanical armor, wielding shock rifles. A large-scale battle was underway. What is happening? Lin Xiao initially thought there was a malfunction in the trading space. After a while, he realized it was because he had been delayed in entering, prompting the traders to commence combat. Is fighting this exhilarating? After a brief period, the opposing party finally entered the trading space. He was an exceptionally muscular middle-aged man, his physique twice that of Lin Xiao. The man wore a serious expression, exuding an air of sternness. Greetings, my friend. Hello, please introduce yourself. According to the trading space's customary etiquette, they were to disclose the world from which they hailed. Lin Xiao sensed that this individual belonged to an extraordinary realm. Indeed, once the man revealed the name of his world, Lin Xiao was left utterly astonished. The individual claims to hail from the planet Terra, where a relentless series of wars have erupted, leading to the annihilation of ancient civilizations. In his world, humanity had commenced the utilization of sublight spacecraft during their 15th youth, gradually venturing beyond their home planet and out of the solar system. They began colonizing surrounding star systems, transforming distant territories such as Mars, Jupiter, and Neptune into self-sufficient realms, independent of their solar origins. However, the advent of hyperspace travel ushered in chaos, culminating in an unprecedented crisis of intelligent machines. This was soon followed by hyperspace storms, plunging numerous independent planets into disarray. Former alien neighbors began to plunder the isolated human colonies. Subsequently, a multitude of mutants and psychics emerged. These vast numbers of genetically altered beings wreaked persistent havoc on society. Some worlds, lacking sufficient resilience, fell under the control of psychic and mutant factions. The systems and technologies of that world have, to varying degrees, regressed or been lost. In the depths of the cosmos, on planets isolated and dominated by psychics, horrifying events transpired. Legends spoke of hordes of demons breaching the barriers of reality, commencing their harvest of planets. From this narrative, one could discern the origin of the speaker's world. Indeed, this merchant stands before me from the realm of Warhammer 40k within the multiverse. In this universe, there exists a man whose true name remains unknown. Yet all faithfully refer to him as the Emperor. Mr. Lin, this is my world, and I am but a subordinate of the Emperor, more precisely, a gene progenitor, a sovereign of an obscure planet, and a commander of an Astartes legion. Lin Xiao comprehended the situation. Yet, what need did this individual have in approaching him? In our world, the absence of civilization has led to the disappearance of ancient songs that once echoed through time. Our Emperor holds a profound affection for these melodies. With the continual evolution of the Warhammer universe, there has been a neglect of the cultivation of spiritual culture, compounded by frequent conflicts, resulting in the loss of many forms of entertainment. Traditional songs and recreational activities have nearly vanished. The Emperor, in his leisure, cherishes the listening of ancient songs. However, he currently lacks the means to procure them from other sources. As the most loyal subordinate of the Emperor, it is my duty to shoulder this responsibility. What do you say, my dear friend? I am aware that your world possesses a wealth of rich spiritual and cultural activities. Would you consider exchanging with me? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao stroked his chin and replied, certainly, but what do you propose to exchange with me? The answer was simple. I will provide you with my most loyal Astartes, and you shall have the authority to modify them, ensuring they heed only your command. Astartes? Astartes, also known as Space Marines, derives from Latin, signifying the stars scattered throughout the cosmos, embodying the Emperor's ambition to conquer the galaxies. They are genetically enhanced warriors, transformed from ordinary humans within the Warhammer universe. Legend has it that for every 100 space marines, an entire city can be easily conquered. With 1,000, a world can be subjugated. And with 10,000, a civilization can be obliterated. These gene warriors have been modified with gene seeds and equipped with the Empire's finest armaments, such as large-caliber bolters. They exist solely for the purpose of warfare and are destined to perish in battle. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao expressed his astonishment. Very well, but how many will you provide? I am eager to witness their might. Given our current state of war, I can initially offer you 500 space marines. 500? That will suffice. Thus, the two reached a mutual agreement. Lin Xiao first exited the trading space, procuring a 50 terabytes USB drive, onto which he downloaded thousands of songs preserved within his realm, as well as those from various other nations. He also included a vast assortment of movies and television series, not neglecting even the more risque films. One wonders whether this so-called emperor has a taste for Western blockbusters. After completing this task, Lin Xiao handed over the USB drive. Within the trading space, the commander of the Astartes Legion was engaged in combat against aliens. The visuals revealed towering, formidable space marines tearing the aliens apart with their bare hands. My dear friend, here are 500 space marines, equipped with their weapons and armor, ready for your command. I must caution you, upon their arrival, you will need to imprint your DNA upon them. Only then shall they fight eternally for you. Shortly thereafter, these space marines manifested in the underground military district, clad in various models of nuclear-powered power armor, wielding chainsword and large-caliber bolters. Lin Xiao instructed his allies to commence their operations, implanting his DNA within them. Subsequently, each space marine was activated, their eyes bright and sharp, brimming with an imposing presence. To fight for the leader, to die in battle is our highest honor. Loyalty. Lin Xiao conducted a brief assessment of their combat capabilities. They were undeniably a cadre of consummate war machines. Among them, one space marine donned in Terminator armor distinguished himself. From this point forward, you shall lead the Astartes battalion. Your name shall be Yanlong. Yanlong understood his role. On the following day after the transaction, reinforcements from the Brotherhood arrived. They were clad in newly developed hydrogen-powered dynamic armor, each carrying a shotgun, with their objective set on Lin Xiao's territory. They aimed to either recruit him or eliminate him on the spot. Chapter 83. The debut of the Astartes Legion. Leader, we are surrounded. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao paused momentarily. Then a look of surprise spread across his face. What? We are surrounded? Upon learning of the encirclement by members of the Brotherhood, Lin Xiao felt no anxiety, but rather excitement and exhilaration. He had intended to test the prowess of these space marines, and now it seemed the opportunity had presented itself. At that moment, the Brotherhood members had encircled the entire community where Lin Xiao resided, evoking the sensation of a cloud-piercing arrow amidst a sea of troops converging. A ragtag assembly of forces had arrived, with leader Wang Xiao donning newly upgraded armor, which instilled him with confidence. Is that the infamous Lin Xiao? I have heard of him. Boss, this individual possesses formidable strength. I suggest we either recruit him or eliminate him. If he develops his own influence, he could become a formidable adversary. Qin Hao, seated in a wheelchair, exuded an aura of a military strategist. Wang Xiao nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. In this apocalyptic reality, might equates to truth, and those who wield strength are afforded greater resources and the allegiance of many survivors. I shall assess Lin Xiao's capabilities. Rest assured, Haozi, should he refuse, I will present him with an offer he cannot decline. Wang Xiao was known for his ruthless decision-making. Not long ago, he had coerced an elderly professor from a national research institute in the imperial capital to join his ranks after the professor had initially declined his invitation twice. The third time, Wang Xiao resorted to abducting the professor's 2 daughters, compelling him to acquiesce. At this moment, Wang Xiao had approached the members of the Brotherhood. A few vanguards approached, calling out in hopes of enticing Lin Xiao to emerge. Moments later, he appeared, accompanied by the formidable Space Marine Legion from the Warhammer world. At that moment, the Legion's commander, Yanlong, stepped forward and saluted Lin Xiao, exclaiming, "Esteemed leader, 500 loyal Space Marines have assembled and await your command." His voice resonated with authority, creating a stark contrast to the members of the Brotherhood led by Wang Xiao. Despite both groups donning powered armor, the disparity was striking. Wang Xiao stood momentarily stunned, realizing that Lin Xiao indeed had subordinates. The intelligence had been misleading. Was he not supposed to be a mere figurehead? Where had these warriors come from? Although outnumbered, each of Lin Xiao's companions appeared capable of overpowering 2 or 3 of their adversaries, exuding an aura of intimidation akin to that of war machines. Wang Xiao, adept at reading the room, quickly donned a polite smile. Mr. Lin, we are eager to explore the possibility of collaboration. Lin Xiao turned to face them, a playful smile gracing his lips. Allow me to introduce my legion. As soon as he finished speaking, the Space Marines, led by Yin Long, roared in unison. For the leader, we fight. Loyalty. Lin Xiao gestured towards them, declaring, behold. Such loyalty. Wang Xiao and Qin Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! What manner of beings are these? Each warrior was clad in nuclear-powered armor, wielding large-caliber explosive guns. Their murderous intent palpable in the air. Speak, what do you wish to collaborate on? The Brotherhood seems to have brought quite the entourage, which feels less like a partnership and more like a threat. Lin Xiao's tone was laced with jest, sending a jolt through Wang Xiao and Qin Hao. And no, Mr. Lin, we genuinely wish to join forces to eradicate the monsters plaguing the imperial capital. Together, we could become the rulers of the imperial capital. Rulers of the imperial capital? Not of interest to me. Moreover, when it comes to cooperating with the authorities, the Brotherhood flees faster than one can blink. Do you believe I would ally myself with you? Wang Xiao, frustrated, slapped Qin Hao across the face. Rubbing his cheek, Qin Hao protested, Boss, why did you hit me? You inept fool. Why did you run from the military district? You've tarnished the Brotherhood's reputation. Qin Hao, feeling despondent, reflected, do we even have a reputation left? And wasn't it you who advised me to conserve our strength and secure resources from the authorities before retreating? Rest assured, Mr. Lin. This time the Brotherhood will lead the charge. We shall clear out the monsters in the imperial capital and regroup at Tiananmen. Lin Xiao saw through their intentions. Such factions, akin to warlords, could not be trusted. Their words were likely a ploy to exploit him before discarding him. However, Lin Xiao was indeed interested in assessing the combat capabilities of the Space Marines. In the face of overwhelming strength, scheming became irrelevant. How could an ant hope to topple an elephant? Very well, once we have cleared the monsters from the imperial capital, we shall meet at the agreed location to divide the spoils, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Divide? Once the Brotherhood gathers the resources, I could simply take them away. If they resist, the Space Marines can eliminate them on the spot. Simple and effective. With so many members, the Brotherhood provides free labor. Chapter 84. The Brotherhood is stunned. The might of Lin Xiao's legion. Wang Xiao was concocting his schemes, eager to observe the strength of Lin Xiao's subordinates, intending to understand their capabilities before launching a surprise attack post-collaboration. The Brotherhood thrived on deception. Otherwise, how could a faction like Wang Xiao's assert dominance in the apocalypse? Yin Long, lead the Space Marine Legion to cleanse the monsters lurking in the fog. Remember, it is not only the monsters, but also the Brotherhood members. Should they dare to take any action against you, show no mercy. Yin Long understood. At that moment, news arrived from Pilai Hua and Wei Long. The monsters surrounding the imperial capital were stirring, having sensed the gathering of forces and eagerly anticipating a feast. With a roar, figures emerged from the mist, their furious growls signaling excitement as they spotted the armored humans, their potential prey. Little did they know the horror that awaited them in the form of Yin Long's legion. Monsters detected. All Brotherhood members, advance. This time, we must be serious. We will reclaim the imperial capital, and all the resources here will belong to us. Wang Xiao commanded, and the Brotherhood members surged forward, utilizing hydrogen-powered armor. Within minutes, the explosive sounds of hydrogen detonations reverberated, creating a powerful sonic wave. In a hovering vehicle, Lin Xiao, accompanied by Lin Ryu and Lin Xian, clicked his tongue in disbelief. What kind of Brotherhood is this? They should be called the Self-Detonating Army. Simultaneously, Yin Long's Space Marines charged toward the monsters hidden in the fog. As they closed the distance, they drew their explosive guns, unleashing large-caliber rounds that fragmented the monsters into pieces, leaving a gruesome carpet of flesh. Next, they brandished chainsaw swords, while a few Space Marines, eschewing weapons altogether, tore apart a massive spider with their bare hands. The sight left the Brotherhood members battling nearby in utter disbelief. Did they just rip a monster apart? Are these even human? As the Brotherhood engaged the monsters, their armor was swiftly obliterated. I'm going to explode. Get away. Don't blast me in the face. Hydrogen-powered armor was still unrefined, lacking controllable nuclear power. In contrast, Lin Xiao's Space Marines were equipped with nuclear-powered backpacks, enabling them to soar through the air. 5 Space Marines were ensnared by an octopus's tentacles, only for one to spit corrosive saliva, dissolving the appendages. Such grotesque prowess. The monsters advancing could not withstand the onslaught of the Space Marine Legion. Armed with chainsaw swords, they became harbingers of death, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the monsters. In a mere 10 minutes, the western district of the imperial capital had been thoroughly cleansed. Wang Xiao and his companions were left in shock, overtaken by fear. Hold on. Lin Xiao's entourage isn't human. They're like machines of war. Those who had witnessed the battle understood that the disparity was monumental. The opposing force was a cadre of trained, decisive warriors, while the Brotherhood was merely a ragtag assembly, suffering heavy losses against the monsters. Lin Xiao's troops, it seemed, had emerged unscathed. While explosive rounds still echoed through the air, the battle raged throughout the morning, leaving the various regions of the imperial capital strewn with monstrous corpses. The survivors, though unable to discern the true nature of the fog surrounding them, could distinctly hear the sounds of gunfire and conflict echoing from within. Could it be that the military was coming to rescue us? Hush, we don't know yet. I read on the forum that it seems to be the Brotherhood's forces. Is the Brotherhood truly that formidable? The warriors, including Palihuo and Weilong, as well as Waizinshan, were taken aback upon witnessing these fierce fighters. The leaders of these troops were indeed powerful. Transformers and Warhammer Space Marines. Lin Xiao's two formidable armies could traverse the apocalypse with ease. The members of the Brotherhood were already in a state of shock. Some monsters had retreated, while others were ruthlessly cut down during their escape. Gradually, the sounds of artillery began to fade. Lin Xiao had merely been assisting Lin Ruyu with her homework, and by the time he finished, the war was already over. Was it truly that swift? Lin Ruyu exclaimed with delight. That was fast. Dad, you should get back to your work. Let us go take a look. Across the imperial capital, the remnants of monstrous corpses were everywhere, with heaps of bodies surrounding Tiananmen. 100 men were dispatched to clear the battlefield, while the remaining 400 assembled. Concurrently, the Brotherhood's members also completed their gathering, having suffered countless casualties, particularly with their hydrogen-powered armor, which had incurred severe losses. Although they had achieved victory, no one felt elated. In fact, Wang Xiao felt increasingly troubled. Mr. Lin, we won, but Wang Xiao's confidence had vanished. And he stared at the troops behind Lin Xiao, gulping nervously. Mr. Lin, no, Linda, may I bring the Brotherhood members to join you? After witnessing this battle, Wang Xiao was completely convinced. This was no mere disparity, it was a dimensional strike. The conflicts that had eluded the Brotherhood for years were resolved by Lin Xiao in just one morning, without losing a single soldier. He realized what he needed to do. However, Lin Xiao slowly raised his hand. I'm afraid I cannot harbor a tiger to its den, nor do I favor the Brotherhood, a chaotic organization. Lin Xiao understood that they did not genuinely wish to join his ranks. Rather, they were simply fearful. He turned to the Space Marines. Eliminate them and retrieve all the supplies they have gathered. Chapter 85. Dad. It's hailing outside. It is no wonder the Astartes Space Marines are such loyal war machines. Upon receiving Lin Xiao's orders, they acted decisively. At that moment, the Brotherhood's members were dwindling, and after the counterattack against the fog creatures, they had become mere remnants of a defeated army. Lin Xiao, you are not trustworthy. Wang Xiao felt a wave of terror wash over him as he watched them prepare to strike. It was a fear that emanated from his very core. These individuals were nothing but soulless killing machines. Not trustworthy? Lin Xiao retorted. Shouldn't you first question your own integrity? Have you survived this long due to trust? Wang Xiao had navigated the apocalypse thus far not through trust, but through cold-bloodedness, ruthlessness, and cunning. Such a person, Lin Xiao would never allow to roam freely beside him. Lin Xiao, you cannot kill me. I beg you, spare me. At this moment, Lin Xiao had no desire to indulge in further conversation. All he wished for was to return home to his wife and children, to seek refuge from the impending frigid apocalypse. Daughter, let us go home and find your mother. Dad, why are you cursing? Lin Xiao instructed the Space Marines to eliminate these individuals and then return to the underground military district, while he took the hovercar back home. The approach of the extreme cold was imminent, yet Lin Xiao had prepared ample provisions. Following the imperial capital's defense battle, vast swathes of fog monsters had been eradicated, granting the survivors a much-needed respite. After this conflict, the people of the imperial capital speculated which force possessed such strength to effortlessly vanquish so many monsters. In the vicinity of the west district of the imperial capital, Jiang Tianping, accompanied by the members of the Parent Association, was collecting the supplies distributed by the authorities. It consisted of merely some steamed buns, porridge, and several cans. Everyone, please don't rush. Everyone will receive their share. Brother Jiang, will this food last? What other options do we have? Jiang Tianping sighed. At this point, our survival depends solely on the government. I have an idea. What do you mean? Should we impersonate them? Exactly. Since the Brotherhood has been wiped out, we might as well take this opportunity to replace them and develop our own influence. Jiang Tianping found this notion somewhat insane. What if that mysterious force discovers our plan? We will surely perish. yet it is better than living like this. We can rally these survivors under his banner and search for resources together. Jiang Tianping nodded, gritting his teeth. All right, let us do it. It's better to die trying. In the days that followed, word spread throughout the imperial capital that the creatures in the fog were the doing of Jiang Tianping and the parent association. Following the dissemination of this news, Jiang Tianping's reputation soared, attracting many survivors eager to ally with him. Jiang Tianping informed them that anyone wishing to join the parent association must treat everyone as family and surrender all resources for unified distribution. Just 3 days after the parent association began to expand, the entire imperial capital was unexpectedly hit by a torrential downpour. However, in the apocalypse, such occurrences were not surprising. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao relaxed on the couch in the shelter, flanked by Lin Ryu and Lin Xian, as the three enjoyed watching television together. Daughter, the weather has turned colder recently. You should refrain from wandering about. Dad, when have I ever run amok? Lin Xiao chuckled. Don't think I'm unaware. You often sneak out behind your mother's back. Dad, you're monitoring me. Isn't it for your safety? Lin Ryu pouted. Rest assured. I have Liuyin guards at my side. What in this apocalypse could possibly defeat them? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before replying. Indeed, there are. What? Lin Ryu blinked in confusion. Natural disasters. Lin Xiao's tone grew increasingly somber. At that moment, heavy rain began to pour down upon the entire imperial capital, as if it were a deluge from another realm. In mere moments, the rain intensified to such an extent that individual raindrops were no longer visible. They coalesced into sheets. It's raining. Mommy, hurry and gather the clothes. Liu Yi rushed downstairs, her face filled with disbelief. Goodness, why is it raining so heavily outside? Not just rain. My dear, have you not noticed how much colder it's becoming? After the rain persisted for some time, the temperature indeed began to plummet dramatically. The raindrops transformed into massive hailstones, crashing mercilessly to the ground. Wow, it's hailing too. At that moment, both Lin Xiao and Lin Ryu lost all interest in watching television. The extraordinary scene outside was truly a sight to behold, one that might occur only once in a century. The two quickly took the elevator to the rooftop terrace. As soon as she stepped outside, Lin Ryu couldn't help but shiver. It was bitterly cold. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had prepared in advance and draped a coat over her shoulders. On the rooftop terrace, a large awning shielded them, and they could hear the hail pattering against the plastic covering, as if it were attempting to crush it. Lin Xiao surveyed the scene outside and remarked, Daughter, if it were an ordinary person out there, they might not survive the night. Even with the protection of the Liuyin guards by your side, what can one do against true natural disasters? After enduring several apocalyptic events, Lin Xiao believed that nature could be more terrifying than monsters. At that moment, a voice called from behind. It was Liu Yi. You too, it's mealtime. What are you still doing out here? There's nothing worth seeing outside. She held 2 thick coats in her hands and draped one over each of them. Lin Xiao, standing in the middle, gently wrapped his arms around Liu Yi's waist. The three stood atop the highest point of the building, quietly gazing down at the entire capital city. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt no fear of the apocalypse. This was due to his strength, security, and the happiness derived from being with his wife and children. After a brief while, Liu Yi led them back inside. The table was already laden with fresh vegetables and had a pot base and seasonings prepared. Nearby lay freshly cut beef and lamb, appearing clean and delicious, all sourced from Lin Xiao's farm. Oh my, are we having hot pot tonight? Copper pot, right? Indeed. It's so cold outside. What could be better than huddling together as a family to enjoy a copper pot of lamb? Absolutely. As the terrifying hail continued to fall, the temperature had plummeted to a chilling -11 degrees. The 4 of them started the hot pot, dipping the beef and lamb. This reminded Lin Xiao of a line from Guodi Gang. Outside, the heavy snow falls, but here we are, a few close friends, setting up a hot pot. We enjoy dipping lamb and sipping yellow wine while the wind howls outside, and the heavy snow falls like a cicada singing in a gourd. Outside is winter, but inside we live in summer. That is the essence of life. One must reach a certain state to appreciate this. At that moment, Lin Xiao could not help but exclaim, Indeed, Teacher Gu speaks the truth. Chapter 86. The experience of lying flat with my wife in extreme cold weather. The hail raged throughout the night, and upon waking the next morning, they found the sky blanketed in snow. It was only November, and heavy snowfall was quite unusual for the capital at this time. However, in this apocalyptic reality, such occurrences were no longer surprising. The morning sky was dim, no longer a gentle lead gray, but weighed down by dense clouds that seemed almost within reach, as if the sky itself could not bear the impending calamity. The wind was no longer a mere howl, but transformed into a cataclysmic roar, a force that tore through everything, weaving through the ruins of the city. In the northern regions, snowfall was usually a cause for excitement, a joyful occasion in areas with distinct seasons. But now, this heavy snow was not a gift from nature. It had become a harbinger of destruction. The entire building shuddered under the wind's force, doors and windows whistling incessantly. The once light snowflakes had morphed into countless sharp blades, relentlessly pummeling the earth. Each flake heavy as lead, instantly burying any trace of life. On the streets, not a single figure could be seen, only vehicles half buried in snow, and power poles swaying dangerously in the wind, stark reminders of past prosperity and today's desolation. Trees, overwhelmed by the weight, had branches snapped, leaving behind bare trunks trembling in the storm, as if letting out their final lament. The warm lights of the human world had long since extinguished, with only a few stubborn flickers remaining, their solitude accentuated by the surrounding emptiness. The entire world was enveloped in a shroud of deathly silence and despair, the air thick with a stifling atmosphere. The snow continued to rage, accumulating relentlessly, transforming the city into a vast white tomb. Buildings were buried beneath heavy layers of snow, losing their familiar outlines, reduced to vague and icy shapes. On the streets, the snow had deepened to several meters, completely entombing the once bustling life. Occasionally, a gust of wind would swirl the snow into white tornadoes. This was the wrath of nature. Just as Lin Xiao had proclaimed, sometimes disasters were more fearsome than monsters. Dad, Mom, wake up. It's snowing outside. It's a heavy snowfall. Lin Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the snowy landscape. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xian had also awakened, clapping his hands at the sight of the vast, silver-coated world. Lin Xiao stirred from the warmth of the blankets, still enveloped in the lingering fragrance of Lu Yi's body. The previous night, due to the thunderous sound of hail, Lu Yi had held onto him tightly as they drifted to sleep. Dad, wake up. Dad. Lin Ryu's excited voice rang from the doorway. It's snowing outside. It's really snowing. Lin Xiao, still groggy, replied, I know, but if you go out, remember to dress warmly. Okay, Dad. I'm going out to have fun. With the protection of the Luyin guards and numerous mechanical beings, Lin Xiao felt reassured. After giving his instructions, he intended to wrap his arms around Lu Yi again. Outside, the snow fell heavily while they enjoyed their warm little world together. This apocalyptic life was truly delightful. However, as he embraced Lu Yi's slender waist, he felt her shiver sharply. What? You're going outside this early? It's snowing. Be careful not to freeze. Lu Yi jolted awake at Lin Ruoyu's words. Springing up from the bed, Lin Xiao looked at his wife's reaction, both amused and exasperated. Don't worry, dear. Our little Ruoyu is smart enough to know it's cold outside. No. It's too dangerous out there. The snow is so thick. What if she falls into a snowdrift? She could freeze. At the doorway, Lin Ryu pouted, her determination unwavering. Mommy, can't you wish for me to have a good time instead? How old are you? How can I trust you? Outside, it's a disaster zone filled with monsters. How can I not worry? Disaster? Dad, do you think we're living in a disaster? No, Lin Xiao affirmed confidently. He got up, scooping Lu Yi back into bed. Don't worry, dear. For miles around, this is our territory, filled with our people. What is there to fear? Besides, Qingtian Shengwailong and the others aren't fools. They will take good care of Ryu. Just relax and sleep. We stayed up too late last night. Let us catch up on rest this morning since we don't have to work. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi chuckled, her cheeks slightly flushed. As if you ever had a job. They both laughed, reminiscing about their past lives where they worked 9 to 6, sometimes even longer, to support their family. After they got married, both were exceedingly busy, often working late into the night. They had once dreamed of cozying up together on a snowy day, sipping wine, watching their favorite movies, and enjoying delicious food, all while relishing the snowy landscape outside. They envisioned raising a toast, enjoying a romantic snowy night, and if they grew tired, they could cuddle up to sleep without any worries about being late for work or about money. Such a life of freedom and comfort was what they had longed for. However, due to the vicissitudes of life, Lin Xiao's cherished promises remained unfulfilled. Now, as the snow finally falls heavily, coinciding with the apocalypse, Lin Xiao finds himself endowed with extraordinary powers beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. At last, this life seems poised to realize those aspirations. Contemplating this, Lu Yi beamed with a smile, bent down to retrieve a pair of slippers, and stepped out of the bedroom. Dear, where are you going? Lin Xiao inquired, somewhat perplexed. I'm going to prepare breakfast for my beloved husband. A mere 10 minutes later, Lu Yi approached Lin Xiao with a plate and cutlery, her face alight with joy. Why are you still dawdling? Choose a movie to watch. Didn't you want to enjoy delicious food while watching a film? Oh, but isn't it a bit early for that? He glanced at the clock, noting it was only 5:30 a.m. Not at all. Just have a bite to eat. If you feel sleepy later, you can simply take a nap. Indeed, with the heavy snow outside, we can't go anywhere for the next few days, so why not lounge at home with my wife? Humph, who wants to lounge with you? Seated at the head of the bed, Lin Xiao was cocooned in a soft blanket. An improvised table beside him held their breakfast, 2 slices of bread, milk, a fried steak, a vegetable salad, and 2 glasses of fruit wine. In this frigid weather, staying in with his wife felt utterly delightful. The chapter titled Extreme Cold Weather humorously asserted that, as a high-ranking warrior, Lin Xiao's physical prowess far surpassed that of an average person. The idea of discomfort was utterly unfounded. The morning was spent watching movies in bed with his wife. By midday, Lin Xiao heard the door to the living room open, accompanied by Lin Riyu's voice. I'm freezing. So cold. Mommy, hug me. Daddy, cuddle me. Lin Riyu dashed into Lin Xiao's room, ready to burrow under their covers. Swiftly, Lin Xiao intercepted her. Planning to bombard us with snowballs? Show me what you've got. With a knowing smile, he looked at her, as if he could see through her mischievous intentions. Looks like you caught me, Lin Riyu admitted, pulling 2 carefully crafted snowballs from her pocket. She had intended to surprise her parents with a playful attack. But her small ruse was no match for her father's keen eye. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yi sprang up, sliding on her slippers, intent on retrieving a rolling pin from the kitchen. Help! Dad, save me! Ah, don't worry. Even a deity couldn't save you this time. Approximately 40 minutes later, Lin Xiao donned a Bazading coat and ventured outside to inspect the scene. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was met with a breathtaking sight, a world blanketed in white. The snow was extraordinarily thick. At this moment, the outside air was still bitterly cold, the wind slicing through the streets with a chilling bite. As if the very air had frozen into icy blades, cutting into every exposed inch of skin. However, Lin Xiao's exceptional physique rendered him impervious to the cold. Is it really that cold outside? He mused, heading towards the underground military base. At this moment, the Astartes Legion was engaged in their daily drills. Upon seeing Lin Xiao approach, Commander Yin Long saluted him. Commander, 500 loyal Astartes are at your service. Lin Xiao waved his hand. I have no urgent matters at hand. Given the treacherous conditions outside, all missions for the next few days are hereby suspended. At that moment, the leader of the underground military base, Qing Tiansheng, approached Lin Xiao. Commander, with the snow covering everything outside, perhaps we should seize this opportunity for a large-scale counteroffensive against the creatures hidden in the mist. After a moment's reflection, Lin Xiao declined the suggestion. The temperature outside is well below -40 degrees, and by nightfall, it may drop to -60 or 70. Such conditions are perilous for combat. Furthermore, those mist creatures may not all succumb to the cold. We cannot risk any casualties among our ranks. Thus, during this extreme weather event, focus on recuperation. We shall resume our counteroffensive once temperatures rise. Understood. After reviewing his troops, Lin Xiao prepared to return upstairs for a meal. However, he soon noticed Lu Yi, Lin Riyu, and Lin Xian had all come down. What are you doing down here in this frigid weather? Aren't you worried about catching cold? Lu Yi was bundled in layers. Her children similarly attired. Not at all. I think it would be delightful to enjoy hot pot outside while this heavy snow falls, she exclaimed, holding a copper pot filled with ingredients for hot pot. Lin Xiao glanced around. Then let us set up in the hallway on the first floor. We can enjoy the snow view while we eat. Let us get the fire going. It's too cold, and I worry you might not withstand it. In no time, the table was set, the copper pot was positioned, and the flames roared to life, providing a comforting warmth. Having rushed through their last hot pot meal, Lin Xiao relished the luxury of time this time. He selected fresh lamb, slicing it thinly for quick cooking while preserving its tenderness. Lu Yi and Lin Riyu preferred an assortment of vegetables, including baby bok choy, enoki mushrooms, tofu, and vermicelli, which not only enhanced the flavor, but also provided essential vitamins and minerals. Today, Lin Xiao prepared a hot pot reminiscent of the old capital's tradition. The essence of this style lies in preserving the natural flavors of the ingredients, typically using plain water for the broth. To enhance the broth's richness, he added scallions, ginger, dried shrimp, goji berries, jujubes, and shiitake mushrooms, creating a delightful flavor profile. Sesame paste is an indispensable dipping sauce for this hot pot, and Lin Xiao presented a blend of 80% sesame paste to 20% peanut paste. Shall we begin? Absolutely. I'm ready to dive in. Before they started, Lin Xiao insisted on capturing the moment with a photograph. Given that meat requires more time to cook, he placed the lamb slices in the copper pot first. Once the meat changed color and was fully cooked, he retrieved it for the others. Meanwhile, the capital was under a state of emergency due to the severe weather. Zhang Chun and others received urgent notifications, instructing all soldiers to refrain from venturing outside for the next 2 days. In just 2 days, not only in the capital but also in surrounding cities, countless souls perished in the shelters, frozen to death. Lin Xiao's shelter, however, was a scene of tranquility, starkly contrasting the hellish reality outside. Consequently, the capital's officials announced the distribution of blankets and charcoal to all survivors. Yet, many did not survive to receive the aid, succumbing to the cold before help arrived. The extreme cold persisted for an entire week. Only after this duration did temperatures gradually begin to rise. Just 1 week later, the world ushered in a new era. The Global Federation was officially established. The Long Kingdom announced its formal integration into this global organization, henceforth referred to as the Global Federation Army. At this juncture, the Global Federation made a significant decision to dispatch powerful individuals from various nations to offer mutual support across borders. Before the frigid weather dissipates and the temperature rises completely, it is imperative to eradicate the unresolved mist beasts. Chapter 88. The Horn of the Global Federation's Counteroffensive Sounds. At this moment, within Lin Xiao's refuge, he received news regarding the Global Federation's counteroffensive. Qin Weigua personally messaged Lin Xiao, requesting that he dispatch troops to extend a helping hand. They marched southward, determined to eliminate the mist beasts still frozen in the extreme cold. The Global Federation viewed this as an opportune moment for a counterattack. Should this offensive succeed, the monsters plaguing various nations could be largely eradicated. However, within the imperial capital of Longhua, there still remained 100,000 troops. While the soldiers from various military districts and the spontaneously formed self-defense forces numbered no more than 20,000. The manpower was wholly inadequate. Although the members of the Global Federation's parliament had promised to send 2 heavy armored brigades from other nations to assist Longhua, Qin Weigua remained deeply concerned. His worry was not about the inability to deal with these creatures, but rather about the ulterior motives of the heavy armored brigades being dispatched from foreign lands. Mr. Lin, we sincerely hope you can lend us your assistance. I can promote you to the rank of Major General, Qin Weigua implored. Lin Xiao, wearing a knowing smile, replied, I appreciate the offer, Commander Qin, but I have no interest in the title of Major General. However, I can assure you that if anyone from the Global Federation harbors ill intentions towards our nation, I will ensure they do not leave alive. Upon hearing this, Qin Weigua's body trembled slightly, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. That is reassuring. We can rest easy now. The current adversaries faced by the military were not merely the mist beasts. They also contended with the watchful eyes of the Global Federation upon Longhua. Qin Weigua feared that the Global Federation might hand over their country to the management of foreign powers, potentially transforming it into a confederation. On this day, Lin Xiao descended to the underground military district of the refuge. He began issuing commands to his mechanical life-form army and the Astartes Legion. Megatron, Optimus Prime, Ironhide. You 3 are responsible for the Steel Mechanical Legion. Lead the troops south from the imperial capital and reclaim the majority of the urban areas in Yuzhou covered by the mist. Captain Yanlong, you are to head east and eliminate all monsters in Jizhou without leaving a single one behind. Collect the energy crystals. Understood, he affirmed. Given the vastness of the area, I am granting you 1 week to accomplish this task. We shall convene in the underground military district after 1 week to ensure completion of the mission. As it stands, Lin Xiao possesses the most formidable influence in Longhua. The regions shrouded in mist are far too numerous. For now, the approach must be gradual, reclaiming these areas while simultaneously gathering energy crystals. Leader, what about you? I intend to go alone to search for the whereabouts of the evil god, the one that escaped last time. I am not aiming to eliminate the mist beasts, but rather to take down the boss among them. I wish to capture the king before the thieves. He also sought to investigate the origins of these creatures lurking within the mist. In recent days, the snowfall outside had significantly diminished. In the community where Lin Xiao resided, snowmen were still scattered around the entrance. Lin Ruyu and Lin Xian enjoyed playing nearby when they had free time. After dinner that evening, Lin Xiao returned to his room early to spend some quality time with his wife, Lu Yi. Why are you back so early tonight? Aren't you going to exercise? Lin Xiao answered candidly, Wife, I plan to go out tomorrow. I have also been following the recent news. The country is currently organizing a counteroffensive, and you intend to step in as well, right? Lin Xiao nodded. Given the current strength of our nation, dealing with the monsters that are frozen is not particularly difficult. My concern lies with the possibility of special entities among these creatures. Most importantly, I worry that the individuals sent by the Global Federation may not have benevolent intentions. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before nodding thoughtfully and replied, Then you should go. Huh, why are you so understanding today? In the past, Lu Yi would have been reluctant to let Lin Xiao leave, as he might be gone for several days or even a week. My husband is now a hero saving the nation from peril. With such a grand mission, how could I possibly hinder you? Lin Xiao embraced Lu Yi. I do not aspire to be a hero. However, if I encounter something that displeases me, I cannot simply stand by. Just think. If our nation were to suffer due to this disaster and ultimately fall prey to opportunists, what would become of our little family? Lu Yi gazed at him with affection. I have faith that you will not sit idly by. With you around, our family will be safe, and our nation will be secure. Lin Xiao responded. As the commander of 2 armies, I can certainly handle a few minor nuisances. All right, great commander, allow me to serve you tonight. Lu Yi's cheeks flushed. It is often said that women in their 30s can be as fierce as wolves. As she entered middle age, Lu Yi had become even more captivating and uninhibited than before. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of Lin Xiao's bedroom. Turning around, he was surprised to find Lin Ryu standing there, holding a basin of foot-soaking water, slowly approaching the couple. Seeing this scene, both Lin Xiao and Lu Yi were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Is it no longer the apocalypse outside? Lin Ryu cheerfully squatted down. Dear Mom and Dad, please wash your feet. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Little Ruoyu, this foot-soaking water isn't toxic, is it? Lin Ruoyu responded. Dad, do I look like someone with ill intentions? The couple replied in unison, yes. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Little Ruoyu, what do you intend to do? Lin Ruoyu squatted down, grabbing Lin Xiao's foot with one hand and Lu Yi's foot with the other. Let's wash first. We'll talk afterward. She then meticulously began to wash their feet. Lin Xiao cast a look of approval. All right, can we talk now? Lin Ruoyu smiled and suddenly looked up at Lin Xiao and Lu Yi. Mom, I want to go out with Dad tomorrow. Please take me with you. No, Lu Yi immediately rejected without a second thought, trying to retract her foot from the basin. Please, I want to see the world. You can't just keep me here like a sheltered flower. I aspire to become someone like Dad in the future. Lin Xiao gazed down at her with a meaningful expression. Daughter, do you truly wish to go? I really want to go with you. Lin Xiao turned to Lu Yi. Let her come with me tomorrow. Darling, taking her along is too dangerous. It could also be a burden for you. Now that she has grown, it's time for her to gain some experience. If we keep her sheltered, she might become useless. Besides, with me around, what is there to fear? Chapter 89. The Evil God's Whereabouts. Do you think this is a child's play? Previously, we had Wulong assist in reconnaissance. The mist beast evil god that escaped during the defense battle of the imperial capital was heading southeast. Wulong speculated that it was highly likely to be in Wanzhou. Although Wanzhou is quite far from the imperial capital, traveling by airship would significantly reduce the time. Early in the morning, after completing his simple morning routine, Lin Xiao knocked on Lin Ruoyu's door. Are you awake? Dad is leaving. With a crash, the door to Lin Ruoyu's room swung open. I've been awake for a while. Dress warmly. It's minus 17 degrees outside. Lin Ruoyu washed her face, tidied her belongings, and obediently followed Lin Xiao, ready to set out. That evening, 100 kilometers north of Luzhong in Wanzhou, a group of soldiers huddled around a campfire for warmth. No sleeping. Do not succumb to slumber. Doing so here could lead to your demise. The flames danced as a cast iron pot sat atop, bubbling ominously, its contents eliciting feelings of revulsion. Various squid tentacles floated in the murky broth. This was a temporary military encampment housing approximately a regiment of troops, led by Commander Chen Yunlong. Previously, he had commanded an anti-aircraft battalion under the 72nd Army of Wanzhou. Following official orders, they were undertaking a comprehensive purge of the frozen creatures lurking within Wanzhou's borders. The pot contained one such creature, which they had laboriously dispatched with anti-aircraft artillery. Commander, can we truly eat this? It won't poison us, will it? A timid young soldier inquired. Fear not. It won't harm you. Just recently, I single-handedly took down a 200-kilogram fish, and I consumed it the same day. Ask Oldly if you doubt me. The wind howled fiercely that night, and temperatures were expected to drop further, necessitating that they satiate their hunger. A famished body is ill-equipped to withstand the biting cold. Hurry and eat. We must be on the move after this. Tonight, we must find a sheltered place, or we risk freezing to death here. I wonder if reinforcements will arrive from the capital tomorrow. The temperature is set to rise again. Should those frozen beasts thaw, we would be in dire straits. I heard that Lei Zhanshan might be coming, one soldier remarked. Is that so? If Lei Ming arrives, it would save me a considerable amount of effort. At that moment, they were startled by a sudden noise emanating from the surrounding woods. Instantly, conversation ceased, and everyone swiftly concealed themselves within nearby snowdrifts, drawing their weapons. Other soldiers took cover behind trees, quietly brandishing their razor-sharp machetes. their tools for combating the creatures. We're merely passing through. Two figures emerged from the forest, clad in black winter jackets. One a middle-aged man, and the other a young girl. Who are you? Survivors? Deputy Commander Lin Xiao recognized them, his eyes widening in shock. It was evident they were father and daughter. However, encountering survivors in such a frigid wasteland was indeed a rarity. We hail from a northern city, they replied. Where are you headed? We are uncertain. Sighing, Chen Yunlong reflected on their lost homes. Where can we go now? Meeting us is a stroke of luck. You may follow us until tomorrow when another regiment arrives to escort you to the capital. The capital is safe. Chen Yunlong signaled to his men, allowing them to relax and resume their positions. Upon entering the camp, Lin Xiao observed that, much like himself, there were several individuals not clad in military garb, some even cradling children, shivering in the cold wind. These were survivors discovered by Chen Yunlong's troops during their descent into the cities. Yet, it was clear to all that Lin Xiao and his daughter were unlike the other survivors. Old Chen, are they truly survivors? One soldier questioned. Their appearance is clean, and they are neatly dressed. They do not seem like those fleeing from disaster. Chen Yunlong glanced over, shaking his head. If they are not survivors, what else could they be? You suggest they might be monsters in disguise? In this vast Longhua, aside from local factions, we are the official military. Others wishing to survive are merely dreaming. Have you ever seen a local faction take a girl out into the open? That would be courting death. Li Yongwei produced 2 cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Chen Yunlong. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao turned to Lin Ruiyu. What do you think? Do you wish to return? I could send someone to take you home. Lin Ruiyu, hands tucked into her pockets, shook her head earnestly. No, I find this quite interesting. It feels like a wilderness survival experience. Lin Xiao chuckled. What would those military men say if they knew? They might bleed from laughter, treating this like a game. Lin Ruiyu retrieved a thermos from her backpack, followed by a packet of soy milk powder, which she poured into the cup. She then handed it to Lin Xiao. Dad, have some hot soup. Lin Xiao smiled. You've prepared quite well. Of course, we will stick with this group. There are many of them. And that malevolent entity will likely target such a crowd. At that point, I'll deal with it. Lin Xiao shared his plan with his daughter. Lin Ruiyu nodded earnestly. Dad, you need not worry about me. I will handle any difficulties myself. After their meal, Chen Yunlong called out, everyone rise. We must continue our journey tonight. In the camp, all stood unsteadily. Chen Yunlong's troops resumed their march, appearing quite disheveled. Some could not even stand. Only the heart-rending cries of women broke the silence. Did they just fall asleep? I told you all not to sleep. It was reiterated that in such frigid conditions, slumber could lead to freezing. However, the others were accustomed to such sights. It seems we are nearing Luzhong. Let us find a place for everyone to rest. Having trudged through the wilderness, they entered the city. At that moment, Chen Yunlong's forces were confronted by 6 armored vehicles and a multitude of drones hovering above. What is this? Commander Chen. It appears to be the Global Federation. In an instant, Lin Xiao, Chen Yunlong, and the others found themselves surrounded. They were one of the 2 heavily armed contingents dispatched by the Global Federation, led by a man named Jason. Chen Yunlong inhaled sharply upon recognizing them. I did not expect them to arrive in this city so swiftly. All raise your hands. Do not resist. They are numerous, and their weapons are superior. We cannot escape. A regiment of over 1,000 men stared intently at the drones above. The leader, a white man wielding an M16 rifle, bore a grim expression. We are from the 72nd Army, dispatched by the capital to eradicate the creatures of the mist. Oh, the other party seemed somewhat indifferent. Have all the northern monsters been eliminated? Essentially, the purge is nearly complete, Chen Yunlong replied. The white man smiled and patted them on the shoulder. Well done. Men, disarm them. Upon hearing this command, Chen Yunlong's expression hardened. What is the meaning of this? Commander, I regret to inform you that our temporary military base does not permit weapons. Facing the multitude of drones and the ominous tanks surrounding him, Chen Yunlong gritted his teeth. If you dare act recklessly, you will face a military tribunal. The council will not spare you. Commander, you are overthinking this. Rest assured, we will not act recklessly. Men, disarm them. Hundreds of strong men approached, and Chen Yunlong and his men were astonished to discover the remarkable muscle density of these individuals. Every one of them seemed to possess a similar physique. Do not be alarmed. They are Gene warriors. Chen Yunlong's complexion changed. They have amassed such a number of Gene warriors? It appears that following this disaster, other nations have achieved even greater advancements in technology. Where are your weapons? A white man asked Lin Xiao. Do not attempt any tricks, or you will face dire consequences. After delivering a chilling warning, the adversary collected the guns from the soldiers. Subsequently, they began to arrange accommodations for these individuals to facilitate supervision. They found a large building for Chun Yunlong and others, cramming more than 1,000 people inside. Once everyone entered, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Captain Chun, I suspect these people harbor ill intentions. Our mission not only involves battling the frozen monsters, but also requires constant vigilance against the Global Federation. Observing their expressions earlier, I felt an overwhelming urge to confront them. Do you think I don't want to? With so many survivors here, do you think you can take them on? Chun Yunlong shot him an annoyed glare. Everyone, rest up. Leave one company to keep watch. After Lin Xiao entered the assigned room, he gently patted Lin Ryu's head and asked, how does it feel to sleep in a place like this? Lin Ryu pouted, it feels great. There are many people, and they speak so nicely. Just as her words fell, a chorus of snores erupted from the room, reminiscent of thunder. Moments later, a baby's cries filled the air. Lin Ryu sighed, all right, Dad. I was wrong. I can't sleep in this place. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. If you can't sleep, I'll take you somewhere more comfortable. That night, Lin Xiao leaped from the top of the building with Lin Ryu in tow. He had come not only to observe, but also to uncover the intentions of these individuals. His hatred for the Global Federation ran deep, as they had previously ostracized him, leading to his untimely demise during a mission. Before long, Lin Xiao and Lin Ryu arrived at the top floor of the building that housed Jason's command center. Descending from the building led them directly to the command room of these people. Lin Xiao stealthily approached, like a specter in the night. Inside the command room, he overheard a conversation. Mr. Jason, why didn't we just kill these people right away? It would save us so much trouble. While killing them would certainly be convenient, I believe keeping them alive serves us better. Disarming them renders them useless. Should we encounter revived monsters, these individuals could serve as our rear guard. Do you understand? Our journey has allowed us to witness the devastation in Longhua. Their military power pales in comparison to ours, both in terms of genetic warriors and current technology. Thus, controlling their higher-ups is merely a matter of time. Once I have them under my control, the entirety of Longhua will be firmly in our grasp. These lowly soldiers can serve as expendable troops. Isn't that advantageous? Mr. Jason, we came here alongside the Honda family. They might share our ambitions. The Honda family? Do they also wish to partake in our plans? Let them dream. Only we are the true masters of this nation. At that moment, Lin Xiao, having silently pushed open the door, stood before them. Jason visibly recoiled in surprise, scrutinizing Lin Xiao from head to toe. Who are you? How did you get in? Jason's aide instinctively raised a shotgun from the table. A glint of cold light flashed across Lin Xiao's face. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that you are now dead men. He had long discerned the reasons behind his previous ostracism. This time, he had witnessed the evidence firsthand. It was not due to his lack of merit or his unremarkable demeanor. Rather, the upper echelons of the Global Federation in Longhua had been completely supplanted by foreigners. Even a general like Lin Xiao was but a pawn used to shield them from disaster. Damn it, he had fought valiantly against those monsters. Unable to return to his wife in time, watching helplessly as his home was destroyed, witnessing his wife and children perish in the mists. And the entity he had devoted himself to was comprised of these wretched beings. Overwhelmed by anger, Lin Xiao swiftly retaliated. The aide, unceremoniously, pulled the trigger. Bang! In an instant, his head was severed like a block of tofu, flying away. What on earth are you? Jason turned, his pupils emanating an eerie aura. His eyes gradually turned white, and suddenly, his hands split apart like grotesque flowers, lunging toward Lin Xiao. A proud soldier of the Global Federation revealed himself to be a zombie injected with a biochemical virus. Absurd and tragic. Lin Xiao countered with a swift strike. The blade met its target, and the body was cleaved in two, blood spilling across the floor. Chapter 91. Taking my daughter on an adventure, encountering the Shanghai sect. Lin Xiao knew that in his previous life, many had resorted to using zombies from the first disaster to study and develop biochemical viruses, leading to mutations. These individuals were labeled as aberrants. However, such practices had been outlawed by the Global Federation due to their unsuitability for human society. To his astonishment, this Global Federation officer was also an aberrant injected with a biochemical virus. Lin Xiao sheathed his black blade and departed with Lin Ryu. Let us go, darling. Dad, what was that Honda family they mentioned? Lin Xiao pondered before replying. They are just another group of beasts. Oh, I see. At 3 or 4 in the morning. The makeshift military base had entered a state of lockdown after discovering that their leader Jason and his aide had been gruesomely slain in the command room. This was a scene they had never encountered before. It was known that Jason's building was surrounded by drones and multiple layers of fire control systems. How could someone infiltrate so effortlessly and eliminate both men? Lockdown. Full lockdown. At that moment, Chun Yunlong and others were roused from their rest by a company commander. Captain Chun, It's bad. Jason has been killed. What? Chen Yunlong jolted awake, his pupils widening in shock. Who did it? We're not sure yet. The entire military base is on lockdown. The area is crawling with personnel. Chen Yunlong lit a cigarette, his expression grave. It's possible that it was another faction from the Global Federation. I heard they dispatched 2 forces this time. It seems a conflict has erupted between them. I've seen the security around Jason. Not even a fly could pass through. How did someone get in? Li Yonggui sighed. This indicates that there are more formidable figures within the Global Federation. What should we do now? Seize this chaotic moment to alert the brothers to stay awake. Gather our weapons and leave. Understood. As they spoke, Chen Yunlong began organizing personnel, targeting the arms depot. The enemy's firepower is formidable. Do not engage their tanks and drones directly. Just run. Got it. Amidst the confusion, Chen Yunlong led 4 companies into the arms depot, neutralizing several genetic warriors stationed there, and retreated with the majority of weapons. No matter how powerful the genetic warriors were, they still feared the might of the true weapons. As long as their firearms were strong enough, a single shot could obliterate them, rendering them insignificant. They distributed weapons and ammunition to their comrades, and Chen Yunlong and his team hastily exited the city, continuing their journey southward. I have already sent a message to Lei Tuanzhong, explaining the current situation here. These matters will be handled by Lei Tuanzhong when the time comes. He instructed us to continue heading south and ensure that the majority of the mist creatures in Wanzhou are eradicated within 3 days. Currently, only Lei Ming's team possesses the capability to contend with these gene warriors from the Global Federation. They need only focus on exterminating the monsters. Have the survivors caught up? Yes, they have. What about the father and daughter? Chen Yunlong suddenly inquired. It seems that amidst the recent chaos, he had not spotted that peculiar father-daughter duo. They are in the ranks, following closely behind us. Li Yonggui glanced back to check. He noticed Lin Xiao holding on to Lin Ruyu as they advanced with the group. Chen Tuanzhong, why are you so concerned about them? Chen Yunlong shook his head subtly. I can't shake the feeling that there is something off about that father and daughter. Their demeanor seems overly calm in the face of such dire circumstances, as if they are mere spectators. Calm. I didn't notice anything amiss. Li Yonggui scratched his head. The troops continued their march, leaving the city and entering the wilderness. At this moment, the surroundings were still blanketed in white snow. During the advance, Chen Yunlong's army encountered numerous octopuses and sea turtles frozen solid. What colossal creatures! One soldier couldn't help but exclaim. Create a narrow opening in the center. Use specialized armor-piercing rounds to penetrate it. We must proceed with utmost caution to avoid awakening this beast. To eliminate a sealed monster, it requires the combined effort of 13 individuals, utilizing specially designed long needles. They would completely pierce it, transforming its body into a porcupine before it would finally thaw. Once thawed, its head must be severed to ensure it is entirely dead. This entire process takes approximately 40 minutes. By the end of the day, Chen Yunlong's unit had dispatched nearly 120 creatures. The soldiers could not suppress their smiles. Today has truly been bountiful. Who would have thought there would be this many monsters along the way? It is getting late. We have lingered too long in the wilderness, and we may need to spend the night here. Find a sheltered spot and prepare to camp. Chen Yunlong instructed the company commanders. Just then, they heard the sound of snow crunching around them. Suddenly, over 100 figures, clad in snow gear and armed with sniper rifles, emerged from the snowbanks. Upon realizing the presence of these individuals, Chen Yunlong and his companions saw that they had all raised their ominous weapons. Moreover, they observed many men in snow gear lying in wait around the nearby snowy mountains, equipped with rocket launchers, wild-bore submachine guns, and heavy machine guns. Who are these people? Lin Ruyu asked, glancing up at the figures. They are from a civilian faction, but I am unsure which group they belong to, Lin Xiao replied, utilizing his keen eyesight to discern that they bore the features of Longwa people. Will they pose a threat to us? Lin Ruyu inquired, perplexed. Lin Xiao chuckled. Of course, this is an apocalypse. Everyone is inherently selfish. In the presence of sufficient strength, the authorities essentially cease to exist. He estimated that there were nearly 3,000 people surrounding them, all equipped with foreign gear. Are they from the Shanhai faction? Chen Yunlong's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the group. Yes, I am Su Hailong from the Shanhai faction's Wanzhou local force. Welcome to our hunting ground. Hunting ground? Li Yonggui asked, confused. This is the territory of the Shanhai faction, where we hunt the mist creatures that have been encased in ice. Naturally, any other survivors or local factions that wander into this area will also be hunted. They kill and loot here, sharing the spoils. Chen Yunlong's gaze sharpened. How many of them are there? Nearly 2 regiments worth of troops. Li Yonggui's expression darkened. Let's negotiate with them and see if we can pass through. The Shanghai faction is notoriously ruthless. Will they allow us to pass? If not, we will have to fight them. For now, we must maintain a semblance of stability with them. Otherwise, our losses will be catastrophic. They had evidently entered the encirclement of the Shanghai faction. With a single show of force, there would likely be few survivors from their regiment. Chapter 92. The first lesson for my daughter. So, it is the esteemed members of the Shanghai faction. Chen Yunlong approached them with a feigned smile, greeting them. Hello, Brother Su. We have come at the behest of the official authorities in the imperial capital to eliminate the ice-encased monsters as we head south. I hope you can facilitate our passage. Su Hailong scrutinized Chen Yunlong from head to toe and could not help but chuckle. Commander, when did your official army become so disheveled? Unbeknownst to Su Hailong, since their escape from the Global Federation's temporary military base the previous night, they had been on the run for an entire day, all appearing worn and weary. Little did they expect to encounter members of the Shanghai faction at this juncture. We have encountered some trouble on the road, Brother Su. I understand that the Shanghai faction has always cooperated closely with us. During the previous defense of the imperial capital, your leader, Zhao Shanhai, even assisted us in winning that battle. Chen Yunlong remained silent, while his deputy, Li Yonggue, contemplated speaking up. Upon hearing this, Su Hailong's expression shifted. Chen Yunlong and Li Yonggue were left puzzled as to which comment had displeased him. Su Hailong spoke coldly. Do you think you can speak so casually about our leader Zhao? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunlong and Li Yonggue clenched their fists. The soldiers behind them raised their weapons in response. The atmosphere was tense, and a confrontation seemed imminent. Just then, Su Hailong laughed, patting Chen Yunlong on the shoulder. I was merely jesting with you. If others were to refer to our leader Zhao, they would surely meet a grim fate. However, you represent the state. You are the hope of our nation. I certainly will not make things difficult for you. Chen Yunlong took a step back. Brother Su, on behalf of the authorities, I thank you. Su Hailong shook his head. Although I am allowing you to pass, there are still conditions. You see, this is our hunting ground. If you wish to traverse our territory, you must pay a toll. Everyone in attendance exchanged glances, harboring unspoken anger. When did the official troops become so humiliated? What is this Shanghai faction? They are nothing more than a band of genuine bandits. The military is out here battling monsters while these individuals reap the rewards, attempting to extract a toll from the army. This is utterly shameless. Share some of the ammunition on you with us, and perhaps some reserve rations. We have been here quite a while. My brothers are also quite hungry. Chen Yunlong took a deep breath, surveying the multitude of Shanghai faction members surrounding them. In a low voice, he stated, that is acceptable. But you must guarantee that all of us can leave safely. Rest assured, why would I make things difficult for my own kind? I merely seek to collect a fair interest. Minutes later, members of the Shanghai faction began to collect food from the soldiers, primarily canned goods and dried rations. When they reached Lin Xiao, two young men in snow gear appeared noticeably surprised. This middle-aged man with a daughter seemed out of place among them, both in appearance and attire, not resembling survivors struggling in the apocalypse. What about you? Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Ruyu, curious to see how his daughter would respond. Lin Ruyu obediently produced a few pieces of chocolate and a box of anti-inflammatory medication. Chocolate. Little sister, you still have this? Lin Ruyu meekly replied. Big brother, please show some leniency. This is all I have. The young man chuckled, glancing around, and the two surreptitiously tucked the chocolate into their pockets. This truly is a valuable treat. Since the apocalypse erupted, they had long been deprived of such a delicacy. After the two young individuals departed, Lin Ruyu whispered to Lin Xiao, Dad, it might be prudent for us to avoid causing any trouble here. They are numerous. Lin Xiao cast a glance around, chuckling softly. Rest assured, no matter how many there are, your father can handle it all. However, after contemplating certain matters, Lin Xiao resolved against taking action. He intended to impart a valuable lesson to his daughter. As night descended, Chen Yunlong chose to establish their camp near a cave. Everyone pitched their tents and lit a bonfire. Observing that Lin Xiao and Lin Ruyu lacked accommodations, some soldiers from Chen Yunlong's side offered to share their tents with the duo. Little girl, why not sleep with your father in my tent? I can squeeze in with the other brothers, one kindly-faced young man suggested. Lin Ruyu looked up at him and replied, That's unnecessary. My father and I can manage outside. Noticing Lin Ruyu's reluctance to sleep with the other soldiers, Lin Xiao inquired, What's the matter, dear? Isn't it quite comfortable to have a place to sleep? Dad, I prefer not to owe anyone a favor. Lin Xiao sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. If we were truly surviving here, we wouldn't be so picky. Even if we were, I wouldn't sleep in their tent. Time passed, and Lin Ruyu found herself unable to sleep, staring into the inky darkness outside. Dad, I have a strange feeling that someone is watching us. Lin Xiao lay on the ground, his eyes gently closed, exuding a sense of calm. In a moment, you should hide well. Your father is about to impart a lesson on survival in this post-apocalyptic world. A cold beam of moonlight illuminated the mountainous terrain. Amidst the shifting shadows, someone was stealthily maneuvering. The chilling wind howled outside the cave. Li Yonggui, who was on watch, sensed something amiss outside. Xiao Lu, grab your weapon and follow me outside for a look. As they stepped out, they found themselves confronted with guns aimed at their heads. Don't move. Are you lacking in credibility? This is bad business, brothers. We have reason to believe that an extraordinary individual is concealed among you. If you dare to harm us, the military districts will not spare the Shanghai sect. Don't use your authority to intimidate us. It's the apocalypse now. Who still believes in you? Just moments ago, someone from your camp handed us a box of antibiotics, which made me suspicious. How could someone so pristine be among your ranks? It was only later that I realized it was him. Who? Lin Xiao. Who is Lin Xiao? A small warlord who participated in the defense of the imperial capital. I've just been informed by Chief Zhao. You may leave, but this individual must stay. Zhao Qianhai is quite interested in him, particularly since Lin Xiao survived the most perilous checkpoint during the imperial capital defense. At that time, Lin Xiao had a verbal confrontation with Zhao Shanhai, and later, Zhao Shanhai's men intended to retaliate. Afterward, there was no further news. Zhao Shanhai vanished. The current Shanhai sect is under the control of Zhao Qianhai, Zhao Shanhai's brother. His first order of business is to investigate Lin Xiao and bring him back to ascertain how his brother met his demise. Chapter 93. Is it resolved so swiftly? A minor warlord? Brother, I don't know any Lin Xiao. Why would the illustrious Shanhai sect trouble a small warlord? Li Yonggui was perplexed. The Shanhai sect's influence was already substantial across the Dragon Country, with operatives in various regions, and their weaponry was exceptionally advanced. Was it not excessive to bully a minor faction? I'm not bullying him. I merely wish to inquire about my former leader's affairs. We suspect that our leader's brother, Zhao Shanhai, was killed by him. Li Yonggui was further baffled. You just said he is a minor warlord. How could he possibly have harmed your former leader? Li Yonggui's questions were intended to distract them. Just as the adversaries were about to respond, Li Yonggui suddenly rolled over, plunging into the snow, and shouted, "Enemy attack." He did not solely aim to alert Lin Xiao, but also wished to notify everyone in the camp. These individuals resembled wolves. They rarely provoked the official military, but would eliminate everyone to prevent retaliation. Seeing Li Yonggui's swift reaction, the Shanhai sect members closed in on him. Go, bring Lin Xiao back, alive or dead. Simultaneously, at the sound of Li Yonggui's shout, the soldiers in the camp awakened in an instant. Their plan was to subdue the official military and personally retrieve Lin Xiao and his daughter for thorough interrogation. The sudden uproar plunged everyone into chaos. Chun Yunlong and the others, initially surprised, quickly recognized the dire situation. Damn it! It must be those Shanhai sect scoundrels seeking revenge. These people are utterly shameless. 1st Battalion. Assemble. Although the Shanhai sect had 5,000 to 6,000 men in the area, if the official military truly engaged them fiercely, they were not to be trifled with. In an instant, gunfire erupted throughout the valley. Soldiers from the adjacent tents lay flat on the ground, fiercely returning fire. Su Biao, Zhou Dan, and others from the Shanhai sect, all former mercenaries and excellent marksmen, led 500 men to flank the retreating path. Listen well. We do not wish to trouble you. We do not seek conflict with the officials. Just hand over Lin Xiao, and we will spare you. Qin Yunlong was utterly bewildered. Lin Xiao? At that moment, Li Yonggui, panting, approached Qin Yunlong. Old Li, what on earth is happening? Li Yonggui recounted the events to Qin Yunlong. A flicker of understanding crossed Qin Yunlong's gaze. Are you saying that father and daughter participated in the prior defense of the imperial capital? Yes, but I don't know how they got entangled with the Shanhai sect. Qin Yunlong shook his head, his expression grim. Since they are survivors under our banner, they are our people. We cannot hand them over at any cost. This would not only be a slap in my face, but also an affront to our Dragon Country's military. Damn it. Take the 2nd and 3rd battalions and secure the high ground. Since they refuse to listen, we shall eliminate them all. Qin Yunlong wielded his weapon and charged out with the majority of his forces. At this moment, Lin Xiao remained beside Lin Ryu near the tent. Dad, I heard them. They are looking for you. Lin Xiao couldn't help but jest. Even with my low profile, I still attract attention, and this time, it's from significant figures. Dad, I understand this lesson. You are teaching me how to face this world. Because of your protection, I only see the most beautiful aspects of it. However, this world is rife with darkness. Thus, I must learn to accept it. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of pride. You comprehend, yet you do not fully grasp it. As he spoke, Lin Xiao slowly rose. retrieving his coat from the ground and draping it over himself. Observe closely. What I am about to demonstrate encapsulates the essence of this lesson. At that moment, Su Biao, Zhou Dan, and others stood guard at the valley's rear, blocking Chen Yunlong's retreat route, intent on silencing them all. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice echoed from behind the crowd. I hear you are looking for me? At this moment, Su Biao and his companions swiftly adjusted the heavy machine gun and the M16 rifles they held, aiming their weapons under the cold moonlight. They discerned the face of the middle-aged man. Are you Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Yes, that is indeed me. Upon hearing this, Su Biao could not suppress a cold smirk. Quite self-aware, are you? Planning to accompany us? Not at all. I merely wish to inform you that the former leader of the Shanhai Pai, Zhao Shanhai, was killed by my men under my command. The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Is it truly you? What a bold lad. Su Biao continued. Since you so generously admit it, there is no need to take you back. You shall die here. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Biao and the well-trained mercenaries present suddenly opened fire. The gunfire erupted like serpents of fire against the inky darkness of the night. In an instant, the valley reverberated with the sound of gunshots. Yet when the last bullet was expended, the crowd was astonished to find that Lin Xiao had completely vanished. Just then, a flash of light from a blade appeared out of nowhere, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. The blade illuminated the silent night sky. And before the gathered crowd could react, dozens of heads were severed in an instant, blood spraying everywhere. The first level of the Jiuchong Lei Dao had been unleashed. He was here. Over 100 individuals attempted to suppress him with their firepower, but they soon realized Lin Xiao had disappeared once more. When he reappeared, another swift strike separated the heads of yet another 100 men. The onlookers could hardly perceive his figure, as Lin Xiao moved like a fleeting shadow. In the darkness, Chun Biao and his companions stood frozen in disbelief. Each time they glimpsed the flash of the blade, dozens of lives were extinguished in an instant. What manner of monster possessed such power? They could see no body, only the lightning-like gleam of the blade. The most terrifying aspect was that those who had been struck by the blade now lay as charred remains. Mysterious, enigmatic, and formidable. Up ahead, Li Yonggui had already engaged in combat with the Shanhai Pai members, while Chen Yunlong led a battalion in search of Lin Xiao. However, they soon discovered that Lin Xiao had vanished without a trace. Xiao Su, did you see the middle-aged man with the daughter? Yes, it seems he ran towards our rear. What? How could he run that way? Surely there's an ambush. Chen Yunlong's expression turned grave as he immediately led his men to investigate the situation behind them. When Chen Yunlong and his battalion arrived, the scene that greeted them left both him and his soldiers utterly speechless. In the darkness, Lin Xiao stood alone, wielding a blood-soaked black blade. Upon seeing Chen Yunlong, he smiled and said, Commander Chen, you're late. Quite a few have arrived, so I had to deal with them a bit more slowly. Chen Yunlong and his men stared in disbelief. You handled all this by yourself? How is that possible? Could he be a genetic warrior? But that can't be. How could an ordinary person qualify for genetic enhancements? And even if he were a formidable genetic warrior, why have we never heard of him before? Chapter 94. If one is strong enough, they can act with impunity. At this moment, everyone present gazed at Lin Xiao as if turned to stone. They could hardly fathom that among them stood such a terrifying individual capable of confronting hundreds alone, especially against adversaries armed solely with automatic rifles. That is Lin Xiao, right? Mr. Lin, where is your daughter? Lin Xiao glanced in the direction where he had stationed Lin Ruyu to cover their retreat, ensuring that should anyone attempt to flee, she would take care of them. Before long, Lin Ruyu emerged, her hands stained with blood, yet her expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any fear. Another expert? Could Lin Xiao's daughter also be a genetic warrior? Observing his daughter's demeanor, Lin Xiao's suspicions were confirmed. He had long suspected she had practiced the cultivation method he had traded for with Qing Chun. He pondered her strength, wondering if that was why she had always expressed a desire to explore the outside world, perhaps hoping to test her abilities alongside him. Are you hurt, my precious daughter? Lin Ruyu smiled, brushing off the dirt from her clothes, shaking her head. No, Dad, these little pests were no match for me. However, if I encountered a true monster, I might struggle. That's all right. When the time comes, your father will be here. At that moment, the battalion commander inspected the bodies surrounding them. Commander, these corpses are exceedingly strange. They are entirely devoid of flesh, as if struck by lightning. Look, that sturdy tree stump was cleaved in two. What terrifying force could accomplish this? The battalion commander gazed around in awe. Chen Yunlong, equally astonished, cast a deep glance at Lin Xiao before returning to reality. We cannot dwell on this. The crisis is not yet averted. Old Li is still engaged in battle with those from Shanghai Pai. We must hurry to assist. At this juncture, the battalion commander's gaze fell upon Lin Xiao. Commander, I believe if we could have this father-daughter duo assist us, those from Shanghai Pai would stand no chance against us. Before he could finish his thought, Qin Yunlong kicked him in the rear. What are you thinking? We represent the official face. Whether they choose to assist us is their decision. We cannot rely on them. I, Qin Yunlong, would rather fight the enemy to the bitter end than beg for assistance. With that, Qin Yunlong and his soldiers resumed their battle against the Shanghai Pai members. Within the camp, the survivors listened anxiously to the sounds of gunfire outside. Lin Xiao retrieved a compressed towel from his spatial storage ring, wrung it out, and began to wipe Lin Ruiyu's face. Dad, you said something was off earlier. Do you truly wish to give me a lesson? What exactly do you want to teach? While wiping her face, Lin Ruiyu quietly inquired. The first lesson I wish to impart is that in this apocalypse, do not easily expose your possessions to others. For instance, we merely had some anti-inflammatory medicine and chocolate, yet others quickly took notice. Lin Ruiyu contemplated this. Dad, that was because you killed their elder brother. Lin Xiao conceded. You have a point. However, I have also completed the second lesson. If your strength is formidable enough to crush your opponents, you can act with impunity. Look at me. Even if I am exposed, what of it? In the end, aren't they the ones who perish? Lin Ruiyu nodded in agreement. Dad, so everything was part of your plan. But speaking of which, the cost of your lesson seems rather steep. Lin Xiao reflected. Indeed, I have taken many lives to teach this lesson. Dad, what if we had not been discovered back then? Then I wouldn't have taught you this lesson. Wouldn't that mean your plan failed? Lin Xiao smiled gently. If I failed, I would simply pretend this plan never existed. We would find something else to do. Wouldn't we? In this apocalypse, there are always interesting occurrences to encounter. Lin Ruiyu finally understood. Time passed, and at last, the gunfire outside ceased. Qin Yunlong and his men returned with several boxes of ammunition. Commander Chen, did we win? An excited survivor inquired. Indeed, though the cost was not insignificant. We lost 500 to 600 brothers. Those beasts from Shanghai Pai are truly treacherous. Mr. Lin, had it not been for your timely intervention against Zhao Qinhai and his elite forces, we might have met our demise today. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Captain Chen, it is we who ought to express our gratitude to you for guiding us through this ordeal. Moreover, I admire your discretion in not summoning my daughter and me earlier. Qin Yunlong smiled wryly, shaking his head. What does it matter? This is simply the duty of a soldier of Longhua. Lin Xiao chuckled softly. I still have some cold and anti-inflammatory medicines in my pocket. Please keep them for the soldiers' use. Had it not been for me, you might not have engaged them at all. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's intention to offer them supplies, Qin Yunlong hastily declined. Mr. Lin, we cannot accept this. It is our responsibility. Before Qin Yunlong could finish, Lin Xiao produced a box of medications. Indeed, it was a storage box filled with antibiotics, cold remedies, and wound care supplies. My goodness, this is an astounding amount. Li Yongui exclaimed in surprise. For Lin Xiao, this was merely a trivial matter, but for these soldiers, many had already perished or sustained injuries. Without timely medical attention in such frigid conditions, they could succumb to their wounds at any moment. The next morning, Lin Xiao and Qin Yunlong prepared to venture south once more. However, upon awakening and exiting the valley, the situation appeared rather peculiar. The temperature had suddenly risen. A glance at the thermometer revealed it had reached 8 degrees. Qin Yunlong and the others furrowed their brows deeply. This does not bode well. We should wait for Captain Lei and his team to arrive. Given the reduced strength of their unit, they dared not advance recklessly. If the frozen monsters were to awaken, their entire force could be obliterated in an instant. Chapter 95, An Unexpected Avalanche. The Honda family strikes. As Qin Yunlong's troops progressed, the rising temperature posed a grave threat. If the frozen monsters were to break free, they could be annihilated at any moment. After all, none among them were Jin warriors capable of handling such foes when the ice melted. Everyone, let us rest here for a moment. Yet, misfortune struck anew. At that moment, they spotted a small drone soaring above from the highest point of the valley. Whose is that? Could it be from the Shanghai faction again? No, that cannot be. The Shanghai faction does not wield such influence in this region. The soldiers' expressions darkened. This drone was likely deployed by the 2nd Legion of the Global Federation, specifically the Honda family. Previously, the Jason Legion had been decimated, leading to chaos within their ranks. They could not have reached this place. Thus, only the Honda family remained. At that instant, a stone was suddenly launched from the ground, shattering the drone in the sky. Some nearby soldiers looked on in uncertainty. Mr. Lin, shooting down their drone so recklessly is tantamount to provoking them. Qin Yunlong swallowed hard. It matters not. If that legion of little devils approaches, I will not hesitate to strike. Is that drone from the Little Devils? The Honda family, after the onset of the apocalypse, particularly during the mist disaster, faced existential peril as their island nation was engulfed by the fog. Everyone in the country began a desperate struggle for survival. Those who managed to escape would live on. During this tumultuous period, countless lives were lost within the borders of the Honda family, with some relying on various means, mutation, evolution, or technology, to flee the country. Among them, the Honda family emerged as the most renowned. One soldier inquired, "They presume to enter our nation without consequence. Shall we not take action?" Qin Yunlong's expression darkened. "How can we act? We are barely holding on ourselves. Compared to their nation, which is all but lost, we are still fortunate." Lin Xiao, with a calm demeanor, gazed at the drone as it descended. These people harbor ill intentions. Their homes destroyed. They seek to establish a second home in our nation to propagate their lineage. Li Yonggui's eyes gleamed with malice. "If they dare to harm my people, I will not let this go unpunished." At this moment, Lin Ruyu tugged at Lin Xiao's sleeve. "Father, having shot down their drone, it won't be long before they notice and come looking for us." Lin Xiao nodded. "No matter, since I initiated this, I shall bear the consequences alone. With my presence, I will ensure everyone's safety." Hearing this, Qin Yunlong and Li Yonggui exchanged glances, their hearts stirred. He could choose to safeguard only his family, but the enmity towards the devils was a matter of national grievance, one that could not be overlooked. 60 kilometers away, by a slowly melting lakeside, a man piloting a drone in the passenger seat could not help but curse. "Baka, what is this? Have you identified the enemy? I see a group of Longwa soldiers over there." "Oh, Longwa soldiers?" At the forefront, Honda Ichiro, an officer of the Honda family, wielded a military knife, striking at the air. "Are they Jin warriors?" "It does not appear so. They suffered significant casualties in a previous battle," the intelligence officer in the co-pilot seat reported respectfully. A sly smile crept across Honda Ichiro's face. "If they are not Jin warriors, there is little sport in dispatching them." At that moment, another intelligence officer interjected, "Commander, we have detected another group of Longwa troops 100 kilometers to the north. This batch should consist of Jin warriors." Observing the approaching figures, armed with an array of cold weapons, the officer noted, "This is a typical group of Jin warriors." "Excellent. Since they have arrived, let us prepare a grand welcoming gift for them." Honda Ichiro grinned, flanked by his armored warriors. The time had come to test the prowess of the Honda family's elite warriors against the enemy. According to our intelligence, this group of Jin warriors hailing from the north is among the strongest Longwa has to offer, led by one known as Lei Ming, revered as the god of war of Longwa. However, we, the Honda family, have emerged from the fog-enshrouded islands, and those who stand here are the finest among the elite. Our objective is to replace the Longwa military. We will exchange as many as it takes, ensuring our people dominate this nation. This way, Longwa can seamlessly integrate, aligning with the ideals of the Global Federation. The original intent of establishing the Global Federation was to unify the world into a grand collective, where no distinctions of race or nationality exist, allowing all nations to coexist peacefully, merging together to confront future apocalyptic disasters. The Honda family believes that if integration is to occur, why not allow their people to thrive and propagate within this nation, enabling more of their elite to seize control? Only in this manner can they secure greater resources, ensuring their survival. Very well, let us prepare to depart. If they surrender, we may consider sparing them. If they resist, we shall eliminate them all. Understood. Meanwhile, Qin Yunlong's team had already received a radio transmission from Lei Ming, informing them of their imminent arrival. Lei Ming commands a battalion comprised entirely of the finest Jin warriors from Longwa, which greatly reassures Qin Yunlong. However, just as he begins to relax, the group encounters a calamity beside the valley. At the summit of the valley, a sudden avalanche occurs due to the substantial melting of snow. Once the surface layer of snow melts, the water seeps between the snowpack and the slope, reducing friction and causing the snow to slide under the influence of gravity, ultimately resulting in the avalanche. As everyone looks up, their expressions change dramatically. Run. Quickly. Abandon all supplies, weapons and ammunition. Discard everything. Run. Chapter 96. Facing desperation. Wolves in front and tigers behind. At this moment, a deep, resonant rumble echoes, reminiscent of an ancient beast's roar, shattering the silence of the snow-capped mountains. Soon after, an irresistible force begins to brew quietly from somewhere atop the mountain, expanding rapidly until it erupts. The immense weight of the accumulated snow reaches its limit and finally breaks free, cascading down with overwhelming force. The avalanche rushes forth like a frenzied white dragon. Accompanied by a deafening roar and a blinding snowstorm, sweeping through the valley. Trees are uprooted, rocks are swept away, and all living beings appear utterly insignificant and powerless before this natural force. The air is thick with biting cold and heavy snow dust, and visibility is engulfed in chaos and obscurity. In such circumstances, Lin Xiao cannot possibly protect so many people alone. He can only carry Lin Ruyu and flee forward. Discard everything. Just throw it away. The group begins to race down the mountain. As the avalanche progresses, the echoes within the valley layer upon layer resemble a symphony of nature, both magnificent and heart-stopping. When this force gradually wanes, the snow mist slowly dissipates, revealing a valley reshaped anew. The snow-capped mountains stand tall, as if nothing had occurred, save for a thick blanket of snow at the base. The sudden avalanche truly catches everyone off guard. Having narrowly escaped, each person is still in shock. Damn, this is leading us to our doom. The King of Hell gives us no chance to live. Chen Yunlong and the others curse. They look up to see various shadows emerging from the mist not far ahead. This is it. We are done for. Lin Ruyu exclaims, her eyes widening at the sight. Dad, this does not bode well. It seems they have all come back to life. Lin Xiao's expression changes. What is going on? Are you regretting coming out? With wolves ahead and tigers behind. This seems destined to lead to total annihilation. If he is not mistaken, members of the Honda family are already rushing toward them. And the creatures of the mist have now all been unleashed. They find themselves trapped, with no way forward or backward. Lin Xiao uses the radio to contact Wei Tian. Leader, we are here. Bring the aerial units to my location immediately. Additionally, have the Astartes Legion assist you. I fear that you may not manage alone. Let Yanlong and his group board. Leader, I just contacted Yanlong. He is not far from you. If they march at maximum speed, they will arrive shortly. Good. Then deploy the entire Astartes Legion to me. A steely glint appears in Lin Xiao's eyes. These little brats want to eliminate us. We shall devour them first. Upon receiving the orders, Wei Tian, Wei Long, and Pai Lai will swiftly make their way over. Lin Xiao turns to Chun Yunlong and the others, who are resolute and prepared to face death. In the mist, towering figures can be seen, instilling a chilling sense of dread. At this moment, the survivors are utterly exhausted, fully aware that their demise is all but certain. Chun Yunlong readies his troops to use their spears, designed specifically for combating those creatures of the mist. Everyone, raise your spears. Mr. Lin, you take the survivors and leave. We will handle things here. Lin Xiao shakes his head. You take the survivors and go. I will handle this alone. He hands Lin Ruyu to Chen Yunlong. Take her and lead the way to safety, joining up with Lei Ming's forces. Chen Yunlong looks at the approaching monsters. I will find you soon. As he speaks, Lin Xiao draws the black blade from the void. The blade gleams with a sharp light, appearing even more chilling in the frigid wind. You monsters cannot be dealt with. However, the ones behind are human. With you, Lei Ming, and my daughter, you stand a chance. Chun Yunlong contemplates, recalling the scene where Lin Xiao single-handedly annihilated the mercenaries of the Shanghai faction. He nods resolutely. All right, rest assured, Brother Lin, even if it costs my life, I will ensure your daughter's safety. He pats his chest, aware that if he and his warriors remain to confront these monsters, their odds are zero, and the consequences would be dire. However, if they retreat, even if they encounter Honda's forces, there remains a chance to fight. After concluding their discussion, Lin Xiao turns to Lin Ruyu. Daughter, the next lesson I impart is one of self-reliance. With your father no longer at your side, you must learn to survive on your own. Lin Ruyu gazes back with determination. I will, Dad. You can count on me. Subsequently, Lin Xiao charges toward the mist, moving like a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. Li Yonggui cannot help but marvel at Lin Xiao's prowess. Mr. Lin is indeed extraordinary. My father can handle these monsters with ease. Chun Yunlong does not let his guard down. He turns to the remaining soldiers and survivors, initiating their retreat to regroup with Lei Ming. We are out of ammunition. We must be cautious. Understood. Commander Lei is nearby, not far from us. Everyone hold on. After enduring multiple crises, the group feels the weight of exhaustion, both mentally and physically. Li Yonggui rallies the troops, urging them to persevere. Lei Ming's side should also have ample supplies. With them, at least our safety and resources will be secured. However, the Honda family's convoy moves with remarkable speed, consistently outpacing Lei Ming's group. Moreover, Honda Ichiro is cunning. He intends to consolidate both battalions, planning to first capture one and use it as leverage to force the other into submission. This strategy is straightforward. Target the weaker unit. Following the battle with the Shanghai faction, Chun Yunlong's forces are already depleted, and after the recent avalanche, they are nearly out of personnel. Report, officer. The Longwa forces are in sight. They are indeed retreating toward us. Understood. Prepare an ambush. As soon as they approach, we will capture them. Chapter 97. Those not of our kind will have different hearts. At this moment, Lin Xiao leads the others to retreat northward, aiming to join with Commander Lei not far ahead. Meanwhile, Lei Ming has sensed something amiss. Commander Lei, ahead is likely the forces of the Global Federation. A nearby scout keenly spots a convoy. The Global Federation. Lei Ming's expression darkened as he discerned the intentions behind the Global Federation's arrival. Instantly, he commanded everyone to remain vigilant. The immediate danger lay ahead, shrouded in uncertainty with the presence of the mist creatures and the Global Federation agents. At times, the mist creatures were not the most fearsome. Rather, it was the treachery that lurked within the hearts of those individuals. They professed to cooperate, yet may strike unexpectedly, resulting in catastrophic losses for themselves. Captain Lei, what is your stance? Should we collaborate with those individuals if we encounter them? Lei Ming's demeanor turned icy. No, it is utterly impossible to ally with such beings. Those not of our kin harbored different intentions. Meanwhile, the Honda family's convoy had met with Lin Xiao and Chen Yunlong. Chen Yunlong and the others remained on high alert, armed with firearms, while they were left with only close combat weapons. Chen Yunlong stepped forward, introducing himself. Greetings, I am Chen Yunlong. Just as he was about to speak further, a swift flash of a blade emerged from the Honda convoy, severing Chen Yunlong's arm. The situation unfolded with startling abruptness, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Captain! Captain! The others drew their spears, ready to charge. With only one arm remaining, Chen Yunlong blocked their advance, aware that a reckless assault would lead to certain death. Enduring excruciating pain, he slowly declared, I am the captain of the Imperial Capital's anti-aircraft battalion. My name is Chen Yunlong. From within the vehicle, Honda Ichiro's voice emerged, devoid of any visible presence. My apologies. We were unaware that you were part of the official military of the Long Kingdom. Captain Shun, my subordinate acted without restraint. I extend my apologies. The words, though ostensibly an apology, bore an air of mockery. Clad in military attire, how could they feign ignorance about the Long Kingdom's army? To approach and sever a captain's arm was not merely an act of intimidation, it was a blatant affront. At that moment, Lin Xiao interjected calmly. Shall I sever your arm as well? Would you accept my apology? The unexpected remark elicited confusion among the surrounding warriors, who wondered if they had misheard. A young girl proposing to sever an arm? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Honda Ichiro's interest was piqued. He stepped out of the vehicle, amusement dancing in his eyes. Little sister, how old are you? Here, take a knife and cut my arm. Can you do it? Lin Xiao lifted her gaze, responding serenely. How do you know I wouldn't dare? Not only would I cut your arm, but I would also sever your head. Honda Ichiro chuckled heartily. Little sister, you're quite amusing. I find you intriguing. Just as he reached out to pat Lin Ryu's head, Li Yonggui swiftly seized his arm. She is merely 12 years old and speaks without restraint. Surely, you wouldn't harm her, would you? Honda Ichiro's expression grew increasingly cold. Is it your place to speak here? Did I grant you permission to talk? As he spoke, two warriors stealthily approached from behind, their movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible. In that instant, Li Yonggui felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned, gripping their blades with all his might. Did the Japanese favor such underhanded tactics? Dare you face me in a fair fight? Li Yonggui's hands were drenched in blood, yet he maintained an air of calm. Honda Ichiro regarded him with newfound respect, yet continued to grin. Very well, we have over 100 warriors here. Choose any you like. If you can defeat them, I will spare this young girl. He gestured for the two warriors to release their hold, creating a space. Honda Ichiro had long desired to witness the combat prowess of the genetic warriors against the soldiers of the Long Kingdom. Chen Yunlong retreated to staunch his bleeding while warning Li Yonggui. Old Li, these are not ordinary adversaries. Exercise caution. Li Yonggui nodded, rest assured. Although I am not a genetic warrior, I have yet to meet anyone who can best me in combat. Barely had he finished speaking when one warrior drew his blade. Moving with a speed that kicked up the snow beneath him, Li Yonggui swiftly brandished his spear, aiming a thrust at the warrior, but the latter deftly deflected it. In the next heartbeat, a blade whistled through the air, aimed directly at Li Yonggui's head. Instinctively, he ducked, feeling the air slice past his scalp. What incredible speed! Chen Yunlong marveled. Was this the might of a genetic warrior? The adversary did not relent, launching another downward strike. Li Yonggui was forced to retreat continuously, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Yet the warrior's strikes grew increasingly rapid. Though he narrowly evaded several blows, his uniform was torn, blood seeping from his wounds. Is this still a human? He thought, gritting his teeth as he focused on a particular spot, thrusting with all his might. He gambled on the warrior's next move. With a resounding thrust, Li Yonggui's spear found its mark, piercing the warrior's neck. Blood sprayed forth, and the warrior stood frozen in disbelief. Did I win? I actually won. Li Yonggui gasped for breath. I dared to stake my life. Would you dare? He withdrew his spear, watching as the warrior crumpled to the ground. Blood pooling in the snow. Clapping erupted from Honda Ichiro. Bravo. Truly, you are a warrior of the Long Kingdom. Your combat style is remarkable, a rare sight indeed. I have won. The young girl should be released now, Li Yonggui asserted. Honda Ichiro pondered. Yes, I promised you. I will release her. However, that does not mean my subordinates will agree to let her go. Laughter echoed as the surrounding warriors encircled them. While the Honda family's convoy had heavy machine guns aimed at everyone present,